Chapter 1. The arrival of the incumbent son-in-law at the Sun family residence. Are you the worthless son-in-law? A disdainful taunt struck Ding Hao's heart like a heavy blow. There were no flowers, no applause, and certainly no welcome ceremony. What awaited Ding Hao was merely a musty storeroom nestled in a corner of the Sun family mansion. Ding Hao, once the king of the underground boxing ring, had now been reduced to the status of a son-in-law by marriage into the Sun family, an ignoble servant with a lowly position. His gaze swept across the surroundings, icy and piercing. The dilapidated wooden door, the cluttered corners overflowing with debris, and the nauseating scent of dust that pervaded the air, all of it felt utterly alien to him. Once a valiant and righteous young man, he had been branded as antisocial due to his lack of social skills, leading to his current state of being an unwelcome addition to the family. How laughable, truly laughable. He clenched his fists tightly, an indomitable flame of defiance igniting within him. "This is your new residence," the sharp-tongued voice of Butler's son echoed, his corpulent figure blocking the already dim light. "Remember your place. You are merely a son-in-law. Fulfill your duties and do not harbor delusions of soaring to greatness." Butler's son led Ding Hao through the winding corridors, incessantly extolling the virtues of the Sun family. In his words, it was all about how illustrious the Sun family was and how formidable their warriors were. In this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, the Sun family was the unequivocal sovereign, while he, Ding Hao, was nothing more than a mere insect. He listened in silence, yet a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. The Sun family boasts numerous warriors, and the family head is a master at the peak of the Xuanwu realm. You would do well to remain compliant. Butler's son continued to prattle on, only to suddenly halt, pointing at the towering pile of debris. "Your task today is to clean all of this up. Remember, it must be completed before nightfall." Ding Hao gazed at the mountain of clutter before him, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. "Huh!" Butler's son anticipated Ding Hao's cries of despair, perhaps even his humble pleas for mercy. After all, these items were not something an ordinary person could easily move, let alone clear away entirely before dark. He awaited the spectacle of Ding Hao's humiliation, his face adorned with a smug grin. However, Ding Hao merely cast a fleeting glance his way, said nothing, and began his work. "This young man certainly has a flair for pretense." Butler's son cursed inwardly, eager to see how long he could maintain this charade. Ding Hao lifted a massive stone slab, its weight nearly causing him to lose his balance. Yet he did not relent, gritting his teeth. He endeavored to shift the boulder. At that moment, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. It was as if he suddenly comprehended a unique technique of exertion, his muscles subtly transforming in response. With renewed vigor, the previously immovable stone was effortlessly raised by him. He set the stone down, astonishment flickering in his eyes. This feeling, could it be? He attempted again, lifting an even larger slab with the same ease. Once, twice, thrice. Ding Hao's speed quickened, the once mountainous pile of debris diminishing at an observable rate. Butler's son stood by, dumbfounded, his grin gradually freezing into a mask of disbelief. How is this even possible? As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the Sun family mansion. Ding Hao had cleared away all the debris, leaving the storeroom spotless. Dusting off his clothes, he was about to depart when a sarcastic voice echoed from afar. "Oh, look who it is, a new son-in-law. What's this? Have you developed an obsession with cleaning?" The dandy Sun Chong, clad in splendid attire and fanning himself with a folding fan, swaggered over accompanied by a few sycophants. He immediately spotted Ding Hao standing at the storeroom entrance, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. "Since you enjoy working so much, let me assign you a little more work," he said, pointing at a bucket of dirty water, a wicked grin playing on his lips. "Balance this bucket on your head, traverse the garden, and make your way to the kitchen. If you spill even a drop, well, the consequences will be yours to bear." Ding Hao squinted at Sun Chong, then at the bucket of filthy water. He recognized this as a deliberate attempt by Sun Chong to humiliate him. Taking a deep breath, he bent down and steadied the bucket atop his head. Sun Chong and his lackeys eagerly awaited Ding Hao's blunder, their faces alight with glee. Ding Hao took a step forward, moving slowly yet steadily, as if engaged in some solemn ritual. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he lost his balance, lurching forward. "Ah!" he exclaimed, the bucket tilting precariously, dirty water splashing forth. "Ha!" Sun Chong and his cronies burst into uproarious laughter, as if witnessing the world's most amusing spectacle. However, their laughter was abruptly cut short, for the filthy water had not drenched the ground, but had instead perfectly splashed on Sun Chong himself, drenching him from head to toe. "You did that on purpose," Sun Chong sputtered, trembling with rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at Ding Hao. Ding Hao shrugged innocently. "My apologies, young master, I slipped." At that moment, Sun Qianqian happened to walk by, witnessing the scene, her expression darkening immediately. "Ding Hao, what are you up to now?" She glared at him with disdain, her tone icy. "You know full well that Sun Chong is deliberately making things difficult for you, yet you retaliate against him." I did no such thing," Ding Hao began to explain, but he was cut off by Sun Qianqian's sharp retort. "Be quiet. I do not wish to hear your excuses." She shot him a disdainful look before turning away, supporting the drenched Sun Chong as they left. Ding Hao watched Sun Qianqian's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that his path in this family would be fraught with challenges, and any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, his resolve only intensified. He was determined to establish his foothold within the family, compelling those who looked down upon him to re-evaluate their perceptions. He clenched his fists, his gaze radiating unwavering determination. As twilight descended, he turned and made his way toward the kitchen. Chapter 2. The reluctant son-in-law's journey forward. The acrid smoke in the kitchen made Ding Hao cough incessantly. It was far from the grand martial path he had envisioned. Holding a spatula larger than his face, Ding Hao felt less like a cultivator of martial arts and more like an apprentice in a culinary workshop. Butler Sun's face beamed with a flower-like smile. "Ding, my son-in-law, work diligently. I have high hopes for you." This was hardly encouragement, it was a blatant scheme to wear him down. Aunt Wang discreetly slipped Ding Hao a cold bun, saying, "Child, eat this, don't let yourself go hungry." Ding Hao glanced at her gratefully, his stomach growling louder in response. Butler Sun had slashed his rations under the pretense of dieting, intending to force him to give up. "Ding Hao, come here," Butler Sun commanded imperiously. Ding Hao set down the spatula, muttering a silent curse at the old fox. "The young lady is unwell and requires a bowl of snow lotus soup. You are to prepare it," Butler Sun said, his smile devoid of warmth. Snow lotus soup? Such a dish demanded rare snow lotus as its main ingredient and was notoriously difficult to prepare. Upon hearing this, the other kitchen staff shook their heads in unison, fearing to be called upon. They were all eager to witness Ding Hao's impending failure, anticipating the opportunity for Butler Sun to publicly humiliate him. "I'll do it," Ding Hao replied calmly, a hint of resolute determination lacing his voice. The others were taken aback. Was this young man out of his mind? He was certainly not mad. He recognized this as an opportunity one to improve Sun Qianqian's impression of him. You can cook?" Butler Sun sneered. "Don't waste the precious snow lotus." "If I can't, I'll learn," Ding Hao replied nonchalantly, a flicker of confidence gleaming in his eyes. Butler Sun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ding Hao to accept. With a cold snort, he said, "Very well, I look forward to seeing how you fare. If you fail, prepare to face the consequences." Ding Hao disregarded Butler Sun's mockery and turned to gather the ingredients. He understood that this was not merely a bowl of snow lotus soup, it was the first step on his path to redemption. In the kitchen, whispers filled the air as everyone awaited Ding Hao's blunder. Yet Ding Hao appeared oblivious, intently focusing on the ingredients before him as if the world outside held no relevance to him. Time ticked by, and a delicate medicinal fragrance began to waft through the kitchen. Ding Hao's movements flowed seamlessly, each action brimming with confidence. "He seems to really know what he's doing," someone murmured softly. Just then, Ding Hao abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself, "I'm missing one ingredient." He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, his mind conjuring images of the meridian map and the properties of various herbs. He recalled Sun Qianqian's icy visage, which despite its usual aloofness, occasionally revealed a gentler side like that day in the garden when she tenderly spoke to an injured bird. Ding Hao silently hoped that this bowl of snow lotus soup would alter her perception of him. Found it. Ding Hao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with newfound confidence. The final ingredient he needed was a special herb known as condensation grass, which would counteract the snow lotus cold nature and temper its effects. Fortunately, he had previously encountered this herb in the Sun family's medicinal garden. Ding Hao swiftly located the condensation grass and added it to the concoction. As the herb infused into the soup, its aroma intensified, a subtle yet captivating fragrance spreading throughout the kitchen. Success. Ding Hao gazed at the visually appealing and aromatic snow lotus soup before him, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, Butler's son stealthily slipped into the kitchen, seizing the opportunity while Ding Hao was distracted to surreptitiously add some incompatible ingredients to the medicinal dish. He smirked insidiously, thinking to himself, "Let's see how you handle this." However, Ding Hao's perceptive abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Though he did not witness Butler's son's actions with his own eyes, his profound understanding of martial arts enabled him to sense the subtle fluctuations in the aroma of the ingredients. He immediately detected an unusual essence within the medicinal dish, causing his expression to darken. "Butler's son, what have you done?" Ding Hao inquired coldly. Feigning surprise, Butler's son retorted, "I haven't done anything. Ding the son-in-law, do not slander me." Ding Hao disregarded Butler's son's evasive arguments, closing his eyes once more to carefully attune to the changes in the dish's essence. Soon he identified the conflicting ingredients. "Mere child's play," Ding Hao scoffed, swiftly extracting the incompatible components before meticulously recreating the snow lotus soup. This time, he exercised utmost caution, ensuring that no one would have the chance to sabotage his medicinal dish. As Ding Hao emerged from the kitchen with the freshly prepared snow lotus soup, Butler's son awaited him at the door, a sinister smile plastered across his face. "Ding the son-in-law, is it ready? Let me have a look." Butler's son reached out eagerly to take the dish. Ding Hao, however, sidestepped him and replied coldly, "There's no need for Butler's son to concern himself. I shall personally deliver this bowl of medicinal soup to Miss Sun." With the soup in hand, Ding Hao strode directly towards Sun Qianqian's room. Butler's son trailed closely behind, muttering, "Miss, being of noble lineage, can you bear the consequences if this medicinal dish proves problematic?" Ding Hao chose to ignore him and pushed the door open. Sun Qianqian leaned against her headboard, her complexion pale and bearing an air of illness. Upon seeing Ding Hao enter, her brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. "What is this?" Sun Qianqian inquired coldly. "Snow lotus soup, it is beneficial for your health." Ding Hao placed the dish on the bedside table. "Who asked you to make this? Take it away." Sun Qianqian's tone was frosty, showing no inclination to try it. Seeing this, Butler's son immediately chimed in, embellishing the situation. "Miss, this fellow wouldn't know how to make snow lotus soup. I suspect he's merely fooling around. You mustn't eat it. What if it upsets your stomach?" "Be quiet." Ding Hao shot Butler's son a glare. Sun Qianqian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately picked up the spoon, gently scooping a spoonful into her mouth. A wave of refreshing fragrance instantly enveloped her palate, the crispness of the snow lotus harmoniously blending with the gentle essence of the dew grass, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Sun Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. She took another spoonful, savoring it slowly, and a hint of enjoyment began to appear on her face. "The flavor is quite good," Sun Qianqian remarked nonchalantly. Ding Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. Within it seemed his efforts had not been in vain. Meanwhile, Butler's son wore an expression of embarrassment, as if he had swallowed a fly. Just as Ding Hao thought the situation might take a turn for the better, Sun Qianqian's brother, Sun Chong, burst into the room. "Sis, are you okay? I heard this good Forna thing made you medicinal soup. He must have ill intentions and could have added something dreadful." Sun Chong pointed at Ding Hao, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Sun Qianqian's expression shifted, her gaze towards Ding Hao once again clouded with suspicion. "I did not." Ding Hao protested. "This medicinal dish is absolutely fine. Who can tell? You, a worthless son-in-law, can harbor no good intentions." Sun Chong pressed aggressively. Sun Qianqian slammed the bowl down onto the bedside table, her face darkening. "Take it away." Ding Hao was filled with helplessness and fury. He knew he was being wronged, but found himself unable to clarify the situation in that moment. Silently, he picked up the medicinal dish and turned to exit the room. In the corridor, Ding Hao clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with resentment. He realized that his days in the Sun household would become increasingly arduous, and that Sun Qianqian's disdain for him would likely deepen. "Ding Hao, come here!" Butler Sun's shrill voice called from behind. "The master has instructed that today you are responsible for cleaning the entire Sun family estate." Chapter 3. The son-in-law awaits a turn of fortune. The shrill voice of Butler Sun pierced through the air like nails scraping against a blackboard, causing Ding Hao's eardrums to throb painfully. "The master has decreed that today you are responsible for cleaning the entire Sun residence." He paused, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, "and it must be completed before nightfall." Ding Hao was momentarily taken aback. The Sun residence sprawled across an immense expanse, adorned with pavilions and towers, rockeries and flowing waters. Cleaning it would require at least a team several days to accomplish. To expect him alone to finish it in a single day was nothing short of deliberate torment. "Butler Sun." Ding Hao began to voice his concerns, only to be interrupted impatiently by the butler. "What? Unwilling? Do not forget your position. You are but a parasitic son-in-law, so spare me your complaints." Butler Sun cast a disdainful glance at him, his eyes brimming with contempt. "Should you fail to complete the task, do not expect to dine tonight." Ding Hao inhaled deeply, suppressing the fiery anger that surged within him. He understood that arguing with such a petty individual would yield no fruit, rather than waste time. It was wiser to commence his work promptly. He turned, seized a broom, and began to clean in silence. Indeed, the Sun residence was astonishingly vast. After merely cleaning less than a tenth of the area, Ding Hao was already fatigued, his back aching and his waist sore. Just then, the infuriating voice of Sun Chong echoed through the air. "Oh, is that not our martial arts prodigy Ding Hao, reduced to sweeping floors?" "Huh? Ha ha!" Ding Hao looked up to see Sun Chong, accompanied by a group of sycophantic friends, mockingly observing him. Sun Chong held a bag of trash, intentionally striding over to the freshly cleaned spot, and carelessly scattered the refuse across the ground. "Oops, my hand slipped." Sun Chong feigned innocence, his eyes glinting with provocation. Ding Hao's fists clenched tightly, the veins in his hands bulging. He endured the anger, silently gathering the litter once more. "Ah, quite the patient one, aren't you?" Sun Chong grew bolder, stepping onto the pile Ding Hao had just swept, kicking the debris in all directions. "Let us see how long you can endure this." Ding Hao slowly raised his gaze, his eyes icy as they locked onto Sun Chong. The broomstick in his hand creaked ominously under the strain of his grip. "Sun Chong," Ding Hao's voice was low and hoarse. "You would do well to cease your provocations." Sun Chong paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. "What, do you think you can hit me? You, a worthless son-in-law, dare?" Before he could finish, Ding Hao's broom suddenly moved with astonishing speed. The broom transformed into a blur, its motion nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a sharp crack, the broomstick struck Sun Chong squarely on the backside. Caught off guard, Sun Chong yelped in surprise and fell unceremoniously to the ground. Holding his rear in pain, Sun Chong grimaced and pointed at Ding Hao, unable to utter a coherent word. His companions stood dumbfounded, astonished that Ding Hao dared to strike Sun Chong. With an impassive expression, Ding Hao retracted the broom and remarked coolly, "I merely helped you clean up the trash." He disregarded Sun Chong further and resumed his task. A curious phenomenon occurred. The broom in Ding Hao's hand seemed to possess a life of its own, moving with increasing speed and fluidity. His previously clumsy motions gradually transformed into a dance of grace, akin to a flowing river or a tiger descending from the mountain. Leaves, dust, and debris obediently gathered under Ding Hao's broom, which he deftly swept into a dustpan. His cleaning pace accelerated, the efficiency soaring. The task that originally required days to complete appeared effortless in his hands. Sun Chong and his companions gaped, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. They rubbed their eyes, questioning their own perceptions. "How is this possible?" Sun Chong muttered in disbelief. Ding Hao had not employed any profound martial arts techniques. Rather, he had infused the act of cleaning with his understanding of martial discipline. Each sweep, each bend, Each turn was imbued with the essence of martial prowess. It was as if he had transformed the broom into a weapon and the act of cleaning into a form of cultivation. On the second-floor balcony, Sun Qianqian observed silently. Initially filled with disdain for Ding Hao, she now felt a flicker of surprise at his peculiar cleaning skills. Could it be that he possessed some extraordinary ability? Sun Qianqian pondered, yet quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible. He was merely a worthless son-in-law. Unaware of Sun Qianqian's scrutiny, Ding Hao immersed himself in the wondrous union of martial arts and labor. Yes, he cleaned with increasing speed. The Sun residence gradually transformed into a clean and orderly space, and a sense of accomplishment welled within him. At that moment, a sharp voice shattered the tranquility. "Oh, you are quite fast, aren't you?" Butler Sun's mocking tone drifted from afar. "I had anticipated you would take until tomorrow to finish." Butler Sun's eyes nearly bulged with surprise. He had initially intended to wait until Ding Hao painstakingly cleared the garbage created by Sun Chong before benevolently assigning him additional tasks, such as cleaning the fish pond or wiping down all the windows, ideally prolonging his toil for 3 days and nights. Little did he expect this fellow to complete the task so swiftly. Rubbing his hands together, Butler Sun's eyes darted as he sought another pretext to trouble Ding Hao. He cleared his throat, speaking in a sardonic tone. "Though your speed is commendable, the quality leaves much to be desired. The master is particularly particular about cleanliness. Just look at the dust on that rockery and the leaves in the fish pond." Before he could finish, Ding Hao produced a small booklet from his pocket and slapped it down in front of Butler Sun with a resounding thud. "Butler Sun, I have diligently studied the family regulations of the Sun clan. Chapter 3, Article 7 clearly states that daily work assignments for servants are to be determined by the master or an authorized representative. May I inquire which category you fall under?" Butler Sun's expression stiffened. He had no idea this reticent fellow had even studied the family rules, stammering and at a loss for words. He found himself utterly speechless. The surrounding servants couldn't help but stifle their laughter at the scene. Ding Hao cast a cold glance at Butler Sun, picking up his tools to continue working. Internally, he mused, "You think you can trouble me? Not a chance." Just as Ding Hao believed everything was going smoothly and prepared to conclude his work, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Sun Qianqian stormed over, fury radiating from her, flanked by several house servants. "Ding Hao, halt right there." She pointed an accusatory finger at him, her voice sharp. "Did you steal my jade bracelet?" Ding Hao was taken aback. "Jade bracelet? What jade bracelet?" He shook his head in confusion. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Sun Qianqian sneered. "Stop playing coy. I just discovered this morning that my jade bracelet was missing, and you just happened to be responsible for cleaning the area near my room. If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" Ding Hao finally grasped that Sun Qianqian suspected him of stealing her jade bracelet. He found himself at a loss for words, as the crowd around him began to murmur and point fingers. "I told you. This fellow has a shifty look. He must be up to no good." Sun Chong fanned the flames, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. "Indeed, a parasite. Who would believe he hasn't stolen anything? What a disgrace to the Sun family." Each piercing remark felt like a needle stabbing into Ding Hao's eardrums, and he sensed his dignity being trampled into the ground. He yearned to explain, to shout out his innocence, but the words would not form. He felt like a wild beast trapped in a cage, struggling helplessly to break free from his predicament. He glanced at Sun Qianqian, his eyes filled with a mix of grievance and hope. How he wished to approach her, to tell her that he had not stolen anything, to express how much he cherished this hard-won relationship. Yet Sun Qianqian merely turned her head in disgust. Withholding even a glance in his direction in that moment, Ding Hao felt as though his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. A wave of agony washing over him, he inhaled deeply. Swallowing down all his grievances and pain, he understood that nothing he said would matter. Only by proving his innocence could he wash away this stain on his reputation. Gradually, he lifted his head, his gaze resolute as it swept across the crowd. "I did not steal anything," Ding Hao declared, each word deliberate. "I will prove my innocence." He turned to face Butler Sun, his tone unexpectedly calm. "Butler, I would like to review the surveillance footage." Butler Sun was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Ding Hao's composure. He scrutinized Ding Hao from head to toe, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. "Surveillance? Ha! Who do you think you are? You believe you can just demand to see it. Do you even deserve that? With a sneer, Butler's son was about to continue his derision when he noticed Ding Hao's unwavering demeanor. Devoid of panic or pleas for mercy. This young man possesses quite the composure, doesn't he? Ding Hao, maintaining his steady tone and locking eyes with Butler's son, stated, I understand you currently suspect me of theft, but I would like to request a moment from Miss Sun to investigate the truth. Butler's son was taken aback. This audacious fellow dared to make demands of Miss Sun, just as he was about to refuse. Ding Hao continued, if it turns out that I am indeed the thief, I will accept any punishment without complaint. However, if I am innocent, I hope you will apologize to me in front of everyone. Ding Hao's gaze was resolute and piercing, as if he could see into one's soul. Butler's son felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, instinctively glancing at Sun Qianqian, though she still wore an icy expression. A trace of barely perceptible surprise flickered in her eyes. She had not anticipated that this usually timid son-in-law would display such a formidable side. Fine, I will grant you one day. Sun Qianqian spoke coldly. If by this time tomorrow you have not found evidence to prove your innocence, do not blame me for being unkind. Ding Hao nodded slightly and turned to leave the crowd. He did not wander aimlessly, but instead observed his surroundings meticulously. He noted that Sun Qianqian's room was on the second floor, with a window facing the garden. In the garden stood a tall tree, its branches nearly reaching the second-floor window. A bold idea flickered in Ding Hao's mind. He swiftly made his way to the garden and examined the tree closely. Indeed, he discovered some faint scratches on the trunk, as if someone had climbed it. Following the scratches upward, Ding Hao's gaze finally landed on the window of Sun Chong's room. Could it be? He immediately returned to the villa, striding directly towards Sun Chong's room. Sun Chong was sprawled on his bed, engrossed in a game. Upon seeing Ding Hao enter, he displayed a look of annoyance. What do you want? Seeking my help to plead for you? Ding Hao ignored Sun Chong's taunts and walked straight to his wardrobe, yanking the door open. There, lying quietly inside, was the necklace that Sun Qianqian had reported missing. What is this? Ding Hao picked up the necklace, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Sun Chong. Sun Chong's face turned ashen, stumbling over his words, unable to respond. Ding Hao let out a cold chuckle, turning to exit the room while calling out to those below. I have found the item. The true thief is right here. The crowd erupted in commotion, hastening upstairs. Upon seeing the necklace in Sun Chong's room, they grasped the truth of the matter. Sun Chong, grandfather Sun's face turned a deep shade of anger, his trembling finger pointing at Sun Chong. Sun Chong hung his head, unable to meet the gazes of those around him. Ding Hao stood quietly amidst the crowd, observing the scene unfold, devoid of any joy, only an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. He glanced at Sun Qianqian, only to find she cast him a fleeting glance before turning away. Ding Hao's heart sank heavily. Watching Sun Qianqian's retreating figure, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. Although the truth had emerged, clearing his name, this victory felt as bland as chewing wax, utterly flavorless. This woman is indeed an icy beauty. Is it truly so difficult for her to offer an apology? Never mind, let things unfold as they may. Ding Hao shrugged and turned to continue with his tasks, for he had not come to the Sun family for romance. Strengthening his abilities was his true purpose. Strangely enough, since the last incident of being wronged, Ding Hao felt his understanding of martial arts had significantly improved. He could even distinctly sense the flow of energy within the Sun residence, like invisible threads wafting around him. This sensation was delightful. As he swept the floor, he pondered deeply. He discovered that by following the flow of energy, he could perform his tasks with greater ease. For instance, he could anticipate the direction of falling leaves, preemptively sweeping them into the dustpan, thereby maximizing his efficiency. Hey, Xiao Ding, why are you sweeping so earnestly? If I didn't know better, I might think you were practicing some extraordinary martial art. Wang Ma, carrying a teacup, passed by and teased him with a smile. Wang Ma, please don't mock me. Ding Hao scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. But to be fair, you do seem a bit different lately. You appear much steadier than before, Wang Ma observed, setting down her teacup to scrutinize Ding Hao earnestly. Really? Ding Hao touched his nose, feeling a surge of joy inside. It seemed his efforts had not been in vain. At least he had made progress in his presence. However, he knew that simply this was not enough to establish a foothold in the Sun family. He needed to earn the recognition of Grandfather Sunday. Ding Hao raised his head, gazing towards the direction of Grandfather Sun's room, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. As night fell, Ding Hao quietly approached the door of Grandfather Sun's study. He took a deep breath and gently knocked. "Come in." A voice, aged yet commanding, resonated from within. Chapter 5. The son-in-law strives for a new dawn. Ding Hao stepped inside to find Grandfather Sun sitting upright. Engrossed in a book, his sharp gaze fixed upon him. "Grandfather, it's quite late. You haven't retired yet?" Ding Hao respectfully inquired. Grandfather Sun set down his book and spoke slowly. "I have heard that you have been performing admirably lately." Ding Hao smiled modestly. "Just some trivial tasks, nothing worthy of mention." Grandfather Sun nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "Young man, diligence and hard work are commendable traits. However, to establish oneself in this world, mere effort is insufficient." The next morning, Butler Sun approached Ding Hao with a sullen expression, a lengthy task list in hand. "Ding Hao, this is your assignment for today. It must be completed within the day." His tone was frigid, laced with a hint of provocation. Ding Hao took the list and glanced over it, his brow furrowing immediately. The tasks listed were not only numerous but also exceedingly intricate, such as dusting antique vases and pruning potted plants. A single misstep could lead to criticism. It was clear that Butler Sun intended to make things difficult for him. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Butler Sun sneered upon seeing Ding Hao's expression. "Afraid? Not in the least." Ding Hao replied with a calm smile, a glint of determination in his eyes. "Then hurry up and get to work. Don't waste time." Butler Sun scoffed and turned away. Ding Hao took a deep breath and began to systematically complete each task on the list. He meticulously dusted every antique vase and carefully pruned each potted plant. He discovered that by following the flow of energy, he could control his movements with greater precision, avoiding any mistakes. As time passed, Ding Hao completed task after task, garnering astonished looks from the other servants. Their eyes filled with admiration. They had not expected that this usually taciturn son-in-law possessed such remarkable skills. "Ding Hao, you are incredible." Wang Ma couldn't help but exclaim. "Indeed, who would have thought you had such talent?" Another servant chimed in. Ding Hao merely smiled faintly, continuing his work in silence. Butler Sun had been observing Ding Hao from the shadows, and as he witnessed the young man excel, his expression darkened further. He had initially believed these intricate tasks would pose a challenge for Ding Hao, only to find that they showcased his abilities even more. This realization infuriated him, yet he felt powerless to change the situation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ding Hao finally completed all the tasks on the list. He let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Just then, Butler's son approached him. His face ashen. You did well." His tone was stiff. Ding Hao smiled slightly. "Thank you for the compliment." Butler's son huffed and turned away. Ding Hao watched as Butler's son departed, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He understood that he had gradually earned the respect of the other servants and had instilled a sense of threat in Butler Sunday, but this was merely the beginning. He still had a long way to go. As night enveloped the sky, Ding Hao found himself alone in the back garden, practicing martial arts. The moonlight bathed him, illuminating his resolute figure. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed from behind him. "What are you doing?" Ding Hao turned around to see Sun Qianqian standing a short distance away, the moonlight highlighting her exquisite features. Sun Qianqian had intended to mock him, but upon recalling Ding Hao's earnest work earlier that day, how those tedious tasks had transformed into art under his meticulous care, she felt a crack in the ice surrounding her heart. She remembered how Ding Hao had unhesitatingly shielded her from splashing dirty water, and her heart began to soften. "It's nothing, just practicing." Ding Hao's demeanor was remarkably unperturbed, as if the arduous labor he had just endured was of no consequence to him. Sun Qianqian, too, chose not to utter another word, turning away, yet a fleeting glimmer of tenderness flickered in her gaze. The following day, the Sun family hosted a small family gathering. Butler's son was in a frenzy. Struggling to arrange the venue, the traditional decorations appeared trite and failed to reflect the family's stature. Observing this, Ding Hao stepped forward with confidence. "Butler's son, allow me to give it a try." His tone radiated assurance, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Butler's son regarded him with disdain. "You? What could you possibly accomplish?" Ding Hao merely smiled, refraining from further dialogue, and proceeded to the decoration site. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the ambient energy. As a plethora of imaginative arrangement ideas materialized in his mind, he orchestrated the servants to transport flowers and arrange furniture. each detail meticulously crafted, as if it were a work of art. The once mundane venue transformed under his expert touch, becoming resplendent with modernity and artistic flair. Even the usually stern elder son couldn't help but nod in approval, a flicker of admiration glinting in his eyes. This marked the first time Ding Hao garnered elder son's recognition since his arrival, a significant step in his journey of resurgence. At the family gathering, guests lavished praise upon the exquisite arrangements. Inquiring as to the designer's identity, Butler's son, brimming with pride, took all the credit while neglecting to mention Ding Hao's contributions. Unfazed, Ding Hao quietly stood in a corner, observing the guests admire his creation. After the gathering concluded, Sun Chong approached Ding Hao with a mocking tone. "Oh, look who it is, our all-purpose son-in-law. What, trying to steal the limelight again today?" Ding Hao's gaze was indifferent as he cast a sidelong glance at Sun Chong. "A mere jester, hardly worth my concern." This nonchalant demeanor infuriated Sun Chong, who scoffed. "So you think you're quite bold now, do you? Let's see how long you can bask in this glory." Sun Chong schemed to teach Ding Hao a lesson. Once the family gathering had ended, he stealthily returned to the venue, intent on causing mischief. With a sinister grin, he grabbed a bucket of red paint, ready to splatter it upon the flowers that Ding Hao had so carefully arranged. However, Ding Hao had anticipated such treachery. He had secretly set up subtle traps around the flowers, connected by fine threads. The moment someone approached, the traps would be triggered, as Sun Chong stealthily neared the flowers. He inadvertently stepped on a thread. With a sharp snap, the mechanism activated, ensnaring him and causing him to tumble to the ground. The paint he held splattered, but instead of the flowers, it drenched him. Laughter erupted around him. Sun Chong, a mess of red paint, resembled a drenched chicken. In a fit of rage, he pointed at Ding Hao. "You tricked me." Ding Hao, arms crossed, remained unflustered. "All's fair in war. Your own foolishness is to blame." Sun Chong struggled to rise, furiously accusing Ding Hao. "You wait. I will settle this score with you." With that, he fled in disgrace. Watching Sun Chong's pathetic retreat, Ding Hao's lips curled into a faint smirk. He understood that Sun Chong, a mere spoiled brat, was nothing more than a transient nuisance. His true ambition lay in earning Sun Qianqian's esteem and establishing his footing in this realm. Ding Hao gazed up at the night sky. Silently strategizing his next moves, he recognized he was drawing closer to his goals, though the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. At that moment, a figure silently appeared behind him. "What trickery are you up to now?" Chapter 6. The son-in-law finally earns recognition. Sun Qianqian's voice carried a hint of coldness. Ding Hao turned to see her standing there, moonlight illuminating her graceful figure, although her exquisitely crafted visage bore an expression of disdain. "What concern is it of yours?" Ding Hao replied with an air of indifference, as if her presence held no weight. Her dismissive demeanor only served to further incite Sun Qianqian's ire. "Do not forget your place. A mere dependent, daring to speak to me so." Ding Hao, uninterested in engaging in a debate, turned to leave. "Stop," Sun Qianqian admonished. "I warn you, best behave yourself and refrain from any antics, or I shall ensure you regret it." Ding Hao continued on his path, leaving behind a casual remark, "Attend to your own affairs, and leave me be." Observing him walk away, Sun Qianqian seethed with frustration. How dare this insufferable man disregard her? In the ensuing days, Butler's son transformed into a relentless taskmaster, devising increasingly arduous assignments for Ding Hao. One day, he was tasked with cleaning all of the Sun family's antique vases. The next, pruning oddly shaped potted plants. And the day after, clearing blocked drains. Each task was laborious and fraught with traps, as Butler's son awaited Ding Hao's inevitable failure to oust him from the Sun household. Ding Hao faced immense pressure daily. Scarcely finding a moment to rest, he operated like an indefatigable machine, tirelessly executing his responsibilities. Yet, he neither complained nor faltered, for he recognized this as his opportunity to prove his worth. With unwavering determination and a unique aptitude for martial arts, he flawlessly completed every task. For instance, while cleaning the antique vases, he harnessed his inner strength to control the water flow, meticulously cleansing every speck of dirt without causing a single scratch. While pruning the potted plants, his distinctive perspective and technique rendered them even more aesthetically pleasing, surpassing the work of professional gardeners. Even the grimy task of clearing the blocked drains was executed with precision, devoid of any complaints. Butler's son stood agape, utterly astonished as the challenges he devised were effortlessly unraveled by Ding Hao. Frustrated yet powerless, he could only watch as Ding Hao drew closer to the impending deadline. On the final day, Butler's son appeared before Ding Hao with a grim expression. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate. Tomorrow marks the deadline. I hope you can maintain this pace." Ding Hao glanced at him impassively, uttering no words, and returned to his work. Butler's son scoffed, turning to leave. In the stillness of the night, Ding Hao stood alone in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky. "You have done well," a deep voice emerged from behind him. Ding Hao turned to find elder son leaning on his cane, a hint of admiration flickering in his weathered eyes. "You surpass my expectations," elder son remarked slowly. Ding Hao maintained his stoic expression. "I merely fulfilled my obligations." "Young man, do not be overly conspicuous," elder son advised with gravity. "Know when to bow your head. That is the way to survive, I understand." Ding Hao replied succinctly. Elder son nodded, then raised his voice, addressing the members of the Sun family who were gradually entering the courtyard. "From this day forth, Ding Hao is officially a member of the Sun family. No one shall trouble him again." Butler's son's face turned ashen, as though he had swallowed a fly. He had anticipated witnessing Ding Hao's downfall, only to find himself inadvertently becoming a stepping stone to his triumph. This wretched fellow had indeed struck a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Sun Qianqian, who had consistently regarded Ding Hao with contempt, felt a tempest of emotions surging within her. She had not expected this seemingly dull-witted man to achieve such success. Not only had he completed all tasks, but he had also garnered her grandfather's approval. Had she misjudged him all along? Gradually, she approached Ding Hao, the moonlight casting a glow upon her delicate features, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. "I am sorry," she murmured, her voice scarcely above a whisper. Ding Hao, taken aback, regarded the girl who had once been so hostile towards him, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him, and no need for apologies. He replied quietly, "Just focus on your own affairs." Sun Qianqian bit her lip, wanting to say more, yet ultimately remained silent. She cast Ding Hao a lingering glance before turning away. Ding Hao watched her retreating silhouette, his heart a cacophony of conflicting sentiments. This girl, it seemed, was not as intolerable as he had once thought. "Well, look who it is, our useless son-in-law. What, have you risen to become a phoenix?" A mocking voice shattered the tranquility of the night. Sun Chang approached with a disdainful smirk, holding a half-eaten apple, deliberately waving it in front of Ding Hao. TSK, who would have thought you actually had some skills, managing to earn elder son's respect? But don't think this changes anything. In my eyes, you remain a worthless waste with that." He tossed the apple core at Ding Hao. Ding Hao's expression hardened, ready to retaliate, but a figure darted past. Catching the apple core with ease, Sun Chang, elder son, reprimanded sharply. "What do you think you're doing? Ding Hao is now a part of the Sun family. How dare you be so disrespectful?" Sun Chang, taken aback by elder son's sudden ire, dropped the half-eaten apple onto the ground. "Grandfather, I was just joking." He stammered out a joke. "I see nothing but jealousy." Old Master Sun ruthlessly exposed his thoughts, while Ding Hao earned my recognition through his own abilities. "And what about you? Apart from indulging in food, drink, and entertainment, what else can you do?" Sun Chang was mercilessly scolded, his face alternating between shades of green and white, yet he dared not retort, only picking up the apple with a dejected expression before fleeing. Observing Sun Chang's hasty retreat, Ding Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile. At last, he had vented his frustration. Sun Qianqian approached Ding Hao, a hint of apology gracing her features. "Ding Hao, I apologize for what happened earlier." Ding Hao regarded her with calm eyes. Let the past remain in the past. Sun Qianqian was taken aback by his magnanimity, her fondness for him deepening. "Thank you." Ding Hao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that this was merely the beginning. His journey in the realm of martial arts was still long. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. "Congratulations, Ding Hao." Sun Butler had appeared behind him, a facade of insincere smiles plastered across his face. "From now on, we are family." Ding Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, studying the butler's enigmatic smile, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. "By the way," Sun Butler continued as if a thought had just struck him, "the old master instructed me to inform you that starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for—" He paused, a barely perceptible smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. The Garden's Maintenance. Chapter 7. The son-in-law begins to shine. Sun Butler, with a smile devoid of warmth, patted Ding Hao's shoulder. "Well, I have faith in you." Ding Hao subtly evaded his hand, his gaze as profound as an ancient well, concealing his thoughts from view. The following morning, Ding Hao arrived early at the garden. Expecting a leisurely day of trimming flowers and watering plants, he was taken aback when he beheld the area assigned to him. This was no garden. It was a wasteland. Weeds flourished, and stones were strewn about, starkly contrasting the elegance of the garden's other sections. "Young Master Ding, the old master has decreed that this area must be cleaned up by the end of the day." Sun Butler had materialized behind him, a gleam of schadenfreude in his tone. "The tools are right here, ample for your use." He gestured towards a corner where a rusted little hoe and a dilapidated watering can sat, mockery evident on his face. Under the blazing sun, cicadas chirped incessantly in the trees, the air thick with heat. Ding Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, gripping the small hoe firmly, and began to clear the weeds. He harbored no complaints, merely quickening his pace. He understood that this was but a trap set by Sun Butler, yet he felt no fear. During his efforts, Ding Hao unexpectedly discovered several wilted rare spiritual herbs. These herbs were highly sensitive to spiritual energy, withering at the slightest disturbance in their environment. Interesting, Ding Hao mused, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. He settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his internal energy, attuning himself to the essence of the surrounding plants. A strange sensation washed over him. It was as though he could communicate with these plants, sensing their needs. Ding Hao opened his eyes, confidence radiating from him. "It seems I must employ some unique methods." Eschewing traditional pruning, he wielded his fingers like a sword, infusing his energy into the spiritual herbs, unblocking their meridians. In the distance, Sun Butler lurked in the shade, observing Ding Hao's every move. Witnessing him gesturing towards the wilting herbs, he couldn't help but sneer. This kid, could he be suffering from heat stroke? How absurd to flaunt his skills on withered plants. He awaited Ding Hao's humiliation, eager to see him grovel in defeat. However, the ensuing spectacle left him utterly astonished. Golden light flickered from Ding Hao's fingertips, and those once wilted spiritual herbs began to regain their vitality. Sun Butler's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? The golden light flowed like a gentle stream through each herb's veins. The withered leaves visibly stretched and regained their lush green hues. Even more vibrant than before, their blossoms blooming with greater brilliance, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance. Sun Butler, who had anticipated witnessing Ding Hao's folly, now found his jaw nearly hitting the ground. He rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was hallucinating. These were herbs that even the horticultural masters he had hired at great expense failed to revive. Yet, Ding Hao had accomplished this miracle in mere minutes. And they were even more splendid than before. The onlookers, who had previously watched in secret, now emerged, their gasps of astonishment filling the air. "Wow, this is incredible. Is this truly that useless son-in-law? It's simply miraculous." Their gazes towards Ding Hao shifted from disdain to awe. Sun Butler's face turned a deep shade of gray. His plan to embarrass Ding Hao had utterly collapsed. He cleared his throat awkwardly, retreating from the garden in shame. Just then, Sun Qianqian happened to pass by the garden. Spotting Ding Hao diligently working in the revitalized herbs, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, soon followed by a tender smile. She approached Ding Hao and gently inquired, "What are you doing?" Startled by Sun Qianqian's voice, Ding Hao looked up to find her stunning visage so close, causing him to stutter nervously. I'm tending to the garden." Observing Ding Hao's bashful demeanor, Sun Qianqian's lips curled into a slight smile. She found him somewhat endearing. "You revived all these herbs?" "Yes," Ding Hao mumbled, unable to meet her gaze. "Well done," she praised him, an unusual compliment. Before turning to leave, Ding Hao watched her retreating figure, his heart racing. Hidden nearby, Sun Chong witnessed the entire scene, his fists clenched tightly in jealousy. Like a sneaky rat, he lurked in the shadows, his eyes darting as flames of envy surged within him. "This waste dares to flirt with my sister," he fumed, a devious plan forming in his mind. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, Sun Chong stealthily entered the garden, deliberately trampling over the carefully tended herbs. Wreaking havoc in the once orderly space. Feigning surprise, he shouted, "Oh no! How did the garden end up like this?" Ding Hao, Is this how you care for the garden? Hearing the commotion, Sun Butler and several servants rushed over. Upon seeing the ruined garden, Sun Butler immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Ding Hao, scolding, "You, Ding Hao! The old master trusts you so much, and this is how you repay him. I see you have no intention of staying in the Sun family." Ding Hao faced the crowd's accusations with unflinching composure. Calmly, he retrieved a notebook from his pocket, meticulously documenting each herb's growth and his gardening hours. "This is my daily log, clearly detailing the growth status of these herbs and my maintenance efforts. If anyone doubts it, feel free to verify." Skeptical, the onlookers accepted the notebook and began to peruse its contents. Indeed, it contained a clear record, even accounting for minute changes. The damaged plants were clearly trampled only moments ago. Entirely inconsistent with Ding Hao's meticulous records, Sun Butler's complexion darkened. He hadn't anticipated Ding Hao's attentiveness and preparation. Sun Chong was rendered speechless, his carefully plotted scheme laid bare. "Kimph!" Sun Chong scoffed, retreating from the garden in disgrace. Sun Butler, feeling the weight of embarrassment, also made a hasty exit. Ding Hao watched their retreating figures, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that his position within the Sun family was gradually solidifying. Yet greater challenges awaited him. As night fell, the garden lay shrouded in tranquility. Ding Hao strolled alone along the garden path, keenly sensing a faint aura of martial arts hidden within what appeared to be an ordinary garden. He paused, his gaze drawn to a peculiar stone deep within the garden. Was it possible? Chapter 8. The son-in-law explores the garden under the cloak of night. The Sun family garden was enveloped in shadows. The moonlight filtering through the foliage, casting mottled patterns on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, adding a chill to the air. Ding Hao wandered along the garden path, attuned to the subtle martial energy permeating the atmosphere. "This is intriguing," he mused, stroking his chin, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He possessed an innate sensitivity to martial arts, and though this aura was faint, it was sufficient to pique his interest. The surroundings grew increasingly eerie. The darkness concealing unknown dangers. Tio claimed he felt no fear would be disingenuous. After all, he was merely a mortal, his heart racing with trepidation. Yet, the indomitable spirit within him surged forth. "Fear? Nonsense. I am destined to become the strongest man." He inhaled deeply, channeling the energy within him to maintain vigilance. With his unique comprehension of martial arts, Ding Hao could perceive the subtle flow of the faint aura. Cautiously following its direction, he ventured deeper into the garden. As he progressed, the trees became denser and the light dimmer, making him feel as though he had entered a labyrinth, where everything around him appeared strange and uncanny. Holding his breath, he meticulously observed his surroundings, fearful of missing any clue. There it is! A surge of joy filled Ding Hao's heart as he sensed the aura intensifying. He quickened his pace, traversing a thicket until he arrived at a secluded corner of the garden. Bathed in moonlight, a peculiar stone came into view. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns, resembling some ancient script or enigmatic design. As he reached out to touch the stone's markings, an extraordinary force surged into his body, filling him with energy, as if he could unleash astounding power at any moment. What is this? Ding Hao's mind brimmed with curiosity and excitement as he scrutinized the patterns on the stone. Attempting to decipher its mysteries, suddenly, footsteps echoed from a distance. Who is that? Ding Hao spun around, alert, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. The voice emerged from the shadows. "Ding Hao, what are you doing here at this late hour?" It was Sun Qianqian. Having been reading in her room but unable to shake off her concern for Ding Hao, she had ventured out to find him. Observing his intense focus on something, she couldn't help but feel intrigued. The moonlight cast a silvery glow on Ding Hao, enhancing his allure. A warm sensation welled up within Sun Qianqian as she quietly approached, eager to discover what treasure Ding Hao was examining. "What are you looking at?" she inquired softly, her voice as gentle as a feather brushing against one's heart. Startled by her sudden voice, Ding Hao whirled around and, upon realizing it was Sun Qianqian, he let out a sigh of relief. "Oh my, you scared me to death. I thought some blind fool was trying to ambush me." Sun Qianqian shot him a disapproving glance. "You're such a coward. I was worried about you." Though she said this, a sweetness tinged her heart. Ding Hao chuckled bashfully, scratching his head. "I was just trying not to make you worry. I just found this strange stone, and it seems quite interesting." He gestured for Sun Qianqian to take a look. As she approached and examined the stone, she too became captivated by its unusual patterns. I feel like I've seen this stone before, she murmured, furrowing her brow as she strained to recall. They stood close enough to almost feel each other's breath. Under the moonlight, Sun Qianqian's beauty was even more enchanting, leaving Ding Hao momentarily entranced. From his hidden vantage point, Sun Chang seethed with jealousy at the sight. He had originally followed Sun Qianqian to uncover her secret activities, only to stumble upon this scene. Clenching his fists, he inwardly cursed, "Ding Hao, you worthless fool, how dare you seduce my sister?" He stealthily approached the stone, taking advantage of Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian's distraction to pull a small device from his pocket and swiftly affix it to the back of the stone. This device, purchased from a con artist, was rumored to disrupt surrounding spiritual energy, sabotaging a martial artist's cultivation. Having executed his plan, Sun Chang swiftly departed, a sinister grin on his face. Oblivious to Sun Chang's actions, Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian remained engrossed in their own world. "This stone," Sun Qianqian suddenly remarked, "seems to have changed a bit." Ding Hao too felt the difference. The patterns on the stone appeared to have grown more intricate and emitted a faint chill. "What's happening?" Ding Hao furrowed his brow. "I don't know." Sun Qianqian shook her head, a hint of unease creeping into her heart. Suddenly, the patterns on the stone began to shimmer, radiating a dazzling light. "What the hell?" Ding Hao exclaimed. Once the blinding light faded, the patterns on the stone became clearer, exuding a strange, eerie coldness. Ding Hao's brow furrowed deeply. Indeed, there was something amiss with this stone. He reached out to touch it once more, and a wave of cold energy surged through his veins, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Goodness, does this thing have a backlash? Remaining composed, he channeled the energy within him to counteract the cold, simultaneously leveraging his unique understanding of martial arts. He began to observe the changes in the stone's patterns closely. He realized that these markings were not chaotic. Rather, they contained an underlying order, akin to an encrypted martial arts manual. Interesting, Ding Hao mused, a smile creeping onto his lips as excitement flickered in his eyes. He began to harness his energy, methodically repairing the damage inflicted by Sun Chang's device according to the pattern's logic. Sun Chang, watching from the shadows, was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? He can actually repair it. He had believed his device would completely destroy the stone, but to his astonishment, Ding Hao was restoring it, leaving him both shocked and regretful. As Ding Hao continued his work, the patterns on the stone gradually regained their original luster, emanating an even more potent aura. Suddenly, a soft crack echoed as a fissure opened in the center of the stone, from which an ancient book tumbled forth. "Incredible! A manual!" Ding Hao exclaimed, picking up the book with delight. Seeing this, Sun Chang was infuriated, lamenting his foolishness. He had intended to sabotage Ding Hao but had inadvertently bestowed upon him a treasure. As Ding Hao flipped through the manual, he discovered it detailed a martial art known as the Nine Suns Divine Skill. Skimming through the pages, he felt a surge of elation. This is remarkable. The surrounding flora seemed to resonate with the power emanating from the manual, subtly glowing with an otherworldly light. With the manual in hand, Ding Hao immediately began his cultivation. He sat cross-legged, channeling his internal energy, guiding it through his meridians as instructed by the manual. He felt his body brimming with strength, his martial arts realm rapidly ascending, as if he were on the verge of breaking through to the next level. However, Ding Hao did not allow himself to be swept away by joy. He knew that Sun Chang would not relent and would undoubtedly escalate his antagonism. Moreover, the acceptance of his transformation by Sun Qianqian's family remained uncertain. This was merely the beginning. Ding Hao opened his eyes, determination gleaming within them. The game had only just begun. He turned to Sun Qianqian, speaking with conviction. "Qianqian, I must grow stronger. I will protect you and the Sun family." Ding Hao abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze piercing as it swept over the crowd. "You all?" He paused, his eyes landing on the face of the elder Sun Ai. Ding Hao ceased his defense, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Go fabricate charges. What need is there for evidence? Since you have resolved to label my cultivation as malevolent, allow me to demonstrate what true power entails." As his words faded, an aura of energy surged around Ding Hao, erupting forth like a volcano in full blast. The once subtle golden light metamorphosed into a resplendent column of golden radiance. Soaring skyward, The courtyard erupted into chaos, dust and stones swirling, trees swaying violently, as if the apocalypse had descended. What on earth is happening? Sun Chong stood dumbfounded, having envisioned countless scenarios, yet never anticipated that Ding Hao would break through at this moment. The elder son was equally astonished. In his long life, he had never witnessed such an overwhelming presence. He fixed his gaze upon Ding Hao, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Ding Hao hovered in midair, enveloped in golden light, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. He slowly opened his eyes, beams of golden light shooting forth like swords piercing the void. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Ding Hao's aura surged once more. Reaching a new pinnacle, mid-stage of the initial martial realm, he had successfully broken through. As the golden light gradually dissipated, Ding Hao descended gently, his imposing presence receding. He looked at the onlookers, his eyes filled with confidence and dominance. Now, do you still believe I am practicing malevolent arts? The elder son, tears of joy streaming down his face, exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, excellent, truly a worthy son-in-law of the Sun family." He stepped forward, patting Ding Hao's shoulder. "Your performance today has sufficiently proven your character and strength. From this day forward, anyone who dares to question you will be at odds with me." The surrounding crowd fell silent, their gazes towards Ding Hao filled with reverence. Those who had just pointed fingers at him now wished they could disappear into the ground. Sun Chong's face turned pale. He realized he had utterly failed. He had intended to use this opportunity to frame Ding Hao, only to inadvertently elevate him instead. The elder son shot a fierce glare at Sun Chong. "Look at the havoc you have wrought. Hurry and apologize to Ding Hao." Reluctantly, Sun Chong approached Ding Hao, lowering his head to murmur, "I'm sorry." Ding Hao replied coldly, "If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police?" The elder son was so incensed that his beard bristled. "You ungrateful wretch, get back and reflect on your misdeeds." Sun Chong fled like a pardoned criminal. Ding Hao, the elder son regarded him with a gentle expression. "You have suffered." Ding Hao shook his head. "I am fine, grandfather." At that moment, a soft voice broke through. "Ding Hao?" Sun Qianqian approached, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Sun Qianqian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she reached Ding Hao's side, gently taking his hand and whispering, "Ding Hao, you are truly remarkable." Ding Hao grasped her delicate hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, and his heart swelled with warmth. Their gazes locked, unspoken emotions blossoming between them. Merely mid-stage of the initial martial realm, what is there to be proud of? An acerbic voice shattered the tender atmosphere. Sun Chong, lurking behind the crowd, spoke with a hint of jealousy. The elder son shot him a fierce look. "Silence! If you dare to speak out of turn again, you will face the family law." Sun Chong shrank back, too intimidated to utter another word, yet his eyes brimmed with venomous resentment directed at Ding Hao. Ding Hao ignored Sun Chong, gazing skyward, his heart brimming with ambition. Mid-stage of the initial martial realm was merely the beginning. He aspired to grow stronger. He aimed to stand atop this world, safeguarding those he cherished. "Ding Hao," the elder son approached him, speaking earnestly, "your talent is exceedingly rare, but remember, the tallest trees attract the wind. Do not let pride consume you. Continue to strive for excellence." Ding Hao nodded, aware of the elder's good intentions. This world was rife with formidable opponents. His current strength was far from sufficient. "Grandfather, I will work diligently in the ensuing days." Ding Hao immersed himself in rigorous training to solidify his newfound level. Sun Qianqian frequently visited him, and their bond deepened with each encounter. However, the tranquil days did not endure for long. News of Ding Hao's breakthrough spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of other families in the city. A mysterious envelope appeared quietly in Ding Hao's room. Upon opening it, he found a note that read, "Tomorrow at noon, at the abandoned factory west of the city. Do not fail to appear." Ding Hao's expression hardened, a sense of impending danger washing over him. He understood that new challenges awaited him. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. "Who is it?" Ding Hao inquired, his guard up. "It's me, Wang Ma," came the voice from outside. "The master requests your presence in the hall. He has important matters to announce." Ding Hao's heart raced. Could it be? He opened the door and walked into the hall, only to find the Sun family gathered, the atmosphere palpably tense. "Ding Hao, you've arrived," the elder son began, his voice steady. "I have just received some news." Chapter 10. The son-in-law called to the commercial path. The elder son continued. The Lee Group is interested in collaborating with us on a new project, one that is crucial for the Sun family. Therefore, I have decided, he paused, his gaze resting on Ding Hao, to have Ding Hao oversee this collaboration. The moment his words fell, the hall erupted in uproar. What? You want that good-for-nothing to negotiate a partnership? Elder, have you lost your senses? Sun Hao was the first to spring up in opposition, his tone dripping with derision. Indeed, grandfather, entrusting such an important project to a man who lives off others is nothing short of a joke. Other members of the Sun family chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Ding Hao remained expressionless. Ignoring their jeers, he had long grown accustomed to their contempt. Rather than engage in fruitless debates, he preferred to demonstrate his worth through action. Silence. The elder son bellowed, instantly silencing the crowd. My decision is final. It stands as such. Ding Hao approached the elder son, his tone resolute. Grandfather, I will not disappoint you. However, the dissent within the Sun family did not cease as Ding Hao prepared to meet with General Manager Li of the Lee Group. Sun Hao covertly sabotaged him, deliberately leaking the Sun family's bottom line to place Ding Hao at a disadvantage during negotiations. The first meeting with General Manager Li took place at an upscale private club. Li was a rotund man with an oily sheen, clearly a shrewd businessman. He regarded Ding Hao with a condescending sneer. You are the representative sent by the Sun family? I heard you are a live-in son-in-law. Ha! Is the Sun family really that desperate? Ding Hao disregarded Li's provocation, sitting directly across from him and stating plainly, General Manager Li, let us be frank. This collaboration is mutually beneficial, and I hope we can be candid and reach an agreement swiftly. Li was taken aback, evidently surprised by Ding Hao's directness. He chuckled, young man. You have quite the bravado. Do you even know the stakes of this collaboration? Can a man living off others truly make decisions? Ding Hao paid no heed to Li's snide remarks, instead presenting his terms with clarity. He methodically analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the collaboration, proposing a deal that Li could not refuse. As Li listened to Ding Hao's analysis, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a look of seriousness. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man would be so astute and capable. Very well, I accept your terms. Li ultimately acquiesced to Ding Hao's proposal. A faint smile crept onto Ding Hao's lips. Upon exiting the private club, Ding Hao received a call from Sun Qianqian. Ding Hao? How did the negotiations go? Her voice carried a hint of concern. All went smoothly, Ding Hao replied, his tone relaxed. The collaboration has been secured. Really? That's wonderful. Sun Qianqian's voice brimmed with excitement. I knew you could do it. After hanging up, Ding Hao gazed at the sky. Taking a deep breath, he understood that the real challenge was just beginning. Returning to the Sun family, Ding Hao sensed something amiss. Sun Hao was gathered with several elder family members. Whispering among themselves, upon seeing Ding Hao enter, their expressions turned sour. Sun Hao approached Ding Hao, plastering on a false smile. Oh, Ding Hao has returned. I hear you managed to secure the collaboration? Congratulations. Ding Hao regarded Sun Hao's insincere grin. A cold smile forming within him. He knew Sun Hao was up to no good again. Thank you. Ding Hao replied curtly, striding directly toward the elder son. Grandfather, the collaboration has been finalized. Ding Hao reported the situation to the elder son, who nodded in satisfaction. Good. You've worked hard. However, at that moment, an elder of the Sun family interjected. Elder, I've heard that Ding Hao is too demanding at the negotiation table and offended General Manager Li. One elder chimed in, a hint of malice in his tone. Sun Hao immediately seized the opportunity to embellish the tale. I say that right? I have heard that Li turned hostile on the spot. Had it not been for the reputation of the Sun family, he would have likely expelled Ding Hao long ago. The other elders also chimed in, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. Old Master Sun furrowed his brow, casting a sharp gaze over the crowd, and spoke in a deep voice. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Ding Hao, please explain what exactly transpired. Ding Hao maintained a calm demeanor and recounted the negotiations in detail, including how he uncovered Sun Hao's scheme to leak the bottom line and how he adeptly navigated Li's challenges to ultimately secure a cooperation agreement. Utter nonsense. Sun Hao seethed with indignation. You are clearly just making excuses. How could Li possibly agree to your terms? You must have employed some underhanded tactics. Ding Hao replied with a cold smile. If there's anyone who knows whether my methods are underhanded, It would be Mr. himself. If you doubt me, feel free to call and ask him. Sun Hao's expression shifted, and he stammered, unable to respond to at that moment. Mr. Li's secretary, Secretary Liu, entered the room. She walked directly to Old Master Sun and respectfully stated, Mr. Sun, Mr. Li asked me to extend his greetings to you and to express his gratitude for sending Mr. Ding to discuss the collaboration. Mr. Li holds Mr. Ding's talents in high regard and hopes for more opportunities to work together in the future. Secretary Liu's words undoubtedly vindicated Ding Hao and delivered a sharp blow to Sun Hao. Sun Hao's face turned ashen, leaving him speechless. At the negotiation venue, several thugs arranged by Boss Zhang attempted to steal Mr. Li's briefcase amidst the chaos. Ding Hao, quick on his feet, swiftly subdued the intruders. He didn't make a scene, but quietly returned the briefcase to Mr. Li. This moment was witnessed by Secretary Liu, who grew even more impressed with Ding Hao's skills and character. After the gathering concluded, Secretary Liu approached Ding Hao and smiled, saying, Mr. Ding, your prowess is truly remarkable. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Ding Hao responded with a faint smile. It was merely a trivial effort. After a brief hesitation, Secretary Liu continued, Mr. Ding, would you be interested in transferring to Li Corporation? Mr. Li holds you in very high esteem. Ding Hao paused for a moment before politely declining Secretary Liu's gracious offer. He understood that his foremost duty now was to assist the Sun family through this crisis. Upon returning to the Sun residence, Ding Hao discovered Sun Qianqian waiting for him at the door. Upon seeing his return, a subtle concern crossed her face. You're back? Having learned of Ding Hao's remarkable negotiation skills, even managing to outwit the wily Mr. Li, Sun Qianqian felt admiration, though she maintained her aloof demeanor. Humph, you were just lucky. However, the way she furtively glanced at Ding Hao revealed a tenderness she herself was unaware of. What kind of man was Ding Hao? He possessed extraordinary martial skills and keen insight. Such subtle changes in expressions were easily noticed by him. And why, dear wife? Inconsistency in words and actions is not a good habit, you know, Ding Hao teased, flashing a charming smirk. Having suffered a setback, Boss Zhang certainly would not let the matter rest. With a sinister smile, he thought, you want to play games with me? You're still too inexperienced. Thus, Boss Zhang employed the same trick again, embedding a trap within the contract, eagerly awaiting Ding Hao to fall into it. The contract was filled with convoluted clauses, akin to a foot-binding cloth, rendering most people dizzy upon reading it. Mr. Ding, if you find no issues with this contract, let us proceed with the signing. Boss Zhang feigned a smile, internally reveling in his triumph. Let us see how you escape this time. Ding Hao took the contract and began to peruse it at a leisurely pace. His speed akin to that of a snail. Boss Zhang, growing increasingly anxious, nearly leapt forward to assist him in flipping the pages. Just as Boss Zhang was on the brink of losing his patience, Ding Hao suddenly halted, pointing to a particular clause. Boss Zhang, isn't the definition of force majeure a bit too broad? If a meteor were to strike the Earth one day, would that also be considered force majeure? Boss Zhang's smile instantly froze, as though he had swallowed a fly. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, casting skeptical glances at him. Boss Zhang stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Ding Hao's maneuver had effectively left him without a leg to stand on. Utterly humiliated. Though the immediate crisis had been averted, Ding Hao understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Boss Zhang would not relent, and the treacherous Sun Hao would seize any opportunity to cause disruption. This is just the beginning, Ding Hao murmured to himself, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Sun Hao stealthily approached an elder of the Sun family, whispering conspiratorially, Uncle, I have something to tell you. Chapter 11. The son-in-law entrapped in a web of conspiracy. Sun Hao leaned closer to his second uncle's ear, speaking in a mysterious tone. Second uncle, I've heard that Ding Hao has been in contact with our competitor, Boss Zhang. You think he intentionally left his sentence unfinished, creating a space for speculation? Second uncle Sun frowned, casting a suspicious glance at Ding Hao. This seed of doubt swiftly spread within the Sun family. Meanwhile, Ding Hao and Mr. Li's negotiations reached a fever pitch. Boss Zhang suddenly presented a seemingly mutually beneficial proposal, with conditions so generous they were almost unbelievable to Mr. Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly enticed by this tempting offer. He rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, Indeed, Boss Zhang is quite magnanimous. This proposal is nothing short of a beacon of integrity in the industry. Ding Hao, maintaining an impassive exterior, accepted the proposal and quickly skimmed through it, a barely perceptible cold smile forming on his lips. This was far from a win-win collaboration. It was a meticulously crafted trap. On the surface, it appeared that both parties would profit, but in reality, all the risks were shifted onto Mr. Li, while Boss Zhang would walk away unscathed. Even more insidious was the fact that if Mr.Li signed this contract, it would effectively imply an acknowledgement of flaws in Ding Hao's prior proposal, thereby obliterating Ding Hao's standing within the Sun family. Mr. Li, this proposal seems enticing, but have you considered Ding Hao began to reveal the underlying pitfalls, only to be cut off impatiently by Mr.Li. Ding Hao, I understand you're young and eager to make your mark, but the business world is akin to a battlefield. Sometimes one must act decisively. Boss Zhang's proposal is excellent. Why hesitate? Mr. Li, Ding Hao attempted to explain, but he noticed several elders from the Sun family scrutinizing him, clearly having been swayed by Sun Hao's rumors. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Ding Hao felt as if he were a prey ensnared in a spider's web. Unable to move, Boss Zhang chuckled with smug satisfaction, as if envisioning Ding Hao's impending disgrace. Mr. Li, this opportunity is fleeting. Do not let it slip away, he urged, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Ding Hao took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He silently circulated his internal energy, a warm current spreading throughout his body. The game had only just begun, he whispered to himself, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Boss Zhang, are you certain this proposal is without flaws? Ding Hao suddenly interjected, his tone icy. Ding Hao's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scanning every word in the contract. As he channeled his internal energy, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The dry legal terms transformed before his eyes into a series of offensive and defensive maneuvers, revealing the interplay of strengths and weaknesses. He could see through Boss Zhang's trap as clearly as if he had detected a flaw in an opponent's martial arts technique. Boss Zhang's proposal is indeed grand, Ding Hao stated coldly, enunciating each word deliberately, grand enough to nearly hollow out Mr.Li's company. He forcefully slammed the contract onto the table. This third clause, while seemingly advantageous, harbors hidden perils. Should the market fluctuate, Mr. Li will bear all losses. He pointed to another section, and this seventh clause, which appears to promote equitable cooperation, actually binds Mr.Li's capital, rendering it immobile. The crowd erupted in astonishment, while Mr.Li's previously elated expression darkened with gravity as he pondered Ding Hao's words, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Boss Zhang's complexion turned a shade of ashen, as if he had consumed something foul. You're spouting nonsense, Boss Zhang barked in humiliation. My proposal has been validated by experts. How could there be any issues? Experts? Which experts? Let them step forward, Ding Hao retorted with a sneer. I have a revised proposal that not only mitigates risks but also guarantees at least a 15% increase in Mr.Li's profits. As he spoke, he produced a document from his pocket and handed it to Mr. Li. Accepted the document and began to read it carefully. His expression shifted from one of concern to surprise, ultimately transforming into sheer joy. Brilliant. This is truly remarkable. Ding Hao, you are a treasure, he exclaimed, excitedly patting Ding Hao on the shoulder. This proposal is 100 times better than Boss Zhang's. Secretary Liu gazed at Ding Hao, admiration shimmering in her eyes. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable son-in-law possessed such depth and capability. Boss Zhang's countenance was beyond ashen. It was downright ghastly. He glared at Ding Hao with venom, gritting his teeth. You will pay for this. Ding Hao merely smiled faintly. Unfazed, he turned to Mr. Li and said, Mr. Li, may our cooperation be fruitful. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out from outside the door. Ding Hao. The voice abruptly halted. Sun Xianqian stood at the entrance of the conference room, initially intending to reprimand Ding Hao. After all, in her eyes, as a son-in-law by marriage, Ding Hao's failure to secure a partnership with General Manager Li would only bring disgrace to the Sun family. However, she never anticipated that she would overhear Ding Hao, akin to Zhuge Liang incarnate, completely unraveling Boss Zhang's insidious schemes, while effortlessly presenting General Manager Li with an impeccably crafted cooperation proposal. Could this truly be the same man she regarded as nothing more than a talentless and clumsy son-in-law? Sun Xianqian stood frozen, her beautiful eyes flickering with surprise, curiosity, and even a trace of admiration that she herself was unaware of. Stealthily, she retreated, her heart racing like a startled fawn. "What is happening to me?" she murmured to herself, covering her chest in a slight panic. How could I feel this way about him? On the other side, Sun Hao's face turned a shade of blue with rage. He had initially believed Ding Hao was doomed, but to his astonishment, the latter had executed a stunning counterattack, not only remaining in the Sun family but also gaining General Manager Li's newfound respect. Damn it! Why does this guy have such good luck? Sun Hao slammed his hand down on the table, an expression of deep resentment clouding his features. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Boss Zhang. Our plan has failed." "Yes, it's that Ding Hao. He somehow got hold of a better proposal and has completely bewildered General Li. I can't swallow this humiliation. We must join forces and utterly ruin him." On the other end, Boss Zhang seethed with anger, his voice dripping with malice. "Rest assured, young Master Sun, I have long prepared a backup plan. This time, I will ensure he suffers irreparably." Ding Hao emerged from the conference room, exhaling a long sigh of relief. He understood that this battle was merely the beginning. The alliance between Sun Hao and Boss Zhang would undoubtedly stir up greater turmoil. However, he felt no fear. Clenching his fists, a glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. "Want to play? I'll accompany you to the end." Just then, his phone vibrated, revealing an anonymous message. "Tonight at 8 p.m., room 308, Jinbi Huihuang KTV. There are matters you wish to know." Ding Hao furrowed his brow slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he replied with a single word. "Good." He then pocketed his phone and gazed into the distance, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Someone was about to face calamity, he whispered to himself. Chapter 12. The son-in-law's counterattack and signing the contract in room 308 of the Jinbi Huihuang KTV. The air was thick with smoke, a decadent atmosphere pervading the space. Clad in simple casual attire, Ding Hao felt utterly out of place in this opulent environment. He sat quietly in a corner, observing everything around him. Before long, Sun Hao and Boss Zhang entered, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. "Ding the son-in-law, I didn't expect you to truly dare to come." Sun Hao mocked, his eyes brimming with derision. Boss Zhang, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, patted Ding Hao on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Ding, we meet again. You must perform well in this cooperation." Ding Hao cast them a blank stare and replied impassively, "Cut the nonsense. Speak directly about what you want." The next day, under the bright sunshine, Ding Hao appeared in General Manager Li's office, impeccably dressed in a suit. What was supposed to be a victorious signing ceremony was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. "Ding Hao, I hear you've accepted Boss Zhang's benefits," General Manager Li stated bluntly, his tone icy. Ding Hao's heart sank, instantly realizing he had fallen into a trap. He glanced at Sun Hao, who wore a self-satisfied grin. "General Li, please let me explain." "Explain what?" "The evidence is irrefutable." Sun Hao produced several photographs, revealing Ding Hao drinking with Boss Zhang at the KTV, alongside a stack of cash. "These are fabricated," Ding Hao roared. But his defense sounded feeble. General Li's expression darkened, suspicion growing in his eyes. "Ding Hao, I am quite disappointed. I initially thought you were a talent, but it seems Boss Zhang interjected with embellishments. General Li, how could we cooperate with someone like this? What if he leaks our business secrets?" Sun Hao, reveling in his triumph, taunted, "Ding Hao, you might as well go back to the Sun family and embrace your fate as a worthless son-in-law." Ding Hao clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. He understood he must remain calm and find evidence to turn the tide. Taking a deep breath, he fixed a piercing gaze on Sun Hao and Boss Zhang, declaring resolutely, "Do you really think this is enough to defeat me? The game has only just begun." He abruptly stood, seizing the contract from the table. "General Li, please trust me. Give me 3 days and I will prove my innocence." General Li hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded. Ding Hao turned to leave, casting a confident silhouette behind him. "3 days? Let us see how you fare after 3 days." Sun Hao sneered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Once outside the office, Ding Hao pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Help me check the surveillance footage from room 308 of Jinbi Huihuang KTV." He paused, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "I want the unfiltered version." After obtaining the surveillance footage, Ding Hao analyzed it frame by frame. Indeed, the video had been tampered with. Although the KTV's lighting was dim, He keenly noticed that the shadow of the cash in the photographs did not align with the surrounding environment. "Do they take me for a fool?" Ding Hao scoffed. He quickly contacted a technical expert to restore the photographs, and indeed, the cash had vanished, replaced by blank sheets of paper. But he did not stop there. Ding Hao knew that merely proving the photographs were forged was insufficient. He had to uncover Boss Zhang's true misdeeds. He began investigating Boss Zhang's company and utilized some special channels, swiftly uncovering serious financial fraud and tax evasion within Zhang's business. "So, you want to play dirty, Boss Zhang?" A cold glint flashed in Ding Hao's eyes. 3 days later, the signing ceremony was once again underway. Sun Hao and Boss Zhang wore smug expressions, as if they could already see Ding Hao's impending disgrace. General Li's face was grave, his gaze lingering on Ding Hao for several seconds. Unfazed, Ding Hao pulled out a USB drive and inserted it into the projector. "General Li, please take a look." On the screen appeared the complete surveillance footage from the KTV. Alongside evidence of Boss Zhang's financial fraud, General Li's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with rage as he turned to Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang's face went pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "This is fake. Ding Hao is framing me," he stammered in panic. Ding Hao chuckled derisively. "Framing? Boss Zhang, do you think you're the only one who can play this game?" He then turned to Sun Hao. "And you, Sun Hao, did you think I was unaware of your collusion with Zhang?" Sun Hao's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. General Li took a deep breath, admiration shining in his gaze as he looked at Ding Hao. "Ding Hao, you truly did not disappoint me." He picked up the contract and solemnly signed his name. "May our cooperation be fruitful." News of the contract signing rippled through the Sun family, creating a stir. Relatives who had previously mocked Ding Hao now regarded him with newfound respect. Sun Qianqian stood by the window, observing the spirited Ding Hao below, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Miss Sun, I wish to discuss Ding Hao with you." Having signed the contract, Ding Hao let out a sigh of relief, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease. The intense days of investigation had left him physically and mentally drained. But the outcome was worth it. He gazed up at the sky, clear and cloudless, his mood mirroring the bright expanse above. That moment, Sun Qianqian's phone buzzed, disrupting her thoughts. "Miss Sun, I wish to discuss Ding Hao with you." On the other end, a slightly hoarse female voice introduced herself as Zhao Qing, expressing gratitude toward Ding Hao, even hinting at admiration. Sun Qianqian instinctively tightened her grip on the phone, a wave of bitterness washing over her. Although she had always maintained a lukewarm attitude toward Ding Hao, hearing another woman praise him stirred discomfort within her. Simultaneously, Ding Hao's phone rang. It was Secretary Liu. "Mr. Ding, congratulations. The cooperation has been finalized, and generally holds you in high regard." Secretary Liu's voice carried a hint of delight, laced with a barely perceptible shyness. Ding Hao politely responded to a few remarks, but fell into contemplation after hanging up. He understood that with his rise, he would face even more challenges, not only in his career but also in matters of the heart. He had always found it difficult to decipher Sun Qianqian's thoughts, and now another woman named Zhao Qing had emerged, adding to his headaches. That evening, Ding Hao returned to the Sun family, only to sense an unusual tension in the air. Sun Hao was gathered with several younger relatives of the Sun family. Speaking in hushed tones, upon noticing Ding Hao's arrival, their eyes brimmed with hostility. Ding Hao chose to disregard them, striding directly toward his room. "Ding Hao, stop right there." Sun Hao suddenly called out, "Do you think signing a contract makes you important? Don't forget, you're just a son-in-law." Ding Hao halted his steps, turning to face Sun Hao, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "And so what? At the very least, I am far superior to those who merely resort to cunning schemes." Sun Hao's face turned ashen with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Ignoring him, Ding Hao pushed the door open and entered the room. He walked to the window, gazing into the night, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He was acutely aware that Sun Hao would not relent. A greater challenge loomed ahead. Suddenly, a knock echoed on the door. "Ding Hao, it's me, Sun Qianqian," came her hesitant voice from outside. Chapter 13. The predicament of the son-in-law. Ding Hao opened the door to find Sun Qianqian standing there, her expression one of complexity. "Is there something you need?" Ding Hao inquired, his tone flat. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Qianqian replied, "Grandfather is looking for you." Ding Hao nodded and followed her to the study of the elderly patriarch. The old man wore a grave expression and spoke plainly. "Ding Hao, the family is currently experiencing some financial difficulties, and your projects? Ding Hao instantly grasped the meaning behind the elder's words. This was an attempt to curtail his resources. A cold sneer formed in his heart. Was this not a ploy of Sun Hao? Understood, Ding Hao replied, choosing not to argue. He realized that any words at this juncture would be futile. Upon leaving the study, Ding Hao felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. The internal constraints from the Sun family, compounded by external pressures from Boss Zhang, had driven him to the brink of despair. The following day, Ding Hao arrived at the agreed-upon location to negotiate with General Manager Lis. Demeanor was markedly frosty. His words laced with skepticism. "Mr. Ding, I must exercise caution regarding the recent rumors surrounding you," he stated. Ding Hao recognized the hand of Boss Zhang in this, yet he remained composed, presenting a new proposal in an effort to salvage the situation. "General Manager Li, these are nothing more than malicious slanders from competitors. I can demonstrate my capabilities through tangible actions," Ding Hao argued earnestly. After a brief silence, Li declared, "I will grant you 3 days to present a more compelling proposal. Otherwise, we shall have to terminate our collaboration." Exiting the conference room, Ding Hao felt utterly drained. He returned to the Sun residence only to discover that his office had been completely cleared out, all documents removed. Sun Hao stood at the doorway, a smug expression on his face. "Ding Hao, did you truly believe you could turn the tide?" Ding Hao ignored him, turning toward the storage room. He knew it was not yet the time for retaliation. He needed to bide his moment. Inside the storage space, as he sifted through the discarded papers, his gaze shone with an unusual brightness. He recalled his early days at the Sun family, when he worked as a menial laborer. During that time, he quietly observed everything about the Sun household, each individual's habits, every procedural detail, until he was well versed in them all. A faint smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself, "Ah, so these things hold such utility." As he rummaged through the files, these documents, which he had organized countless times before, now transformed into tools for his counterattack. He remembered how those seemingly mundane tasks allowed him access to various family documents, granting him insight into the operations of the Sun family and the broader business landscape. Now, these insights had become his trump card. He noted several overlooked details, ordinary financial transactions and inconspicuous meeting records, that shimmered with newfound significance in his eyes. He astutely identified several irregular cash flows, all leading to a shell company, and to his astonishment, the registrant of this company turned out to be a relative of Boss Zhang. "Ah, how intriguing," Ding Hao chuckled coldly. Realizing Boss Zhang had indeed gone to great lengths to orchestrate his downfall, he continued digging deeper, uncovering evidence of Zhang's fabricated rumors as a coherent chain of events gradually unfolded. Meanwhile, Sun Qianqian kept a watchful eye on Ding Hao's progress. Observing him being cornered by Sun Hao, her heart was a tumult of emotions. She recognized Ding Hao's capabilities, yet the pressures from the Sun family and external forces left her anxious about his future. She yearned to assist him but was constrained by familial pride and pressures, leaving her to silently support him from the shadows. Ding Hao, undeterred by the Sun family's exclusion, immersed himself fully in his investigation. Utilizing his understanding of the Sun family's operations, he cleverly evaded Sun Hao's surveillance while secretly gathering evidence. He knew that possessing irrefutable proof was the key to delivering a decisive blow and reclaiming his standing. 3 fleeting days passed, and Ding Hao reappeared in General Manager Li's office. This time exuding confidence, he presented the documents in his hand to Li. "General Manager, I believe these will change your perspective." Li accepted the files, quickly scanning their contents, his expression growing increasingly serious. He raised his gaze to meet Ding Hao's, astonishment and admiration evident in his eyes. "Mr. Ding, you have truly surpassed my expectations." Ding Hao smiled faintly. At that moment, Sun Hao was triumphantly reporting Ding Hao's dismal state to the elderly patriarch. "Grandfather, Ding Hao's project has completely failed. General Manager Li has terminated our collaboration." The elder nodded, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. However, just then, a sudden, urgent knocking shattered the tranquility of the study. "Sir, we have a situation." The secretary rushed in, panic-stricken. "General Manager Li is here," and he brought a lawyer. The elderly patriarch and Sun Hao were both taken aback. General Manager Li had come in person, accompanied by a lawyer. What could this mean? Was Ding Hao's misstep now leading to accountability? Sun Hao's heart leapt with joy. Surely, this spelled the end for Ding Hao. With a formidable entourage, General Manager Li strode into the Sun family's residence, making his way directly to the patriarch's study. Sun Hao followed closely behind, a malicious grin on his face, as though he could already envision Ding Hao's disgrace. "Good day, Mr. Sun," General Manager Li greeted with utmost respect, his demeanor a stark contrast to before. "I apologize for the intrusion. I am here to formally sign the collaboration agreement with your esteemed company, specifically with Mr. Ding." Both the elderly patriarch and Sun Hao stood in stunned silence. "What is happening? A collaboration agreement? Was it not stated that our partnership was terminated?" Li smiled and clarified, "There was indeed a misunderstanding. Thanks to Mr. Ding's keen insight, not only has he uncovered the malicious schemes of our competitors, but he has also saved our company from incurring significant losses." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Sun Hao. Some individuals, in their pursuit of goals, truly resort to unscrupulous means. Sun Hao's face drained of color. He understood that Li's words were directed at him. He opened his mouth to protest, but found himself speechless. After signing the agreement, General Manager Li prepared to take his leave. At the door, he paused, turning back to Ding Hao. "Mr. Ding, your talents extend far beyond this. I hope we can explore more opportunities for collaboration in the future." With that, he departed with the lawyer and his entourage. The elderly patriarch regarded Ding Hao with a complex expression. He had never anticipated that this son-in-law, whom he had consistently underestimated, possessed such remarkable capabilities. Ding Hao, however, did not allow himself to revel in joy. Boss Zhang's schemes remained unresolved, and the internal pressures from the Sun family still loomed large. His journey was far from over. Sun Hao's face darkened. He could not fathom how Ding Hao had managed to turn the tables. Returning to his room, he dialed a number. "Boss Zhang, the plan has failed." "That kid Ding Hao actually?" A cold voice responded from the other end. "I understand. It seems we must intensify our efforts." Ding Hao returned to the storage room, continuing to sort through the remaining documents. He knew that the real challenge was only just beginning. As he picked up a file, he suddenly noticed an inconspicuous line of text, causing his pupils to constrict. What does this mean? Chapter 14. The son-in-law's counterattack. Ding Hao returned to the storage room, his mind far from tranquil despite his outward composure. General Manager Li's overtures felt more like the calm before a storm. Rubbing his temples, he locked away the document bearing the peculiar handwriting in a drawer. His instincts warned him that Boss Zhang would not relent easily. True to his intuition, as soon as Ding Hao stepped out of the Sun residence, a palpable sense of danger began to close in around him. Turning into a secluded alley, he found his path blocked by a group of young thugs with bleached hair and garish attire. "Kid, someone paid us to teach you a lesson?" The leader sneered, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Ding Hao glanced at them, estimating around 7 or 8 individuals, armed with steel pipes and wooden clubs, clearly not a friendly bunch. Boss Zhang is quite impatient, Ding Hao thought with a cold smile, maintaining an impassive facade. He was curious to see what these lowly thugs could accomplish. "Enough chatter. Kneel and apologize if you know what's good for you," the thug leader threatened. But before he could finish, Ding Hao's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, one that sent an involuntary shiver down their spines. "What if I don't?" Ding Hao replied, his tone calm yet laced with provocation. "Then you'll get a taste of our wrath," the thugs shouted as they charged at him, swinging their pipes and clubs with howling ferocity. Just as they were about to strike, Ding Hao vanished inexplicably. Where did he go? The thugs stood bewildered, scanning their surroundings, but Ding Hao is nowhere to be found. "I'm right here," a chilling voice echoed from behind them. The thugs abruptly turned around, only to find Ding Hao standing there. A peculiar smile still lingering on his lips, like a phantom, Ding Hao weaved effortlessly among the ruffians. He did not employ any intricate techniques. Rather, he simply blocked and countered, precisely striking each thug's acupoints with perfect timing. "Ouch, ouch!" The cries of anguish rang out in succession as the thugs clutched their stomachs, arms, and legs, crumpling to the ground in agony, resembling a heap of boiled shrimp. In a mere few minutes, this once menacing group of thugs had been thoroughly defeated. Ding Hao clapped his hands, wearing an expression of ease. "Is that all?" He cast a disdainful glance at the thugs sprawled on the ground. "Go back and inform Boss Zhang to send someone more formidable next time." This scene was fortuitously witnessed by several passers-by, who promptly pulled out their phones to record the incident and uploaded the video online. The title boldly proclaimed, "Mysterious Master Brutally Defeats Thugs on the Streets. Unbelievable Skills." The video quickly gained traction on the internet, with views and comments skyrocketing. This guy is incredible. He is like a martial arts master. Is this a movie? The movements are so fluid. Can anyone tell me who this extraordinary figure is? I want to learn from him. Li Zong also caught sight of the video. Initially, he had perceived Ding Hao as merely a somewhat clever son-in-law, but he was astonished to discover such remarkable prowess. He stroked his chin, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. It seemed that Ding Hao was far more interesting than he had imagined. Upon returning to the Sun residence, Ding Hao made his way directly to the study. He took out the documents provided by Li Zong and scrutinized them meticulously. He regarded business negotiations as a martial contest, akin to skilled fighters sparring, requiring insight into the opponent's moves and the identification of their vulnerabilities. He closed his eyes, mentally simulating the contents of the documents. Much like rehearsing martial arts techniques, he continuously deduced and sought the weaknesses in Boss Zhang's schemes, as if searching for the enemy's vital points. At last, he found it. Ding Hao abruptly opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. Boss Zhang, I have discovered your weakness. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, Miss Xiao. I would like to request your assistance. On the other end, Miss Xiao's voice was hesitant. Mr. Ding. This matter. Ding Hao interrupted her. Don't worry. I want to put you in a difficult position. I just need your cooperation. The Zhao he contacted was the young woman he had rescued that day. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ding Hao explained his purpose, and after a moment of hesitation, she agreed. It turned out that Zhao's father was a well-known lawyer in the industry, particularly adept at handling commercial disputes. Simultaneously, Sun Qianqian had heard about Ding Hao's street confrontation with the thugs. The image of Ding Hao's agile, decisive movements lingered in her mind. This fool actually possesses some skill, she thought. A smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips, her heart sweetened like honey. The next day, Ding Hao arrived at Li Zong's office accompanied by Miss Zhao and her father, armed with the prepared evidence. Boss Zhang had also arrived early, engaged in light-hearted banter with Li Zong. Upon seeing Ding Hao enter, a fleeting look of panic crossed Boss Zhang's face, quickly replaced by composure. Oh, Mr. Ding has arrived. I thought you had gone into hiding. Boss Zhang remarked with a condescending tone. I am here. Am I not? Ding Hao replied with a slight smile, his eyes glimmering with coldness. Li Zong, I have some documents I would like you to review. Ding Hao handed over a file. Li Zong took the file and began to peruse it intently. The document meticulously detailed Boss Zhang's devious plots, including bribing thugs to attack Ding Hao and fabricating documents to frame him. All supported by irrefutable evidence. Li Zong's expression darkened as he raised his head to glare at Boss Zhang. What do you have to say for yourself, Boss Zhang? Boss Zhang's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had not anticipated that Ding Hao could uncover such concrete evidence. Li Zong, let me explain. Boss Zhang attempted to defend himself, but was cut off. There's no need for explanations. The facts speak for themselves. Li Zong furiously slammed the document onto the table. Our company will not collaborate with someone who resorts to unscrupulous methods, with Boss Zhang's scheme exposed. His reputation lay in tatters, and the partnership was irrevocably dissolved. Li Zong promptly decided to collaborate with Ding Hao, now regarding his talents with newfound respect. A smirk played on Ding Hao's lips as he cast a glance at Sun Hao, who was trembling in the corner, his eyes betraying a hint of coldness. Sun Hao, it's time we settled our accounts. He slowly approached Sun Hao, a piece of paper mysteriously appearing in his hand. Chapter 15. The son-in-law's triumph shakes the family. The paper fluttered before Sun Hao's eyes, his complexion turning ghostly pale, his legs quivering. The document contained damning evidence of his collusion with Boss Zhang, detailing how he had leaked Sun family's business secrets and profited from them, among other shocking revelations. Sun Hao, what do you have to say for yourself? Ding Hao's voice resonated like a judgment from hell, each word striking at Sun Hao's heart. Sun Hao stammered, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. He had never anticipated that Ding Hao would possess such comprehensive evidence. Li Zong and Secretary Liu observed the scene in astonishment. Both taken aback by Ding Hao's tactics, Li Zong silently rejoiced in his decision to ally with Ding Hao, for the consequences of not doing so would have been dire. Secretary Liu regarded Ding Hao with admiration, tinged with a subtle affection. This commercial negotiation concluded with Ding Hao's unequivocal victory. The news returned to the Sun family, bringing great joy to the elder son, who praised Ding Hao highly. Sun Qianqian gazed at Ding Hao, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of surprise, appreciation, and an indescribable sentiment. However,
The matter did not end there. Upon learning of Boss Zhang's failure, Sun Hao, like a cornered beast, prepared for a final stand. Fully aware of his precarious position within the Sun family after his crimes were exposed, he maliciously approached the elder son, embellishing tales of Ding Hao damaging the family's interests during the negotiation, falsely claiming Ding Hao had colluded with Boss Zhang to ensnare him. Upon hearing this, the elder son was enraged, directing immense pressure toward Ding Hao. Ding Hao, is what Sun Hao says true? His authoritative voice echoed in the hall, an invisible weight bearing down on Ding Hao. Ding Hao maintained his composure, responding to the elder son's inquiry with neither subservience nor defiance. Grandfather, what Sun Hao claims is purely slander. I have never engaged in any actions detrimental to the Sun family. Sun Hao scoffed from the side. Still pretending? Do you think no one knows about your underhanded dealings? He vividly concocted tales of Ding Hao's alleged transgressions, speaking as if he had witnessed them firsthand. The elder son's expression darkened. His gaze towards Ding Hao filled with doubt. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, as taut as a stretched string, ready to snap at any moment. Ding Hao scanned the surroundings, realizing he must swiftly produce evidence to prove his innocence. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke, "Grandfather, I know you may not believe what I say now," but he paused, retrieving a USB drive from his pocket. "This contains something I wish for you to see." Ding Hao plugged the USB into the computer, and a recording filled the hall. The recording revealed Sun Hao and Boss Zhang conspiring against Ding Hao and discussing how to divide the Sun family's interests. The evidence was indisputable. Sun Hao's face turned as white as a sheet, realizing his doom was imminent. "This is fabricated. Ding Hao is framing me." Sun Hao struggled in a final act of defiance. Though his voice trembled, lacking conviction, the elder son gazed at Sun Hao, filled with disappointment and fury. "Wretched child, do you have anything else to say?" Sun Hao collapsed to the ground, knowing that no amount of argument would save him. "Grandfather, I have other evidence." Ding Hao produced another document, meticulously detailing Sun Hao's misconduct within the Sun family over the years, including embezzlement and bribery, each accusation supported by irrefutable evidence. The elder son trembled with rage as he examined the document, shocked to discover the depths of betrayal from the grandson he had trusted. "Someone, lock up Sun Hao," the elder son commanded, and Sun Hao was swiftly dragged away. The atmosphere in the hall lightened considerably, and the members of the Sun family began to look at Ding Hao with newfound respect and gratitude, shifting from suspicion and disdain to admiration. At that moment, Li Zong, accompanied by Secretary Liu, personally arrived at the Sun family to sign a partnership agreement with Ding Hao. This contract held immense significance for the Sun family, promising not only substantial economic benefits but also an elevation of their status and influence. "Mr. Ding, may our collaboration be fruitful." Li Zong grasped Ding Hao's hand, beaming with joy. "Indeed, may our collaboration be fruitful," Ding Hao replied, returning the smile. The elder son observed this exchange with a heart full of emotion. He had never anticipated that the son-in-law he had once looked down upon could bring such immense honor to the Sun family. "Ding Hao, you have done exceptionally well," old master Sun gently patted Ding Hao's shoulder, his gaze brimming with admiration. The members of the Sun family also flocked to congratulate Ding Hao, who had emerged as a hero among them. Sun Qianqian watched Ding Hao, surrounded by admirers, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She bit her lips softly and turned to leave the hall. Standing still for a long while, Sun Qianqian observed Ding Hao basking in the limelight, as if he radiated his own brilliance. Her initially intricate feelings began to soften, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Jealousy? It had long dissipated as Ding Hao repeatedly resolved crises, showcasing his remarkable abilities. In its place blossomed an ineffable sense of admiration, even affection. Taking a deep breath, she marched towards Ding Hao with resolute steps. "Ding Hao," Sun Qianqian's voice was gentle yet carried a note of determination. "Congratulations." Ding Hao turned to her, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Thank you." Sun Qianqian's gaze lingered on his face, filled with tenderness, yet she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to begin. The atmosphere became subtly charged. Meanwhile, Sun Hao, escorted by the family servants, passed through the bustling hall. Observing Ding Hao's spirited demeanor and contrasting it with his own disheveled state, he felt a tumult of emotions. Once the pride of the Sun family, he now found himself a mere captive. the stark disparity threatening to shatter his composure. The very Ding Hao he had once deemed an eyesore now stood atop the pinnacle, receiving accolades from all. This jarring contrast pierced his pride like a sharp blade. His standing within the Sun family had plummeted to such depths that even the servants dared mock him in stark contrast. Ding Hao had become the favored son of the Sun family. Revered by all, standing at the center of the Sun family courtyard, a gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a refreshing chill. He surveyed the faces of those who had once regarded him with disdain, now brimming with respect and gratitude, stirring a surge of boldness within him. He understood that all of this was hard-earned, a testament to his intellect and strength. Raising his gaze to the heavens, he beheld the star-studded night sky, seemingly heralding a future replete with infinite possibilities. Clenching his fists, he felt no fear, for he believed that with relentless effort, he could forge an even more splendid future. This is merely the beginning, Ding Hao murmured to himself with a slight smile. Suddenly, a voice shattered the tranquility of the night. Ding Hao, you have done well. Old Master Sun approached, leaning on his cane, his eyes laden with unspoken meaning. The Sun family faces more than mere trifles. Chapter 16. The return of the son-in-law challenges the threshold. Old Master Sun's murky eyes sparkled with a sharp glint, his tone laced with an undertone of scrutiny. Ding Hao, this collaboration project is of great significance, pivotal to the future development of the Sun family. You must seize this opportunity. Ding Hao nodded slightly, his heart undisturbed, though his demeanor remained calm and unruffled. Rest assured, Old Master, I understand the gravity of the situation. Within the grand residence of the Sun family, a buzz of gossip filled the air. Akin to a swarm of flies buzzing around, he merely had a stroke of luck last time. This project's complexity, can he truly handle it? Indeed, a mere son-in-law, yet he thinks himself a person of consequence. These harsh words did not escape Ding Hao's ears, but he merely curled his lips into a cold smile, his heart unmoved. He knew that rather than engaging in verbal sparring, it was more effective to silence the naysayers with tangible results. The new collaborator was Boss Wang, a seasoned fox in the business world. Initially, Boss Wang assumed Ding Hao would engage in the customary business flattery to establish rapport before discussing collaboration. However, Ding Hao cut straight to the chase, presenting a comprehensive plan that meticulously analyzed the pros and cons of the partnership with crystal-clear logic and detailed data, leaving no room for ambiguity. The dismissive attitude Boss Wang had held dissipated instantly, replaced by surprise and admiration. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he scrutinized the young man before him with newfound interest. Mr. Ding, you are indeed an outstanding talent. This proposal is exceptional. Boss Wang nodded appreciatively. I am largely inclined to agree to the collaboration, though some details require further discussion. Ding Hao smiled slightly. Boss Wang, your decisiveness is appreciated. Let us expedite the finalization of details, aiming for an early partnership. After leaving Boss Wang's company, Ding Hao looked up at the sky. Inhaling deeply and exhaling a breath of fatigue, he recognized that this was merely the first step. A long road lay ahead, fraught with even greater challenges. Especially within the Sun family, the voices of doubt persisted, growing increasingly fervent. Upon returning to the Sun family estate, Ding Hao sensed an unusual atmosphere the moment he stepped through the door. Sun Hao lurked in the shadows, his gaze filled with malice. A sinister smile playing on his lips. The real show is just beginning. Ding Hao's return to the Sun family was met not with praise, but with an eerie silence. He keenly sensed the discordant atmosphere, the air thick with an impending storm. Indeed, during dinner, Old Master Sun's gaze toward him was laden with increased scrutiny and inquiry. Ding Hao, Old Master Sun began slowly, his tone imbued with weight. There have been some rumors circulating about you. Ding Hao smirked inwardly, aware that Sun Hao was behind it all, as anticipated. Sun Hao promptly interjected, feigning distress, Grandfather, I only speak for the good of the Sun family. I have heard that Ding Hao has grown quite close to Boss Wang. And I fear, he deliberately paused, his tone heavy, I fear he may, for personal gain, disclose our family's business secrets. Other distant relatives of the Sun family chimed in, and in an instant, Ding Hao found himself the target of their collective ire. Ding Hao remained unfazed, a faint smile adorning his face. To fabricate charges, what need is there for justification? I stand upright and claim my integrity. I fear not the mud slung at me. As for Boss Wang, Our dealings are merely standard business. Should anyone doubt, they are welcome to investigate. Old Master Sun, though somewhat skeptical, nodded. Ding Hao, I understand. Grandfather, Ding Hao respectfully replied, his heart unwavering. He recognized that this battle had only just commenced. Meanwhile, in Boss Wang's office, the atmosphere was starkly different. Boss Wang, brimming with excitement, engaged Ding Hao in discussions about the collaboration details. Mr. Ding, you are truly my lucky star, Boss Wang exclaimed, fervently shaking Ding Hao's hand. Thanks to you, I discovered this loophole. Otherwise, I would have faced significant losses. It turned out that during their initial meeting, Ding Hao had astutely identified a major flaw in Boss Wang's business plan. Had they proceeded as originally intended, Boss Wang would have encountered substantial risks. Ding Hao deftly hinted at the issue without directly pointing it out, guiding Boss Wang to discover the problem himself. This maneuver only enhanced Boss Wang's respect and trust in Ding Hao. You flatter me, Boss Wang. I merely did what was expected of me, Ding Hao replied modestly, a smile gracing his lips. The negotiations progressed smoothly, and a consensus was swiftly reached. Just as Ding Hao prepared to leave, Boss Wang suddenly remarked, Mr. Ding, I have a personal question I'd like to consult you about. Ding Hao paused, turning to face Boss Wang, who appeared somewhat hesitant. Fidgeting with his hands, Boss Wang, somewhat sheepishly, began, Mr. Ding, my daughter has recently become infatuated with, how should I put it, a virtual idol. She incessantly clamors for merchandise, and it's driving me to despair. Do you have any good suggestions? Ding Hao was taken aback, not expecting such a question from Boss Wang. Suppressing a laugh, he replied earnestly, Boss Wang, it's quite simple. Cater to her interests. Buy some merchandise to appease the child. Boss Wang sighed. If only it were that easy. The merchandise for this virtual idol has skyrocketed in price and is in limited supply. It's nearly impossible to procure. Ding Hao chuckled inwardly, realizing Boss Wang was quite the doting father. After a moment's thought, he said, If you trust me, Boss Wang, I can help you devise a plan. Boss Wang's face lit up with joy. That would be splendid. Thank you so much, Mr. Ding. Upon returning to the Sun family, Ding Hao found Sun Qianqian seated in the living room, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing his arrival, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. Regarding the collaboration with Boss Wang, Sun Qianqian hesitated for a moment before ultimately handing Ding Hao a document. Perhaps this will be of use to you. Ding Hao took the document and discovered it contained some internal information from Boss Wang's company, evidently obtained through a private investigation by Sun Qianqian. A warmth surged within him. This woman, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. However, matters did not unfold as smoothly as Ding Hao had envisioned. Although Boss Wang was immensely grateful to Ding Hao for his contributions to the virtual idol project, he grew increasingly cautious regarding their collaboration, even allying with other enterprises to isolate Ding Hao, refusing to share certain resources. Ding Hao, with the information provided by Sun Qianqian in hand, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He understood that Boss Wang was testing him, assessing whether he possessed the capability to fulfill their collaboration amidst resource scarcity. Outside the window, the night deepened. Standing before the glass, Ding Hao gazed into the distance, where myriad lights twinkled like stars, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. He knew this game had only just commenced. The true challenges lay ahead. At that moment, Old Master Sun approached Ding Hao from behind, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and speaking in a solemn tone, Child. Ding Hao did not turn around. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips. He understood that Old Master Sun's trust was his greatest asset. The following day, Ding Hao arrived at Boss Wang's office, bearing a new proposal. Boss Wang, he said, placing the document on the table with a calm demeanor. This is my latest plan. Boss Wang picked up the proposal and flipped through a few pages. His expression gradually growing grave. He looked up at Ding Hao, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Mr. Ding, Boss Wang began slowly, your proposal is, how should I put it, quite creative. Yet the practical execution may prove to be quite challenging. He paused briefly before adding, if I may speak frankly, given your current resources and connections, it seems rather difficult to achieve. This was not merely a challenge. It was an outright attempt to obstruct. The conditions laid out by Boss Wang were so stringent they seemed tailor-made to thwart Ding Hao. To make matters worse, unfounded rumors began circulating within the industry, claiming Ding Hao was incompetent, exaggerating his abilities, and even embezzling funds. The pressure of public opinion bore down on him like a mountain, leaving him breathless. What game is Boss Wang playing? Ding Hao sneered inwardly, though he remained outwardly composed. Your conditions are more impossible than climbing to the heavens. Mr. Ding, you jest. Boss Wang replied with a forced smile. In the business arena, it is survival of the fittest. Such is the norm. Ding Hao chose not to engage in further banter, directly pointing to a specific clause in the proposal. Boss Wang, do you truly believe the goal of achieving a 50% market share within 3 months is realistic? Even if I secured all resources, it would be impossible to accomplish in such a short time frame. Boss Wang shrugged. The market is ever-changing. 3 months is ample time, Mr. Ding. If you lack the capability, perhaps you should refrain from taking on such an endeavor. He was acutely aware that once this information leaked, Ding Hao's reputation in the industry would be irreparably tarnished. Ding Hao refrained from arguing, silently collecting his proposal. Boss Wang, I need to carefully consider your conditions. Upon returning to the Sun residence, Ding Hao sequestered himself in his room, meticulously listing Boss Wang's demands alongside the online rumors, dissecting them like a complex martial arts technique. Analyzing each point, he realized that these seemingly unrelated conditions were intricately linked, ultimately aimed at ousting him from the industry. Want to play dirty? Let's see who can outmaneuver whom. Ding Hao smirked coldly. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, could you assist me with an investigation? His call reached General Manager Li, and after a brief exchange, Li's hearty laughter echoed through the receiver. Brother Ding, your information is quite timely. I've just uncovered something interesting, and you called right on cue. Li shared his findings, revealing that Boss Wang and Boss Zhang were colluding in the shadows, deliberately setting a trap for Ding Hao. They had spread rumors and manufactured public pressure, intending to acquire Ding Hao's projects at a bargain price. Meanwhile, Sun Qianqian, witnessing the deluge of negative news online, felt a surge of anxiety. She knew Ding Hao was not eloquent and struggled to navigate such intricate situations. Defying her family's objections, she resolutely stepped forward, publicly announcing her support for Ding Hao and refuting the baseless rumors. I know Ding Hao's capabilities better than anyone. Sun Qianqian's declaration detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire internet. With Sun Qianqian's backing, Ding Hao felt emboldened as he returned to the negotiation table, this time devoid of the previous restraint, replaced by a confident smile. Boss Wang, we meet again. Boss Wang's face darkened, clearly taken aback by Ding Hao's resurgence. Mr. Ding, do you have anything to say? Indeed, Ding Hao replied, placing a revised collaboration proposal on the table. I believe you will find this quite intriguing. The new proposal not only skillfully sidestepped the traps laid by Boss Wang, but also introduced a more advantageous collaboration model. As Boss Wang perused the document, his expression soured further. He had assumed Ding Hao would be easy prey, yet he was met with an unexpected counterattack. Those present, including General Manager Li and his secretary Miss Liu, were full of admiration for Ding Hao's intellect and courage. Secretary Liu openly expressed her appreciation, her gaze toward Ding Hao brimming with admiration. Boss Wang opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He had once felt assured of victory, only to be caught off guard, akin to swallowing a fly. Ding Hao regarded Boss Wang, a slight smile playing on his lips. Boss Wang, what do you think of this proposal now? Boss Wang's expression remained grim, and he ultimately said nothing, merely casting a fierce glare at Ding Hao before exiting the meeting room. Wait a moment, Ding Hao called out. I forgot to mention, I've already made arrangements with Boss Zhang. Boss Wang halted, abruptly turning around, his eyes filled with shock and fear. His lips trembled, yet he could utter no words. After Boss Wang fled in disgrace, General Manager Li approached, clapping Ding Hao on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Well done! That was truly impressive. Your maneuvering was simply brilliant. Nearby, Secretary Liu stifled a laugh, her eyes shining with admiration. Ding Hao graciously acknowledged their praise, yet his mind was occupied with devising a complete resolution to the lingering threat posed by Boss Zhang. News of Ding Hao's triumph reached the Sun residence, igniting a fervor. Relatives who had previously mocked him now approached with smiles, eager to offer their well wishes. Old Master Sun, brimming with joy, personally called Ding Hao to commend him and hinted at the possibility of his entry into the core department of the Sun Group. However, all of this was observed by Sun Hao, who seethed with jealousy. Why should a good-for-nothing leech be favored by grandfather? He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. He sought out a few conservative elders, embellishing tales of Ding Hao manipulating Sun Qianqian with the intent to usurp the family's wealth. These elders, already harboring doubts about Ding Hao's status as a son-in-law, became incensed under Sun Hao's provocations. Rushing to old Master Sun to lodge complaints, within the Sun family, a familial conflict erupted inevitably. Caught in the middle, Sun Qianqian felt torn between defending Ding Hao and preserving family unity, leaving her emotionally drained. Upon learning of the situation, Ding Hao furrowed his brow. He understood that this commercial victory was merely temporary. The true challenge lay ahead. He needed to resolve the discord within the Sun family promptly to face the forthcoming negotiations with tranquility. Simultaneously, negotiations with Boss Wang reached a critical juncture. Although Boss Wang outwardly agreed to collaborate, he was secretly calculating how to secure greater benefits for himself. Ding Hao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Surveying the nightscape of the city, his thoughts swirling, he dialed General Manager Li's number. "Li, I have a new idea." His voice was low and resolute, as if heralding the arrival of a greater storm. On the other end, General Manager Li's tone was laced with curiosity. "Oh? What idea?" Ding Hao paused, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I believe we can aim for something monumental." Ding Hao's voice was calm yet powerful, "And I can assure you that all my endeavors are for the future of the Sun family." "Humph. Easier said than done." An elder scoffed. "What do you, a mere son-in-law living off others, know about business operations? Indeed. Who do you think you are? A savior?" Another elder chimed in with a mocking tone. In the face of such scathing ridicule, Ding Hao remained unfazed. Instead, offering a faint smile. "Whether I am a savior or not, you shall soon find out." He paused, his gaze becoming profound. "I understand that you are filled with skepticism towards me, believing I am exploiting Qianqian for the detriment of the Sun family's interests. However, I wish to convey that I desire the prosperity of the Sun family more than anyone else." He retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. "Within this, there is a grand gift I have secured for the Sun family." He deliberately paused, sweeping his gaze over every person present, ultimately resting on the terrified face of Sun Hao. "Herein lie the 50 million investment I procured for the Sun family, along with an exclusive cooperation agreement with Mr. Li." Ding Hao's words were astonishing, causing an uproar in the room. 50 million. This was undoubtedly a substantial sum for the Sun family at present, he continued. "I am aware that some may question the authenticity of this agreement." He cast a sharp glance at Sun Hao. "Thus, I have specifically invited Mr. Li's secretary, Secretary Liu, to testify for us." Secretary Liu gracefully entered. "Greeting everyone and confirming the legitimacy of the cooperation agreement," she added. "Mr. Li greatly admires Mr. Ding's talent and ambition, expressing a desire to establish a long-term strategic partnership with the Sun family." Sun Hao's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He had not anticipated that Ding Hao had genuinely secured this collaboration, and he still had a backup plan. "Ding Hao is not finished," he continued. "I have more revelations to share with everyone." He inserted the USB drive into a computer, and an audio recording played on the projector. The recording revealed Sun Hao conspiring with Boss Zhang to frame Ding Hao, even at the expense of the Sun family's interests. The elders present exchanged glances, their faces turning pale. They had not imagined that Sun Hao could be so despicable, willing to betray family interests for personal gain. Sun Hao trembled, knowing his demise was imminent. He slumped weakly in his chair, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost his soul. With the truth unveiled, those elders who had previously mocked Ding Hao now felt an overwhelming sense of shame. One by one offering their apologies, Ding Hao merely smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on it excessively. He had successfully signed the contract with Mr. Li, elevating the Sun family's standing in the industry significantly. Upon his return to the Sun family, a grand celebration was held in his honor, and everyone gazed at him with newfound respect. He stood in the center of the Sun family's courtyard, basking in the accolades, reminiscent of a triumphant general. Amidst the clamor, Ding Hao's gaze transcended the crowd, landing on a figure in the distance. It seemed that the real drama was just beginning. He mused softly to himself. Ding Hao reveled in the admiration of those around him, as if he were floating on a cloud. He caught sight of Sun Qianqian's sparkling eyes in the crowd, no longer filled with complex emotions, but rather an unabashed admiration and affection. Sun Qianqian approached him and, before everyone, unhesitatingly took his hand. The softness of her touch sent a jolt through Ding Hao's heart. He reciprocated her grasp, their fingers interlocking, their gazes meeting, conveying unspoken sentiments. A warm current surged within him. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Sun Hao's scheme had utterly unraveled, and he was cast out by the Sun family, becoming a pariah, reviled by all. Those who once fawned over him now avoided him as if he were a plague. Truly, fortune's turn, as the saying goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the youth in their poverty. Meanwhile, Ding Hao had become the Sun family's prized asset, with resources flooding in like a tidal wave. Those who had once ridiculed him and wished to trample him underfoot now approached him, eager to curry favor, their expressions more melodramatic than a Sichuan opera face change. Ding Hao's heart remained unperturbed, even tinged with amusement. For him, success in business was merely a triviality. His true aspirations lay in the boundless realm of martial arts. He understood that his journey in martial arts had only just begun. Countless challenges and unknowns awaited him ahead, yet he felt no fear. He yearned for greater strength, aspiring to stand atop the pinnacle of martial arts. Ding Hao graciously declined all invitations to celebration feasts and headed directly to the long-neglected martial arts hall of the Sun family. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, an ancient aura enveloped him. Master Sun and Senior Brother Li were practicing when they noticed his presence. You, at last, have arrived. Chapter 19. The son-in-law's initial foray into martial arts. Pushing open the heavy door, the scent of dust mingled with a faint aroma of medicinal oil rushed towards him. The Sun family's martial arts hall, long dormant, was on the verge of a new chapter under Ding Hao's stewardship. Oh, isn't this our esteemed Ding the son-in-law? What's this? Tired of business, now you wish to dabble in martial arts? Senior Brother Li's sarcastic voice shattered the tranquility of the hall, a smirk playing on his lips. Beside him, Master Sun stroked his graying beard, his eyes filled with disdain, as if regarding a mere clown. The surrounding disciples whispered among themselves, their glances rife with scorn and mockery. Ding Hao surveyed the room. The hostile atmosphere caused him to furrow his brow. Once the target of ridicule, he had now turned the tables, yet still faced contempt. This sensation was akin to savoring a delectable cake only to discover a fly hidden within, utterly distasteful. I am here to learn martial arts. Ding Hao's tone was calm yet resonant, like a stone cast into a placid lake, creating ripples. Master Sun and Senior Brother Li were momentarily taken aback. They had assumed Ding Hao was merely indulging a whim, not anticipating his genuine intent to learn martial arts. Learn martial arts? You? Senior Brother Li, who had been about to continue his mockery, was interrupted by Master Sun raising a hand. You wish to learn martial arts? Master Sun scrutinized Ding Hao, a hint of appraisal in his gaze. Do you understand the hardships of the martial arts path? It is not something you can achieve merely through business acumen and eloquence. Ding Hao paid no mind to Senior Brother Li's provocation but locked his gaze onto Master Sun, his resolve unwavering. I understand, but I have made my decision. After a brief silence, a flicker of barely perceptible light crossed Master Sun's eyes. Very well, since you are determined to learn, we shall start with the fundamentals. Observing this, Senior Brother Li's lips curled into a sly grin as he leaned in to whisper a few words to Master Sunday. After listening, Master Sun nodded slightly. Li, you shall instruct Ding the son-in-law. Master Sun emphasized the term son-in-law with a hint of derision. Senior Brother Li beamed with delight, approaching Ding Hao and patting his shoulder. Come along, I'll give you a proper guidance. He intentionally stressed the word guidance, his tone laced with malice. Ding Hao regarded Senior Brother Li's sinister smile with a cold laugh internally. He was eager to see what tricks this Senior Brother Li could conjure. Let us proceed. Ding Hao replied nonchalantly, following Senior Brother Li towards the training ground. Deep within the martial arts hall, Zhou Bo stood shrouded in shadow, observing Ding Hao's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, this lad. Intriguing indeed, he turned and vanished into the darkness. Senior Brother Li, wearing a mischievous grin, led Ding Hao to the most secluded corner of the training ground. Beneath the blazing sun, the ground was scorching, and the air was thick with the mingled stench of sweat and medicinal oil. Ding the son-in-law, if you wish to learn martial arts, you must begin with the basics. Let's start with 1,000 push-ups. Senior Brother Li crossed his arms, looking forward to the spectacle. Without further ado, Ding Hao dived straight into the task. 1,000 push-ups might pose a challenge for an ordinary person, but for Ding Hao, it was merely a warm-up. Oh, quite impressive, are we? Now, let us add another 1,000 frog jumps. Seeing Ding Hao unfazed, Senior Brother Li's frustration grew. Over the ensuing hours, he devised various torturous exercises for Ding Hao, weighted sprints, horse stance training and punching drills, an array of high-intensity regimens akin to a boot camp. The surrounding disciples watched in astonishment, whispering, "Isn't Senior Brother Li being overly cruel?" Indeed, it seemed he was intent on breaking Ding the son-in-law. Though Ding Hao's body felt fatigued, his mind remained remarkably tranquil. While these exertions were arduous, they deepened his understanding of martial arts. He discovered that his body possessed a unique sensitivity, enabling him to rapidly absorb and convert energy, seamlessly integrating it into his martial practice. During the foundational assessments a few days later, Ding Hao's performance astonished everyone. Not only did he effortlessly complete all the evaluation tasks, but his movements were precise and powerful, far surpassing those of his peers. Even the typically aloof master son displayed an expression of surprise. This lad possesses some talent. Senior Brother Li's face, however, was ashen. He had intended to humiliate Ding Hao but instead shot himself in the foot. Gritting his teeth, he approached Ding Hao, feigning a smirk as he said, "Ding the son-in-law, I didn't expect you to have some skill after all, however. This is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies ahead." Ding Hao smiled faintly, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. "Is that so? I await with great anticipation." Outside the martial arts hall, a figure stealthily emerged. Sun Qianqian concealed herself behind a lush phoenix tree. Secretly observing Ding Hao, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon her exquisite visage, adding an air of mystery. As she watched Ding Hao, drenched in sweat yet unwavering in his training, a ripple of emotion stirred within her heart. Is this still the same useless son-in-law she once knew? At that moment, a figure swaggered into the martial arts hall, shattering its tranquility, clad in resplendent garments and brandishing a folding fan. The newcomer exuded an air of arrogance. It was none other than the somewhat renowned hero of the martial world, Chen Daxia. "I have heard that the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall has recently welcomed an extraordinary talent. I have come to seek your guidance," Chen Daxia proclaimed, his voice resonating with a hint of provocation. His gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on Ding Hao. "So, you are Ding Hao? I hear you are merely a son-in-law? Ha ha ha, that's utterly laughable. How could a man living off others dare to learn martial arts?" Chen Daxia's arrival instantly ignited the atmosphere within the hall, prompting a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. Li Shixiang, reveling in the misfortune, fanned the flames from the sidelines. "Chen Daxia, this fellow is nothing but a joke. Do not let him deceive you." Ding Hao paused his movements, wiped the sweat from his brow, and gazed calmly at Chen Daxia. He understood that the true challenge had come. "So, you are Chen Daxia? I have long admired your reputation," Ding Hao replied, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. "If you wish to spar, I shall oblige." Chen Daxia scoffed derisively. "You certainly have a bold attitude. I wonder if you possess the ability to back it up." As soon as he finished speaking, he darted forward to attack Ding Hao. Ding Hao's expression sharpened. He dared not be negligent and swiftly evaded. Chen Daxia's strikes were executed with astounding speed and ferocity, clearly indicative of a seasoned fighter. As Ding Hao dodged, he meticulously observed Chen Daxia's techniques, rapidly analyzing his opponent's weaknesses. Although he had never systematically studied martial arts, his unique comprehension allowed him to swiftly identify flaws in Chen Daxia's moves. Just as Chen Daxia launched another assault, Ding Hao seized the opportunity, sidestepping the attack while delivering a palm strike to Chen Daxia's chest. With a muffled grunt, Chen Daxia staggered back a few steps, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes, clearly not anticipating that Ding Hao could withstand his assault. "Quite interesting," Chen Daxia coldly snorted, charging at Ding Hao once more. This time, Ding Hao no longer remained on the defensive but took the initiative to strike back. His movements were as swift as lightning, his techniques fierce, as he engaged Chen Daxia in a fierce clash. From her concealed vantage point, Sun Qianqian watched the duel, her heart filled with concern. She had not expected Ding Hao to possess such strength. Yet Chen Daxia was a well-known expert. Could Ding Hao truly prevail? At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Miss Xiao, holding a food box, approached Ding Hao with a sweet smile. Sun Qianqian's expression instantly became complex. Chapter 20. The son-in-law encounters romantic perils on the martial path. Miss Zhao approached gracefully, the exquisite food box in her hands, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "Ding Hao, I brought you something to eat. You must be hungry," she said softly, her voice like a spring breeze rustling through willow branches. Ding Hao had exchanged several blows with Chen Daxia, though he had been at a disadvantage. He was about to respond to Miss Zhao when he suddenly felt a piercing, icy gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he saw Sun Qianqian standing not far away, her expression a whirlwind of surprise, confusion, and, most significantly, anger. Ding Hao's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. This aura of discord felt all too familiar. Following Ding Hao's gaze, Miss Zhao spotted Sun Qianqian, her smile slightly faltering before returning to normal. "And who might this be?" she inquired tentatively. Before Ding Hao could explain, Sun Qianqian let out a cold huff and turned to leave, her back radiating a clear message. "I am furious, and the consequences will be severe." Ding Hao felt an urgent pang in his chest. "What on earth is happening?" He quickly nodded apologetically to Miss Zhao and rushed after Sun Qianqian. "Qianqian, wait." Sun Qianqian continued on, seemingly oblivious to his calls. In a moment of desperation, Ding Hao grasped her wrist. "Qianqian, please allow me to explain." Startled by his sudden action, Sun Qianqian struggled but could not break free. The warmth from his grip caused her cheeks to flush slightly, and the surrounding air felt almost charged with tension. "Explain what?" "Explain your relationship with that woman?" Sun Qianqian's tone was frosty, though her gaze flickered evasively. "There is nothing between her and me," Ding Hao exclaimed, somewhat exasperated by the misunderstanding. "She merely—" "Just what?" "Merely concerned for you. Merely brought you food." Sun Qianqian interrupted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Just as Ding Hao was about to clarify, a loud commotion erupted outside the martial arts hall. A booming voice cut through the crowd, reaching their ears. "Ding Hao, come out. I, Chen Daxia, have set up a challenge today. Do you dare to fight?" Ding Hao's expression darkened, his grip on Sun Qianqian's hand tightening unconsciously. He turned to look outside the martial arts hall, his gaze sharpening. It seemed someone could no longer contain themselves. Chen Daxia, clad in a vigorous outfit, stood on the makeshift arena outside the hall, resembling a proud rooster, full of bravado. "Ding Hao, cowardly turtle, do you only dare to hide behind a woman?" His voice boomed like thunder, causing the surrounding crowd to buzz in response. "Is Chen Daxia truly so arrogant? Coming to provoke at the Sun family's martial arts hall, does he truly believe there is no one to challenge him? Hush, keep it down." Chen Daxia is a master of the initial stage of the spirit martial realm. It is said that he can cleave through a tree trunk as thick as a bowl with a single strike. The murmurs surged like a tide, yet Ding Hao remained unfazed. He continued to hold Sun Qianqian's hand tightly, his expression calm as a still pond. Sun Qianqian felt the warmth of his palm, which inexplicably soothed her worries. She understood that Ding Hao is not a reckless person. "Ding Hao, do not act impulsively. Chen Daxia is not here with good intentions." Elder Sun approached Ding Hao, his tone laced with concern. Previously, he had harbored reservations about Ding Hao, the son-in-law who seemed to have gained entry through connections. But after witnessing Ding Hao's brief exchange with Chen Daxia, showcasing his strength and composure, he could not help but reassess. Ding Hao nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Chen Daxia on the arena, beginning to analyze his techniques. Chen Daxia's martial arts were bold and vigorous, exuding tremendous momentum, yet they were rife with flaws, clearly a demonstration of external martial arts honed to perfection, while his internal cultivation appeared somewhat lacking. "Ha, still putting on an act. I see you are afraid to accept the challenge." Chen Daxia, noticing Ding Hao's hesitation to engage, grew even more brazen. He began to circulate disparaging rumors about Ding Hao among the crowd, embellishing tales of how Ding Hao had relied on connections to enter the Sun family, how he was unskilled, and how he was timid and evasive. Doubts began to arise among the crowd, with some even mocking Ding Hao as a freeloader, a useless Sun Dash and Dash Law. Li Shixiang stood amid the throng, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips, reveling in Ding Hao's embarrassment. Yet Ding Hao remained unperturbed. He gently patted Sun Qianqian's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Then, he turned to Elder Sun and said, "Elder Sun, please prepare. I will be stepping up shortly." Elder Sun was taken aback, not expecting Ding Hao to genuinely accept the challenge. He opened his mouth to dissuade him but ultimately said nothing, turning to make arrangements for the arena. Just then, an elderly voice whispered in Ding Hao's ear, "Young man, be careful. Chen Daxia's Vajra suppression palm is not to be trifled with." Ding Hao turned to see it was Zhou Bo, the gatekeeper of the Sun family. He nodded slightly and replied softly, "Thank you for the warning, Zhou smiled mysteriously, leaning closer to Ding Hao to whisper a few words. Ding Hao's complexion subtly changed, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Zhou lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. The Vajra suppression palm appears formidable, yet it has a critical weakness. It is sensitive to tickling. Ding Hao nearly choked on his own blood. Zhou, please do not jest with me. Zhou chuckled. I am being serious. The Vajra suppression palm, when perfected, causes the entire body's meridians to tighten like metal. Yet the two acupoints beneath the armpits remain vulnerable. If you can strike those points, he will undoubtedly falter. Although Ding Hao was skeptical, he resolved to give it a try in the time that followed. He diligently practiced a technique called Ling Si One Finger, specifically designed to target an opponent's weaknesses. Elder Sun observed Ding Hao practicing seemingly random moves against a wooden post, shaking his head. This lad. Could it be that the pressure has driven him to madness? Sun Qianqian keenly sensed the transformation in Ding Hao. The determination and focus reflected in his eyes gradually dissolved her feelings of jealousy, replacing them with a hint of concern. Stealthily, she concocted a healing ointment and concealed it within Ding Hao's clothing. When Ding Hao discovered the ointment while changing, a warmth surged within him. He turned to glance at Sun Qianqian, their eyes meeting, and her cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she hurriedly averted her gaze. A subtle smile graced the corners of Ding Hao's lips. It seemed the stormy turmoil had finally passed. As nightfall enveloped the world, Ding Hao sat cross-legged upon his bed, regulating his breath and circulating his energy. He was acutely aware that the morrow would usher in a fierce battle. The prowess of Master Chen was not to be underestimated. Even with knowledge of his weaknesses, victory would not come easily. More importantly, Sun Qianqian's feelings towards him remained as elusive as a mirage, difficult to grasp. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, a glimmer of resolve sparking in his eyes. Let them come. I, Ding Hao, shall meet the challenge head-on. The following morning, Ding Hao arrived at the martial arts hall early. As he pushed open the doors, a wave of heat engulfed him, not from the weather, but from the electric atmosphere within the hall. Chapter 21. The son-in-law displays his talents. A palpable heat washed over him. Not due to the sweltering climate, but rather the fervent ambience of the martial arts hall. Around the arena, a throng of spectators gathered, packed with members of the Sun family and martial artists from the Jianghu. Master Chen, clad in a form-fitting battle attire, stood poised atop the platform, his hawk-like gaze sweeping the crowd, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He stood with an air of supreme mastery. As Ding Hao ascended the stage, the cacophony around him surged like a tidal wave, a formidable pressure mounting upon him. He lifted his gaze to Master Chen, feeling an overwhelming aura that pressed down upon him like Mount Tai. Indeed, Master Chen lived up to his reputation. His initial stage spirit martial strength was no mere facade. Begin. With Master Sun's command, the duel commenced. Master Chen flickered into motion, appearing before Ding Hao like a wraith, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that aimed directly at Ding Hao's face. Ding Hao narrowly evaded, yet Master Chen's relentless onslaught followed like a tempest, offering no respite. This son-in-law is truly a mere ornamental pillow, jeered one voice from the crowd. I thought he might possess some hidden skills, but it appears I was mistaken. Laughter erupted from the audience, with brotherly gleefully taunting. Ding Shitty, with your skills, you might as well prepare to lie in bed for half a month. Sun Qianqian's brows knitted tightly, her eyes brimming with anxiety. She understood that Ding Hao was no ordinary individual, yet Master Chen's might was undeniably formidable. Clutching the ointment tightly, she silently prayed for Ding Hao's safety. Amidst Master Chen's storm of attacks, Ding Hao could only evade, appearing somewhat beleaguered. However, with each narrow escape, he meticulously observed Master Chen's techniques, searching for vulnerabilities. Despite the ferocity of Chen's strikes, an underlying rigidity hinted at a reliance on established patterns. Interesting, Ding Hao's lips quirked into a slight smile, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his gaze. Just then, Master Chen unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Ding Hao's chest. Instead of dodging, Ding Hao charged forward to meet the punch. Head dash on. Is he mad? Gasped Zhou in astonishment. This reckless maneuver seemed akin to a suicidal assault. The crowd watched in horror, many covering their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending catastrophe. Has he been rendered foolish by fear? Sneered brotherly. Yet, As Master Qin's fist drew near, Ding Hao executed a surprising twist, slipping away like an eel. He had deftly maneuvered into close proximity to Master Qin. What? Master Qin exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom how Ding Hao had evaded such a lethal blow. Before he could react, Ding Hao struck with lightning speed. His palm connecting with Qin's chest, the seemingly gentle strike concealed immense force. Master Qin emitted a muffled groan, staggering back several paces, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? He cried out, astonished to find himself forced back by a mere son-in-law. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the spectators. None had anticipated Ding Hao's hidden strength. This young man possesses remarkable skill. Master Qin's eyes darkened with determination as he renewed his assault, his techniques sharper and swifter than before. He refused to believe that he, a master of the initial spirit martial stage, could not subdue a mere sun-dash in dash law. As Ding Hao defended against Master Qin's onslaught, memories of Zhou Bo's advice regarding Qin's left shoulder injury resurfaced in his mind. Though Qin's strikes were fierce, the mobility of his left shoulder was evidently compromised. Recognizing this weakness, a glint of clarity illuminated Ding Hao's gaze. Seizing the moment, he feigned an attack before decisively striking Qin's left shoulder. Ah! Master Qin cried out, stumbling as he nearly fell to the ground. Clutching his shoulder, he paled, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. "You, how dare you?" he stammered, shock and fury mingling in his tone. Ignoring Master Qin's astonishment, Ding Hao inhaled deeply, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "Master Qin, I concede," he said, slowly raising his right hand. A surge of potent energy coalescing within his palm. The energy intensified, warping the air surrounding him. With closed eyes, countless martial techniques danced through his mind, merging and evolving until they culminated in a unique, unparalleled skill, the grand strike of Haoran. "Ha!" Ding Hao exclaimed, his eyes snapping open as he unleashed the gathered energy. Akin to a volcanic eruption, striking Master Qin's chest with devastating force. Like a kite severed from its string, Master Qin was sent hurtling back, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to rise. A profound silence enveloped the arena, all present awestruck by Ding Hao's earth-shattering blow. Moments later, the hall erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. "Ding Hao! Ding Hao! Ding Hao!" The crowd chanted his name, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and admiration. Especially those who had once scoffed at him. Brother Li's face turned ashen, as though he had swallowed a fly. Sun Qianqian's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. She had not anticipated Ding Hao's remarkable strength. Her admiration for him blossoming anew. Miss Xiao, too, was flushed with excitement, cheering for Ding Hao's triumph. As Ding Hao descended from the stage, basking in the adulation of the crowd, his gaze fell upon an unassuming stone nestled in the corner of the arena. This stone, pitch black and etched with peculiar patterns, seemed to harbor some enigmatic power. He approached, crouching to examine the intricacies of its surface. Through his unique martial comprehension, he sensed that this stone was anything but ordinary. It concealed vital clues to the secrets of martial arts. A thrill surged within him, knowing he was one step closer to unraveling the truth behind the martial arts manual. He carefully picked up the stone, tucking it into his pocket, murmuring to himself. This stone, his eyes glimmered with anticipation and excitement, tinged with a subtle seriousness. He understood that the enigma of the martial arts manual remained unsolved, and the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Gripping the stone tightly, he turned and departed the martial arts hall. Chapter 22. Unraveling martial mysteries, entangled in emotion upon returning to the Sun family martial arts hall. Ding Hao made his way directly to the training room, cautiously retrieving the black stone from his pocket. The stone felt icy to the touch, its intricate patterns shimmering with a strange luster under the dim light. He settled into a cross-legged position, focusing intently, attempting to decipher its mysteries. "Ah, is that not our esteemed Ding Da?" A voice taunted, breaking his concentration. Master Sun appeared at the door, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A few disciples followed him, exchanging sly glances and snickering derisively. Ding Hao, unfazed, continued his examination of the stone, his eyelids remaining unperturbed. "Ding Hao, don't waste your efforts. Do you truly believe that a mere stone could lead you to the martial arts manual? You might as well reach for the heavens," Master Sun scoffed, stepping closer to glance disdainfully at the stone in Ding Hao's hand. I suspect you've read too many novels. Your mind may very well be addled. The surrounding disciples erupted in laughter, with Brother Li chiming in mockingly, Ding Shitty, perhaps you should abandon your study of that stone. Be careful not to be consumed by obsession and turn into a fool. Yet Ding Hao remained undeterred, inhaling deeply as he tuned out the derisive comments, immersing himself entirely in the study of the stone. Despite its unassuming appearance, he sensed an underlying power within, resonating with his own martial talent. At that moment, Sun Qianqian approached, witnessing Ding Hao's derision from the crowd. A flicker of delight surged within her. Although she felt a pang of sympathy, she had initially intended to seize this opportunity to ridicule him. But upon observing his unwavering concentration, she found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Miss Zhao hurried over, holding a cup of water with concern etched across her face. Ding Degu, you must be weary. Please, have some water. She gazed at Ding Hao with eyes brimming with admiration, as if he were the hero of her heart. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Qianqian's jealousy surged uncontrollably. She approached Ding Hao, deliberately adopting an ambiguous tone. Ding Hao, you are indeed fortunate to have so many beautiful women concerned about you. Miss Zhao's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, too shy to speak. Observing this, Sun Qianqian felt a swell of triumph and continued, Ding Hao, do you truly believe that the stone conceals martial arts secrets? Why don't you teach me? We could explore it together. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Ding Hao, almost pressing against him. Last, Ding Hao spoke up, lifting his gaze with a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Perhaps it truly was extraordinary. He cast a sweeping glance over Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhao. A knowing smile gracing his lips, Ding Hao paid no mind to the subtle rivalry between Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhao. To him, they resembled mere NPCs in a game, far less significant than leveling up and battling monsters. He was wholly absorbed in studying the stone in his hands, his internal energy beginning to circulate unconsciously. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation at his fingertips, as if a peculiar energy surged into his body from the stone. By the heavens, it worked! Ding Hao rejoiced inwardly, closing his eyes to savor the flow of this energy. His mind was flooded with vivid, peculiar images, reminiscent of some long-lost martial arts techniques. Master Sun, initially anticipating a spectacle, was utterly dumbfounded by Ding Hao's remarkable maneuver. The disciples, who had been laughing, were now left in stunned silence, as if they had encountered a ghost. This is impossible. Master Sun could hardly believe his eyes. Rubbing them in disbelief, how could a mere piece of broken stone hold such power? Ding Hao, you must be cheating. Or perhaps you stumbled upon it by sheer luck, Brother Li interjected, his face contorted with envy at the attention Ding Hao was receiving. He had long sought an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Dare you have a match with me? If you lose, you must hand over the stone. Ding Hao opened his eyes, a confident smile curving his lips. He rose slowly, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his gaze filled with a fierce determination. A match? Very well, I shall accompany you to the end. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhao ceased their quarrel, their eyes riveted on Ding Hao. Observing this, Master Sun calculated silently. Though Ding Hao was a son-in-law, his recent behavior was indeed peculiar. Could it be that he had encountered some fortuitous event? If he could defeat Brother Li, begin, Master Sun commanded authoritatively. The match commenced. Brother Li, invigorated as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline, charged at Ding Hao with a series of rapid strikes from the Sun family's ancestral dragon-swimming 8-trigram palm, creating gusts of wind with each movement. Unaware onlookers might have thought he was about to perform on a grand stage. Master Sun, watching eagerly from the sidelines, rubbed his hands together, wishing he could personally voice support for Brother Li. Go! Strike him! Strike him! The surrounding crowd joined in, cheering as if it were Brother Li's home ground. As for Ding Hao, he stood as if unperturbed, even yawning casually to him. Brother Li's attacks appeared like a slow-motion replay. Riddled with flaws, he silently mocked, "Is this it? How dare you embarrass yourself like this? Oh, splendid. Keep it coming." As he dodged, he couldn't resist taunting Brother Li, which turned his face a shade of green with rage. Brother Li, fueled by indignation, accelerated his assault, executing the dragon-swimming 8-trigram palm with even greater ferocity. However, his overexertion nearly caused him to injure himself. Ding Hao, observing Brother Li's comical antics, nearly burst into laughter. Seizing the opportunity, he darted behind Brother Lee like a specter and deftly struck him on the back. With a resounding thud, Brother Lee flew through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. The arena fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Master Sun's smile froze on his face, discomfort etched across his features as if he had swallowed a fly. "Consider it a concession," Ding Hao remarked nonchalantly, dusting off his hands and casually picking up the stone from the ground, departing amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. After Ding Hao's departure, a shadow stealthily followed him. It was Detective Wu. Donning a black hat with the brim pulled low, obscuring his face, he intently observed Ding Hao's retreating figure, his eyes filled with a sense of inquiry. What was his purpose? What secrets did the stone in Ding Hao's possession conceal? Detective Wu halted, retrieving a photograph from his pocket, revealing none other than Ding Hao. Interesting, he murmured to himself, stashing the photograph away with a hint of a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This game was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 23. The Martial Arts School in Distress, the son-in-law to the rescue. The following day, a throng gathered outside the Sun family's martial arts school, each individual exuding an air of menace. At the forefront stood a towering figure, his face adorned with coarse features and a thick mustache, resembling a reincarnation of the legendary warrior Zhang Fei from the stage. This man was none other than the notorious Mountain Crusher. Master Chun, a skilled practitioner of the initial phase of the spirit martial realm, a notable figure in the region. "Old son, I shall ask you one last time. Will you hand over that item or not?" Master Chen bellowed, his voice booming and rattling the nearby teacups. Master Sun's face turned ashen, suppressing the pain in his chest as he replied, "Master Chun, I truly do not know what you are referring to. Our Sun family martial arts school has always been above board, never taking what does not belong to us." Following Ding Hao's reprimand the previous day, he felt even more agitated today, speaking with a newfound defiance. Master Chen sneered, "Old son, you wish to refuse my hospitality? Brothers, search the premises." With that command, the group surged into the martial arts school like a pack of wolves, rummaging through every corner, smashing pots and shattering dishes. Master Sun attempted to intervene, but was sent flying by a single strike from Master Chen, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. "Grandfather!" Sun Qianqian cried out, rushing to Master Sun's side, anxiously supporting him as she called out, "Grandfather, are you all right?" Master Sun waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, though his complexion grew increasingly pale. Just then, a figure emerged slowly. It was Ding Hao. He still wore his faded clothes, appearing unremarkable, yet his gaze radiated an undeniable intensity. "Stop!" Ding Hao commanded coldly. Master Chen, surprised to see Ding Hao, burst into laughter. "Oh, if it is into the useless son-in-law of the Sun family. What, do you wish to play the hero?" Ding Hao ignored Master Chen's mockery and stepped forward, fixing him with a cold stare. "I will say it once more, stop." Sun Qianqian watched Ding Hao with concern. Though she remained silent, a glimmer of hope flickered within her heart. Could this seemingly ordinary son-in-law truly perform a miracle? Master Chen regarded Ding Hao with a flash of disdain. "Kid, I advise you." Ding Hao abruptly interrupted, his tone calm yet laced with undeniable authority. "I already know the secret of the stone." Displaying no fear, Ding Hao smirked coldly. "Master Chen, the very thing you covet. I have uncovered its secret." He paused intentionally, gauging Master Chen's reaction, and indeed, he saw a flicker of greed and uncertainty in the other man's eyes. "The secret of that stone belongs to the Sun family martial arts school. Should you dare to act recklessly, I will not spare you." Master Chen initially hesitated, but soon erupted with laughter, as if he had heard the grandest joke. "Ha ha ha, useless son-in-law, do you truly think you know what you are talking about? What do you understand of martial arts? You speak of secrets. You must have lost your mind." Though he had entertained some doubts about Ding Hao's peculiar behavior the previous day, now, witnessing his theatrics, he found it utterly ridiculous. Refusing to drink the wine offered, "You choose the punishment instead." Master Chen seethed with anger, his expression darkening as he glared at Ding Hao. "You are courting death." Barely had he finished speaking when he lunged forward, launching a swift palm strike aimed at Ding Hao's face. "Mountain Crusher palm!" Someone in the crowd exclaimed in alarm. Ding Hao's expression sharpened. He dared not underestimate the attack and swiftly sidestepped the blow. Master Qin's assault grew fiercer, each strike aimed to incapacitate. Ding Hao defended himself while simultaneously seeking openings in his opponent's attacks. Though he had not formally studied martial arts, he managed to hold his ground against Master Qin. Thanks to the insights gleaned from the stone and his formidable reflexes, Sun Qianqian watched in terror, her fists clenched tightly, her palms slick with sweat. The disciples of the martial arts school kept their distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Master Sun, though injured, struggled to rise but was firmly held back by Sun Qianqian. "Grandfather, don't move. Ding Hao will handle this." Though she spoke confidently, doubt gnawed at her insides. As Master Qin's frustration mounted from his inability to break through Ding Hao's defenses, he unleashed his ultimate technique, mountain collapsing tsunami. As he thrust both palms forward, a formidable gust of energy erupted from his hands, sweeping towards Ding Hao like an unstoppable tide. Ding Hao felt the immense pressure, his countenance growing grave. He inhaled deeply, firmly grounding his feet, his body slightly sinking as he assumed a defensive stance. In that critical moment, a peculiar smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Ding Hao's mouth as he murmured, "Now this is getting interesting." Facing the overwhelming assault of the chivalrous Qin, Ding Hao did not retreat but advanced instead. His figure twisted with uncanny agility, slipping through the gaps in the oncoming gusts like an eel. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. What kind of martial arts was this? It was utterly unprecedented. Even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Ding Hao darted behind Qin, lightly striking his back with an open palm. This seemingly feeble blow contained an extraordinary force. Qin felt his internal energy surge violently. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and he flew away like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a long while. What on earth is happening? Is this son-in-law cheating? The crowd erupted in astonishment, all eyes fixed on Ding Hao. As if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle, Qin's minions trembled in fear, scurrying away in panic, terrified that Ding Hao might turn his wrath upon them. Struggling to his feet, Qin gazed at Ding Hao with terror etched across his face. "What kind of martial arts is this?" Ding Hao dusted off his hands, his demeanor tranquil as he replied, "A family secret, not to be shared." Internally, he reveled in his cleverness, having deduced a technique from the patterns on that stone, the dragon swimming 8 trigrams palm. Otherwise, today's outcome would have been quite different. At that moment, a man wearing sunglasses and a trench coat approached. He was slender, with a pair of thin mustaches, resembling a mysterious detective. "Qin, you have been deceived," the man stated. The crowd paused, turning to face him, while Qin regarded the newcomer with confusion. "Who are you?" "My surname is Wu, and I am a detective," he replied, removing his sunglasses to reveal sharp eyes. "I have been investigating the theft of martial arts secrets and discovered that you are merely a pawn in someone else's game. The true mastermind is someone else." His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Ding Hao narrowed his eyes, contemplating Wu the detective, realizing the situation was even more complicated than he had anticipated. He approached Wu, extending his hand. "Pleasure to cooperate." Wu shook his hand, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Let us go," he said, leading the way outside the martial arts school. "I know a place where we might uncover some clues." Without hesitation, Ding Hao followed Wu as they exited. Sun Qianqian watched Ding Hao's departing figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. "Wait for me," she called, rushing after them. Chapter 24. The son-in-law breaks the deadlock. The secret manual revealed following Wu through a labyrinth of turns, Ding Hao found himself at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The rusted iron gate bore the marks of time, a chilling aura emanating from within. "This is the place," Wu asserted, adjusting his sunglasses. Ding Hao surveyed the area, where weeds grew rampant and leaves accumulated, the air thick with dust, creating an eerie atmosphere that sent shivers down his spine. "Are you certain?" He raised an eyebrow, unconvinced that any secrets lay hidden here. "Trust me, my intuition is usually spot on," Wu replied with a mysterious smile, producing a key to unlock the warehouse door. The screeching sound of metal against metal shattered the silence as the door creaked open, revealing a dim, damp interior filled with discarded machinery and debris. Just as Ding Hao was about to step inside, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. "Not good. It's a trap," Ding Hao's instinct screamed. Simultaneously, a group of masked figures clad in black surged from the shadows, encircling the two men with glinting blades. Looks like we've been caught like fish in a barrel, Ding Hao smirked. Unfazed by the situation, Wu also removed his sunglasses. His gaze sharp. It seems someone does not wish for us to uncover the truth. Without further ado, the black-clad assailants launched their attack. Blades flashed menacingly. The chill of danger palpable. Ding Hao dodged the oncoming strikes with agility, retaliating with a powerful punch that landed squarely in the chest of one of the attackers, sending him crashing backward. Interesting, Ding Hao remarked, flexing his wrist, a smile creeping onto his lips. Wu demonstrated remarkable skill as well, wielding a dagger that danced in his hand like a serpent, each move lethal. However, the sheer number of attackers, along with their synchronized assault, began to wear down Ding Hao and Wu, who found themselves struggling. Out of the corner of his eye, Ding Hao noticed that while the black-clad fighters were fierce, their techniques bore an oddly familiar resemblance. Wait, that technique? Just then, he caught a glimpse of a subtle flaw in one of the attackers' movements. Now, Ding Hao shouted at Wu, 3 o'clock. Wu understood immediately, and together they launched a fierce assault on the attackers positioned at 3 o'clock. The assailants, caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, were swiftly taken down. Witnessing this, the remaining black-clad fighters faltered in their resolve. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Hao and Wu pressed the advantage, striking like tigers descending upon their prey. Each blow lethal. Their techniques mirrored those from the Sun family's martial arts. Ding Hao pondered as he fought. Within moments, all of the black-clad fighters had been subdued. Ding Hao yanked off the mask of one of the defeated fighters, revealing a familiar face. Li Shixiao. What are you doing here? Ding Hao exclaimed in surprise. Li's eyes flickered, unable to meet Ding Hao's gaze. It seems someone is pulling the strings behind you, Wu remarked coldly. Under pressure, Li eventually divulged that the mastermind was none other than Chen. Chen? Why would he do this? Ding Hao queried, perplexed. My investigation revealed that Chen was once defeated by Master Sun and has harbored a grudge since. He intends to take revenge through the martial arts secrets, Wu explained. Now it makes sense, Ding Hao exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Following the clues provided by Li, they ventured into a wooded area on the outskirts of the city. This is it, Li pointed towards the depths of the forest. Ding Hao and Wu approached cautiously when suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, You have finally arrived. A figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. It was Chen. Chen, why are you doing this? Ding Hao demanded. Chen sneered, Why? For revenge. Master Sun humiliated me, and today, I will make the Sun family pay. Do you really think you can win? Ding Hao retorted with a scoff. Just a son-in-law like you? Chen derided. Then how about me? A clear voice chimed in. Sun Qianqian had appeared at Ding Hao's side without him noticing. Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Sun Qianqian, you're here too? Chen, do you think your scheme can succeed? Sun Qianqian scoffed. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Chen bellowed, his figure blurring as he charged at Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian. His movements were unpredictable, like a ghost, and initially, Ding Hao struggled to defend himself, retreating under the onslaught. With such meager skills, you dare to act so arrogantly before me? Chen taunted. Ignoring the mockery, Ding Hao concentrated on the intel provided by Wu and his own understanding of martial arts secrets. Gradually, he discerned that while Chen's techniques were exquisite, they possessed a critical flaw, an over-reliance on speed at the expense of strength. Finding the opening, Ding Hao shifted from defense to offense, leveraging his own immense power to force Chen into direct confrontation. How is this possible? Your strength is incredible. Chen gasped in shock. Ding Hao smirked. This is just the beginning. He integrated the techniques he had gleaned from the martial arts secrets, creating a formidable style of his own. Each punch imbued with the might of thunder. Chen began to falter. Fear etched across his face as he realized he had encountered an iron wall. This seemingly ordinary son-in-law possessed astonishing strength. Who are you? Chen stammered, trembling that I am merely an ordinary man striving to protect my family. Ding Hao maintained a calm demeanor, yet his eyes emanated a profound confidence. With one final punch, he struck Chen Daxia squarely in the chest. Chen Daxia let out a pained cry, hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The battle concluded in an eerie silence. Sun Qianqian gazed at Ding Hao, her eyes brimming with affection and admiration. Approaching Chen Daxia, Ding Hao searched his body and unearthed a complete martial arts manual. As he opened the tome, a surge of potent energy coursed through him, elevating his strength to new heights. This was merely the true beginning, Ding Hao mused internally. The onlookers began to gather around, expressing their respect and congratulations to Ding Hao. Master Sun, visibly moved, wept tears of remorse for his previous prejudices. Ding Hao, you are truly remarkable, brotherly exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. Ding Hao smiled subtly, aware that his journey in martial arts was just commencing. He would carry this honor with him as he ascended to greater realms of martial prowess. Stowing the manual securely, he turned towards Sun Qianqian, his gaze resolute. Let us return. Sun Qianqian nodded gently, and the two departed the forest side by side. Upon returning to the Sun residence, Ding Hao was immediately treated as a distinguished guest. Those relatives who once looked down upon him now regarded him with utmost respect. However, Ding Hao was not swayed by this fleeting vanity. He understood that a more significant mission awaited him. He retreated to the study, extracting the martial arts manual to immerse himself in diligent practice, aware that greater challenges loomed ahead. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his concentration. Chapter 25. The eve of the competition. Turbulent emotions. The knocking disrupted Ding Hao's training, and upon opening the door, he found Zhou Bo standing there. Exuding an air of mystery, Mr. Ding, someone is looking for you outside. They claimed to be Detective Wu. Ding Hao's heart raced. Detective Wu, elusive as a shadow, had unexpectedly sought him out. He suspected this might be connected to the martial arts manual. He made his way to the Sun Martial Arts Hall to prepare for the imminent competition. The contest would take place at the City's sports arena, rumored to attract numerous martial arts experts, presenting both an opportunity and a challenge for Ding Hao. Upon entering the hall, he overheard Master Sun's robust voice. With Ding Hao's meager skills, does he truly believe he can claim victory at the martial arts tournament? It is nothing more than a fool's dream. He merely stumbled upon a few worthless manuals. The surrounding disciples whispered among themselves, their words laced with disdain for Ding Hao. Brotherly added venomously, indeed, one cannot fathom what luck he has had to garner such attention. These remarks pierced Ding Hao's heart like daggers, enveloping him in a sense of oppression. Clenching his fists, he struggled to contain his rising fury. Just then, Sun Qianqian approached, having overheard Master Sun and the disciples' disparaging remarks, and her heart ached for Ding Hao. She understood his pride, recognizing the weight of their words as a significant blow to him. As she opened her mouth to offer comfort, Miss Zhao appeared, carrying a box of treats, her smile radiant. Ding Hao, I prepared some snacks for you to replenish your energy, she said tenderly, her eyes filled with concern. Feeling a surge of jealousy, Sun Qianqian stepped closer to Ding Hao, deliberately brushing against him, her gaze seductive as she remarked, you mustn't be swayed by trivial gestures. Ding Hao's face flushed. He hadn't anticipated such a familiar display from Sun Qianqian, leaving him momentarily flustered. Miss Zhao, undeterred by Sun Qianqian's actions, took Ding Hao's hand, asserting, Ding Hao, don't listen to her. I wholeheartedly support you in the competition. This love-filled lunch is made with my own hands. Consuming it will ensure your victory. Sun Qianqian, seeing this, reached out to pull Miss Zhao's hand away, the atmosphere between the two women charged with tension. Miss Zhao, please conduct yourself with dignity. Sun Qianqian's tone was frosty, her eyes warning, I have done nothing wrong. Why are you so fierce? Miss Zhao retorted defiantly, glaring back at Sun Qianqian. Observing the two women vying for his attention, Ding Hao felt an unexpected surge of confidence. He boldly wrapped an arm around both Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhao's shoulders, laughing heartily. I appreciate the sentiments of both lovely ladies. Rest assured, I will prevail. He then addressed Master Sun, stating, Master, do not underestimate me. I will triumph in the competition and leave you astonished. Prepare for your jaw to drop. Master Sun was momentarily taken aback by his assertiveness, leaving the onlookers speechless, while Brother Li's expression darkened. Akin to someone who had swallowed a fly, Ding Hao released the two women and took the lunch from Miss Zhao's hands, striding over to a corner to consume it with flair. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhao exchanged glances, then seated themselves on either side of Ding Hao, occasionally dabbing sweat from his brow and offering him water, embodying the image of devoted partners. The surrounding disciples watched in awe, marveling at Ding Hao's enviable fortune. Once satisfied, Ding Hao rose, stretching his limbs, a formidable aura radiated from him, instilling a sense of pressure in those nearby. I shall commence my training. Please step back, he declared, his tone steady, his eyes glimmering with confidence. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhao obediently retreated, their gazes fixed on Ding Hao. Taking a deep breath, Ding Hao closed his eyes, recalling the contents of the mysterious martial arts manual in his mind. His hands began to move gracefully, the techniques accelerating in speed and fluidity, a powerful force surging within him. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, with only Ding Hao's figure gliding through the hall like a soaring phoenix. Elegant as a swimming dragon, at that moment, the door to the hall swung open, and a figure entered, exuding an air of arrogance. "I hear there is a young man named Ding Hao here. Renowned for his martial prowess, I wish to challenge him," the newcomer announced disdainfully. Ding Hao slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on the intruder with a slight smirk. "Chandaxia, it is an honor to finally meet you." Ding Hao dismissed the crowd, standing alone at the center of the hall to practice the techniques gleaned from the manual. His movements were agile, punches and kicks generating a fierce wind, executing the Dragon S8 trigrams with an almost audible roar of a dragon. Just then, a raucous commotion erupted outside the hall as a group of burly men swaggered in, led by Zhang Biao, known as the Iron Fist, a disciple of Qin Daxia. Zhang Biao crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at Ding Hao, mockingly saying, "Oh, isn't this the golden son-in-law of the Sun family? Training so vigorously, is it to seek fame at the tournament?" His companions joined in the jeering, laughter echoing through the hall. One particularly scrawny man sneered. "With such meager skills, he dares to aspire for victory at the tournament. I fear he'll only provide us with a good laugh." Their taunts buzzed around Ding Hao like flies, disturbing his focus. They occasionally hurled stones and sticks, attempting to disrupt his practice. Initially, he found his rhythm interrupted, but soon regained his composure, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. Ignoring the cacophony, he redoubled his focus on his martial arts training, moving like lightning, evading their attacks while waiting for the perfect moment to counter. Utilizing the technique of the swift serpent, he struck Zhang Biao's chest with a swift blow, causing him to stagger back several steps. The Sun family disciples, who had come to witness the spectacle with amusement, were now left gaping, astonished that Ding Hao could so effortlessly counter Zhang Biao's assault. But Ding Hao was not finished. Seizing the momentum, he seamlessly combined the techniques learned from the manual, creating his own move, the Rampant Dragon S-Quake. With both palms thrusting forward, a powerful shockwave erupted, sending Zhang Biao and his cohorts sprawling across the floor. "With such meager abilities, you dare to cause a ruckus?" Ding Hao scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Zhang Biao and his companions, covered in dirt and shame, picked themselves up, no longer daring to provoke further, and slinked away from the hall. The disciples of the Sun family regarded Ding Hao with newfound respect, realizing that this seemingly ordinary son-in-law possessed extraordinary strength. Ding Hao took a deep breath. Aware that this was merely a minor encounter and greater challenges lay ahead, he gazed out the window, his expression resolute and profound. "What is it that you wish to convey to me, Detective Wu?" Ding Hao murmured softly to himself, tightly clutching a slip of paper in his hand. Chapter 26. A sudden turn of events in the arena. On the day of the competition, the area surrounding the arena was teeming with people, far more bustling than a festive market during the new year. The renowned hero, Chandaxia, donned in agile attire, stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the platform, exuding an air of grandeur reminiscent of a master martial artist. Yet, his gaze, fixed disdainfully upon Ding Hao as he slowly ascended the stage, conveyed a sense of contempt, as if Ding Hao owed him a fortune. Ding Hao felt an internal struggle, the pressure weighing on him more heavily than during his college entrance examination. As the gong sounded, Chandaxia unleashed a torrent of ferocious strikes, executing a series of tempestuous palm techniques that surged towards Ding Hao with both speed and ferocity. Faced with such an onslaught, Ding Hao dared not underestimate the situation, swiftly employing the elusive techniques learned from ancient texts to evade the attacks. Alas, Qin Daxia's barrage was relentless, akin to a cheat mode in a game. Wave after wave of assaults left Ding Hao scrambling to defend himself, barely able to catch his breath, let alone mount a counterattack. Despite Ding Hao's agile movements, he gradually began to feel the strain. Chandaxia, indeed a master at the early stage of the spirit martial realm, wielded profound inner strength and exquisite techniques, each blow infused with a fierce wind that nearly suffocated Ding Hao. The spectators below murmured among themselves, with Master Sun shaking his head in dismay, lamenting, "Alas, this son-in-law still lacks the necessary skill." Beside him, Senior Brotherly wore a smirk of schadenfreude, scoffing at Ding Hao's audacity to challenge Qin Daxia with his meager abilities. Sun Qianqian, however, fixed her gaze on Ding Hao. Her heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. She wished for his victory, yet feared for his safety. Miss Zhao displayed a worried expression, her hands clasped in silent prayer for Ding Hao, amidst the tempest of attacks. Ding Hao struggled to endure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As he dodged, he keenly observed Qin Daxia's techniques, searching for a flaw. Yet, Qin Daxia's offensive was impenetrable, granting Ding Hao no respite. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Qin Daxia unleashed his ultimate move. The rampant dragon emerges from the sea. With both palms thrust forward, an overwhelming force of inner energy surged towards Ding Hao, like a mountain crashing down, rendering him immobile. "It's over," gasped someone from the crowd. Qin Daxia smirked coldly, thinking to himself, "You are still too inexperienced, kid." Just as everyone anticipated Ding Hao's inevitable defeat, a faint smile unexpectedly curled at the corner of Ding Hao's mouth. In slow motion, Qin Daxia's rampant dragon appeared to unravel before Ding Hao's eyes, revealing its weaknesses. The overexertion had compromised Qin Daxia's stance. Acting swiftly, Ding Hao propelled himself forward with a flick of his toes, evading Qin Daxia's palm strike like a wraith, simultaneously delivering a lightning-fast kick aimed at Qin Daxia's vulnerable area. Piercing scream echoed through the air as Qin Daxia clutched his groin, his face turning a shade of deep crimson, nearly collapsing to the ground. Good heavens, that was ruthless. The audience erupted into chaos, some shielding their eyes in disbelief, while others applauded in delight. Master Sun's eyes widened in shock. His jaw nearly unhinged, and Senior Brotherly stood in stupefied silence, as if he had witnessed a ghost. Enraged and humiliated, Qin Daxia, disregarding his pain, pointed an accusing finger at Ding Hao, shouting, "You trickster!" That was underhanded. "You lack martial ethics." Ding Hao shrugged innocently. "All's fair in war, Daxia. Your palm strikes showed no mercy either. I merely acted in self-defense." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Qin Daxia, consumed by embarrassment and fury, lost all semblance of rationality. Abandoning his original techniques to resort to despicable tactics, one moment he aimed for Ding Hao's eyes, the next he hurled insults. "You worthless son-in-law dare to fight me? You aren't even worthy to stand here." Though anger surged within him, Ding Hao strove to maintain his composure, deftly evading Qin Daxia's attacks while seeking an opportunity to counter, like a cunning fox lying in wait for its prey to reveal a fatal weakness. At that moment, Zhou Bo leaned towards Detective Wu, whispering, "Observe his footwork." Qin Daxia's movements had grown erratic, resembling a drunken man swaying without control. Detective Wu narrowed his eyes, pondering, "It seems he is getting desperate." Zhou Bo nodded, lowering his voice, "This kid fights viciously." Ding Hao seized the opportunity, as if he had awakened a sixth sense. Every one of Qin Daxia's moves played out in slow motion before him, revealing countless flaws, and no longer on the defensive. He initiated a fierce counterattack, each strike aimed at Qin Daxia's vital points, causing him to howl in pain, utterly defenseless. Goodness, this reversal is astonishing. The audience watched in awe, gasping in disbelief. Senior Brotherly, who had previously mocked Ding Hao's audacity, now wore a countenance more dismal than Qin Daxia's, as if he had swallowed a fly. Ding Hao executed his techniques with fluid grace, driving Qin Daxia back relentlessly, on the verge of toppling off the platform. Suddenly, Master Sun leaped onto the stage, shouting, "Halt! Ding Hao, you have violated the prohibition against the kick to the groin technique. I hereby disqualify you." An uproar ensued. Ding Hao stood bewildered, questioning the old man's intentions. Hadn't he merely acted in self-defense? Just then, Detective Wu, who had been silent until now, spoke up, "I believe I've seen this technique before." He retrieved a weathered piece of parchment from his pocket, which bore strange symbols. Could this possibly be? Wu's voice trembled slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Ding Hao. Zhou Bo leaned closer to inspect the paper, his expression shifting dramatically. The long-lost sunflower pointing technique? Chapter 27. The decisive battle. The secrets of the ancient texts revealed. Ding Hao stood on the stage, his mind a whirlwind of disbelief. What kick to the groin? I was merely executing the authentic dragon and phoenix play. Was the old man blind, or merely targeting him? The victory he had almost grasped slipped away due to this unexpected accusation, leaving Ding Hao feeling more nauseated than if he had swallowed a fly. Surrounding gazes pierced him like searchlights, filled with skepticism, derision, and schadenfreude, a tumult of emotions that suffocated him. In that moment, Detective Wu, previously relegated to the background, spoke slowly, producing a yellowed paper covered in bizarre symbols, resembling a child's doodle yet reminiscent of some arcane totem. Could this be? Wu's voice quivered with excitement, his eyes fixated on Ding Hao as if he had uncovered a momentous secret. Zhou Bo, the usually reticent servant of the Sun family, also approached to take a look, his face paling as if he had seen a ghost. The long-lost sunflower pointing technique? Zhou Bo exclaimed, his voice cracking, sending shockwaves through the crowd and igniting a fervor among the onlookers. Isn't that the supreme martial art of the martial world, the legendary blade that commands respect and instills fear? Someone in the crowd shouted, igniting a fervor among the spectators. Wait, something's amiss. Detective Wu raised his voice, interrupting the crowd's chatter. While the patterns here bear some resemblance to the sunflower pointing technique, they also differ, suggesting a more profound martial art. He paused, turning his gaze toward the visibly pale Master Sun. Master Sun, you claim that Mr. Ding employed the kick to the groin. Would you kindly demonstrate the essence of that technique for our enlightenment? Master Sun's complexion fluctuated, unable to articulate a coherent response. He had no knowledge of the kick to the groin. His previous assertion had been a mere fabrication to thwart Ding Hao's victory. Detective Wu pressed on, Master Sun, as a venerated elder in the martial community, surely you can demonstrate even a simple kick to the groin. At that moment, Detective Wu produced a recording device from his pocket. Pressing play. A lewd voice echoed forth, Old Sun, after this is done, your rewards will be plentiful. The recording revealed a conversation between Master Sun and an unfamiliar man, conspiring to frame Ding Hao. Instantly, Master Sun's face drained of color, as if all blood had been siphoned from his body, collapsing to the ground. Detective Wu stowed away the recording device, turning to the referee. I believe the truth is now abundantly clear. He then faced Ding Hao, his words laden with significance. Mr. Ding, what you executed earlier was not the kick to the groin, but rather an ancient and long-lost. Detective Wu deliberately paused, enunciating, mysterious technique. He extended the parchment to Ding Hao. Perhaps you will find the answers you seek within. Ding Hao accepted the parchment. A surge of peculiar energy coursed through him, the symbols on the paper seemingly coming to life, swirling rapidly within his mind. He lifted his gaze, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his eyes. So that's how it is. Ding Hao regained his standing in the competition, his heart ablaze with indignation as he prepared to confront Chen Daxia once more. This time, it was Chen Daxia's turn to perform. He had been the one leaping about like a clown, and now it was Ding Hao's moment to showcase his authentic prowess. Chen Daxia, feeling a twinge of trepidation, regarded Ding Hao with eyes wide in fear, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. Without further ado, Ding Hao charged forward. He flickered into view before the esteemed hero Chen, appearing as if conjured by a specter, and unleashed a punch with the swiftness of lightning. With a resounding thud, Chen was propelled several steps back, a trickle of crimson escaping from the corner of his mouth. Is that all? Ding Hao sneered, his lips curling in disdain. I expected you to be formidable, yet you turn out to be a mere fifth-rate fighter. Enraged and humiliated, Chen bellowed, summoning every ounce of his strength to launch a fierce onslaught against Ding Hao. However, Ding Hao's techniques flowed like water, unpredictable and fluid, leaving Chen utterly defenseless. He resembled a punching bag, at Ding Hao's mercy. You cheat. Chen, bloodied and bruised, stammered incoherently. Cheat? You dare to accuse me? Ding Hao scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. I merely wanted to demonstrate to you what true power looks like. Realizing he was no match for Ding Hao, Chen concocted a desperate plan, intending to risk everything with one final move. He concentrated all his energy, gathering it in his palms before thrusting it forcefully towards Ding Hao. This strike possessed immense power. If it landed, Ding Hao would either perish or be grievously injured. Yet, Ding Hao had anticipated this. A slight smirk played on his lips as he effortlessly evaded the incoming blow. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated with a powerful strike, landing squarely on Chen's chest. With a sickening gasp, Chen expelled a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward and crashing heavily onto the stage. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Those who had once scorned Ding Hao, mocking him as a useless wretch, now wore expressions of deep shame. They had never imagined that this man they had deemed a lowly insect could possess such formidable strength. Standing atop the stage, Ding Hao reveled in the adulation and admiration of the crowd. He slowly unfurled the yellowed piece of parchment in his hand, the peculiar symbols on it now crystallizing in his vision. "It seems my secret can no longer remain hidden," Ding Hao murmured to himself, a hint of mystery dancing on his lips. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear. "Congratulations, Mr. Ding, you have drawn the attention of certain individuals." Bathed in the glow of victory, Ding Hao stood on the stage, enveloped by the roaring cheers of the crowd, feeling as if he were on an unstoppable winning streak, effortlessly defeating his opponents. This sensation was intoxicating. Yet, just as he basked in his triumph, an unusual aroma wafted into his nostrils. Reminiscent of the enticing scent of pickled cabbage and beef noodles, irresistible and alluring. This aroma emanated from a small, inconspicuous hole in the corner of the stage. With a keen observational skills akin to Sherlock Holmes and an extraordinary grasp of martial arts, Ding Hao discerned that there was something concealed within. He approached cautiously and peered inside, only to discover a tattered piece of parchment hiding within, adorned with a bizarre symbol that resembled a child's haphazard doodling. Although Ding Hao did not recognize the symbol, he understood that it was anything but ordinary. This could potentially be a clue to the long-lost martial arts manual of legend. He carefully tucked the parchment into his cloak, his heart swelling with joy. This could lead to great fortune. At that moment, Sun Qianqian bounded toward him like a jubilant fawn, embracing Ding Hao, her body trembling with excitement. "You are amazing," she whispered in his ear, her voice as sweet as honey. Ding Hao felt her warmth and his heart fluttered, enveloped in a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. He chuckled. "Oh, it was nothing, really," though he feigned modesty. Inside, he was elated. The feeling of being admired by a beautiful woman was exhilarating. However, Ding Hao did not allow victory to cloud his judgment. He understood that this was merely the first step of a long journey. Discovering this ancient symbol was just the beginning. Many more challenges awaited him. The martial world was fraught with peril, and human hearts were inscrutable. He felt like a pig standing on the edge of a precipice, liable to be blown away at any moment. In that instant, a mysterious voice echoed. "Mr. Ding, congratulations on your victory, but please be cautious. You have drawn the attention of certain individuals." The voice fell silent, leaving Ding Hao alone in contemplation. Chapter 28. The Path of Martial Arts Revealed. A new journey begins. Ding Hao returned to the Sun family's martial arts hall, clutching the parchment tightly as if it were a rare treasure. He examined the ancient symbols meticulously, striving to unravel their secrets. To him, this was a veritable guide to the path of mastery. Still engrossed in his study of the parchment, a mocking voice broke the silence. Still obsessing over that tattered piece of paper? It was Master Sun's derisive tone, brimming with disdain. "You're nothing but a pretty face, completely ineffectual." The surrounding disciples erupted into laughter at Master Sun's words. Indeed, a mere parasite, pretending to delve into martial arts. How utterly ridiculous! Brotherly openly jeered, leaving no room for subtlety. Ding Hao endured these harsh words, feeling as though a colossal weight pressed upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He longed to retort. Yet his introverted nature rendered him mute, forcing him to silently endure the ridicule. He felt akin to a ferocious beast trapped in a cage, with no outlet for his strength at that moment. Sun Qianqian approached, her heart igniting with fury upon witnessing Ding Hao's humiliation. "How dare you speak of him that way?" She glared at the crowd, her tone icy. "Ding Hao has worked harder than any of you. What right do you have to mock him?" Upon hearing her words, Master Sun's expression darkened. "Qianqian, how could you defend this outsider?" He rebuked sternly. "What qualifications does a live-in son-in-law have to deserve your support?" "Grandfather, this is prejudice." Sun Qianqian stood her ground. "Ding Hao's talent surpasses that of anyone here. You are merely envious enough." Master Sun roared in anger. "How dare you speak to me like that? I speak only the truth." Sun Qianqian stood fearless, locking eyes with Master Sun. "You cannot tolerate the fact that Ding Hao is superior to you." The atmosphere between them crackled with tension, as if any spark could ignite an explosion. Ding Hao, observing this spectacle, felt a tumult of emotions. He wished to prevent a quarrel between Sun Qianqian and Master Sun on his behalf. "That's enough," he shouted, his voice resonating with suppressed force, silencing the room. Rising slowly, he cast a determined gaze over the crowd, ultimately settling on Master Sun. "I will prove to you that I am not a pretty face. I will unveil the secrets of this symbol and embark on the path of true strength." Ignoring the surrounding mockery and skepticism, he turned and retreated to his room, spreading the parchment across his desk. Once again lost in thought, he closed his eyes, imprinting the symbols deeply in his mind. Allowing his thoughts to wander, suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled an ancient painting hanging in the hall, which seemed to feature similar symbols. With a sudden burst of energy, Ding Hao opened his eyes and dashed to the hall. Scrutinizing the painting intently, indeed, in the corners of the painting, several symbols identical to those on the parchment lay concealed. Excitedly, he began to compare the parchment with the painting, discovering that they could fit together perfectly. "How is this possible?" Master Sun's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Ding Hao's revelation. The surrounding disciples stood agape, their previous laughter evaporating into thin air. Brother Li's face turned ashen. He had always viewed Ding Hao as an eyesore, and now witnessing Ding Hao's discovery of a clue ignited a blaze of jealousy within him. Merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. He feigned composure. "What is so impressive about that? If you have the ability, let us have a match. If you lose, cease your pursuit of the manual's clues." Ding Hao shot Brother Li a cold glance. He was aware that Brother Li was deliberately trying to provoke him. Yet he was undaunted. "Let us do it," he replied without hesitation, eager to see what skills Brother Li possessed. The contest commenced in the martial arts hall's arena. Brother Li launched into the fray with full force. His strikes swift and lethal, aiming for a quick victory to overpower Ding Hao. Ding Hao, however, remained calm, refraining from rushing to counterattack. Instead, he adeptly evaded Brother Li's blows, searching for openings. "This guy is as slippery as an eel." Brother Li cursed inwardly, his attacks intensifying, yet he could never quite land a hit on Ding Hao. Ding Hao moved with an ethereal grace, akin to a phantom, weaving effortlessly through Brother Li's assaults. His gaze was sharp, meticulously tracking Brother Li's every move, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. "You," Brother Li gasped, breathless, pointing an accusatory finger at Ding Hao. "I in a blur." Ding Hao darted forward, striking like a leopard, his fist connecting squarely with Brother Li's chest. "Is that all?" A mocking smirk danced on Ding Hao's lips. Brother Li soared backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Unable to rise for a long while, the arena fell silent, all present left in awe at Ding Hao's sudden display of power. Good heavens, has this kid been using cheats? He is far too strong. He is playing the role of a fool to deceive us all. The disciples seated below engaged in fervent discussions, their gazes toward Ding Hao imbued with profound reverence. Sun Qianqian watched Ding Hao's remarkable presence during the competition, her eyes sparkling like stars, her cheeks flushed, and her heart racing. "Ding Hao, you are truly amazing," she could not help but whisper. Nearby, Miss Zhao let out a sigh of relief, a gratifying smile illuminating her face. Cough, cough. Brother Li clutched his chest, struggling to rise from the ground, his complexion ashen. "You cheated," he bellowed in a fit of indignation. "You must have employed some underhanded tactics." Ding Hao cast a cold glance in his direction. If you lack the skill, refrain from seeking excuses. He chose not to elaborate on how he achieved his victory, knowing full well that even if he did, none would believe him. Elder Sun's countenance was equally grim. He had not anticipated that Ding Hao would truly triumph over Brother Li. He had intended to use this opportunity to suppress Ding Hao, only to find himself shooting himself in the foot. "Humph, even if you have bested Brother Li, what of it? This is merely a trivial skill." He feigned composure, to unravel the secrets of the manual. "You are still far from it." Ding Hao disregarded Elder Sun's scornful remarks, turning instead towards the hall of the martial arts school, intent on further studying the painting. He sensed an enigmatic connection between the artwork and the parchment, as the night deepened into silence. Ding Hao found himself alone in the study, poring over ancient texts in search of additional clues regarding the manual. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling of footsteps outside the door. "Who is it?" he inquired warily. A low voice responded from beyond. "It is I." Zhou Bo entered, holding an oil lamp. "Young master, I have something to discuss with you, he said cryptically. What is it? Ding Hao asked. Zhou Bo surveyed the surroundings. Lowering his voice, it pertains to that manual. He paused, his gaze landing on the parchment in Ding Hao's hand. I believe I know its whereabouts. Chapter 29. Internal Turmoil in the Martial Arts School. A radiant spirit, Zhou Bo leaned closer to Ding Hao, his voice barely above a whisper. Young master, in my youth, I roamed the martial world and heard tales of a remarkable book, strikingly similar to the symbols on the parchment you possess. Ding Hao's heart skipped a beat. Could Zhou Bo hold the key to the parchment's mystery? He pressed him. Zhou Bo, what do you know? Please tell me. Zhou Bo waved his hand. Do not rush, young master. This story is lengthy. It is said that the book is hidden in our martial arts school's storeroom. The storeroom, long shrouded in dust, brimmed with various ancient weapons and tomes. Unable to contain his excitement, Ding Hao followed Zhou Bo into the storeroom that very night. The storeroom was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of age. The two navigated the feeble moonlight, searching meticulously. Found it! Ding Hao exclaimed joyfully, holding a thick, worn volume, its cover barely legible with the words Martial Classics Compendium. Just then, the storeroom door creaked open, revealing Elder Sun standing in the doorway. His expression dark, flanked by several disciples, including brotherly Ding Hao. So you are indeed here, trespassing in the martial arts school sanctum. How audacious! Elder Sun thundered. Ding Hao's heart sank. This was not good, he hastily explained. Elder Sun, save your breath. Elder Sun interrupted brusquely. What qualifications do you, a mere son-in-law, have to rummage through the school's treasures? Guards, expel him. Brotherly stepped forward, relishing the moment, taunting, Ding Hao, look at you now. How will you maintain your standing in the school? Feeling utterly aggrieved, Ding Hao knew he was only seeking clues about the manual, yet he was falsely accused of theft. Sun Qianqian rushed over upon hearing the commotion, immediately defending Ding Hao. Grandfather, you cannot do this. Ding Hao is not. Qianqian, be quiet. Elder Sun barked. You have been bewitched by this scoundrel, unable to discern right from wrong. I will not allow him to remain here as an example, Sun Qianqian argued vehemently. Grandfather, this is prejudice. Ding Hao, their dispute escalated, the atmosphere in the martial arts school growing tense. Zhou Bo, who had been overlooked until now, slowly stepped forward, producing an ancient notebook, clearing his throat. Zhou Bo coughed. Then began, his voice hoarse yet powerful. In my youth, I traversed the martial world and encountered this manual. It does not belong to the school, but rather, he paused, casting his gaze across the assembly before finally settling on the parchment in Ding Hao's hand. It is the key to unlocking a true treasure. At these words, the room erupted in commotion. Elder Sun was taken aback, Brother Li's jaw nearly dropped, and even Sun Qianqian wore a look of shock. Zhou Bo unhurriedly opened the notebook, pointing to a page. This records that the true manual is hidden in a cave on the outskirts of the city, at the peak of Wanxia. And the symbols on the parchment are the mechanism to unlock the cave. Ding Hao took the notebook, scrutinizing the symbols inscribed within. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He closed his eyes, merging the symbols from the parchment with the notes from the book, and a newfound understanding of martial arts surged within him. He opened his eyes wide, a powerful aura erupting from his being. So that it, Ding Hao exclaimed, I understand. He seized a wooden sword and began to practice in the storeroom. His swordplay was fierce, his presence commanding, a stark contrast to his previous self. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. Even Elder Sun couldn't help but nod in approval. Brother Li turned pale, his once prized swordsmanship rendered ineffective before Ding Hao. As Ding Hao completed his sword routine and stood confidently, he turned to Elder Sun, his tone resolute. Elder Sun, I believe this manual will greatly benefit the development of our school. I implore you to allow me to seek it at Wanxia Peak. Elder Sun's expression darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he replied, This matter shall be discussed later. Just then, a figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the martial arts school. It was Detective Wu. He surveyed the unfolding scene with a mysterious smile. It seems the real drama is just beginning. News travels fast, and before the commotion over Ding Hao's actions in the storeroom had settled, Chun Daxiao arrived, eager to reprimand this audacious young man. Striding boldly into the school, flanked by two lackeys, he resembled an ancient emperor accompanied by his attendants. Ding Hao, I've heard you've grown quite bold, daring to stir trouble in the martial arts school. Chen Daxia bellowed as soon as he entered, as if he feared no one would hear. Ding Hao, currently practicing his swordplay in the courtyard, slowly sheathed his sword, his gaze calm as still water. Chen Daxia. What brings you here? Humph. Last time you won by mere chance. Do you truly believe you are invincible now? Chen Daxia sneered. Today, I shall show you what true strength is. Disciples of the martial arts school began to gather. Eager to witness the spectacle, Elder Sun and Sun Qianqian also arrived at the scene. One with a stern demeanor, the other with a look of concern. Come on, Ding Hao wasted no time, immediately assuming a stance. Chen Daxia believed Ding Hao would be distracted by the school's affairs, unleashing his full power with fierce, whistling strikes. However, Ding Hao remained composed, integrating his newly acquired martial arts knowledge into his moves. His movements graceful, his swordplay exquisite, effortlessly countering Chen Daxia's attacks and gradually gaining the upper hand. Chen Daxia became increasingly alarmed. This young man's rate of progress was astonishing. Had he consumed some miraculous elixir? Panic began to set in, causing his strikes to become erratic. Ding Hao seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword, striking Chen Daxia on the shoulder. With a pained cry, Chen Daxia staggered back, his face pale. You have bested me. Ding Hao said coolly. Chen Daxia clutched his wound, glaring daggers at Ding Hao. You wait and see with that. He retreated in disgrace, accompanied by his lackeys. The disciples of the martial arts school were left dumbfounded. Ding Hao had bested even Chen Daxia. Elder Sun's expression softened slightly, though he remained silent. Sun Qianqian, however, beamed with joy, her eyes filled with admiration. Despite his victory, Ding Hao felt no sense of relief. He understood that Chen Daxia would not easily relent. And the internal dynamics of the school remained complex. He pondered whether he could indeed resolve these issues and continue his exploration of the martial arts manual. Gazing toward the direction of Luanxia Peak, he murmured, Parchment, Luanxia Peak. Suddenly, Zhou Bo approached his side, speaking mysteriously, Young master, I seem to recall something. Chapter 30. Unraveling the mystery. Ascending the martial path, Zhou Bo leaned closer, lowering his voice once more, Young master. In my youth, I heard tales of extraordinary treasures hidden at the summit of Luanxia Peak, with whispers that it was once the hermitage of an unparalleled master. Ding Hao's heart raced. This seemed to correlate with the symbols on the parchment. Could the ultimate answer to the manual's enigma lie at Luanxia Peak? In the ensuing days, Ding Hao immersed himself in the study of the parchment, neglecting both sleep and sustenance, yet he found himself unable to decipher the final segment of its contents. The peculiar symbols seemed to mock his ignorance, leaving him in a state of agitation. Simultaneously, the provocations from Chen Daxia escalated. Each day, he would gather a group of ruffians outside the Sun family martial arts hall, declaring his intent to ruin Ding Hao's reputation, even spreading slanderous rumors to tarnish his character. The disciples of the Sun family murmured amongst themselves, and the expression on Master Sun's face grew increasingly grim. This fellow is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune, Brotherly exclaimed gleefully. Let us see how he manages this predicament. Although Sun Qianqian was concerned for Ding Hao, she felt utterly powerless. She understood that Ding Hao's pride was formidable. Should she rashly intervene, it would only serve to further embarrass him. Ding Hao endured immense pressure, yet he did not surrender. He pored over the parchment repeatedly, seeking a breakthrough point. One fateful night, he found himself alone in his study, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, leading him to conceive a new interpretative approach. Previously, he had regarded the symbols as isolated entities. Now, he endeavored to connect them in interpretation, uncovering an entirely new significance. These symbols were not mere characters, but rather a unique martial arts diagram, chronicling a long-lost, unparalleled martial technique. Ding Hao was elated. He immediately began practicing according to the diagram. As he executed the movements, a powerful force surged within him, imparting an unprecedented sense of strength. He finally comprehended that this was the true essence of the secret manual. At that moment, Sun Qianqian gently pushed open the door to his study. Still awake? She inquired with concern. Ding Hao met her gaze, his eyes shimmering with newfound confidence. I have deciphered the manual, he replied, his tone calm yet tinged with uncontainable excitement. Sun Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. But then her face lit up with a delighted smile. Really? That's wonderful. Ding Hao approached the window, flung it open, and gazed at the distant Luoxia Peak, a slight smile gracing his lips. Luoxia Peak, he murmured. It seems we must pay a visit. The summit of Luoxia Peak, enveloped in swirling mists, it resembled a realm of immortals. Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian stood side by side, surveying the throngs of humanity below. Is it possible that this place harbors unparalleled martial arts? Sun Qianqian's beautiful eyes glimmered with curiosity. Indeed, Ding Hao affirmed, his smile confident. The final secret of the parchment shall be revealed here. Following the parchment's guidance, the duo discovered a concealed cave. Inside, a magnificent stone tablet stood tall, adorned with bizarre symbols. Isn't this the very same as those on the parchment? Sun Qianqian exclaimed. Ding Hao nodded, placing his hand upon the tablet. A surge of formidable energy flooded into him, causing the symbols to come alive, swirling rapidly in his mind. Meanwhile, at the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall, Chen Daxia returned to provoke once more. Ding Hao. Turtle, do you dare to emerge and battle me? Master Sun's face turned ashen with fury, and he was about to intervene when Brother Li stopped him. Master, allow me to teach this insolent fool a lesson. Brother Li rushed out, only to be swiftly defeated by Chen Daxia, crashing to the ground in disgrace. Chen Daxia, he boasted, if you do not come out now, I shall demolish your martial arts hall. Just then, a figure descended from above, landing firmly before Chen Daxia. It was none other than Ding Hao. So you finally decided to show yourself. Chen Daxia's eyes glinted with malice. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Ding Hao smiled faintly. A defeated foe dares to boast before me. Before he had even finished speaking, Ding Hao vanished, reappearing behind Chen Daxia like a specter. With a single palm strike, Chen Daxia was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. With such meager skills, you presume to challenge me. Ding Hao's gaze was icy, as if he were looking down upon an ant. Silence enveloped the crowd. All were astonished by Ding Hao's overwhelming power. Sun Qianqian rushed forward, embracing Ding Hao tightly, whispering softly in his ear, "You are my hero." Feeling her affection, Ding Hao's heart warmed, and he reciprocated her embrace. Thunderous applause erupted around them as the disciples of the Sun family cheered. The master is mighty. The master is imposing. Even the usually stern Master Sun wore a gratified smile. Miss Zhao stood among the crowd, gazing at the tightly entwined pair, her heart a tumult of emotions. She sighed quietly, suppressing the bitterness that rose within her, forcing a smile as she joined in the applause. You, Ding Hao, are truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. How cleverly you conceal your prowess, my brother. Brother Li, who had previously mocked Ding Hao, now approached with a beaming smile, appearing as though they were the best of friends, nearly embracing him in camaraderie. Forgive my previous offenses, Master Ding. I hope you will be magnanimous. He grinned, bowing comically, embodying the very essence of a master of disguise. Ding Hao smiled slightly, patting Brother Li on the shoulder. We are all kin. Why speak in such formalities? His nonchalant demeanor instantly garnered him further admiration, with the crowd praising his generosity and noble spirit. As the crowd reveled in the euphoria of victory, an unsettling voice pierced the jubilant atmosphere. Mr. Ding, I fear you rejoiced too soon. A man clad in a black trench coat, topped with a hat and wielding a baton, had appeared at the fringe of the assembly. He was none other than Detective Wu, who had previously investigated the martial arts manual. Detective Wu slowly removed his hat, revealing a sharply defined visage. I have just received word that the miraculous healer, Sun Qianqian, has drawn the attention of a mysterious force. His tone was grave, laced with seriousness. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into an immediate hush. Sun Qianqian's complexion turned ashen, instinctively clutching Ding Hao's hand. What mysterious force? Ding Hao's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. He sensed that this matter was far from simple. Detective Wu shook his head. The specifics remain unclear, but I know the adversary is formidable and seems particularly interested in Miss Sun's medical skills. He paused, then added, I advise you to proceed with utmost caution. They are not to be trifled with. Ding Hao inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he declared, Qianqian, do not fear, as long as I am here. No one shall harm you. He then turned to Detective Wu. Mr. Wu, thank you for your warning. I will investigate this matter promptly. Detective Wu nodded, turning to vanish into the throng. Ding Hao watched his retreating figure, his mind racing with thoughts. Had he offended the forces behind Qin Daxia? Would they seize this opportunity for retribution? What was the true nature of this mysterious force? What were their intentions towards Sun Qianqian? All of these questions loomed like a dense fog over his heart. Clenching his fists, Ding Hao understood that a new storm was on the horizon. He swiftly made his way to Sun Qianqian's clinic, only to find the door ajar, the interior in disarray. Ding Hao's footsteps halted abruptly. Qianqian, Chapter 31. A secret exploration of the clinic. Encountering danger, the clinic's door stood wide open, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Ominously swallowing the surrounding light, Ding Hao dashed inside, and the sight before him made his heart sink. The clinic was a chaotic mess. The medicine cabinet lay toppled, shards of bottles scattered across the floor, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of herbs. Qianqian, Ding Hao called out, but only the echo answered him. A wave of intense unease washed over him, as though he had fallen into a vast ice cavern, cold creeping from his toes to the crown of his head. Hush! A faint voice emerged from a corner. Ding Hao turned towards the sound, spotting Nurse Lin cowering in the corner, trembling, her face pale as a sheet. Upon seeing Ding Hao, a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes, yet she resembled a frightened rabbit, hesitant to raise her voice. The eerie atmosphere heightened Ding Hao's vigilance. He approached Nurse Lin cautiously. What has happened? Where is Qianqian? Nurse Lin's lips quivered as she attempted to speak, but suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps approached rapidly. Ding Hao's instincts blared alarms in his mind. He swiftly pulled Nurse Lin behind him, fixing his piercing gaze on the entrance. The sound of polished shoes striking the floor grew increasingly distinct, and a burly man with a face full of brutish features, accompanied by several menacing thugs, appeared at the door. The leader, Big Ma, wore a cruel smile, twirling a gleaming dagger in his hand. Ding Hao's heart raced. Was Nurse Lin part of a trap? Instinctively, he tightened his fists, ready to strike at any moment. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen event transpired. Nurse Lin suddenly rushed out from behind Ding Hao, arms outstretched to shield him, her voice trembling yet resolute. You cannot harm him. He is a good person. This abrupt action left both Ding Hao and Big Ma momentarily stunned. Big Ma, initially taken aback, erupted into laughter. Little girl, are you tired of living? Dare to block my path? Nurse Lin's face turned even paler with fear, yet she did not waver. Instead, she straightened her back, her gaze emanating an unprecedented determination. I cannot allow you to harm the good. Ding Hao observed the frail yet brave girl before him, a surge of warmth swelling within him. He gently pulled Nurse Lin behind him, his eyes coldly fixed on Boss Ma. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped Qianqian? Boss Ma let out a sinister laugh. Kid, you aren't worthy to know. If you have any sense, scram now and mind your own business. He disdainfully cast a glance at Ding Hao, as if regarding an insignificant insect. You think you can play the hero and save the damsel? Take a good look at yourself. His henchmen erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke. However, Ding Hao remained unfazed, his expression calm as a still pond, unaffected by Boss Ma's derision. He appeared nonchalant, yet his mind raced, meticulously analyzing the situation at hand. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the henchman, and suddenly, a subtle smile graced his lips, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Just my presence is sufficient, Ding Hao remarked, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible confidence. Boss Ma was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. You truly are naive, brothers. Teach this clueless brat a lesson. The henchmen cracked their knuckles, grinning maliciously as they advanced toward Ding Hao. In the instant they drew near, Ding Hao sprang into action. His movements were lightning fast, his form elusive like a ghost. He seemed to throw a casual punch but struck precisely at one henchman's armpit pressure point. Ah! The henchman cried out in agony, instantly incapacitated and collapsing to the ground. This unforeseen turn of events stunned Boss Ma and the remaining henchmen. They could not fathom that this seemingly weak son-in-law possessed such skill. Boss Ma's expression shifted, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He realized he had underestimated Ding Hao, who was no ordinary foe. Kid, you've got some moves, but do you really think that's enough to defeat me? How naive! Boss Ma roared, preparing to engage himself. Boss Ma's attacks were vicious, each strike aimed directly at Ding Hao's vital points. Ding Hao did not dare to underestimate him, responding with caution. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce struggle. Nurse Lin anxiously covered her eyes, fearing for Ding Hao's safety. Amidst the intense fighting, Ding Hao deliberately exposed a small opening. Boss Ma, seizing the moment, was elated, believing he had found Ding Hao's weakness. He launched a full-force strike aimed straight at Ding Hao's chest. However, just as Boss Ma's attack was about to land, Ding Hao suddenly moved. He sidestepped deftly, evading Boss Ma's assault, and countered with a swift palm strike to Boss Ma's shoulder. Boss Ma grunted, staggering back several steps. His expression darkening as shock filled his eyes. He could not comprehend how he had been outmaneuvered by this son-in-law. Ding Hao chose not to pursue his advantage, but stood his ground, coldly observing Boss Ma, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "What other tricks do you have? Feel free to show them." Boss Ma's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched as he retorted, "Kid, don't get cocky." Before he could finish, Ding Hao surged forward like a flash of lightning, akin to a leopard pouncing on its prey. Before Boss Ma could react, Ding Hao's fist was already upon him. Bang! With a muffled thud, Boss Ma's nose shattered, blood gushing forth. He let out a wretched cry, clutching his face as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. "Is that all you've got?" Ding Hao clapped his hands dismissively, eyeing Boss Ma with disdain. "I expected more from you." The remaining henchmen, terrified, began to retreat, their courage evaporating in the face of Ding Hao's prowess. Ding Hao's gaze swept over them, his voice cold and commanding. "If you don't want to die, get out of here." The henchmen scrambled away in a panic, fleeing the clinic. Ding Hao approached Nurse Lin, asking softly, "Are you all right?" She shook her head, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Do you know why they wanted to kidnap Qianqian?" Ding Hao inquired. Nurse Lin pondered for a moment before replying, "I heard them mention it was because of Qianqian's medical skills." Ding Hao's brow furrowed. Qianqian's medical skills? Could it be that someone intends to exploit her abilities for nefarious purposes? "What else did they say?" he pressed. Nurse Lin strained to recall. "They mentioned a location." "What location?" Ding Hao asked urgently. Nurse Lin hesitated, then said, "An abandoned hospital." Ding Hao's heart jolted. An abandoned hospital? Could Qianqian be held there? Without a moment's delay, he turned and headed for the exit. "Wait!" Nurse Lin called out to him. Ding Hao turned back to look at her, and he saw a flicker of fear in her eyes. "It's very dangerous there." Ding Hao smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I will ensure my own safety." With that, he departed the clinic, vanishing into the night. With a creak, the rusted iron gates of the abandoned hospital swung open. Chapter 32. The hospital predicament. Courageously breaking through difficulties, the iron door, covered in rust, emitted a grating moan as Ding Hao stepped into the abandoned hospital. A foul stench assaulted his senses, a nauseating mix of disinfectant and dust. The dim corridor was illuminated by moonlight filtering through shattered windows, casting eerie shadows that resembled watchful eyes. Ding Hao held his breath, taking each step with utmost caution. The crunch of broken glass beneath his feet and the splotches of dried blood on the walls served as grim reminders of the horrors that had unfolded here. The air was thick with a stifling tension that made it nearly impossible to breathe. Suddenly, several dark figures emerged from the shadows, brandishing steel pipes and advancing toward Ding Hao. "Come at me," Ding Hao called out, his composure unwavering. His senses sharpened. He observed his surroundings and reacted with incredible speed. He darted among the attackers like a wraith, delivering a flurry of strikes that left them reeling. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds echoed as the henchman fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Ding Hao brushed his hands together, unimpressed. "Is that all you've got? You think you can stop me?" He pressed deeper into the hospital. The doors to the rooms on either side of the corridor tightly shut, resembling slumbering beasts ready to devour him at any moment. Suddenly, he heard a faint moan, seemingly emanating from a room at the end of the corridor. Ding Hao's heart raced. Could it be Sun Qianqian? He quickened his pace, rushing towards the source of the sound. "Who?" A gruff voice boomed suddenly. The door at the end of the corridor creaked open, revealing a burly man with a face full of scars, Boss Ma himself. Behind him, a swarm of henchmen surged forth, encircling Ding Hao. "Kid, you've got some skills to make it this far," Boss Ma sneered, twirling a gleaming dagger in his hand. "But your luck ends here." "Where is Sun Qianqian?" Ding Hao asked coldly, his piercing gaze scanning the henchmen surrounding him. "Want to know? Then you'll have to get past us first," Boss Ma commanded, signaling his men to charge at Ding Hao, who faced them with determination. Ding Hao inhaled deeply, his eyes steeled. He understood the gravity of the battle ahead. He needed to act swiftly to rescue Sun Qianqian. He became a blur, weaving through the crowd with agility, evading their strikes while delivering powerful blows to their vital points. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact mingled with the cries of the henchmen, who fell one after another. Unable to withstand Ding Hao's ferocity, Boss Ma's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Ding Hao's prowess, astonished that he could face multiple opponents and gain the upper hand. Everyone, attack together, kill him. Boss Ma shouted frantically. The remaining henchmen, fueled by desperation, lunged at Ding Hao. As the situation grew dire, sweat streamed down Ding Hao's forehead. He needed a way to break free. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Recalling a move he had learned from a martial arts manual, Furious Dragon emerges from the sea. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his internal energy into his fists, then unleashed a powerful strike. Roar! The sound of a dragon echoed throughout the hospital. A wave of force radiating outward from Ding Hao. The henchmen charging forward were sent sprawling as if struck by a tidal wave, crashing to the ground, rendered powerless. Boss Ma stood frozen, his face paling in shock. He could never have imagined that Ding Hao possessed such formidable strength. Ding Hao advanced step by step toward Boss Ma, his gaze icy, resembling a grim reaper from the depths of hell. Now tell me, where is Sun Qianqian? Ma Laoda trembled all over, pointing towards a room deep in the corridor, stammering, "It's in there." Ding Hao paid him no mind and strode directly toward that room. "Wait!" Ma Laoda suddenly shouted. "You can't." Ding Hao abruptly turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly fixing on Ma Eliodi. "Do you have any last words?" In Ding Hao's mind, the gentle smile of Sun Qianqian surfaced, and a warm current surged within him. Qianqian was still waiting for him. He must rescue her swiftly. This conviction filled him with strength, his eyes radiating tenderness and determination. "Qianqian, wait for me," Ding Hao growled, charging once more towards Ma Laoda. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing all the true energy within him, his strikes coming like a torrential storm against Ma Laoda. Wild Dragon emerges from the sea. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Flood Dragon probes its claws. Each move carried a fierce gust of wind, each strike lethal. Taken aback by Ding Hao's onslaught, Ma Laoda staggered backward, his face etched with terror. How did this kid become so formidable all of a sudden? He thought, realizing he was powerless to retaliate. The surrounding henchmen stood dumbfounded, eyes wide, as if witnessing a monster. Bang! Ding Hao's fist crashed heavily into Ma Laoda's chest, who let out a wail, flying backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. "It's over," Ding Hao declared coldly, preparing to finish Ma Laoda off when he suddenly sensed a disturbance beneath his feet. Not good! Ding Hao's heart sank. He wanted to evade, but it was too late. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the floor beneath him suddenly opened, and he plummeted downwards. "Ah!" Ding Hao exclaimed in shock, his body rapidly descending. Ma Laoda struggled to rise from the ground, watching Ding Hao fall, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Kid, you're too green to challenge me. Boss, what's down there?" One henchman asked curiously. Ma Laoda chuckled darkly. "Hee hee, you'll find out when you go down." A scream from the depths of the pit abruptly stopped. "Boss, that sound." Ma Laoda waved his hand dismissively, saying ominously, "Send someone down to see if he's dead." Chapter 33. Into the tiger's den, a hero saves the beauty. The bottom of the pit was shrouded in darkness. Ding Hao landed heavily on a pile of dry grass, narrowly avoiding the misfortune of being impaled. A pungent, moldy odor invaded his nostrils as he struggled to sit up, using the faint light to survey his surroundings. Good heavens, this was no trap. It was clearly an abandoned garbage pit. The walls were lined with rusted spikes, and the bottom was piled high with rotting debris, emanating a nauseating stench. Damn, Ma Laoda is truly treacherous. Ding Hao couldn't help but scoff, rubbing his sore backside. He had no time to waste in this wretched place. Qianqian was still waiting for him. He needed to find a way out quickly. Ding Hao scanned his surroundings. The walls of the pit were smooth and steep, offering little in the way of footholds. He jumped up a few times experimentally, but he couldn't reach the edge. The pit was at least 3 or 4 meters deep. Attempting to climb out by hand was sheer folly. Am I to be trapped here? Ding Hao thought, a wave of anxiety washing over him. No, he couldn't give up. Taking a deep breath, Ding Hao forced himself to calm down. He closed his eyes, recalling the martial arts techniques he had practiced earlier. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him as he remembered a lightness technique called gecko wall climbing. This technique would allow him to scale smooth walls with the agility of a gecko. Without hesitation, Ding Hao began to channel his inner energy, placing his palms against the pit wall, feeling its texture and structure. His fingers clung to the tiny protrusions on the wall like a gecko's claws. "Hey!" Ding Hao exclaimed softly, his body ascending like a nimble monkey. The spikes on the wall tore at his clothing, leaving trails of blood, yet he pressed on, gritting his teeth as he climbed higher. After several minutes, Ding Hao finally emerged from the pit, exhaling deeply, paying no heed to his injuries as he dashed toward the depths of the base. Along the way, he encountered a few henchmen armed with clubs. Charging at him aggressively. Seeking death, Ding Hao sneered, his form flickering like a specter amidst the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. A few dull thuds sounded as several henchmen collapsed, groaning in pain. Ding Hao ignored them, continuing his sprint deeper into the base. He needed to find Qianqian quickly and rescue her. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy iron door, tightly shut. Ding Hao took a deep breath, raised his foot, and kicked the door with all his might. Boom! With a resounding crash, the iron door swung open. "Qianqian," Ding Hao called out. Behind the door was not the dark, damp prison cell he had imagined, but rather a simply furnished office. Sun Qianqian was bound to a chair. Her mouth taped shut, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at Ding Hao, bursting through the door. Meanwhile, Ma Laoda sat leisurely in a boss's chair, swirling a glass of red wine. A sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, Ding Da, the son-in-law, you finally made it," Ma Laoda taunted sarcastically. "I thought you'd be stuck in a cesspool." Ding Hao paid no attention to his mockery, his gaze sweeping the room. Besides Ma Laoda, there were 4 burly men, clearly seasoned fighters, surrounding him, each wielding gleaming machetes, their faces filled with malice. "Release Qianqian," Ding Hao commanded coldly. Ma Laoda scoffed disdainfully. "Release her? On what grounds? Just because of your measly skills." He clapped his hands, and the 4 burly men lunged at Ding Hao with their machetes. "Overestimating yourselves," Ding Hao chuckled coldly, his figure darting like lightning amidst the flashes of blades. He did not rush to attack, but instead evaded while observing the enemy's weaknesses. "This kid is a bit uncanny," one burly man exclaimed, as their attacks failed to even graze Ding Hao's clothing. A smirk crept onto Ding Hao's lips. It seemed these fools were not as formidable as they thought. Suddenly, he unleashed his self-created ultimate technique, Wild Dragon 8 Styles. His body moved like a dragon, fists and feet striking like the wind, each blow landing precisely on the enemy's vital points. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds echoed as the 4 burly men fell to the ground. Groaning in anguish, Ma Laoda's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated Ding Hao could be so powerful. In a panic, he fumbled a handgun from his drawer, pointing it at Ding Hao. "Don't come any closer. I'll shoot." Ding Hao remained unfazed, pressing forward toward Ma Laoda. "Don't force me." Ma Laoda's hands trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Ding Hao approached Ma Laoda, snatched the gun from his hand, and tossed it aside. Looking down at Ma Laoda, his gaze icy, he said, "Now, we can have a proper conversation." Laoda's face turned ashen, his lips quivering, just as he was about to beg for mercy. "Wait," an elderly voice called from the doorway. Ding Hao stood before Ma Laoda, who was pale and trembling, shaking like a leaf as he pleaded, "Big brother, spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Please, show mercy and let me go." Ding Hao's gaze remained unyielding. Devoid of any sympathy, he was no saint. He would not show mercy to someone who had committed such heinous acts. An 80-year-old mother? A 3-year-old child? Did you think of that when you kidnapped Qianqian? She is someone's beloved too. A cold smile curled at the corner of Ding Hao's mouth as he threw a punch, striking Ma Laoda squarely in the face. Bang! With a dull thud, Ma Laoda flew backward like a ragged sack, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to rise, blood from his nose mixing with fragments of teeth, the scene utterly ghastly. Ding Hao moved to Sun Qianqian's side, swiftly untying the ropes that bound her. Free at last, Sun Qianqian leaped into Ding Hao's embrace, holding him tightly, her eyes brimming with relief and admiration for her rescuer. "Ding Hao, thank you. You truly are my hero. Ding Hao gently patted Sun Qianqian's back, softly reassuring her, it's all right, with me here. No one can harm you. As he felt her trembling in his arms, a fierce protective instinct surged within him. Sun Qianqian looked up, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Ding Hao. Filled with affection, Ding Hao, do you know? Ding Hao tenderly wiped the tears from her face, whispering, I know, I understand everything. As their gazes locked, the unspoken emotions in their eyes could no longer be concealed. After enduring this harrowing trial of life and death, the bond between them intensified to an extraordinary degree. Before departing with Sun Qianqian, Ding Hao cast a final glance at the sinister base. A place steeped in malevolence, he retrieved a lighter from his pocket. With a flick, he ignited a piece of tissue and tossed it into the room. The flames erupted, swiftly engulfing the entire facility. As he observed the inferno reach for the heavens, Ding Hao knew he had successfully dismantled this clandestine stronghold. Hand in hand with Sun Qianqian, they departed from this perilous realm. Not long after they had escaped the lair of the mysterious organization, a hoarse voice emerged from the shadows. Young master, the plan has changed. Chapter 34. Family Vendetta. Fearless in the face of danger, the flames painted the sky crimson, while thick smoke billowed ominously. Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian hastily navigated through the night. Having fled the den of evil, Sun Qianqian's taut nerves began to ease, yet her palms remained clammy with perspiration. She clutched Ding Hao's arm tightly, as if grasping a lifeline. Are we safe? Sun Qianqian's voice trembled slightly. Ding Hao gently patted the back of her hand, offering reassurance. Oh, not fear. I am here. Yet, despite his words, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. An unusual atmosphere pervaded the air, as if they were being watched by some unseen entity. Wait. Ding Hao suddenly halted, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The shadows of the trees danced eerily, and the night wind howled, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Sun Qianqian sensed something amiss and anxiously inquired, What's wrong? Shoo. Ding Hao signaled for silence, then abruptly pulled Sun Qianqian behind him, commanding in a low voice, Show yourself. No sooner had he spoken than several figures clad in black emerged from the darkness, encircling the pair. Ha, quite nimble, aren't we? Come quietly with us, and you may avoid a painful fate, the leader of the black-clad figures sneered. Sun Qianqian's face turned pale with fear as she clutched Ding Hao's clothing. Ding Hao's expression hardened, a chilling aura emanating from him. It was evident that these individuals had come with ill intent. Should you wish to take her, you must first contend with me. Ding Hao's voice was as icy as frost. Overestimating yourself. With a command from the leader, the group surged forward. Ding Hao let out a cold laugh. Moving with the swiftness of a specter, he evaded their assaults with incredible agility and retaliated with precision. Each punch and kick struck with unwavering accuracy and formidable strength. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds echoed as the black-clad assailants fell to the ground. Moaning in agony, they could never have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary son-in-law possessed such terrifying prowess. Ding Hao brushed off his hands, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Turning to Sun Qianqian, he spoke softly, It's all right, do not be afraid. Sun Qianqian gazed at Ding Hao, her eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from the distance. Interesting, a burly man with a sinister countenance emerged from the shadows. Clad in black attire, exuding an intimidating presence, seems that old Ma is indeed no match. I shall have to take matters into my own hands. His tone dripped with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. This man was none other than an elder of the hidden family, his strength reaching the late stage of the spirit martial realm, far beyond the likes of old Ma. Who are you? Ding Hao's heart sank as he felt the overwhelming pressure from the adversary, his fists clenching instinctively. The one who will take your life, the elder scoffed, lunging towards Ding Hao with blinding speed. His fingers claw-like, aimed at Ding Hao's throat. The velocity was astonishing. Ding Hao dared not confront him directly, hastily pulling Sun Qianqian aside to evade. The elder's strike missed, but he pressed on relentlessly, each attack lethal and merciless. Boom! The elder's palm struck where Ding Hao had just stood, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. Ding Hao was forced to retreat, seeking an opening amidst the fierce onslaught. The elder's formidable strength made it challenging for Ding Hao to find a suitable opportunity to counterattack. Sun Qianqian watched anxiously, her heart racing. Although she lacked martial skills, she could see that Ding Hao was at a disadvantage. She gripped his clothing tightly, terrified he might be harmed. "Kid, your skills are commendable. But alas, you have encountered me," the elder taunted, attacking without mercy. "Today, both of you shall perish." Ding Hao's gaze sharpened as he rapidly devised a strategy. The elder's power vastly exceeded his own. A direct confrontation would be futile. He needed to identify a weakness for any chance of survival. Suddenly, Ding Hao noticed that while the elder's attacks were fierce, they appeared somewhat rigid, as if his arms were not entirely agile. Now is the moment. Ding Hao's heart raced as he seized the opportunity, unleashing his self-created technique. The rampant dragon breaks the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated through the night as Ding Hao's fist, infused with wild energy, struck the elder's arm. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the elder's arm was hit, a sound reminiscent of bones cracking. His assault faltered, pain evident on his face. Sun Qianqian's eyes widened with surprise at this turn of events. The elder clutched his injured arm, his expression darkening as he glared at Ding Hao. You dare injure me?" Ding Hao chuckled coldly. "This is merely the beginning, brat. You have successfully enraged me," the elder roared. A more potent force emanating from him. Ding Hao embraced Sun Qianqian, gently stroking her hair, murmuring softly, "Do not fear, Qianqian. I am here. Even if the king of hell himself comes, he shall not lay a finger on you." Sun Qianqian looked up into Ding Hao's resolute eyes, her previously frantic heart gradually calming. She nestled against him, relishing the familiar warmth and sense of security. Ding Hao felt the softness of the woman in his arms, a wave of warmth washing over him. The elder's furious shouts still echoed in his ears, and Ding Hao understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. He took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Since the opponent was relentless, he would not back down. "You think you can take my life with such feeble skills? Go home and practice for a few hundred more years." Ding Hao mockingly scoffed, yet he remained vigilant, fully aware of the elder's formidable strength. His previous strike had been mere luck. To defeat him, he must capitalize on every opportunity. The elder, furious and clutching his wounded arm, wore a grim expression. He could hardly believe he had been injured by a mere son-in-law. It was an utter humiliation. "You seek death?" he bellowed, charging forward once more. This time, his attacks were even more ferocious. Each strike aimed to annihilate Ding Hao. Ding Hao dared not confront him head-on, relying instead on his agile movements and acute perception to evade the elder's assaults. He danced through the onslaught like a nimble dragon, effortlessly navigating the relentless barrage. "Taiji Bagua Palm," Ding Hao shouted, unleashing his family's secret technique. His form shifted unpredictably, palm shadows multiplying, neutralizing the elder's attacks one by one. "Kong Long Yu Hui." Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Ding Hao struck the elder's chest with a powerful palm. The elder let out a muffled groan, staggering backwards several steps. Ding Hao pressed the advantage, launching a kick that landed squarely in the elder's abdomen. Boom! With a resounding crash, the elder was sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Coughing, the elder struggled to rise, yet found himself utterly drained of strength. He gazed at Ding Hao in terror, disbelief filling his eyes. Ding Hao clapped his hands, a relaxed expression on his face. "Is that all? I expected you to be formidable, yet it seems you're nothing special." Although he had temporarily repelled the elder, Ding Hao knew this was only a fleeting victory. The family's power was vast, and they would not let this matter rest. Greater peril awaited them. "We must leave this place at once." Ding Hao grasped Sun Qianqian's hand, racing deeper into the thicket. "Quickly, follow me." Chapter 35. Resurgence and Desperation. Overcoming the strong enemy deep within the forest, a concealed cave became Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian's temporary refuge. The cave was dark and damp, the sound of water droplets echoing against the rock walls, creating a rhythmic ticking that resonated in the stillness. Sun Qianqian hugged her knees tightly, her body trembling slightly, clearly shaken by the environment and the previous chase. "Do not worry, Qianqian, you are safe," Ding Hao softly reassured her, gently patting her shoulder, his tone tender yet resolute. Though he bore the weight of anxiety himself, he knew he must appear calm to instill a sense of security in Sun Qianqian. Outside the cave, the family's search party drew closer, like hounds catching the scent of blood. "Boss, there seems to be some movement over here." A gruff voice shattered the tranquility of the forest. Ding Hao held his breath, his eyes sharply fixed on the cave entrance. He realized they could no longer remain passive. It was time to take the initiative. Ding Hao is far from being a passive little rabbit waiting for fate to decide his future. Over the past few days, he has skillfully evaded capture, meticulously observing the patterns of the family search team and uncovering a critical flaw in their strategy. Their patrol routes are excessively predictable and lack essential vigilance. As night falls, the forest descends into an impenetrable darkness where visibility wanes to nothing. Seizing the moment, Ding Hao, akin to a sleek and stealthy cheetah, silently emerges from his hideout. His movements are fluid, akin to a specter gliding through the trees. Swiftly approaching the patrol team. "Hey, gentlemen, still on patrol at this late hour? You must be exhausted." Ding Hao suddenly appears behind a solitary guard, his tone light and teasing. Yet, without hesitation, he delivers a precise strike to incapacitate him effortlessly. "Where's the third?" Another guard questions, glancing around in confusion. Before he can fully grasp the situation, Ding Hao materializes before him, executing a flawless shoulder throw that sends the guard crashing to the ground. Unconscious in an instant in mere minutes, Ding Hao has dispatched several guards without a sound, his actions as seamless as a silent film. A confident smile graces his lips as he whispers to himself, "It seems tonight, I shall deliver a little surprise for you." A glint of cold determination flashes in his eyes as he picks up a stone and hurls it into the depths of the forest. "Who goes there?" A voice calls out from afar, startled. "Gotcha." Ding Hao smirks, disappearing into the shroud of night. "Qian Qian, wait for my return." The sound of the stone hitting the ground echoes loudly in the stillness, drawing the attention of the family's elite searchers nearby. "Who is there?" A thunderous voice booms as shadows swiftly converge upon the source of the noise. A cold smirk appears on Ding Hao's face. This is precisely the outcome he desired. "Come at me," he roars, advancing toward the encroaching shadows without a hint of retreat. These elite fighters exhibit a level of skill far superior to that of the previous patrol. Their movements synchronized and their attacks fierce, forming a tight encirclement that traps Ding Hao in their midst. The air is thick with the glint of blades and the chill of impending doom. Within the confines of this encirclement, Ding Hao dances like a wraith, his form elusive and unpredictable, confounding his adversaries. At times, he becomes a tempest, swift as lightning. At others, a steadfast mountain, unwavering and resolute. "Is this all you've got? Do you dare come to your demise?" he taunts, his tone laced with disdain. The fighters, incensed by his arrogance, intensify their assault. "Kid, don't get too cocky." A burly fighter bellows, brandishing a massive axe aimed squarely at Ding Hao. The axe whistles through the air with tremendous force, as though seeking to cleave Ding Hao in two. With a graceful shift, Ding Hao evades the lethal blow with ease. "Is that it? I expected something more formidable." "Turns out it was merely bluster," he jeers. Enraged by the mockery, the burly fighter swings the axe again. But in that instant, Ding Hao catches sight of a vulnerability in his opponent's stance. An opportunity presents itself. Ding Hao's heart races with exhilaration as he strikes with lightning speed, delivering a vicious palm strike to the fighter's neck. "Ugh," the fighter gasps, eyes rolling back as he collapses. "Boss!" The remaining fighters panic at the sight, faltering. Seizing the moment, Ding Hao unleashes a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, each strike lethal. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds reverberate as several fighters crumple to the ground, incapacitated. Standing tall, Ding Hao surveys his surroundings, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. "Who else dares to challenge me?" Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes from a distance, accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air. "Young man, your skills are commendable, but do you really believe you can escape?" Ding Hao looks up to see a middle-aged man clad in black, his expression cold and his presence exuding an aura of formidable power. A clear indication of his profound strength. "And who might you be?" Ding Hao narrows his eyes, instinctively alert. "Your executioner," the man replies, his tone frigid, eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Such grandiose claims. I wonder if you can back them up." Ding Hao retorts with a scoff, assuming a fighting stance. "Let us see if you can prove it." In a blink, the black-clad man vanishes from view. Incredible speed. Ding Hao's heart races as he steels himself for the impending confrontation. Suddenly, the man reappears behind Ding Hao, striking toward his back. This is bad. Ding Hao senses the gust of wind and swiftly sidesteps. Boom. The force of the black-clad man's palm slams into the ground, creating a massive imprint. Ding Hao narrowly escapes, internally relieved. This old fellow is indeed formidable. The black-clad man, undeterred by his miss, vanishes once more. Ding Hao remains vigilant, his focus unwavering. A sudden disturbance draws his attention behind him. What? His pupils constrict in shock as he gasps. Sun Qianqian is curled up deep within the cave, clutching her knees tightly, anxiety coursing through her. The intermittent sounds of combat outside heighten her desperation. Ding Hao, you must return safely, she silently prays, believing her thoughts might lend him strength. Meanwhile, Ding Hao fights like a ferocious tiger, cutting through the enemy ranks with relentless fervor. The thought of Qianqian fuels his determination, igniting an inexhaustible power within him. For Qianqian, I cannot falter. Flame palm, he bellows, striking a powerful blow to one fighter's chest, causing him to scream and spit blood, flying backward. Whirlwind kick, Ding Hao pivots, his leg sweeping like a tempest, sending two more fighters crashing to the ground. Furious dragon fist, with both fists thrust forth, he sends the last fighter hurtling away. The remaining fighters lie groaning on the ground, fear etched in their eyes as they gaze upon Ding Hao, who stands with the poise of a battle-hardened deity. Is this the extent of your skills, and you dare to challenge me? Ding Hao scoffs disdainfully. Though he has temporarily repelled these adversaries, he remains alert, acutely aware that this is merely the vanguard of the family's forces. The true threats lie ahead. Might he have unwittingly walked into a trap set by the family? Doubt gnaws at him. Just then, a potent aura approaches from the distance, bearing down upon him like an overwhelming weight, inducing a sense of breathlessness. They're here. Ding Hao murmurs to himself, his expression grave. An elder in a black robe, his face resembling parchment, strides forward, his gaze icy and brimming with lethal intent, as if he were a reaper from the underworld. Are you Ding Hao? The elder's tone is chilling, akin to a serpent's hiss. Indeed, that I am. Ding Hao responds fearlessly, meeting the elder's stare head-on. Excellent. Today, I shall send you on your way. The elder's words linger ominously as he vanishes in a flash, so swift. Ding Hao's heart races as he prepares for the encounter. Suddenly, he feels an icy chill creeping up his back. This is bad. Chapter 36. The family's defeat, a glorious return. The black-robed elder moves like a specter, quick as lightning, sending a shiver of dread down Ding Hao's spine. In a heartbeat, Ding Hao lunges forward, barely evading a fatal strike. What a cunning old man, he mutters, springing back to his feet. This elder is none other than the family's most formidable warrior, the ghostly shadow Yama. His overwhelming presence seems to solidify the very air around him, making it hard to breathe. Sun Qianqian, hiding at a distance, clenches her fists in anxiety, her palms slick with sweat. Ding Hao fears him not. Regardless of the ghostly shadow Yama, he is determined to enact justice today. Taking a deep breath, he assumes his stance. Bring it on, old man. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Yama scoffs, a reckless child, unaware of his own mortality. Ding Hao, uninterested in idle chatter, launches the first assault. He maximizes his martial arts prowess, unleashing his self-created furious dragon fist like a storm upon Yama. Initially, Yama underestimates him, perceiving Ding Hao as a mere novice. However, he is soon caught off guard as Ding Hao's punches land with unexpected ferocity, each strike infused with immense power. To his astonishment, Yama finds himself hit several times, a dull ache forming in his chest. This boy possesses some talent, he muses inwardly, maintaining an impassive facade. Ding Hao, reveling in Yama's surprise, thinks to himself, old man, did you underestimate me? I am no pushover. He grows bolder, his strikes becoming swifter, coiling around Yama like a furious dragon. Under relentless pressure, Yama is forced to retreat, his anger boiling within. You little wretch, how dare you harm me? At last, he resolves to take Ding Hao seriously. His eyes sharpen, and a formidable aura erupts from him. You have successfully provoked me. Raising his right hand, a swirling mass of black mist coalesces in his palm. Now, prepare to witness true power. The black mist swirled ominously, and Yen Luo's speed surged, as elusive as a specter. Ding Hao barely had time to blink before Yin Luo's figure loomed directly before him. What the hell? This old geezer must be cheating, Ding Hao muttered in exasperation, swiftly evading. Yin Luo's attacks descended like a torrential storm, and Ding Hao dodged left and right, narrowly escaping danger. You little brat, let us see how long you can keep this up, Yin Luo sneered, intensifying his assault. Ding Hao dared not let his guard down. He summoned his martial arts comprehension to its zenith, continuously analyzing Yin Luo's techniques, searching for weaknesses. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their internal energies shaking the surrounding trees as they swayed perilously. Sun Qianqian, watching from the sidelines, felt her heart race, her anxiety rising to her throat. Ding Hao, be careful. Sun Qianqian couldn't help but shout. Hearing her voice warmed Ding Hao's heart. He knew he could not falter. He had to protect Sun Qianqian. Old man, is that all you've got? Watch this. Ding Hao suddenly roared, unleashing a move he had never displayed before. The dragon soars to the heavens. With a flurry of movements, Ding Hao's palms danced, and golden true energy surged forth like a colossal dragon. Emitting a thunderous roar, the move was immensely powerful, warping the very air around them. Yin Luo's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a formidable card up Ding Hao's sleeve. In a panic, he attempted to defend himself but was struck hard by the golden dragon, staggering backward and spitting blood. How is this possible? Yin Luo gazed at Ding Hao in terror, disbelief etched across his features. Ding Hao chuckled coldly. Now you see how formidable I am, old man. He advanced slowly toward Yin Luo, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What do you intend to do? Yin Luo's voice quivered, aware that he was no match for Ding Hao any longer. Ding Hao remained silent, raising his right hand with deliberation. He did not strike immediately but calmly stated, Old man, you have lost. Take your people and get lost. Yin Luo's face went pale. He realized he had met his match today. Daring not to utter another word, he scurried away with his subordinates, vanishing into the night. Ding Hao stood resolute, akin to a war god, surveying the world around him. Sun Qianqian dashed toward him, throwing herself into his embrace, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Ding Hao, you are incredible. Ding Hao held her tightly, savoring her warmth and dependence, a wave of tenderness washing over him. He gently patted her back, soothingly saying, It's all right. It's all over now. After a brief embrace, Sun Qianqian lifted her head, her eyes sparkling, her cheeks slightly flushed. Ding Hao, thank you. Ding Hao smiled, silly girl, no need for thanks. Protecting you is my duty. He took her hand. Their fingers entwined as they strolled homeward. Upon returning to the Sun family, they were met with a hero's welcome. The head of the Sun family grasped Ding Hao's hand excitedly, praising him, Good lad. You are truly the pride of our Sun family. Other family members gathered around. Expressing their respect and gratitude to Ding Hao, he humbly smiled, knowing he had merely done what was expected. That night, in Sun Qianqian's room, they nestled together. Sun Qianqian gently caressed Ding Hao's face, her eyes filled with tenderness. Ding Hao, do you know? I was really scared. Ding Hao embraced her tighter. Don't be afraid. I will always protect you. Sun Qianqian nodded, burying her head in his chest, feeling his warmth and safety. Ding Hao, her voice trembled slightly. Ding Hao responded softly. Sun Qianqian lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. She suddenly paused, her face turning crimson, hesitating to continue. Ding Hao looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Sun Qianqian bit her lip and softly said, It's nothing. Then, she unexpectedly stood on her tiptoes and planted a gentle kiss on Ding Hao's cheek before swiftly retreating to her room, leaving Ding Hao momentarily stunned. Ding Hao touched his cheek, a smile creeping onto his lips. That girl, he shook his head, filled with affection. Turning toward his own room, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura. Chapter 37. Rest and Recuperation. Preparing for new enemies, Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian returned to the Sun family, the oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The air was thick with tension, like a taut string ready to snap at any moment. Sun Qianqian occasionally glanced out the window, a lingering worry etched on her brow. Still thinking about those guys? Ding Hao broke the silence, his tone laced with reassurance. Sun Qianqian sighed softly. Yes, I just feel they want to let it go. Ding Hao grasped her hand, giving her a determined look. Don't worry, I'm here. After a pause, he added teasingly. Besides, if they dare to come, it will be a chance for me to practice my skills. Sun Qianqian chuckled at his feigned nonchalance, her tension easing somewhat. She retrieved ointment from the medical kit, carefully tending to Ding Hao's minor wounds. Ouch, be gentle, Ding Hao exclaimed dramatically, earning an eye roll from Sun Qianqian. It pains me every time you get hurt. Her voice was as gentle as a spring stream. Filled with affection, Ding Hao felt warmth in his heart as he held her hand. Don't worry, I'm tough. These minor injuries are nothing. Once Sun Qianqian finished treating his wounds, she looked up at him, seemingly hesitant. What's on your mind? Ding Hao noticed her unusual demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Qianqian finally spoke. Ding Hao, should we enhance the security measures at home? Ding Hao pondered for a moment, then nodded. You're right. Better safe than sorry. I'll discuss it with Uncle Sunday. Just as Ding Hao prepared to rise, a faint sound drifted from outside the door. Who is it? Ding Hao burst through the door, only to see a shadow dart away, disappearing into the night. Damn it! Ding Hao cursed under his breath, chasing after it. Sun Qianqian followed closely behind, worry etched across her face. Ding Hao's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the shadow. Stop! The shadow ignored him, quickening its pace. Ding Hao smirked coldly, trying to run? Not so easy. He lunged forward, seizing the shadow by the shoulder. The figure struggled but could not break free from Ding Hao's iron grip. Ding Hao yanked the shadow closer, and in the moonlight, he recognized the face. It was a servant of the Sun family. It's you. A glint of cold light flashed in Ding Hao's eyes. The servant trembled in fear. Young master, spare me. I didn't mean to speak. Who sent you? Ding Hao demanded sharply. The servant stammered, unable to respond. Just then, a disturbance arose in the Sun family courtyard. Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian rushed back to the courtyard, where several members of the Sun family were gathered, their expressions frantic. What is going on? Ding Hao inquired. A middle-aged man stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Ding Hao. It's all your fault. You've provoked people you shouldn't have, and now they've come looking for us. We're all in danger because of you. Exactly. What right do you have to drag our Sun family into this mess as a son-in-law? Another chimed in. What do you mean? Sun Qianqian stepped forward to defend Ding Hao. What do we mean? We want to drive you and this good-for-nothing out to avoid further trouble for our family. The middle-aged man growled fiercely. A flicker of anger crossed Ding Hao's eyes. Do you think I'm a soft target you can manipulate at will? Isn't that so? The middle-aged man sneered dismissively. Ding Hao replied with a cold laugh. Then let me show you what a soft target truly is. In a flash, he moved to the center of the courtyard. Fists clenched and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as a massive stone in the courtyard shattered into pieces. The crowd was left in stunned silence, each member staring at Ding Hao. Too shocked to breathe. Is there anyone else who dares to defy me? Ding Hao scanned the onlookers, his tone icy. The crowd fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Ding Hao turned to Sun Qianqian. Let us go. Sun Qianqian nodded, and together they left the courtyard. Under the night sky, Ding Hao's figure appeared particularly imposing, resembling a war god. He gazed up at the stars, his eyes alight with determination. This was merely the beginning. He clenched his fist, realizing he needed to hasten his strength. Turning toward the backyard, Ding Hao prepared to practice. Moonlight bathed him, casting a silvery glow as he inhaled deeply and assumed his stance. Commencing his martial arts training. His movements were swift and powerful, each strike slicing through the air with fierce intensity, as if to tear the very atmosphere apart. Sun Qianqian stood quietly nearby, watching Ding Hao train with admiration in her eyes. She understood that he was fighting fiercely to protect her and safeguard the Sun family. With a thunderous roar, Ding Hao unleashed a punch, causing a resounding explosion in the air. Sun Qianqian instinctively covered her mouth, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. She sensed that Ding Hao's martial prowess had significantly improved. Standing with his fist withdrawn, Ding Hao felt the surging power within him, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He knew he had broken through once more. Taking a deep breath, Ding Hao slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance sparkling within them as if he could pierce through all that lay before him. How do you feel? Sun Qianqian inquired with concern. Quite well, Ding Hao replied with a slight smile, feeling considerably stronger. That's wonderful. Sun Qianqian exhaled in relief, her face brightening with a smile. However, Ding Hao's tone suddenly turned grave. Who are those individuals? Why are they targeting us? Sun Qianqian shook her head. I don't know. But I believe you will protect me. One to you. Ding Hao nodded resolutely. Of course. I will ensure your safety. Sun Qianqian nodded firmly, her eyes brimming with trust. Ding Hao gazed up at the starry sky, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He understood that the battles ahead would be even more brutal. Yet he felt no fear. Regardless of their origins, I shall make them pay, Ding Hao vowed silently to himself. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual aura and swiftly turned around, his gaze piercing as he focused on the courtyard wall. What's wrong? Sun Qianqian noticed Ding Hao's unusual demeanor and quickly asked. Ding Hao did not respond but instead walked cautiously toward the wall, wariness etched on his face. Come out, he commanded in a low voice. Yet, there was no response from beyond the wall. Playing tricks, are we? Ding Hao scoffed, and with a powerful punch, he struck the wall. Boom! The wall shattered, revealing a shadowy figure. Itsu. Ding Hao recognized the figure immediately as the servant from the Sun family whom he had previously captured. The servant trembled, fear evident in his eyes. Tell me, who sent you? Ding Hao demanded sternly. The servant stuttered, unable to utter a word. Still silent? A chilling light flickered in Ding Hao's eyes. Then don't blame me for being impolite. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Stop. The command reverberated like thunder in the night, causing the tiles on the Sun family's courtyard to rattle. Ding Hao frowned, yet his grip on the servant's throat remained unyielding. Who sent you? Speak, or I will send you to your demise. The servant's face turned pale, his lips quivering, yet he remained silent. Ding Hao's eyes glinted with cold fury, preparing to exert more force when he felt an overwhelming pressure descending from above. Nearly robbing him of breath, he looked up sharply to see several dark figures leaping over the wall, landing deftly in the courtyard. Oh, quite the lively scene we have here, said the tallest among them. A mocking smile on his face. Ding Zhuizhu, still kicking, I see. Ding Hao's pupils constricted as he recognized the intruder. Itsu. Last time, you escaped. This time, it won't be so easy. The leader of the dark-clad figures had an unfathomable strength. And had it not been for Ding Hao's stroke of luck in escaping, he might have already met his end. The figure laughed heartily. You certainly boast, Ding Zhuizhu. Seems you still haven't grasped reality. Last time was merely a game. This time, I shall be serious. He clapped his hands, and the other dark figures swiftly spread out, encircling Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian. Sun Qianqian clutched Ding Hao's garment tightly, her face ashen, filled with worry. Ding Hao grasped her hand, offering her a reassuring glance. Qianqian, don't be afraid, I'm here, he said firmly, turning to face the leader of the dark figures, his eyes ablaze with combat spirit. If you wish to harm her, you must first go through me, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The leader's expression darkened as he waved his hand. Attack! In an instant, dozens of dark figures lunged at Ding Hao like ravenous wolves. With a sharp focus, Ding Hao shielded Sun Qianqian behind him, moving through the crowd like a phantom, his fists and feet striking with the force of a storm, each blow lethal. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of muffled impacts echoed in the courtyard as dark figures fell one after another. Ding Hao fought while retreating with Sun Qianqian until they were cornered in a secluded area of the courtyard. He took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. It seems I must employ that move, he murmured. Ding Hao inhaled deeply, his eyes blazing with intensity as a surging force erupted around him. Thunderclap, he bellowed, transforming into a blur, weaving through the dark figures. His fists flew like shadows, each strike imbued with the power of thunder, crashing into the dark figures. A series of muffled thuds resounded as dark figures collapsed like wheat before the scythe, their wails piercing the night air. They barely caught a glimpse of Ding Hao's movements before they fell, one after another, stripped of their combat abilities. The remaining dark figures, witnessing the hellish scene, turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Sun Qianqian, hidden behind Ding Hao, felt her initial worry gradually replaced by shock. Watching Ding Hao, who resembled a war god, a surge of inexplicable safety and a hint of admiration welled up within her. The small leader among the dark figures, seeing this, turned ashen, roaring in anger, useless fools, a bunch of inept idiots. You can't even handle a mere son-in-law if you fail to capture this boy and that girl. Bring me their heads, he cursed furiously before diving into the fray. This small leader was evidently formidable, moving with lightning speed and executing vicious, cunning strikes. Ding Hao, who had initially been at ease, now felt the pressure mounting as he had to summon all his focus to counter the attacks. The two exchanged blows, the clash of fists resonating throughout the courtyard. Although Ding Hao barely managed to hold his ground using his remarkable martial talent and self-created techniques, the small leader's assaults became increasingly ferocious. And he began to feel overwhelmed. "Kid, is that all the strength you possess?" The small leader sneered, slapping toward Ding Hao's chest. Ding Hao swiftly sidestepped, yet still felt the gust of wind from the strike, causing him to stagger back several steps. "Humph, today you shall witness what true power entails." The small leader's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he charged forward again, at this critical juncture. A clear voice rang out, "Ding Hao, be careful." Sun Qianqian watched anxiously from the sidelines, her little fists clenched tightly, occasionally cheering, "Ding Hao, you can do it." Though she could not assist in the fight, her unwavering belief in Ding Hao's victory fueled her spirit. This was not mere infatuation. She had witnessed Ding Hao's combat prowess firsthand. He could break bricks with his bare hands and bend steel pipes with a kick. Hearing Sun Qianqian's encouragement, Ding Hao felt as though he had been invigorated. His combat spirit surging, he adeptly dodged the small leader's strikes while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. "Hey, buddy, feeling tired? Care for a break?" Ding Hao teased while evading. The small leader, infuriated by Ding Hao's taunts, attacked with even greater ferocity, every strike aimed at Ding Hao's vital points. "Kid, don't get too cocky. Today, I will show you what true strength means." Ding Hao's lips curled into a sly smile as he purposefully lured the small leader toward an artificial hill in the courtyard, where he had previously set a trap. "Oh dear, my foot slipped." Ding Hao feigned nonchalance, stepping onto the trap mechanism, causing several stones from the hill to tumble down, striking the small leader squarely. Ouch! The small leader was caught off guard by the falling stones, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Hao lunged forward, delivering a powerful whip kick squarely to the small leader's chest. "That LL teach you to talk too much." The small leader was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. The other dark figures, witnessing this, felt their morale plummet and retreated, too fearful to advance. Ding Hao dusted off his hands, walking over to Sun Qianqian with a relaxed demeanor. "So, what do you think? Am I impressive?" Sun Qianqian gazed at Ding Hao with admiration. "Yes, you are amazing." At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from beyond the courtyard wall. "Hee, this is quite interesting. It seems I underestimated you." Ding Hao's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He slowly turned to face the wall, where a figure clad in a black robe and wearing a peculiar mask was stepping forward. "Who are you?" Ding Hao asked in a deep voice. The figure did not respond, instead slowly removing the mask to reveal a pale, sinister face. "Long time no see, Ding Hao. 5 years have passed, and the nemesis who had brought ruin upon his family once again materialized before him." A chilling intent to kill surged from the depths of Ding Hao's heart, causing the very air around him to seem to freeze. Zhao Wujia let out a cold chuckle. "Didn't he expect to see you again? Ding Hao, it's been a long time." His tone dripped with mockery, as if he were toying with his prey like a cat with a mouse. "After 5 years, you remain as feeble as ever." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Wujia flickered like a specter and appeared before Ding Hao, launching a fierce strike that bore down upon Ding Hao's chest with the force of a violent wind. Ding Hao dared not hesitate, swiftly sidestepping to evade the blow. The gust from Zhao Wujia's strike grazed his clothing, leaving a deep gash in its wake. What astonishing speed! Ding Hao's heart raced in astonishment. Zhao Wujia's prowess had undoubtedly surpassed that of 5 years ago by leaps and bounds. "Is this all you've got?" Zhao Wujia sneered, renewing his assault. The courtyard echoed with the howling of wind as the clash of their energies filled the air. Ding Hao, leveraging his unique comprehension of martial arts, barely managed to fend off Zhao Wujia's relentless attacks, yet it was evident he was at a disadvantage. Each collision sent jolts of numbness through his arms and cracked his palms. Sun Qianqian, watching from the sidelines, was gripped by terror, her fists clenched tightly as she silently prayed for Ding Hao's safety. The surrounding bodyguards of the Sun family stood in stunned silence, caught off guard by the ferocity of the battle, each one too awestruck to utter a word. "It seems you are no better than I remember," Zhao Wujia taunted as he pressed the attack. "Back then, you scurried away like a dog. Today, you shall not escape my grasp." Ding Hao clenched his teeth in silence, diligently searching for a flaw in Zhao Wujia's technique amidst the chaos. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on Zhao Wujie's left foot. Your left foot. Ding Hao's eyes sharpened, locking onto the targeted limb. Every time you exert force, you instinctively angle it outward. This subtle movement, imperceptible to the average observer, was keenly seized by Ding Hao in this life-and-death struggle. Zhao Wujie paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter, a mere triviality. Even if you've noticed it, what can you do? Do you think you can turn the tide? However, a glint of determination flashed in Ding Hao's eyes. In the blink of an eye, countless martial techniques raced through his mind, coalescing like a carousel of light. His self-created martial arts comprehension reached its zenith, as these previously disjointed moves harmonized into a single, devastating technique aimed directly at the flaw in Zhao Wujie's left foot. Breaking the void, Ding Hao shouted, his form surging forward like a released arrow, channeling all his strength into a singular, forceful strike that landed squarely on Zhao Wujie's left ankle. A crisp crack echoed as the bone shattered under the impact. Zhao Wujie let out a wretched scream, stumbling backwards several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Zhao Wujie gazed at Ding Hao in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock and fury. He could hardly fathom that he had been injured by someone he deemed insignificant. Enraged and humiliated, Zhao Wujie ignored the searing pain in his ankle and bellowed, unleashing a forbidden martial technique. Blood-fiend palm. In an instant, a wave of crimson malevolence erupted from him, distorting the air and causing the ground to crack and the vegetation to wither. Die! Zhao Wujie roared, the blood-red imprint of his palm hurtling toward Ding Hao with cataclysmic force. Yet, in the face of this terrifying assault, Ding Hao remained eerily composed. He inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. With a sudden, uncanny twist of his body, he evaded Zhao Wujie's attack at an impossible angle, using the momentum to strike back with a palm against Zhao Wujie's chest. Puff! Zhao Wujie coughed up another mouthful of blood, his complexion paling further. Is that all you can muster? A slight smirk curled Ding Hao's lips, a look of disdain etched across his face. Seems your trump cards are hardly impressive. Zhao Wujie clutched his chest, his eyes brimming with resentment and disbelief. He never imagined he would be bested by a son-in-law he had always looked down upon. You, wait! Zhao Wujie hissed through clenched teeth, his tone laced with threat. Ding Hao chuckled coldly, stepping closer to Zhao Wujie, his gaze as sharp as a blade. What other tricks do you have? Feel free to show them. He slowly raised his right hand, not to strike, but to weave it in a peculiar rhythm. The surrounding elemental energies seemed to converge, forming a visible vortex that enveloped Ding Hao. Closing his eyes, he synthesized his lifelong learning, elevating his self-created martial arts to an unprecedented level. What is this? Zhao Wujie exclaimed in terror, his eyes widening as he beheld the overwhelming martial prowess emanating from Ding Hao, as if the very forces of nature had coalesced within him. Ding Hao suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with an intensity akin to lightning cleaving the night sky. Heavenly Gang suppressing Demon's fist. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ding Hao surged forth with the ferocity of a descending tiger. Each punch imbued with the might of the heavens, unstoppable and compressing the air to the brink of explosion. Zhao Wujie barely had time to react before Ding Hao's fist sent him hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips, on the brink of unconsciousness. Boss! The members of the rival faction, witnessing their leader's defeat, erupted into chaos, scattering like frightened dogs. Ding Hao, you are incredible, Sun Qianqian exclaimed. Rushing toward him, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. She embraced him tightly, her body trembling, whispering softly in his ear, "You are my hero, now and forever." Ding Hao reciprocated her embrace, relishing the joy of victory and the warmth of his beloved. In that moment, he felt invincible, as if he could conquer the entire world. His status within the Sun Family Martial Arts Academy soared to unprecedented heights, garnering him immense recognition. However, with great prominence comes great peril. Ah, isn't this the infamous Ding's son-in-law? A brazen voice shattered the tranquility of the Martial Arts Academy. A burly man, his face adorned with a rough demeanor, swaggered in, flanked by a cadre of followers. Chapter 40. Provocation at the Martial Arts Academy. A new challenge arises. Ah, isn't this the infamous Ding's son-in-law? The arrogant voice shattered the tranquility of the Martial Arts Academy. A stout man, his visage marked by brutishness. Strode in confidently, leading a group of subordinates. This man was none other than Wang, the master of the Martial Arts Academy, a mid-tier expert in the spiritual martial realm and a notable figure in the area. He cast a disdainful glance at Ding Hao. I've heard you've been rather boastful of late, claiming to have defeated some mysterious faction. Surely, you're not just blowing hot air? Behind Wang, a throng of disciples stood, their postures brimming with arrogance, as if victory were already assured. They brazenly surveyed the Sun Family Martial Arts Academy, their eyes filled with provocation. Though the disciples of the Sun family bristled with indignation, they were intimidated by the opponent's strength and dared not act hastily. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, akin to the calm before a storm. What brings you here, Master Wang? Ding Hao stepped forward from the crowd, his tone tranquil, undeterred by the imposing presence before him. What brings me here? Ha! Wang scoffed. I've heard you've been making quite a name for yourself, touted as the new star of the Sun family. I've come to witness just how bright this so-called star truly is. Oh. So, Master Wang wishes to impart some wisdom. A playful smile danced upon Ding Hao's lips. Impart wisdom? You think you're worthy? Wang sneered, disdain curling his lip. A mere son-in-law, daring to challenge me? I could crush you with a single finger. What of being a son-in-law? Ding Hao's gaze hardened, a surge of formidable energy erupting from him. Today, I shall show you that even a son-in-law can become a powerful force. The tension between the two escalated, a fierce battle poised to ignite. Wang let out a savage grin. All right, let us see what you're made of. He stretched his limbs, cracking his knuckles, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I hope your bones are as tough as your tongue. Ding Hao inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing. Let us begin with a thunderous roar. Wang propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his fist aimed directly at Ding Hao's face. Let me show you the power of the spiritual martial realm. The wind from his punch howled, infused with potent spiritual energy, compressing the air around them. Yet, Ding Hao remained unfazed, subtly shifting his body to evade the oncoming blow with grace. Wang's punch missed its mark. A flicker of surprise crossed his features. But his arrogance quickly resurfaced. You dodged quite well. Let us see how long you can keep that up. He swung his fists again, a barrage of strikes raining down on Ding Hao like a tempest. Ding Hao moved like a wraith, weaving effortlessly through the storm of punches, not only evading them but also seizing opportunities to counterattack. His movements flowed with an elegance akin to a dance. Sun Qianqian, watching in awe, was filled with admiration, her eyes sparkling as she whispered, Ding Hao, you're amazing. Wang, incensed by Sun Qianqian's praise, seethed with anger, humiliated that a mere son-in-law was outmaneuvering him, a mid-tier expert in the spiritual martial realm. How could he endure such disgrace? Little rascal, don't get too cocky, he roared, unleashing his ultimate move, the furious lion's roar. A formidable wave of spiritual energy erupted from Master Wang, causing the surrounding air to tremble. With clenched fists, he propelled himself forward, and a golden lion's head phantom roared forth, charging directly at Ding Hao. Sensing the overwhelming power, Ding Hao dared not underestimate it. He swiftly channeled his internal energy. Thrusting both palms forward to meet the lion's head phantom, boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the two forces collided, generating a powerful shockwave. As the dust settled, Ding Hao remained firmly rooted in place, while Master Wang staggered back a few steps, his expression darkening. Sun Qianqian anxiously approached Ding Hao, softly admonishing, Ding Hao, please be careful not to get hurt. Her eyes brimmed with concern, and she leaned closer to whisper, if you were to get hurt, it would break my heart. Feeling her warm breath, Ding Hao's heart stirred, a wave of warmth washing over him. He smiled gently, replying, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. He then turned to face Master Wang, a glint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Master Wang, it seems your strength is not as formidable as I imagined. Master Wang's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated being bested by a mere son-in-law. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, and coldly retorted, boy, don't get too pleased with yourself. The real spectacle is yet to come. A sinister gleam flickered in his eyes as he discreetly signaled to the traitor. Li behind him. Li understood the cue and stealthily retreated. Ding Hao observed Master Wang's subtle gesture, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, I am quite eager to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Just as he finished speaking, an unusual fluctuation caught his attention from behind. Sensing a fierce wind approaching, Ding Hao smirked coldly. He had long since detected Li's underhanded maneuver. Such clumsy tactics were mere child's play in his eyes. Believing he had seized the opportunity, Master Wang lunged at Ding Hao with a menacing snarl. "Boy, prepare to die." His attack, reminiscent of a tiger descending from the mountain, was fierce and relentless, as if he intended to shred Ding Hao to pieces. Yet, Ding Hao seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, standing his ground and charging directly into Master Wang's onslaught. In the split second before their collision, Ding Hao's figure flickered like a specter as he circled behind Master Wang. "What?" Master Wang gasped in shock, unable to react in time before a searing pain shot through his back. Ding Hao's palm struck with tremendous force, sending him hurtling to the ground, where he lay incapacitated for a considerable time. What in the world was that? This is simply astonishing. The onlookers were left wide-eyed with disbelief, their astonishment palpable. Sun Qianqian's face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She yearned to rush forward and embrace Ding Hao, but the occasion compelled her to restrain her emotions. Li, standing nearby, was left speechless, utterly astonished that Ding Hao had so effortlessly defeated Master Wang. He discreetly gestured to Master Wang, urging him to rise and continue the fight, but Master Wang lay there like a lifeless pig, motionless. Coughing, Master Wang struggled to rise, blood trickling from his lips, his complexion as pale as a ghost. He glared at Ding Hao, gritting his teeth. You cheated." Ding Hao shrugged nonchalantly, feigning innocence. "Master Wang, one can indulge in a feast, but one must not speak recklessly. When did I cheat? I merely possess a slight edge over you." Fuming, Master Wang nearly spat blood but found himself too weak to retort, ultimately retreating with his subordinates from the Sun Family Martial Arts Academy. "Ding Hao, you are remarkable," Zhao Wushi exclaimed excitedly, approaching Ding Hao and giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Ding Hao smiled modestly, replying, "Zhao Wushi, you flatter me. I was merely fortunate." Though victorious in the first round, Ding Hao remained vigilant, fully aware that this was merely the beginning, with greater challenges looming ahead. Moreover, the traitor, Li, had yet to be exposed, and he was uncertain of what schemes this rogue might concoct next. Sun Qianqian stepped closer to Ding Hao, gently tugging at his sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. Ding Hao turned to her, softly inquiring, "What is it?" After a moment's hesitation, Sun Qianqian lowered her voice. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside the Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 41. Traitors within the Academy. A joint attack from outside the Academy. Chaos reigned as dust swirled and a throng of people gathered. One might mistakenly believe a celebrity concert was underway. It turned out that the Qingfeng Martial Arts Academy, the Iron Fist Martial Arts Academy, and the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Academy had formed an alliance to challenge them. Seeing Master Wang retreat in disgrace only fueled their determination. Each acting like cunning old foxes. Quite a lively scene, Ding Hao remarked, arms crossed, standing at the entrance of the academy with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Are you all here to gain experience?" The master of Qingfeng Martial Arts Academy, a man as slender as a bamboo pole, replied in a sardonic tone, "Mr. Ding, you jest. We merely wish to spar and improve together." After a pause, he added, however, for the sake of fairness, "We have decided to prohibit the use of hidden weapons in this contest, and it will be a matter of hitting to the point." "What do you think, Mr. Ding? Prohibiting hidden weapons?" Zhao Wushi exploded with indignation. "This is blatant targeting. Our master excels at using hidden weapons." Ding Hao raised a hand to restrain Zhao Wushi, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Very well, I have no objections. However, since this is a sparring session, there should be some stakes involved, right? How about the losing side pays the winning side 1 million? The three masters exchanged glances, greed shimmering in their eyes. 1 million. That was no small sum. They calculated that Ding Hao, despite his youth and vigor, could not possibly contend with their combined might. Deal. It's settled. The master of Iron Fist Martial Arts Academy, a burly man with bulging muscles, eagerly agreed. In the subsequent rounds, Ding Hao found the battles increasingly arduous. His opponents seemed to predict his every move, countering his attacks with uncanny precision, rendering him powerless. Ding Hao furrowed his brow, growing ever more perplexed. Could there truly be a traitor among them? He began to discreetly observe the disciples within the academy, paying particular attention to those who usually remained inconspicuous. Such behavior quickly stirred discontent among some. Ding Hao, what do you mean by this? One disciple questioned, his tone accusatory. Do you suspect us of harboring a traitor? I simply wish to uncover the truth, Ding Hao replied calmly, though his gaze was penetrating. Truth? It seems you do not trust us. Another disciple chimed in, joining the uproar. Tension filled the air within the academy. Sun Xianqian approached Ding Hao, gently tugging at his sleeve, whispering, Ding Hao, be cautious. Just then, a shadowy figure stealthily slipped out the back door of the academy. Ding Hao's eyes gleamed with realization. Li, the traitor. It truly is you. He sprang into action, pursuingly with fervor. Ding Hao chased Li, who darted away like a rabbit, moving with remarkable speed. Ding Hao inwardly cursed. You think you can escape? I will catch you. During the pursuit, Ding Hao noticed that Li's escape route was suspiciously convoluted, deliberately leading him into secluded alleys, clearly premeditated. Well, this is an inside job, Ding Hao scoffed, quickening his pace. Finally, in a dead-end alley, Ding Hao cornered Li. Why stop running now? He taunted, akin to a cat playing with its prey. Li's face turned pale with fear as he stammered. I don't know anything. Keep pretending. Ding Hao was no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter. With a swift strike, he rendered Li unconscious, lifting him as if he were a mere chick and returning him to the academy. Upon returning, the three masters awaited impatiently. Oh, Mr. Ding, where have you been? Surely you aren't afraid. The slender man taunted. Ding Hao tossed the unconscious Li before them. Open your eyes and see. This is the traitor you planted among us. The three masters' expressions shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over them as they realized Ding Hao had swiftly uncovered the traitor. Panic set in now. What do you have to say for yourselves? Ding Hao's gaze bore down on them. Unwavering, the three were left speechless, ultimately conceding defeat, begrudgingly handing over the promised 1 million. With the traitor dealt with, Ding Hao faced the challenges from the three major martial arts academies anew. This time, without the traitor's interference, he fought with renewed vigor in a duel with the master of Iron Fist Martial Arts Academy. Ding Hao suddenly unleashed a newly created technique, the Wrathful Dragon's Sky Punch. His fists moved with the might of a dragon, unleashing a tempestuous force that echoed with the sound of thunder. The master of Iron Fist Martial Arts Academy was caught off guard. Sent flying by the punch, crashing to the ground, unable to rise for an extended period. The arena fell into a stunned silence, all in awe of Ding Hao's earth-shattering blow. Wow, Hao Gu is incredibly impressive. Sun Xianqian stood by, exuberantly cheering, her eyes brimming with adoration, eye in her hand. She clutched a handkerchief embroidered with mandarin ducks, ever ready to wipe the sweat from Ding Hao's brow, a gesture that incited envy among the women around her. Ding Hao gazed at Sun Xianqian, the corners of his mouth curving upwards to reveal a tender smile. Yet, just as the crowd reveled in the euphoria of victory, a mysterious figure clad in black emerged at the entrance of the martial arts school. He slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of icy eyes fixed on Ding Hao, and coldly inquired, You are Ding Hao? Ding Hao narrowed his eyes, scanning each individual in the dojo like a meticulous scanner. He had deliberately spread false information, claiming that he would enter seclusion the following day to refine a new hidden weapon technique, requiring a rare herb known only to the traitor Li. The news spread like a bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. That very night, Li the traitor stealthily slipped away. Ding Hao had already placed a tracker on him, following closely behind. Witnessing him rendezvous with individuals from the Qingfeng Martial Arts School and capturing photos of their transaction, leaving no room for doubt. The next day, before all, Ding Hao revealed the incriminating photos. Li the traitor. What else do you have to say? Li's face turned ashen, as if struck by lightning, stammering incoherently, You treacherous scoundrel, Zhao Wushi fumed, his fury palpable as he nearly lunged to deliver a couple of punches. The others from the Sun Family Martial Arts School cast furious glares at Li, appalled that he dared betray his own dojo. Exposed and humiliated, Li the traitor, like a rabid dog, lunged at Ding Hao. Shouting, It's all your fault. Ding Hao let out a cold laugh. With your meager skills, you think to ambush me. He swiftly evaded Li's attack with an effortless movement, delivering a swift kick that sent Li sprawling to the ground. With such paltry abilities, you fancy yourself a traitor. Ding Hao stood over Li, his tone frigid. From now on, stay put in your cell. The fate that befell Li instilled fear in those with ill intentions, rendering them trembling and hesitant to act rashly. With the internal traitor dealt with, Ding Hao wasted no time and faced the challenges posed by other martial arts schools. The trio of Qingfeng, Iron Fist, and Flying Eagle sent forth their elite fighters, yet one by one, they fell to Ding Hao's prowess. Is that all? Who's next? He proclaimed from the arena, surveying the crowd with the demeanor of a war god. However, just as everyone believed the dust had settled, a figure clad in black attire and wearing a ghostly mask slowly entered the dojo. I've heard you are quite formidable. The voice emanating from the figure was hoarse and deep, laced with an eerie undertone. Chapter 42. A series of victories, the martial arts school gains renown with the appearance of the cloaked man. The air seemed to thicken. The eerie atmosphere prompted Sun Qianqian to instinctively grip Ding Hao's hand tighter, sensing that the forthcoming challenge would be far more arduous than the previous ones. Indeed, the remaining martial arts schools, as if in collusion, dispatched their most formidable talents. First up was Zhang Shan from the Giant Stone Martial Arts School. A towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, muscles rippling, standing on the arena like a small mountain. Kid, I advise you to forfeit now, lest I flatten you with a single punch, Zhang Shan boomed. Ding Hao scoffed, you? Not even close. With a roar, Zhang Shan swung his fist, the size of a cooking pot, hurtling towards Ding Hao. Should it land, it would likely incapacitate anyone struck. Ding Hao deftly sidestepped the blow. Not bad in terms of speed, Zhang Shan noted with surprise, before launching into a more frenzied assault. What followed was a visual spectacle of a battle. Zhang Shan's strength was astonishing, each punch resonating with the force of a mountain strike, while Ding Hao moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, evading Zhang Shan's onslaught with ease. The two exchanged blows, the sound of their strikes echoing like thunder. The spectators watched in awe. This was no mere contest. It was a clash of titans. As Zhang Shan began to tire from his relentless attacks, Ding Hao seized the moment, executing a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground. With such limited skill, you thought to challenge me? Ding Hao stood over Zhang Shan, looking down upon him. Zhang Shan struggled to rise, his face flushed with shame, unable to comprehend his crushing defeat. At that moment, another figure leapt onto the arena. Let me have a go at you. The newcomer was diminutive yet radiated an aura of danger. He was Li Feng from the Venomous Snake Martial Arts School. Notorious for his cunning and vicious techniques. Oh, another challenger. Ding Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. Let me see what you can do. Li Feng chuckled coldly, his movements ghost-like as he lunged at Ding Hao. His techniques were unpredictable, making them difficult to counter. Ding Hao remained vigilant, fully engaged in the fight. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. You are slightly better than the last loser, Ding Hao remarked while defending against Li Feng's onslaught. Humph. Enough chatter. Take this. Li Feng suddenly accelerated his attack, his strikes growing increasingly ruthless. The dagger in his hand flickered like a serpent's tongue, relentlessly targeting Ding Hao's vital points. Gradually, Ding Hao felt the strain. Although Li Feng's techniques lacked the brute force of Zhang Shan's, they were far more insidious, overwhelming him with their unpredictability. At that moment, Li Feng revealed a sinister smile. Prepare to die, kid. He lunged forward, the dagger aimed straight for Ding Hao's chest. Watch out! Sun Qianqian cried out. Ding Hao's gaze sharpened, dismissing the feeble trickery. With a disdainful smirk, he retorted, Is that all you've got? Before he finished speaking, he vanished like a specter, seizing Li Feng's wrist in a swift motion. What? Li Feng exclaimed in shock. His once prized speed and skill were rendered laughable before Ding Hao. With a slight exertion, Ding Hao forced the dagger from Li Feng's grasp. Following this, he delivered a precise elbow strike to Li Feng's chest. Poof! Li Feng spat a mouthful of blood, akin to a broken kite, crashing heavily outside the arena. Unable to rise for some time, the arena fell into a stunned silence, all spectators left astounded by Ding Hao's thunderous blow. That speed, that strength, he's simply beyond human. Who else dares challenge me? Ding Hao surveyed the crowd with an air of superiority. The remaining representatives from various martial arts schools exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They had initially believed that their numbers would wear Ding Hao down, exposing his weaknesses. but it was clear now that their assumptions were woefully naive. "I'll step up." A burly man with an imposing presence ascended the arena. He was the master of the Tiger Martial Arts School, at the pinnacle of the spirit martial realm, the strongest among the challengers. Finally, someone worthy. Ding Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Without hesitation, the Tiger Master launched his attack, his punches fierce and unrelenting, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, exuding an aura of invincibility. Ding Hao did not dare underestimate him. Pushing his own abilities to the utmost as he engaged in a fierce duel with the Tiger Master. The two exchanged blows, their strikes resonating like thunderclaps, shaking the very arena. This kid can actually hold his own against the Tiger Master. Unbelievable! Who is he? The surrounding audience erupted in fervor, their excitement palpable. The battle raged on for nearly half an hour, both combatants exhausted. "It seems you are stronger than I anticipated." Ding Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes alight with battle fervor. "You are formidable, but ultimately, you shall fall before me," the Tiger Master roared, launching another ferocious assault. Ding Hao took a deep breath, integrating all his martial arts techniques into a series of super combos. Rampaging dragon emerges from the sea. Tiger descends from the mountain, flying dragon in the sky. One move after another, they rained down upon the Tiger Master like a tempest. The Tiger Master, unable to withstand the onslaught, was gradually forced back, ultimately sent flying out of the arena by Ding Hao's formidable tail sweep, rendering him unconscious. Boom! The arena erupted with cheers. The members of the Sun Family Martial Arts School rejoiced, exulting in their victory at last. Meanwhile, the representatives from the challenged martial arts schools departed with ashen faces, defeated and dejected. Ding Hao stood atop the arena, resembling a war god surveying his dominion. At that moment, a figure rushed towards him. Sun Qianqian, filled with excitement, dashed to Ding Hao, throwing herself into his embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Ding Hao, you were incredible. I was so worried about you." A hushed murmur of admiration erupted around, as women cast envious glances, including a slightly bashful gaze from Miss Xie. Ding Hao gently patted Sun Qianqian on the back, yet felt a flicker of anxiety within. The atmosphere was akin to a battlefield. As per tradition, the victors were often confronted by a few disgruntled opponents, spouting derogatory remarks about their triumph being unmerited. However, this time, the representatives from the martial arts school resembled wilted eggplants, leaving with their heads hung low, not daring to utter a sound. After all, the image of Ding Hao's spectacular move lingered vividly, and none wished to experience the humiliation of being thrown from the arena. This starkly contrasted with the usual post-victory jeers, filling the disciples of Sun's martial arts school with a sense of pride as they cheered. "Brother Hao is formidable. Brother Hao is majestic." Ding Hao reveled in the adoration, yet his heart remained extraordinarily tranquil. He understood that this was merely the beginning. His ascent within the martial arts community would undoubtedly attract more attention, even hostility. In the stillness of the night, Ding Hao practiced alone in the courtyard, the moonlight casting a slender silhouette upon him. Each punch and kick he executed was imbued with vigor and explosive power. Suddenly, he halted, brow furrowed slightly. It struck him as peculiar that in recent matches, it felt as though his opponents had an uncanny foresight into his strategies. He muttered to himself, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. At that moment, a shadow silently emerged behind him. "Ding Hao, your strength is indeed commendable, but your greatest weakness lies in your excessive trust in others." Chapter 43. The traitor revealed. Crisis averted. Ding Hao felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, akin to swallowing a dead fly, as he realized his strategies had been consistently anticipated by his opponents. The sensation of betrayal from within his own ranks gnawed at him. He recalled the previous bouts, where his adversaries seemed to predict his every move, as though they possessed a supernatural insight. Initially, he dismissed it as mere coincidence or the prowess of his opponents, but now he suspected the truth was far more convoluted. There must be a mole within the martial arts school. This thought sprouted like wild weeds, refusing to be shaken off. Outwardly calm, Ding Hao grew increasingly vigilant, akin to a stealthy leopard observing every individual within the school. He noticed that Li, the traitor, had been acting rather suspiciously. This fellow was known for his sycophantic demeanor, speaking sweetly to anyone present, yet Ding Hao had never held him in high regard. Upon closer inspection, he found Li's behavior even more suspect. Before each competition, Li would mysteriously vanish for a time, leaving no clue as to his whereabouts. Moreover, the way he glanced at Ding Hao had shifted, lacking the previous eagerness. Could it be him? Ding Hao pondered. Yet refrained from alarming the snake, he required irrefutable evidence to expose this rat. On a particular day, Ding Hao deliberately leaked information that he would unveil a brand new leg technique called the Wind God Leg in the upcoming competition. This technique was entirely fabricated, with no basis in reality. His intention was to ascertain whether this news would be divulged, as anticipated. The night before the competition, Ding Hao observed Li stealthily departing the martial arts school, heading towards the western part of the city. The western area was none other than the territory of the Tiger Martial Arts School. Ding Hao smirked. The fox's tail had finally been revealed. He discreetly followed Li to a secluded tea house. Peering through the window, Ding Hao saw Li conversing quietly with Zhao Ming, the head of the Tiger Martial Arts School. Though their words were inaudible, their expressions and gestures suggested they were conspiring in some nefarious plot. Fury surged within Ding Hao, yet he restrained himself from barging in. He needed to uncover their intentions. He watched as Li produced a note from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Ming. Upon glancing at the note, Zhao Ming's face broke into a satisfied grin. Excellent. With this information on the Wind God Leg, Ding Hao is bound to face defeat in the next match. Zhao Ming guffawed maliciously. Rest assured, I have relayed Ding Hao's battle plans to you as instructed. This time, he will be unable to escape your grasp, Li obsequiously affirmed. Ha ha ha. Splendid. After the deed is done, your reward shall not be overlooked, Zhao Ming bellowed with laughter. Hidden in the shadows, Ding Hao witnessed the entire exchange, his fists clenched tightly. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and turned to leave the tea house. Li, you are finished. A glint of cold resolve flashed in Ding Hao's eyes, his tone chilling as if it emanated from the depths of hell. Upon returning to the martial arts school, Ding Hao refrained from immediately exposing Li's true identity. Instead, he devised an even grander scheme. He deliberately spread rumors that he would unveil a legendary martial art known as Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire in the forthcoming competition, a technique powerful enough to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Naturally, this was yet another fabrication, aimed at luring out the snake. Li, predictably, took the bait. Eager to relay the information to Zhao Ming and earn his favor, he stealthily exited the martial arts school that night, heading straight for the tea house in the west. Ding Hao had anticipated this move and had already set an ambush nearby. As Li and Zhao Ming met, boasting about the intelligence concerning Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire. Ding Hao burst through the door, confronting them directly. Li, you are indeed the traitor. Ding Hao's voice thundered like a clap of thunder in the tea house. Ella was left pale with fright, trembling and stammering, unable to articulate a response. Zhao Ming, equally astonished, had not expected Ding Hao's sudden appearance. What are you doing here? Li stuttered. Ding Hao scoffed. Why shouldn't I be here? Did you think your petty tricks could escape my notice? He produced a note from his pocket, the very one Li had previously handed to Zhao Ming, filled with information about the Wind God Leg. Li was rendered speechless, realizing his doom was sealed. Evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to argue? Ding Hao's tone was icy, his gaze sharp as a blade. Others from the martial arts school, having heard the commotion, arrived and were incensed at Li's betrayal. Master Zhao, filled with fury, stepped forward, eager to deliver retribution to Li. Stand down. Ding Hao halted Master Zhao, declaring, such a person is not worthy of our hands being sullied. Turning to Li, he spoke with a chilling tone. Do you have any final words? Li's visage was ashen. He understood he was beyond redemption, bowing his head in resignation, awaiting the judgment of fate. Ding Hao regarded Li with a complex expression, aware that this was merely the beginning, with greater challenges looming ahead. Take him away and keep him under strict surveillance, Ding Hao commanded, then turned to leave the tea house. A gentle voice resonated behind him as Sun Qianqian hurried to his side, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Hao, you are incredible. You are like the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes, she exclaimed, clinging to his arm like a koala. Though Ding Hao felt a surge of satisfaction within, he feigned composure and cleared his throat. Let us keep a low profile. This is merely basic operation. No need for excessive fuss. In truth, his cheeks had flushed to the roots of his ears. With the traitor Li expelled, the atmosphere within the martial arts school noticeably improved. However, this respite was short-lived, as rival schools, akin to sharks smelling blood, prepared to challenge Sun's martial arts school with fervor. They perceived the recent turmoil as a prime opportunity to strike, believing the school was vulnerable. Did you hear that Sun's martial arts school has a traitor? TSK, how the mighty have fallen, Master Wang mocked. Indeed, they are undoubtedly doomed this time. Let us join forces and expel them from the martial arts realm. Zhao Ming, though having lost face, remained arrogantly defiant. Upon hearing this news, Ding Hao merely chuckled coldly. A troop of clowns dares to boast before me? He understood that the forthcoming challenges would be more arduous, and the capabilities of his opponents would be formidable. Yet, this only ignited the fighting spirit deep within him. The competition rules restricted Ding Hao from directly taking action against his rivals. He must outwit them within the confines of the regulations. He diligently studied the profiles of other martial arts schools, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses, formulating appropriate countermeasures. He resembled a general strategizing for battle, preparing to face the impending martial arts tournament. Judge Liu ascended the arena, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, in the first match, Ding Hao from Sun's martial arts school faces Wang Wu from Wang's martial arts school. Ding Hao slowly ascended the stage, his gaze piercing and intense as he surveyed his opponent, Master Wang of the Wang martial arts school. Master Wang, on the other hand, wore a disdainful expression, as if victory were already assured. Judge Liu raised his right hand, poised to announce the commencement of the match. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, casting a discreet nod toward Master Wang. Chapter 44. Breaking the rules to face the enemy, a turnaround from desperation. Judge Liu's right hand descended forcefully. Begin. No sooner had the words left his lips than Master Wang charged at Ding Hao like an arrow released from a bow, unleashing a howling punch aimed directly at Ding Hao's face. The force behind this strike was so tremendous that the spectators collectively gasped, fearing Ding Hao was about to suffer greatly. Ding Hao deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. Is that all? A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Ding Hao's mouth, his tone laced with derision. Master Wang's expression darkened. How dare Ding Hao underestimate him, with a furious roar. He launched another assault. In the ensuing minutes, Master Wang's attacks were relentless and vicious, blatantly disregarding the rules of a sparring match. His fists and feet rained down upon Ding Hao like a torrential downpour. Yet, Ding Hao slipped away like an elusive eel, evading each strike by mere inches. This fellow possesses a certain intrigue, Zhao Wushi observed anxiously from the sidelines, noting that Master Wang was clearly fighting with malicious intent. It was remarkable that Ding Hao had managed to endure thus far. However, the most infuriating aspect was Judge Liu's biased officiating. Despite Master Wang's clear infractions, the judge turned a blind eye, repeatedly chastising Ding Hao for allegedly fighting passively. The spectators murmured among themselves, speculating if the judge had been bribed. Hush! Keep your voices down, or we'll be in trouble. Ding Hao sensed the judge's favoritism but remained unflustered. While defending himself, he meticulously scrutinized Master Wang's techniques, searching for weaknesses. Although Master Wang's moves were fierce, they revealed a conspicuous vulnerability, an unsteady foundation. Master Wang, growing impatient from his inability to overpower Ding Hao, inhaled deeply and unleashed his ultimate technique. The fierce tiger descends the mountain. With explosive force, he propelled himself toward Ding Hao, exuding an intimidating aura. The crowd erupted in excitement, shouting encouragement for him to strike Ding Hao down. A slight smile played on Ding Hao's lips. Just as Master Wang lunged toward him, Ding Hao suddenly crouched low, his right fist coiling back before he struck upward with tremendous force. Wait! Sun Qianqian leaped to her feet, her gaze sharp as she fixated on Ding Hao's fist. Sensing something extraordinary about his punch, Ding Hao's fist surged with an indescribable power, targeting Master Wang's abdomen. This seemingly unremarkable blow was imbued with Ding Hao's unique understanding of martial arts in that critical moment. Ding Hao synthesized the weaknesses he had observed in Master Wang's techniques and created a counterattack that defied the rules. This move, employing retreat as advance and defense as offense, perfectly countered Master Wang's fierce tiger descends the mountain. With a thunderous crash, Master Wang was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the edge of the stage. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The spectators, who had previously roared for Master Wang to triumph, now stood in stunned disbelief, as if they had witnessed a ghost. What just happened? One could hardly contain their astonishment. The reversal was astonishingly swift. Even Zhao Wushi was taken aback. While he had known Ding Hao possessed some skill, he had not anticipated such ferocity, sending the mid-stage Master Wang from the Spirit Warrior realm flying with a single strike. This lad is truly a hidden gem, Zhao Wushi mused inwardly. Judge Liu was equally flabbergasted. He had never expected that his blatant favoritism would fail to secure victory for Master Wang. After a moment of shock, he hastily announced, "Master Wang is out of bounds. Ding Hao wins." His voice trembled, clearly shaken by Ding Hao's prowess. Master Wang struggled to rise, his face ashen with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he had been defeated by an obscure son-in-law, pointing an accusatory finger at Ding Hao. He spat, You cheated." Ding Hao laughed coldly. "Cheated?" The judge said nothing of the sort. "What grounds do you have to accuse me?" Master Wang was left speechless. "A bet is a bet, Master Wang. You wouldn't be trying to weasel out of it, would you?" Ding Hao's tone was icy, laced with a hint of menace. Master Wang's face shifted through hues of red and white before he begrudgingly retreated from the stage in disgrace. "Brother Hao? Are you all right?" Sun Qianqian rushed to Ding Hao's side, concern etched across her features. Ding Hao shook his head, smiling reassuringly. "I'm fine, it was nothing." "But your fist," Sun Qianqian pointed to Ding Hao's hand. Her eyes filled with worry. "I think I saw what?" Ding Hao inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Qianqian replied, "I think I saw your fist glowing." As she stood there, her heart raced like a roller coaster. Having witnessed Master Wang's fierce onslaught, which had made her palms sweat with anxiety, she had nearly jumped in to shield Ding Hao. Yet, when Ding Hao unleashed that earth-shattering punch, she felt a surge of exhilaration. Her eyes sparkling with admiration, more fervent than a fan encountering their idol. Could it be that this girl has developed feelings for Ding Hao? Some spectators whispered incredulously. Master Wang, humiliated and furious, picked himself up, his cheeks burning as if he had received a slap. He could never have imagined being knocked down by an unremarkable son-in-law in front of so many witnesses, especially under such overt favoritism from the judge. If word got out, where would he hide his face? This was a social death sentence. He glared at Ding Hao with venomous intent, silently vowing, "You wait, boy. This debt will not go unpunished." Ding Hao stood triumphantly on the stage, reveling in the sweetness of victory. Yet, he remained grounded, aware that this was merely the beginning. Other martial arts schools would not take this lightly, and the challenges ahead would only become more formidable. Furthermore, with this experience in mind, the judge's bias would likely become even more brazen. He needed to be thoroughly prepared to face what lay ahead. "Brother Hao, you were incredible." Sun Qianqian sprinted to Ding Hao's side, her excitement akin to that of a jubilant bird. "I knew you could win." Her adoring gaze warmed Ding Hao's heart. "Heh, it was nothing," he feigned nonchalance. "This is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come." At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air. "Ding Hao, you're quite arrogant." Ding Hao turned to see a burly man with a face full of imposing features striding toward him, flanked by a group of fierce-looking martial artists, clearly not to be trifled with. "And you are?" Ding Hao narrowed his eyes. "Humph. I am Taishan, the master of the Iron Fist Martial Arts School." The man declared arrogantly, "I've heard you possess some skill. Do you dare to compete against me?" A playful smile crept across Ding Hao's lips. "Compete? Certainly, but I have one condition." "What condition?" Taishan asked impatiently. Ding Hao's gaze swept over the group behind Taishan, and he slowly replied, "I wish to take you all on at once." Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Is he out of his mind? He dares to challenge all the elite fighters from the martial arts schools. This fellow is utterly presumptuous. He has no idea of the peril he faces. What a spectacle this promises to be. Taishan, initially stunned, burst into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha, boy, you truly are courting death. If that's what you desire, I shall oblige." Thus, the final bout commenced amidst a cacophony of excitement. The opponents were the strongest fighters selected from various martial arts schools, their formidable presence saturating the arena with a palpable tension, as though the very air had solidified. As the battle commenced, the opponents swiftly coordinated their attacks against Ding Hao. Swords flashed and fists howled, the myriad of martial arts techniques converging upon him like a tempest. "Bring it on," Ding Hao roared, his internal energy surging as he danced through the numerous assaults with ghostly agility. he evaded. Parried and countered with precision that dazzled the onlookers. This lad's movements are eerily elusive. His reaction speed is astonishing. It seems we have all underestimated him. As the opponents grew increasingly alarmed, they realized their initial confidence in easily subduing Ding Hao was swiftly fading. Altogether, don't give him a moment's respite, Taishan bellowed. The group intensified their offensive, unleashing a barrage of lethal techniques. Ding Hao, while fending off the assaults, meticulously sought out the opponent's weaknesses. He understood that facing multiple adversaries required swift resolution. The longer the battle dragged on, the less favorable it would become for him. That moment. A cryptic smile graced Ding Hao's lips. It was time to bring this farce to an end. He murmured to himself. What? Before Ding Hao's nearest opponent could react, he felt a blur before his eyes as Ding Hao's figure flashed like a ghost, appearing right in front of him. With his hands forming seals, the true energy within him surged violently, coalescing into a formidable force around him. Heavenly Gang Suppression Fist? Ding Hao roared, unleashing both fists, golden fist shadows sweeping forth like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed, as several adversaries were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, rendered incapacitated. What kind of martial art is this? It's astonishing. Spectators erupted in exclamations, utterly awestruck by Ding Hao's displayed prowess. The remaining opponents, their expressions shifting drastically, were filled with dread as they realized they were no match for Ding Hao. Let us all attack together, with our numbers. Can we truly fear just one of him? Taishan attempted to maintain composure, shouting loudly. The remaining foes exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and charged once more at Ding Hao. Ding Hao let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. Like a bolt of lightning, he weaved effortlessly through the crowd, each strike clean and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Yet more muffled thuds resonated as the remaining opponents collapsed one after another. The entire arena fell into a hushed silence, all eyes wide in shock, as they beheld Ding Hao, as if witnessing a miracle. Ding Hao slowly approached Taishan, looking down at him with an icy tone. Now, do you have anything to say? Taishan's face turned pale, his lips trembled, unable to utter a word. Ding Hao disregarded him, turning to walk towards the crowd from the Sun Family Martial Arts School. We have won, Master Zhao exclaimed excitedly. The members of the Sun Family Martial Arts School erupted in cheers, their month of hard work finally rewarded. Standing in the center of the arena, Ding Hao basked in the admiration and praise of the crowd. He inhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within him, his heart filled with lofty ambitions. This is merely the beginning, Ding Hao murmured to himself, gazing into the distance with a resolute glimmer in his eyes. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted by his son Qianqian dashed into the arena, throwing her arms around Ding Hao, oblivious to the onlookers. Ding Hao, you were incredible. I knew you could do it. A faint, sweet scent enveloped Ding Hao, leaving him slightly dazed. Surrounding female martial artists cast envious glances, whispering, what a reserved man. He is usually silent, yet so fierce at a critical moment. Ding Hao's remarkable performance had elevated the status of the Sun Family Martial Arts School to unprecedented heights. Those who had previously wavered, contemplating a shift to other schools, now wished to bury their heads in the ground, pretending they had never entertained such thoughts. Their singular desire was now to cling tightly to Ding Hao's coattails. The head of the martial arts school waved his hand grandly, awarding Ding Hao with the highest prize, a Tianyuan Dan said, to enhance a martial artist's realm. This elixir was a coveted treasure, sought after by many who would go to great lengths to obtain it. Now, Ding Hao had acquired it effortlessly, truly a winner in life. His reputation exploded throughout the martial arts community. Those who had anticipated his downfall now regretted their actions deeply, particularly Taishan, who now cowered in a corner, trembling in fear of Ding Hao's retribution. Ding Hao gazed at the Tianyuan Dan in his hand, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is merely a small step. My aspirations reach for the stars and the vast seas. He thought to himself, the celebratory banquet, amidst the clinking of cups and boisterous revelry, Ding Hao appeared somewhat distracted. Sensing something amiss, suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a figure in the crowd. Master Li, your complexion seems rather poor lately. Chapter 46. The traitor strikes back, unraveling the conspiracy at the celebratory banquet. Cups were raised and clinks echoed, bustling with excitement. Ding Hao accepted the Tianyuan Dan, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, though internally he was elated. This item was a remarkable boon, elevating one's realm with ease. Akin to wielding a cheat, he pondered when he might find a quiet moment to consume this treasure when a chill suddenly crept down his spine, as if something were watching him. He discreetly scanned his surroundings. Amidst the clinking of cups, every face bore a smile, seemingly normal. Yet, Ding Hao sensed something amiss, akin to a tranquil lake concealing tumultuous undercurrents, an unsettling emotion spreading through him. Could there still be remnants of a threat? Ding Hao mused to himself that in the days that followed, the martial arts school appeared calm, yet Ding Hao keenly detected subtle anomalies. For instance, Master Zhao, who usually arrived first for training, was late today, looking pale as if he hadn't slept well. Furthermore, the key to the storage room, which was always in its usual place, had inexplicably shifted. Such minor changes might escape the notice of an ordinary person. But Ding Hao sensed foul play. Although Li the traitor had been exposed, could there be accomplices still lurking? This thought lingered in his mind. That night, Ding Hao practiced alone in the training room, repeatedly executing the newly learned techniques, attempting to dispel the unease within him. Halfway through, he suddenly halted, his gaze landing on a nondescript wooden post in the corner. This post was typically used for practicing strikes. Yet today its position seemed slightly askew, with fresh dirt still clinging to it. Ding Hao approached, crouching down for a closer look. The soil was indeed fresh, as if someone had recently treaded here. A chill ran down his spine. Had someone been sneaking around? He scanned the empty training room, only the occasional chirping of insects outside breaking the silence. Something was off. Something was about to happen. Ding Hao murmured to himself, an icy dread coursing through him. He approached the door, gently pushing it open. The corridor was eerily quiet, dim light casting elongated shadows on the floor. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps approaching from a distance. Growing nearer. "Who is it?" Ding Hao whispered, clenching his fists. The footsteps drew closer, and he held his breath, sidestepping to hide behind the door. A shadow flitted past, coming down the corridor, illuminated by the dim light. Ding Hao discerned it was Master Zhao. Confusion surged within him. Master Zhao had always been loyal. Why was he sneaking around? Ding Hao decided to observe quietly, wanting to see what Master Zhao was up to. Master Zhao reached the door of the training room, glancing around cautiously before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Ding Hao stealthily followed, watching as Master Zhao approached the wooden post in the corner, bending down to pick up a small stone from the ground. Only then did Ding Hao realize that Master Zhao was not an accomplice of the traitor, but had come to investigate an anomaly. He felt a sense of relief, preparing to step out when he suddenly heard Master Zhao murmur, "Meet at the old place, don't forget the item." Old place? What item? Ding Hao's inner alarm bells rang. It seemed Master Zhao indeed had something to hide. He resolved to continue following Master Zhao to uncover his intentions. After leaving the training room, Master Zhao made his way to the back courtyard of the martial arts school, where an abandoned well stood, seldom frequented. Ding Hao hid in the shadows, watching as Master Zhao tossed a jade pendant into the well. Ding Hao's heart raced. He had heard tales of this well, rumored to connect to a secret passage leading outside the city. Was Master Zhao an undercover agent for another faction, plotting with him against the Sun family martial arts school? Ding Hao decided to turn the tables. He quietly returned to his room, retrieving a special powder he had discovered while foraging in the mountains, capable of inducing hallucinations. The following night, Ding Hao arrived early at the well, scattering the powder around its opening. He was certain Master Zhao would return, and once he inhaled the powder, he'd be compelled to divulge everything. True to expectation, it wasn't long before Master Zhao appeared. Sneaking toward the well, he prepared to peer inside when he inadvertently inhaled a large breath of the powder. "What is happening? What am I seeing?" Master Zhao swayed, collapsing to the ground, his eyes glazed, murmuring incoherently. Ding Hao stepped out from the shadows, sneering, "You are witnessing your demise." Amidst Master Zhao's ramblings, Ding Hao uncovered the truth. Master Zhao was not an undercover agent for another faction but had been bribed by Li the traitor to relay messages. Li the traitor had not given up. He intended to collude with other forces and make a comeback. Ding Hao bound Master Zhao tightly and then handed him over to Sun Qianqian. Upon learning the truth, Sun Qianqian was both shocked and furious, immediately dispatching people to capture Li the traitor. Upon discovering that Master Zhao had been apprehended, Li the traitor stormed in front of Ding Hao, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Ding Hao, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you frame me? Ding Hao let out a cold laugh, retorting, Li the traitor, do you think your sordid deeds have gone unnoticed? Do you believe you can evade the law? Li the traitor's expression shifted, feigning calmness as he replied, I don't know what you're talking about. What evidence do you possess to prove it was me? Ding Hao remained silent, merely presenting Zhao Wusher's confession. Li Traitor's face turned ashen upon seeing the confession. He realized he was done for. You, Li Traitor stammered, pointing at Ding Hao, unable to articulate a coherent response. Ding Hao coldly regarded him and said, Li Traitor, do you have anything left to say? Suddenly, Li Traitor burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ding Hao, do you think you've won? You are too naive. Let me tell you, I have someone backing me. His laughter abruptly ceased as he glared menacingly at Ding Hao. Gritting his teeth, do you truly believe that capturing Zhao Wusher will resolve everything? You are but a fledgling. The person behind me is not someone you can provoke. Ding Hao shrugged, exuding calmness. Oh, is that so? I am quite eager to witness the sort of formidable figure that instills such confidence in you. He mused inwardly. With such a demeanor, he must be supported by nothing more than a bronze-level figure. Seeing Ding Hao's nonchalance only intensified Li Traitor's fury, prompting him to shout recklessly, just wait and see. You will soon learn the consequences of crossing me. Ding Hao chuckled, do not merely speak empty threats. If you possess evidence, present it without delay. Your bluster is not intimidating. Li Traitor's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated that Ding Hao would be so difficult to deal with and was not following the expected script. He had intended to intimidate him with his backing but found himself ridiculed instead. Stammering, he struggled to utter a single word. Observing his cowardice, Ding Hao became increasingly convinced that the man was merely posturing. He retrieved a stack of papers from his pocket, leisurely unfolding them. Since you cannot produce evidence, allow me to share mine. Li Traitor's countenance blanched, as he focused on the documents revealing his collusion with other martial arts schools and the conspiracy to frame the Sun family martial arts school, even detailing the bribes he had received. This is impossible. Li Traitor stammered in sheer terror. How do you possess these documents? Ding Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a sinister smile. Want to know? Unfortunately, you shall not have the chance. Enraged and embarrassed, Li Traitor recognized his complete exposure. Further pretense was futile. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he suddenly lunged at Ding Hao. You little brat, I will fight you. The onlookers gasped in unison. Though Li Traitor was merely a novice martial artist, his moves were vicious and ruthless, and the consequences of being struck would be dire. However, Ding Hao remained unfazed, swiftly evading Li Traitor's attack. Then, in a flash, he delivered a precise chop to the back of Li Traitor's neck. Thud. Li Traitor let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, praising Ding Hao's decisiveness and prowess. Well done, Ding Hao. So impressive. Truly the pillar of our Sun family martial arts school. Ding Hao smiled faintly, acknowledging the crowd with a nod. Sun Qianqian approached Ding Hao, her eyes filled with admiration, softly asking, Ding Hao, are you all right? Ding Hao shook his head, casually dismissing the event. Just a minor issue, nothing to worry about. He paused, scanning the crowd, his tone turning somber. However, this matter is far from over. Chapter 47. New Rules and the Golden Finger Breakthrough. Ding Hao's statement rippled through the crowd like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, igniting a flurry of speculation about his next move. Indeed, within days, a new challenge emerged. The master of Wang Martial Arts School, a mid-level spiritual martial artist, entered the Sun Family Martial Arts School with a provocative grin. He not only brought a challenge but also a new set of rules. Strikes must be limited to upper body techniques, explicitly prohibiting leg techniques. This was clearly a tactic aimed at Ding Hao. Isn't this rule a bit excessive, Master Wang? Sun Qianqian furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with discontent. Master Wang laughed heartily, exuding disdain. Miss Sun, the rules were established collectively. I am merely a proposer. Moreover, competitions require some constraints to be truly thrilling, do they not? He cast a sidelong glance at Ding Hao, a cunning glimmer in his eyes. Or are you from the Sun Family Martial Arts School afraid? Afraid? Ding Hao scoffed, breaking the silence. The word fear does not exist in my lexicon. He turned to Sun Qianqian, his gaze resolute. Qianqian, do not worry. I will not lose. On the competition platform, the atmosphere grew tense. Judge Liu announced the new rules, emphasizing the prohibition of leg techniques. The audience buzzed with chatter, the majority believing Ding Hao faced dire prospects. Master Wang is too insidious. This is clearly a plot against Ding Hao. Indeed, with his leg techniques being so formidable, how can he fight now? Sigh. It seems Ding Hao is destined to falter this time. Zhao Wushi cast a worried glance at Ding Hao. Whispering, young Master Ding, this rule is excessively disadvantageous for you. Perhaps, Ding Hao waved his hand, interrupting Zhao Wushi, there is no need for concern. I have my methods. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharp, fixated on Master Wang. Master Wang wore a smug smile, as if basking in the glow of imminent victory. He loosened his muscles and arrogantly declared, Brat, concede. You are no match for me. Ding Hao remained silent, merely tightening his fists. A powerful aura emanated from him, akin to a slumbering lion gradually awakening. A mysterious smile graced his lips. The game has only just begun. With the gong sounding, the match officially commenced. Master Wang sneered, his figure darting towards Ding Hao like a phantom, delivering a heavy punch aimed at his face. Let me show you my might. Ding Hao remained unperturbed, sidestepping the punch. Prohibiting leg techniques? Then he would use his fists. A certain force within him awakened, a peculiar warmth coursing through his veins, as his mind flooded with countless boxing techniques, ultimately coalescing into a brand new fighting style, uniquely his own. Oh, this is interesting. Master Wang remarked, surprise flickering in his eyes as his attacks intensified. Fists flew like a torrential downpour, enveloping Ding Hao. The audience held their breath, anxiously watching the duel. Zhao Wushi clenched his fists, palms slick with sweat. Sun Qianqian's eyes were glued to Ding Hao, her beautiful gaze filled with worry and anticipation. In the face of Master Wang's relentless assault, Ding Hao displayed remarkable composure. His movements were agile, his steps unpredictable, consistently evading attacks while seeking opportunities to counter. His punches, though seemingly simple, packed tremendous force, each blow accompanied by a whistling wind that made Master Wang wary. When did this kid become so formidable? Master Wang thought, astonished, feeling as though Ding Hao was an elusive eel, impossible to catch. Boom! Ding Hao landed a punch squarely on Master Wang's chest, forcing him back several steps. Master Wang steadied himself, his expression darkening as he glared at Ding Hao. Good lad, you have some skill, however. The victor of this match is destined to be me. Is that so? Ding Hao replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Who emerges victorious is yet to be determined. The two clashed once more, the battle escalating to a fever pitch. Ding Hao's attacks grew increasingly fierce, his speed accelerating as if he had transformed into a ferocious beast, relentlessly assaulting Master Wang. Master Wang began to falter, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, Ding Hao seized an opening. His eyes sharpened as he whispered, now, with renewed determination, Ding Hao unleashed a rapid straight punch. Akin to a cannonball, striking Master Wang squarely in the chest, boom. Master Wang staggered backward, struggling to regain his footing, disbelief etched across his face. Clutching his chest, he felt as if a speeding truck had collided with him, leaving his insides in disarray. Wow, impressive. Young Master Ding is magnificent. The Sun Family Martial Arts School erupted in raucous cheers, the applause deafening. Zhao Wushi, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted with tears in his eyes, well done, that was fantastic. Sun Qianqian, exhilarated, waved her tiny fists in the air, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Feeling her gaze, Ding Hao's lips curled into a slight smile, warmth swelling in his heart. This feeling is truly delightful. Master Wang's face turned ashen, humiliated and furious, yet he attempted to launch another attack. However, the moment he moved, agony radiated from his chest, forcing him to abandon that thought. He took a deep breath. Suppressing the pain, gritting his teeth, you've got guts. Consider this my defeat. We shall see what happens next. After speaking, he left the Sun Family Martial Arts School with his tail between his legs. Referee Liu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hastily announced, in this match, Ding Hao emerges victorious. He cast a furtive glance at Ding Hao, secretly relieved that he had not shown undue favoritism towards Master Wang, for the consequences could have been dire. As Ding Hao descended from the combat stage, Sun Qianqian rushed up to him, her face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Ding Hao smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. It was a piece of cake." "I knew you were the strongest." Sun Qianqian gazed at Ding Hao with admiration, her eyes brimming with affection. Ding Hao looked at Sun Qianqian, a surge of tenderness washing over him. He understood that this victory not only brought him honor but also earned respect for the Sun family martial arts school. However, Ding Hao did not allow himself to relax. He recognized that this was merely the beginning. He sensed that greater challenges awaited him. "Ding Xiao," Zhao Wushi approached Ding Hao with a grave expression. "You must be cautious. I've heard whispers about the next match." Ding Hao squinted slightly, a sharp aura emanating from him. "Let them come." Chapter 48. The Ultimate Showdown. Zhao Wushi leaned closer to Ding Hao, his tone serious. "The next round is a joint challenge. The opponents are the top masters selected from other martial arts schools, forming a trio. It is said that their leader has nearly reached the Xuanwu realm." Ding Hao raised an eyebrow, a confident smile gracing his lips. "The Xuanwu realm? Quite intriguing." He stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing, ready to test his new techniques. Sun Qianqian anxiously tugged at Ding Hao's sleeve. "Be careful." Ding Hao ruffled her hair, offering her a reassuring glance. "Don't worry. I'm destined to be the strongest son-in-law." The opposing trio entered the arena with an imposing presence, like three towering mountains descending upon the combat stage. The leader, a burly man with a fierce gaze, exuded an overwhelming aura. The other two, one tall and slender, the other short and stout, both carried an inscrutable air. "This trio seems formidable," murmured someone from the audience. "No kidding, they are the aces from their respective martial arts schools. It's rumored that together, they can even contend with early Xuanwu realm masters." As the gong signaling the start of battle resounded, the trio sprang into action, their synergy astonishing. The burly man launched a frontal assault, his moves grand and powerful. The tall man darted around like a wraith, persistently harassing Ding Hao, while the stout man remained as steady as a mountain, focusing on defense and control, effectively confining Ding Hao within their attack radius. A relentless tide of formidable techniques surged towards Ding Hao, a deadly web of blades and fists ensnaring him. He dodged and weaved, seeking opportunities amidst the onslaught. His movements appeared somewhat frantic, his garments torn in several places. The audience held their breath in suspense. "Ding Hao, it seems you are not all that impressive," sneered the burly man, delivering a powerful punch towards Ding Hao's chest. Ding Hao narrowly evaded the blow, only to be struck in the back by the tall man, causing him to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, the stout man lunged forward, his hefty hands descending upon Ding Hao like two small mountains. "It's over." The trio shouted in unison. At that critical moment, Ding Hao's expression suddenly hardened. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he uttered, "This is just the beginning." Before his words faded, an astonishing aura erupted from Ding Hao, akin to a slumbering lion awakening with ferocity. His arms trembled, an invisible force radiating outward, pushing the three adversaries back several steps. "What?" The burly man's face paled. He had never encountered such formidable power. Ding Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. "The warm-up is over. Now, witness true strength." In a flash, Ding Hao appeared before the burly man, delivering a punch imbued with the essence of his unique martial arts. The impact resonated like thunder, sending the burly man flying like a kite with its strings severed, crashing to the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. "Brother!" The tall and stout men gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide as they absorbed the scene before them. Next, Ding Hao's icy gaze shifted to the tall man. The tall man, now pale with fear, retreated repeatedly. "Wait, I concede." Ding Hao's cold laughter filled the air. "Only now do you wish to concede? Too late." In an instant, he appeared before the tall man once more. Palms striking his chest, poof! The tall man was sent hurtling away, consciousness lost. Now, only the stout man remained, trembling as he beheld Ding Hao, who stood like a war god. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. "I concede too. Spare my life." The arena fell into an eerie silence, all present awestruck by Ding Hao's overwhelming prowess. Ding Hao stood tall, surveying the crowd, his eyes filled with confidence and dominance. "Is there anyone else?" he thundered, his voice echoing throughout the arena. No one dared to answer. The disciples of the Sun Family Martial Arts School erupted in deafening cheers. Ding Hao, Ding Hao, Ding Hao. Zhao Wushi rushed to Ding Hao, gripping his hand tightly. What a lad! You are truly remarkable. Our Sun Family Martial Arts School is now #1. Ding Hao smiled faintly, his gaze drifting towards a specific spot in the audience. He spotted Sun Qianqian, who was covering her mouth in excitement, tears shimmering in her eyes. A warm wave surged within Ding Hao as he gently opened his arms. Sun Qianqian dashed into the arena, disregarding the gazes of the onlookers, and threw herself into Ding Hao's embrace. She clung tightly to him, tears glistening in her eyes, speechless with emotion. Female spectators cast envious glances, whispering, "This is so sweet. I wish I had such a handsome and strong man." Ding Hao tenderly stroked Sun Qianqian's hair, whispering softly in her ear, "It's all right, don't cry. Did I not promise? I will become the strongest son-in-law and protect you for a lifetime." Sun Qianqian nuzzled against him. Resembling a docile kitten, Ding Hao's victory firmly established the status of the Sun Family Martial Arts School. Those who once sought to undermine the school now approached like subservient children, eager to negotiate cooperation. Ding Hao observed these fickle individuals, a cold smile curling on his lips as he maintained a composed demeanor, handling each interaction deftly. He had become a legendary figure within the martial arts community, accumulating accolades and rewards with ease. Those who once mocked him, hoping to see him humiliated, now kept their distance, fearful of his retribution. Standing in the center of the arena, basking in the glow of victory, Ding Hao's heart swelled with pride. Just then, a man clad in black attire with a stern expression approached him, cupping his hands in greeting. "Mr. Ding, my master requests your presence." Ding Hao raised an eyebrow. "Your master? Who is it?" The man in black replied respectfully, "My master's surname is Long Long." Ding Hao felt a surge of unexplainable foreboding. He glanced at Sun Qianqian, then back at the man in black. Before gently guiding Sun Qianqian to Zhao Wushi's side, speaking calmly, "Wait for my return." He then turned and followed the man in black, disappearing into the night. Sun Qianqian watched Ding Hao's receding figure, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Zhao Wushi patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, Mr. Ding is incredibly capable. He will be fine." However, at that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated in the distance. Chapter 49. A new enemy emerges. A challenge revisited after the deafening blast. Sun Qianqian's heart sank. Could it be that Ding Hao was in trouble? Zhao Wushi's expression turned grave as he comforted Sun Qianqian. "Stay calm. I will go and investigate." Unable to remain seated, Sun Qianqian grasped Zhao Wushi's arm firmly. "I am going too." When the two arrived at the scene, they found Ding Hao standing unharmed, though his expression was somewhat somber. Before him lay a chaotic wreckage, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. "What happened?" Zhao Wushi inquired hastily. Ding Hao shook his head, his expression complicated. "It was a diversion." It turned out that shortly after Ding Hao's departure, a new martial arts school, the Wang Family Martial Arts School, arrived at the Sun Family Martial Arts School with a host of aggressive masters. Upon their arrival, they displayed an intent to cause chaos, speaking arrogantly and showing utter disdain for the Sun Family Martial Arts School. The leader of the Wang Family Martial Arts School was a burly middle-aged man, his face lined with excess flesh and his triangular eyes gleaming with menace. He scanned the surroundings, speaking in a contemptuous tone. "I've heard that your Sun Family Martial Arts School has produced a remarkable figure named Ding Hao. Bring him out." The disciples of the Sun Family Martial Arts School seethed with indignation, but outnumbered, they hesitated to act. Traitor Li lurked in the crowd, a sinister smile playing on his lips. This was all part of his scheme. Just as Sun Qianqian and Zhao Wushi returned, they witnessed the unfolding scene. Fury coursed through Sun Qianqian, causing her to tremble as she prepared to confront them, but Zhao Wushi restrained her. "Stay calm. This is not the time for impulsive actions." Zhao Wushi spoke in a low voice, and Ding Hao's gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on the master of the Wang Martial Arts School, his eyes icy. "I am Ding Hao." The master of the Wang Martial Arts School scrutinized Ding Hao with disdain, letting out a cold snort. "You, with your slender arms and legs, how dare you call yourself a master? Today, I shall teach you a lesson and make you aware of your insignificance." Ding Hao remained silent. Merely clenching his fists, he understood that a fierce battle was inevitable. With a wave of his hand, the master signaled for a disciple to leap onto the arena. This individual was slender and had a sinister gleam in his eyes. Exuding a chilling aura, he clasped his hands toward Ding Hao, his tone laced with provocation. I am the chief disciple of the Wang family martial arts school. Please enlighten me. Ding Hao took a deep breath, preparing to engage, when suddenly a delicate voice emerged from the crowd. Ding Gu, be careful. It was Miss Xie. Unbeknownst to him, she had arrived, holding a sachet embroidered with the characters for certain victory. Ding Hao paused momentarily, then a bitter smile crept onto his lips. This girl, he accepted the sachet and tucked it into his pocket, then fixed his determined gaze upon his opponent. Let us begin. With a swift motion, Ding Hao darted forward like a leopard. His opponent, unyielding, unleashed an astonishing burst of speed, executing unpredictable moves that coiled around Ding Hao like a venomous serpent. This lad possesses some skill. Zhao Wuxi mused, stroking his chin, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Go, Ding Gu. Miss Xie cheered, her small fists waving with excitement, her face flushed. In the arena, Ding Hao fought defensively, his opponent's assaults growing increasingly ferocious. Each strike aimed at vital points. The surrounding spectators became tense, murmuring amongst themselves. The chief disciple of the Wang family martial arts school truly lives up to his reputation. Ding Hao may be in trouble. I sense a precarious situation. This fellow's techniques are rather sinister. Li the traitor lurked in the crowd, a smug smile on his face. Now let us see how Ding Hao manages to extricate himself. Sun Qianqian clenched her fists tightly, her heart racing. She wished to rush in to assist but was restrained by Zhao Wuxi. Trust in Ding Hao, he urged solemnly. As the battle progressed, Ding Hao gradually found himself on the defensive, his opponent's onslaught akin to a torrential downpour, leaving him scarcely a moment to breathe. Hey, kid, how much longer can you endure? The chief disciple of the Wang family martial arts school sneered, his techniques growing even more fierce. Intriguing, Ding Hao's lips curled slightly, a spark of brilliance flickering in his eyes. That moment, he suddenly recalled a unique martial arts transformation he had previously devised. Frenzied dragon emerges from the sea. Drawing a deep breath, his internal energy surged wildly, and with a swift turn, he soared into the air like a dragon. What? The chief disciple's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, Ding Hao struck him squarely in the chest. With a resounding crash, the chief disciple flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, unable to rise for some time. A stunned silence enveloped the arena. Everyone left in shock. Incredible. What technique is this? So powerful. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers, as if they could lift the roof off the building. Ding Hao descended slowly, brushing off the dust from his attire, and calmly stated, "Thank you for the lesson." The master of the Wang martial arts school's face turned a deep shade of anger, glaring fiercely at Li the traitor. This useless fool provided false information. He seethed. Winning just one match does not warrant your pride. He gritted his teeth, remarking, "There are still more of us." No sooner had he spoken than a towering, muscular man emerged from behind, emanating an overwhelming aura. "Kid, I am here to challenge you." The giant strode toward the arena, each step resonating like an earthquake, causing the ground to tremble. Ding Hao narrowed his eyes, sensing the formidable presence emanating from the approaching behemoth. Inwardly acknowledging, it seems the true battle is just beginning, he clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the advancing giant, slowly uttering two words. "Come forth." Sun Qianqian, bubbling with excitement, jumped up. Her face flushed, waving her small fists like an enamored fan. Ding Hao, you are amazing." Her adoring gaze seemed to sparkle with stars. Miss Xie, standing nearby, pouted with a hint of jealousy, muttering to herself, "What is so impressive about it? He merely defeated a minor lackey." The master of the Wang martial arts school's expression darkened further, resembling a pot bottom. He had originally thought that dispatching a chief disciple would easily resolve the matter, but he was taken aback by the swift defeat. What a humiliation! He scowled and instructed a hulking man, resembling an iron tower, "Tai Shan, you go. Teach this brat a proper lesson." Tai Shan responded in a deep, resonant voice, stepping onto the arena with heavy strides, his muscular frame exuding immense pressure. Ding Hao felt a slight sense of pressure. This man was clearly a formidable opponent. "Kid, you have done well to defeat Wang Shixiang. However, your good fortune ends here." Taishan's voice boomed like thunder. Ding Hao smiled faintly. Is that so? Let us see. Without further ado, Taishan launched his attack, his fists crashing down like iron hammers, accompanied by a howling wind directed at Ding Hao. Ding Hao, unwilling to confront head-on, nimbly evaded the blows. Although Taishan's strikes were powerful, they lacked speed, allowing Ding Hao to deftly avoid the assault with his agile movements, dodging all you can do. Like a mouse, Taishan roared. Ding Hao's lips curled slightly. Against a clumsy bear like you, I must employ a more nimble strategy. He continued to evade Taishan's attacks while searching for an opening. Though Taishan possessed immense strength, his techniques were quite singular and consumed considerable stamina. Ding Hao was confident that if he could prolong the fight, he would find an opportunity to defeat his opponent. The two exchanged blows for several dozen rounds, and Taishan's stamina began to wane, his attack speed diminishing. Seizing the moment, Ding Hao swiftly maneuvered behind Taishan and struck him firmly on the back. Poof! Taishan spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Thank you for the lesson, Ding Hao remarked coolly. The audience erupted into another round of thunderous applause. Ding Hao's name echoing throughout the martial arts school. Sun Qianqian was so exhilarated, she nearly leaped onto the arena to embrace Ding Hao. The master of the Wang martial arts school, however, was livid. He had not anticipated that both of his elite fighters would fall to Ding Hao. This brought him immense humiliation. We shall see about this, he spat, leaving in a huff with his subordinates. Ding Hao watched them depart, a cold smile gracing his lips. He understood this was merely the beginning. Just then, he suddenly heard a faint noise and quickly turned to gaze deep into the martial arts school. Who goes there? Chapter 50. The traitor's residual threat. Ding Hao's eyes were sharp as an eagle's. Scanning the depths of the martial arts school, it was eerily quiet, with only dim light casting mottled shadows. Could it be his imagination? Ding Hao furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. Just as he was about to turn away, a sudden cracking sound emanated from the direction of the equipment room. Ding Hao's heart sank, and he rushed over. The door to the equipment room was ajar, a faint burnt smell wafting out. Pushing the door open, Ding Hao was taken aback. The training equipment, usually neatly arranged, lay in disarray. Many precision instruments had been smashed to bits, wires were severed, and several areas were even emitting smoke. This was no accident. It was clear that someone had intentionally caused the destruction. Damn it! More remnants of the traitors! Ding Hao's fury surged. Although he had previously captured Li the traitor, who had divulged some accomplices, it was evident that other miscreants still lurked within the martial arts school. These scoundrels were truly relentless, daring to sabotage under his very nose. Ding Hao suppressed his anger and began to meticulously inspect the scene. He discovered that the methods of the saboteur were highly professional, indicating specialized training. Moreover, they appear to have intimate knowledge of the school's layout, specifically targeting critical equipment, severely disrupting the normal operations of the school. This solidified his belief that these individuals were not mere thugs, but rather well-trained professionals. Who had sent them? What was their purpose? Was it merely for revenge? The more Ding Hao pondered, the more he sensed the complexity of the situation. He realized that he must swiftly identify these hidden culprits. Otherwise, the repercussions would be dire. However, the clues were scant. The scene bore no fingerprints or other traces, and even the surveillance footage had been preemptively destroyed. This was clearly a premeditated act. It seemed he would need to devise another plan. Rubbing his temples, Ding Hao felt a headache coming on. At that moment, he suddenly recalled someone. Li the traitor. Perhaps he knew more than they had imagined. A glimmer of determination flickered in Ding Hao's eyes as he swiftly made his way to the cell where Li the traitor was confined. With a creak, the door of the cell swung open. Ding Hao stood at the threshold, coolly observing Li the traitor, who was curled up in the corner. Long time no see, brotherly. Ding Hao's tone was frigid, laced with a hint of mockery. Li, the traitor, lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Ding Hao, his complexion instantly turned ashen, his body trembling involuntarily. What do you intend to do? Ding Hao remained silent, merely curling the corners of his lips into a cryptic smile. There are matters I believe we ought to discuss in earnest. With a gaze that straddled the line between amusement and menace, Ding Hao regarded the quaking Li, who remained mute, as he leisurely extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, ignited one, inhaled deeply, and then slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. Enveloped in the swirling mist, Ding Hao's eyes grew increasingly profound. instilling a sense of dread in Mr. Ding. Ivy confessed everything. What more do you desire? Li stammered. Confessed? Are you certain you've divulged all? Ding Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone laden with intrigue. Li nodded fervently, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Indeed, truly, every word I utter is genuine. I dare not conceal anything. Ding Hao chuckled lightly. Is that so? Then how do you account for this? He produced a miniature communicator, waving it before Li's eyes, a device he had just uncovered in the equipment room, evidently utilized by the traitor for clandestine communications. Li's face paled dramatically, his gaze flickering as he dared not meet Ding Hao's piercing stare. It seems you still have some secrets. Ding Hao's voice was cold, his eyes sharp as blades. Li stuttered, struggling to articulate a response. Not inclined to speak. That's quite all right. I have ample time. Ding Hao scoffed, turning on his heel and exiting the cell. Sure enough, midway through the challenge, Ding Hao suddenly sensed an unusual aura. He keenly discerned that someone was surveilling him from the shadows, exuding palpable hostility. Maintaining his composure, he continued to engage with his opponent while secretly laying the groundwork to ensnare these lurking foes. He feigned a vulnerability, enticing his adversary to take the bait. The opponent, predictably, fell for the ruse, launching a fierce attack aimed directly at Ding Hao's vitals. In that critical moment, Ding Hao swiftly evaded the assault, simultaneously counterattacking, sending his opponent hurtling through the AI. Is this the extent of your capabilities? Daring to challenge me? Ding Hao sneered, his gaze condescending. Just then, several shadows surged from the crowd, charging towards Ding Hao. These individuals were allies of Li, dispatched with orders to eliminate Ding Hao amidst the chaos. Yet, they grossly underestimated his prowess. Ding Hao had already anticipated their intentions and had set a trap in advance. Figures emerged from the shadows, encircling the assailants. A fierce skirmish ensued, with Ding Hao observing coldly from the sidelines. These remnants of treachery were no match for him. In mere moments, the confrontation concluded, with all traitorous scum captured and bound before Ding Hao. Who is your master? Ding Hao inquired icily. One individual clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Ding Hao, unfazed, offered a slight smile. If you choose not to speak, don't blame me for being ungracious. He approached the silent figure, applying pressure to various points on his body. The man emitted a blood-curdling scream, convulsing uncontrollably. I'll talk. I'll talk. He finally cried out. Before he could finish, he suddenly foamed at the mouth and collapsed lifelessly. Ding Hao furrowed his brow. It seemed the machinations of the puppet master were more ruthless than he had anticipated. Continue the investigation, Ding Hao commanded coldly. I must uncover who is orchestrating this from the shadows. Zhao Wushi approached, admiration etched on his face. Mr. Ding, your cunning is truly commendable. Ding Hao merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. He turned to Sun Qianqian, who gently wiped the sweat from his brow with a silk handkerchief. Her beautiful eyes filled with affection and admiration. Hao Gu, are you all right? Those villains are utterly despicable. Her voice was soft, like a gentle stream flowing through Ding Hao's heart, easing some of his taut nerves. Ding Hao lightly patted her hand, offering a reassuring smile. I'm fine. Merely a minor skirmish. Rest assured, I shall not let them prevail. Though he spoke lightly, the continuous betrayal and the intensity of the challenges had indeed left Ding Hao feeling physically and mentally drained. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within him. After a brief respite, the contest resumed. Ding Hao returned to the arena, his gaze resolute, his presence commanding. However, the relentless battles had depleted much of his stamina and vitality. His next opponent was the most formidable master of the new martial arts school, a burly man known as Iron Fist. This individual was rumored to possess the strength of the early stages of the Xuanwu realm and was proficient in various fighting techniques. Having once slain a fierce tiger with a single punch, his might was truly terrifying. Kid, you're impressive to have made it this far, Iron Fist proclaimed from the arena, looking down at Ding Hao with disdain. However, your good fortune ends here. Ding Hao disregarded Iron Fist's taunt, silently adjusting his breathing, channeling his internal energy to its utmost potential. He understood that this match would be a grueling battle. A single misstep could spell disaster. Are you ready? Iron Fist cracked his knuckles, producing a sound akin to popping beans. I'm about to begin. Ding Hao drew a deep breath, his gaze intense, stating firmly, bring it on. Iron Fist scoffed, his figure darting forward like a cannonball aimed at Ding Hao. His fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, crashed towards Ding Hao's chest. Ding Hao dared not absorb the blow directly. He sidestepped, narrowly evading Iron Fist's strike. However, Iron Fist was exceedingly swift. Missing his initial target, he swiftly altered his attack, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Ding Hao's head. Ding Hao dodged once more, yet Iron Fist's onslaught was relentless, akin to a torrential storm, leaving him scarcely any opportunity to breathe. With a thunderous crash, Ding Hao was struck by Iron Fist's blow to his shoulder. A jolt of agony surged through him, and he let out a muffled groan, staggering backward. "Kid, is that all you've got?" Iron Fist laughed triumphantly, lunging at Ding Hao once more. Gritting his teeth, Ding Hao bore the excruciating pain in his shoulder and prepared to engage once more. He knew he could not falter. Failure was not an option. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, "Stop." Chapter 51. Ding Hao takes the stage. Sun Qianqian's voice echoed throughout the arena, yet it failed to halt Iron Fist's ferocious advance. Iron Fist, the mightiest master of the new martial arts school, had finally made his entrance. Clad in black attire, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, he emanated an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. The entire arena seemed enveloped by his presence, the air thickening with tension. Ding Hao felt as if he were bearing the weight of a mountain. "Is this it? I expected the Sun family's martial arts school to have some formidable fighters, but it appears to be just this." Iron Fist sneered dismissively at Sun Qianqian, his tone dripping with derision. He turned his gaze towards Ding Hao, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. "Kid, concede. You are not my match." Ding Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze unwavering. "The outcome is yet to be determined. It remains to be seen who shall prevail." "Overestimating yourself?" Iron Fist scoffed, vanishing in a flash, reappearing before Ding Hao like a specter. His attacks fell upon Ding Hao like a tempest, swift as lightning and brutal beyond measure. Ding Hao could only defend with all his might, his body absorbing blow after blow, the sound of impacts echoing throughout the arena. The audience held their breath, their eyes glued to this climactic showdown. Concern etched across Sun Qianqian's face. She clenched her fists tightly, silently praying for Ding Hao's safety. Zhao Wushi and Miss Xia also felt the weight of anxiety, fully aware that Ding Hao had reached his limits. Ding Hao's body was marred with wounds, blood seeping from his lips, his breaths becoming ragged. Iron Fist's assaults intensified, his gaze filled with mockery and cruelty. As if relishing the torment he inflicted upon Ding Hao, "Kid, what else do you have? Unleash it." Iron Fist bellowed with arrogance, his fists raining down upon Ding Hao like a torrential downpour. Ding Hao's form swayed precariously, as if he might topple at any moment. The spectators believed defeat was imminent. Many shook their heads in resignation. "It's over. Ding Hao is finished. What a shame, such a promising young man." The new martial arts school is indeed formidable. It seems the Sun family school is doomed this time. Just as everyone anticipated Ding Hao's collapse, he unexpectedly ceased his defense, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. "Heh," Ding Hao chuckled softly. "This is merely the beginning." Ding Hao abandoned his defense, advancing instead, his eyes gleaming with an unusual brilliance, a strange smile gracing his lips. This sudden shift took Iron Fist aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Before he could react, Ding Hao surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. "What?" Iron Fist was taken aback, hastily raising his arms to defend. "Too late." Ding Hao roared, his internal energy surging violently, a potent force erupting from his dantian, converging upon his fists. With a resounding crash, Ding Hao's fists struck Iron Fist's arms with the force of cannonballs. Crack! The sound of bones shattering rang clearly. As the iron-fisted fighter's arms twisted and contorted in an instant, he was sent hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena, blood spilling from his mouth as he lapsed into unconsciousness. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. All present were left in stunned disbelief at this unforeseen turn of events. Just moments ago, the invincible Iron Fist had been vanquished in a single move by Ding Hao. How could this be? My goodness, what kind of technique was that? Absolutely astounding. Ding Hao had triumphed. This reversal was nothing short of spectacular. The audience, snapping back to reality, erupted into deafening cheers. Sun Qianqian was overwhelmed with emotion. tears brimming in her eyes, while Zhao Wushi and Miss Xie leaped up in excitement. Ding Hao slowly retracted his fists, standing proudly in the center of the arena like a god of war. His gaze swept across the crowd, and with a calm demeanor, he proclaimed, "Who else dares to challenge?" Silence fell, a deathly quiet. The members of the new martial arts school exchanged fearful glances, having anticipated that the Iron Fist would easily defeat Ding Hao. Yet they were met with this shocking outcome. The month-long challenge had come to fruition, success for the Sun Family Martial Arts School. The referee announced loudly. Ding Hao offered a slight smile as he turned to Sun Qianqian. "We have won," he said, his eyes filled with tenderness. Sun Qianqian, filled with emotion, rushed into Ding Hao's embrace, clinging tightly to him, her tears soaking his attire. "Thank you, Ding Hao," she choked out. Ding Hao gently caressed her silky hair, softly replying, "Silly girl, no need for thanks. We are husband and wife." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Wait." The arena erupted into a frenzy. Cheers, whistles, and applause intertwined in a cacophony of sound, reverberating everywhere. Streamers cascaded down, as if to crown the newly minted champion of the martial arts realm. Sun Qianqian could no longer contain her excitement, darting into the contest area like a small cannonball, throwing herself into Ding Hao's arms, fearing that he might vanish if she let go. The surrounding women cast envious glances, witnessing a quintessential hero rescue scenario, akin to a scene from a romantic drama. At that moment, Ding Hao, basking in the glow of victory, looked extraordinarily dashing. "Ding Hao, you are incredible," Sun Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice a jumble of excitement. "I knew you could do it. You are truly my idol." Ding Hao gently patted her back, feeling her warmth, a subtle smile playing on his lips. This sensation of adoration was quite delightful. Stay humble, stay humble. It's merely standard procedure," he feigned modesty, while internally reveling in joy in an instant. Ding Hao became the focal point of attention, a torrent of accolades cascading upon him. "Ding Hao, you are the pride of our Sun Family Martial Arts School," Zhao Wushi exclaimed, clapping him on the shoulder with admiration. Even the typically bold Miss Xie appeared bashful, discreetly handing Ding Hao a bottle of water, her cheeks flushed. Thanks to Ding Hao's outstanding performance, the Sun Family Martial Arts School soared to the pinnacle of the martial arts community, a feat previously deemed unimaginable. Their plaque was polished to a gleam, as if proclaiming their glory to the world. However, just as Ding Hao reveled in the joy of victory, immersed in the warmth of affection, a formidable evil force suddenly descended upon the city, wreaking havoc and instilling panic. Skyscrapers crumbled, streets lay in disarray, and people fled in terror, their cries echoing in the AI. In the face of this unexpected crisis, representatives from various martial arts schools convened urgently to discuss countermeasures. Undoubtedly, Ding Hao, as the newly crowned champion of the martial arts realm, was appointed as the representative to combat this malevolent force. "Ding Hao, we are counting on you." Everyone placed their hopes in him. Ding Hao's gaze hardened, and without hesitation, he accepted this heavy responsibility. Yet, before he could revel in the moment, he sensed several hostile gazes fixated upon him, in the intricate web of interests among various factions. With open and covert strife, how would he navigate the impending crisis of trust? A chilling voice echoed from the shadows, "I hope you do not disappoint us." Chapter 52. Encountering a crisis of trust. Ding Hao surveyed the room, the eyes of the representatives from various factions scrutinizing him like searchlights, making him feel like a stripped monkey on display. "Heh, with these looks, one might think I'm here for a talent show." Ding Hao silently mused. Councilman Li adjusted his glasses and spoke in a condescending tone. "Mr. Ding, while you have garnered some recognition in the martial arts community, this matter pertains to the safety of the entire city. Are you certain you can bear this responsibility? If you falter at a critical moment, it could spell disaster." His words prompted nods from the surrounding individuals, planting seeds of doubt in their minds. The atmosphere thickened, suffocating Ding Hao as he struggled to breathe. These old foxes, before even beginning their work, were already bickering among themselves. Just as he was about to retort, Mayor Zhang interjected, "I have faith in Mr. Ding's abilities." His performance in the martial arts competition was witnessed by all. He is undoubtedly the best choice to turn the tide. Mayor Zhang's support warmed Ding Hao's heart. Finally, someone understood. "Old Zhang, you are a good man." He silently commended him, Some initially wavering individuals began to reassess Ding Hao. Perhaps this young man could indeed work miracles? Ding Hao's lips curled into a slight smile as he confidently declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I know you harbor doubts about me, but please trust that I will do my utmost to protect this city." His gaze was resolute, his tone resonant, as if accompanied by a stirring soundtrack. Instantly captivating all present at that moment, the door to the conference room swung open abruptly, and a figure rushed in, whispering urgently to Mayor Zhang. The mayor's expression turned grave, and he shot to his feet. Announcing, "Everyone, the situation has changed." His face was ashen as he articulated, "The Black Tiger has resurfaced." The conference room erupted into chaos. Councilman Li leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Ding Hao. "So it's you. Ding Hao, while we are deliberating strategies, you've gone and allied with the Black Tiger, Haven Tu. I said you were unreliable." Ding Hao remained unfazed, suppressing a chuckle. Such an attempt to pin blame was truly clever. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Councilman Li, one may indulge in reckless eating, but words must be chosen wisely. Ding Hao, stand tall and firm. I fear not the shadows." At that moment, reporter Bai squeezed through the crowd, thrusting a microphone in front of Ding Hao. "Mr. Ding, do you have any comments regarding Councilman Li's accusations? According to reliable sources, you have had contact with the Black Tiger. Is this true? Can you explain?" Reporter Bai's barrage of questions was relentless, pressing, and confrontational. Ding Hao regarded him with a smirk, retorting, "Reporter Bai, where does this reliable information come from? Did it emerge from your toilet?" Laughter erupted around him, as Reporter Bai's face fluctuated between crimson and pale. Meanwhile, online discourse began to spiral out of control. The accusation of Ding Hao colluding with the Black Tiger shot to trending status, with various conspiracy theories surfacing, making Ding Hao the target of collective ire. "This guy must have ulterior motives. I knew it. How could a mere son-in-law possess such capability? He must have struck some nefarious deal with the Black Tiger." The implications were chilling, faced with an avalanche of skepticism and vitriol. Ding Hao did not respond with the typical outrage nor engage in online bickering like keyboard warriors. Instead, he quietly exited the conference room, making his way toward the streets ravaged by the Black Tiger. What on earth was happening? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. Amidst the ruins, Ding Hao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood and an unusual energy fluctuation. He suddenly opened his eyes, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, so that how it is he turned to leave, his figure melding into the night. "Wait for me," a clear voice called from behind. Ding Hao turned to see Sun Qianqian, breathless, catching up to him. "What are you doing here?" Ding Hao inquired. Sun Qianqian grasped his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with concern. "I was worried about you," she said, biting her lip before continuing, "You must be careful, promise me." Her reliance deepened Ding Hao's sense of responsibility. He gently patted her hand, reassuringly stating, "Don't worry, I aim to be the strongest son-in-law. Such minor matters won't hinder me." Ding Hao began to investigate, tracing the peculiar markings he discovered amidst the ruins. These symbols bore a resemblance to some mysterious sign from the realm of fantasy. Ding Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be that the Black Tiger is suffering from a severe case of delusions of grandeur? Nevertheless, he acknowledged that these markings were indeed a crucial lead. Utilizing his keen observational skills and deductive reasoning, Ding Hao followed the trail and finally found matching symbols outside an abandoned factory. "Found you. It seems this gang's lair is right here." Ding Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile. It seemed this round was secure. The news reached the municipal government, and Mayor Zhang and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I told you, Mr. Ding would not disappoint us," Mayor Zhang exclaimed with excitement. Although Councilman Li did not voice his thoughts, he could not help but admire Ding Hao's efficiency in handling matters. Even the reporter Bai, who had been stirring the pot previously, began to shift her narrative, extensively reporting on Ding Hao's heroic deeds as if she had never questioned him before. However, Ding Hao understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. The might of the Black Tiger was not to be underestimated, and it appeared that a more formidable force was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. More importantly, the suspicions among various factions had not been entirely dispelled. They continued to monitor Ding Hao's every move, poised to strike at any moment. Standing at the entrance of an abandoned factory, Ding Hao gazed up at the overcast sky and took a deep breath. He knew that the real battle was just beginning. "Are you ready?" A deep voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, Ding Hao saw Officer Lu, who had stealthily approached, brandishing a high-tech weapon. Of course, Ding Hao chuckled as the protagonist. How could I falter? Officer Lu smiled in response. Then let us proceed and confront this black tiger together. Their eyes met, filled with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, Ding Hao's phone rang. It was Mayor Zhang calling. Ding, regarding the clues you provided, Mayor Zhang's voice wavered. We held a meeting to discuss. Chapter 53. Romantic Intrigues, Hidden Perils. Mayor Zhang? Just speak plainly, Ding Hao replied calmly, though a sense of unease stirred within him. Some council members still have questions about the clues you provided and hope you can elaborate on your plan. Mayor Zhang's voice carried an air of helplessness, clearly under immense pressure himself. Ding Hao hung up, his brow furrowed. He realized that these factions were deliberately complicating matters for him. In the conference room. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could condense into droplets. Led by Councilman Li, a group of people fixated on Ding Hao with predatory gazes. Mr. Ding, your plan is too vague and lacks practicality. Councilman Li initiated the attack. How can you assure us of its success? If it fails, who will assume responsibility? My plan is certainly grounded in a solid foundation, Ding Hao asserted, his voice resolute as his sharp gaze swept over the assembly. As for responsibility, since I dare to propose this plan, I will naturally bear all consequences. He paused, then continued. I understand that you all harbor doubts about me, but I assure you, I will do everything in my power to bring the Black Tiger to justice and restore peace to our city. Ding Hao meticulously outlined his plan, covering personnel deployment and operational strategies, leaving no detail unaddressed. Those who had initially questioned him began to waver. Even Mayor Zhang could not help but regard him with admiration. Excellent. I trust Mr. Ding, Mayor Zhang proclaimed decisively. We will execute according to Mr. Ding's plan. After the meeting concluded, Sun Qianqian discreetly pulled Ding Hao aside into a secluded corner. Her gaze was alluring, cheeks slightly flushed. Biting her lip as if she hesitated to speak to post-meeting, Sun Qianqian seized Ding Hao's arm, drawing him into a quiet nook, her eyes shimmering with playful mischief, her body nearly pressed against his faint. Enchanting fragrance wafted into Ding Hao's nostrils, leaving him somewhat dazed. How Gu? Sun Qianqian's voice was sweet as honey, whispering in his ear, you were simply stunning in the conference room. You left those old foxes in awe? Ding Hao cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to mask his racing heart. This girl was teasing him again. Sun Qianqian's fingers traced circles on his chest, her gaze dreamy, lips curling upward as she exhaled softly. You know, when you get serious, it's incredibly manly. I'm nearly entranced. Ding Hao felt a wave of heat wash over him. The flirtatious atmosphere was becoming overwhelming. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Sun Qianqian stood on her toes and gently blew into his ear, then swiftly pecked his cheek, leaving a faint imprint of her lips. This is a reward for you, she declared before darting away. Her face flushed like a startled fawn, leaving Ding Hao bewildered. He touched the spot where she had kissed him and chuckled helplessly. This girl was becoming increasingly bold, just as he contemplated chasing after her. Urgent footsteps echoed behind him. Mr. Ding, this is bad. Officer Lu's voice was tinged with urgency. Upon seeing the faint lip mark on Ding Hao's face, she abruptly halted, her expression shifting to one of complex emotions. Lu's unexpected appearance shattered the flirtatious atmosphere. Observing the faint imprint on Ding Hao's face, her gaze changed, a flicker of unspoken disappointment flashing in her eyes. Sun Qianqian, noticing this, felt a twinge of displeasure. She deliberately linked her arm with Ding Hao's, defiantly lifting her chin at Officer Lu and sweetly calling, How Gu him? Officer Lu cleared her throat awkwardly. Mr. Ding, the situation is urgent. The Black Tiger has sent people. What? Ding Hao's expression darkened. The Black Tiger truly was relentless. How many? Preliminary estimates suggest over a dozen, all elite fighters. Officer Lu's demeanor was graved. A glint of cold determination flickered in Ding Hao's eyes. Let us go. He turned to Sun Qianqian, speaking gently, you should return. It's dangerous here. Though reluctant, Sun Qianqian understood the gravity of the situation and nodded obediently. Be careful. Before leaving, she cast a meaningful glance at Officer Lu. The warning unspoken yet palpable. A dozen men in black approached menacingly, each wielding sharp blades, clearly seasoned mercenaries. They encircled Ding Hao and Officer Lu, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Humph! You choose not to walk the path of heaven, yet intrude upon hell, Ding Hao sneered, moving like a specter as he swiftly took down two black-clad figures. Officer Liu was no slouch either. She drew her firearm and efficiently dispatched several adversaries. The battle was fierce. Ding Hao faced numerous opponents yet held his ground resolutely. His strikes were swift and decisive, each blow infused with immense power. The black-clad assailants gradually faltered, their composure unraveling. Seizing the moment, Ding Hao unleashed his ultimate move, sending the remaining assailants sprawling. Cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd, applauding Ding Hao's valor. He dusted off his clothes. Furthermore, the dynamics between him, Sun Qianqian, and Officer Liu had grown increasingly intricate. He glanced at Officer Liu, noticing her gaze fixed on him, filled with admiration intertwined with an indescribable sentiment. Just as Ding Hao was about to speak, his phone rang again. It was Mayor Zhang. Upon answering, he heard the mayor's urgent voice, "Mr. Ding, emergency meeting, now, immediately." Without further ado, the call ended abruptly. Ding Hao's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Taking a deep breath, he instructed Officer Liu to gather everyone. Chapter 54. The hero emerges. Evil is vanquished. Ding Hao summoned various factions, including Mayor Zhang, Councilman Li, and even the gossip-loving reporter Bai. The atmosphere in the conference room was as tense as congealed lard, each face etched with anxiety. Ding Hao surveyed the room and spoke in a grave tone. "The Black Tiger's influence is expanding. We must unite, or else, unite?" "Ha," Councilman Li scoffed, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. "What qualifications do you, a mere son-in-law, have to command us?" "Indeed," Bai chimed in. "How do we know you aren't colluding with the Black Tiger to set a trap?" Ding Hao nearly choked on his disbelief. What was going on? He rubbed his forehead in exasperation, inwardly lamenting, "Thanks a lot." Mayor Zhang, in a state of agitation akin to a cat on a hot tin roof, wiped the sweat from his brow repeatedly. "Everyone, now is not the time for infighting. We face a great enemy." "A great enemy? I think the biggest enemy is you, Mayor Zhang," Councilman Li retorted aggressively. "The city's security is in shambles, and you bear the blame." The room erupted into chaos. Voices clashing as each person spoke over the other. As time ticked away, the Black Tiger's power continued to swell. Ding Hao gazed at his inept allies, feeling more fatigued than if he were to confront the Black Tiger alone. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Enough!" Everyone fell silent, startled by his sudden outburst. A cold smile crept across Ding Hao's face. "You're all bickering here for your own interests, aren't you? Let me tell you, the Black Tiger's target is the entire city. If the city falls, none of you will escape. Your wealth, your power, will all turn to dust." A few words, akin to a sudden awakening, enlightened the crowd. Councilman Li's face turned pale, and the reporter Bai was left speechless. Mayor Zhang let out a sigh of relief, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "Mr. Ding spoke with conviction, stating, Mayor Zhang is correct. We must unite and collectively confront the Black Tiger." The crowd nodded in agreement. Their consensus reached with remarkable swiftness under Ding Hao's few eloquent phrases. Ding Hao surveyed the assembly, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. He understood that the true battle was only beginning. Rising to his feet, he donned his coat and declared, "Let us depart." His command resounded like a battle cry, prompting various factions to swiftly rally together, sirens wailing as they surged toward the lair of the Black Tiger, the abandoned factory in the western part of the city. As night descended, shadows danced ominously within the factory. A palpable air of menace hung thick. The Black Tiger stood atop a platform, resembling a bloodthirsty beast, gazing down upon the incoming throng with a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "You overestimate yourselves." The battle was on the verge of igniting. The cacophony of sirens, gunfire, and the sounds of struggle intertwined into a chaotic symphony. The Black Tiger's henchmen surged forth like a relentless tide, and despite their numbers, the various factions were clearly at a disadvantage against such ruthless criminals. "Mr. Ding, this cannot continue. They are far too numerous." Mayor Zhang crouched behind a police vehicle, his complexion ashen. "Remain calm, old Zhang. We have only just begun." Ding Hao replied, effortlessly dispatching an oncoming brute with a punch and brushing off the dust from his clothing with an air of nonchalance. Seeing this, the Black Tiger roared in fury, leaping down from his platform and charging at Ding Hao. His hands flew with deadly precision, the winds howling as he unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks. Ding Hao, refusing to underestimate his opponent, met him head-on. Their fists and feet collided, creating explosive sounds that reverberated through the area, causing the structures around them to quiver precariously, prompting the crowd to flee in panic. Goodness, the Black Tiger truly possesses formidable skills, Ding Hao thought, dodging attacks while feeling a surge of trepidation. The Black Tiger's strength far exceeded his expectations. The prowess of a practitioner at the early stage of the Xuanwu realm was not to be trifled with. Ding Hao, be careful, Sun Qianqian called out from a distance, her voice laced with concern. Ding Hao took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. It is time to showcase my true skills. He suddenly unleashed his self-created ultimate technique, the Qinkuan Shift Palm. His hands danced through the air with grace. Much like a butterfly flitting among flowers, his movements unpredictable and elusive. What kind of martial art is this? The Black Tiger was momentarily taken aback, evidently unfamiliar with such an enigmatic technique. Seizing the moment of distraction, Ding Hao's palms struck the Black Tiger's chest with immense force. A powerful blast erupted, sending the Black Tiger careening backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Witnessing their leader's plight, the Black Tiger's subordinates' morale plummeted, and they began to retreat. The various factions, seeing the tide turn, rallied with renewed vigor, shifting from defense to offense. "Bravo!" Mayor Zhang exclaimed, his fist pumping in excitement. "Mr. Ding, you are incredible." Officer Liu couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. Even Bai, the reporter known for embellishing stories, stood agape, her camera flashing incessantly. Ding Hao dusted off his hands and approached the fallen Black Tiger, looking down upon him with disdain. "Is this all you are capable of? And yet you dare to venture out?" The Black Tiger clutched his chest, his eyes brimming with resentment. "You will pay for this," Ding Hao chuckled derisively, lifting his foot. However, instead of aiming it at the Black Tiger, he turned and pointed at the precarious building behind him, saying, "Look, what is that?" The Black Tiger instinctively glanced back, and in that fleeting moment, Ding Hao executed a swift move, delivering a precise blow that struck the Black Tiger's vulnerabilities. "Ah!" The Black Tiger's anguished scream echoed as he collapsed to the ground. Writhing in pain, "Is this all you have? I expected much more. Turns out you are nothing but a pitiful foe." Ding Hao shrugged, his expression brimming with disdain. Seeing their leader in such a sorry state, the Black Tiger's henchmen descended into chaos, their morale shattered. The various factions seized the opportunity and surged forward, capturing the remaining criminals with ease. "Ding Hao, you are phenomenal," Sun Qianqian exclaimed, rushing to embrace him, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. The surrounding women cast envious glances, wishing to take her place. Ding Hao reveled in the adulation and praise, internally basking in the glory. That's how remarkable I am." In the following days, Ding Hao became a hero of the city, receiving cheers wherever he went, along with banners, flowers, and even offers for matchmaking. Bai, the reporter, altered her previous stance, lauding him as the guardian of the city. Those who had once doubted him now sought to curry favor. Standing in the city square, Ding Hao surveyed the jubilant crowd, his heart swelling with pride. "Mr. Ding, you are truly the pride of our city." Mayor Zhang grasped Ding Hao's hand, tears of joy welling in his eyes. "Oh, it is merely my duty." Ding Hao humbly waved his hand. "Mr. Ding, I previously misjudged you. Please forgive my earlier misconceptions." Councilman Li approached with a sycophantic tone. Ding Hao cast him a cool glance. "Let bygones be bygones." At that moment, a figure clad in black silently emerged from the crowd, handing Ding Hao a note before vanishing into the throng. Ding Hao unfolded the note, which bore a single warning. "Be cautious, you are being watched." A frown creased his brow, a glint of cold determination gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 55. The Turn of Public Opinion. The people's will. Ding Hao had been riding high on his recent triumph. Banners adorned the walls of the Sun family villa, and flowers overflowed in the living room, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a celebrity's fan meeting. Wherever he went, cheers and screams followed, making it seem as if he had saved the entire galaxy. "Mr. Ding, you are indeed our city's guardian." Mayor Zhang wept unabashedly, holding Ding Hao's hand tightly, nearly bowing in reverence. Ding Hao feigned humility, brushing off their praise. "It's nothing, just standard procedure. No need for such fuss." Internally, he reveled in his own brilliance. I am just that impressive. Councilman Lee, who had previously wavered, quickly approached to apologize. Mr. Ding, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive my earlier ignorance. Ding Hao regarded him coolly. Let it go. It's all in the past. Yet, he inwardly mused. Just wait, should you dare to speak recklessly again. I shall teach you a lesson, however. The good times were short-lived. The Black Tigers gang was not to be underestimated and began covertly spreading rumors that Ding Hao was merely a fraud seeking fame. The atmosphere in the city shifted once more, and many uninformed citizens began to doubt Ding Hao's integrity. Could Ding Hao truly be a fraud? They pondered. Who knows in these times? People's hearts are inscrutable. Various slanderous whispers spread like a virus, and Ding Hao's reputation once again teetered on the brink of collapse. Seeing this situation unfold, Ding Hao's temper flared. How dare they tarnish my name? Just because I haven't shown my claws doesn't mean I'm a mere house cat. Without hesitation, he sought out Bai, presenting a mountain of evidence against the Black Tiger's criminal activities. Photos, videos, recordings, everything one could imagine. Indisputable proof. Upon reviewing the materials, Bai was left utterly stunned. Her previous reports had been based on misinformation. She promptly issued a public apology and clarified the truth in the news. With the revelation of the facts, public opinion swiftly reversed, and Ding Hao was once again hailed as the hero of the city. Watching Bai's tearful apology on the news, Ding Hao smirked. Humph, you think you can challenge me? You are still too inexperienced. Councilman Lee watched in seething frustration as Ding Hao ascended once more, his face darkening with rage. Ding Hao! He spat through clenched teeth. I could hardly contain his irritation. This slippery fellow was as elusive as an eel. This cannot continue. He must not be allowed to become so arrogant. The following day, an emergency meeting was convened at City Hall to strategize against the remnants of the Black Tiger's forces. Seizing the opportunity, Councilman Lee remarked, dripping with sarcasm, Mr. Ding, although you are a hero once again, who can guarantee that luck will be on your side next time? After all, the Black Tiger is not easily dealt with. The room erupted into hushed discussions, many voices whispering among themselves. Ding Hao, however, merely smiled faintly, unfazed by Li's provocation. He had anticipated this old man's antics and was well prepared. Li's concerns were not without merit. Ding Hao addressed the assembly calmly, his tone unexpectedly composed. Thus, I have already devised a comprehensive plan to ensure the complete eradication of the Black Tiger's gang. As he spoke, Ding Hao placed a hefty folder on the table, sliding it toward the assembly. The room fell silent as everyone reached for the folder, engrossed in its contents. The document meticulously outlined the remnants of the Black Tiger's forces, potential hideouts, and their forthcoming plans. He had even detailed each member's personality traits and combat styles, along with corresponding counter-strategies. The entire plan was intricately woven, watertight, and resembled a thrilling espionage narrative. Even Councilman Lee, who had harbored reservations about Ding Hao, could not help but acknowledge the plan's brilliance. How is this even possible? Member Lee widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Ding Hao. How did you come to know all this? Ding Hao merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. He picked up the teacup from the table and took a gentle sip, a flicker of barely perceptible brilliance flashing in his eyes. The atmosphere in the conference room grew exceedingly tense. As everyone was stunned by Ding Hao's plan, they realized that this seemingly ordinary young man was far more profound than they had ever imagined. That moment, Ding Hao's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID, a slight smile gracing his lips as he answered the call. Hello, Qianqian? On the other end, Sun Qianqian's voice trembled slightly. Ding Hao, the news is talking about you. Ding Hao tenderly interrupted her. It's nothing, just a small matter. I've got it under control, but I'm worried about you. Sun Qianqian's voice choked with emotion. Don't be afraid. I will return soon, Ding Hao reassured gently. After hanging up, Ding Hao's expression instantly turned sharp. He understood that this battle had only just begun. Sun Qianqian hurried to the city hall and, upon seeing Ding Hao surrounded by a crowd, her heart tightened with concern, prompting her to rush forward. Ding Hao! Ding Hao spotted Sun Qianqian and smiled softly, gently patting her hand to reassure her. Sun Qianqian enveloped Ding Hao in a tight embrace, whispering in his ear, No matter what happens, I believe in you and support you. Ding Hao's heart warmed, feeling the tenderness of the woman in his arms, a surge of strength welling up within him. With the reports from reporter Bai and Ding Hao's impressive performance at the city hall, public opinion began to shift dramatically. Citizens took to the streets, brandishing placards in support of Ding Hao and calling for the downfall of the Black Tiger, cheering him on fervently. Ding Hao gazed out at the jubilant crowd, his heart brimming with ambition. He knew he had won the people's hearts, and this would be his greatest source of confidence in the battle against evil forces. However, just as Ding Hao was filled with determination, a mysterious call came through on his phone. "Ding Hao, do you think you've won? The game has only just begun," a sinister voice echoed, unmistakably belonging to the Black Tiger. "Black Tiger." Ding Hao barely had time to respond before the call was abruptly disconnected. His expression darkened as he immediately summoned Officer Liu and his trusted allies to strategize their next move. According to intelligence, the Black Tiger's hideout was likely indicated by a red on the map, an abandoned factory. That's right. The terrain is complex, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. "It's the perfect hiding spot for the Black Tiger," Liu remarked eagerly. "When do we take action, boss?" she asked, brimming with anticipation. Ding Hao scanned the group, his gaze resolute. "Tonight." As night fell, Ding Hao led his team stealthily to the outskirts of the abandoned factory. The factory lay in darkness, with only a few dim lights flickering ominously, creating a particularly eerie atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, Ding Hao addressed his team. "Remember, this operation is extremely dangerous. Everyone must exercise utmost caution." "Yes," they responded in unison. With a wave of his hand, Ding Hao signaled for the team to disperse swiftly, infiltrating the factory's interior. Deep within the factory, a shadowy figure lurked in the darkness, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ding Hao, you finally arrived." Chapter 56. Courageous entry into the den of evil to unravel the conspiracy. Ding Hao's eyes fixated on the abandoned factory marked in red on the map, a chill creeping up from his feet to his heart. He knew the peril of this venture was immense, akin to stepping into the gates of hell. Sun Qianqian tightly grasped his hand, her fingertips icy, fear evident in her gaze. "Hao, don't go. It's too dangerous," she pleaded, almost in desperation. Ding Hao's heart ached. He was all too aware of the danger. Yet the Black Tiger's scheme loomed over the city like the sword of Damocles. Ready to strike at any moment, he had to go. He tightened his grip on Sun Qianqian's hand, his tone resolute. "Qianqian, trust me, I will return safely." Tears streamed down Sun Qianqian's face. She understood that once Ding Hao made a decision, no one could sway him. All she could do was silently pray for his safe return. The night was as dark as ink. The abandoned factory lay like a slumbering beast, quietly crouching in the shadows. Ding Hao led Officer Liu and the others, moving like phantoms around the factory's perimeter. The area was riddled with traps. One misstep could trigger an alarm. Yet Ding Hao maneuvered as if he were a ghost, instinctively finding the best paths to evade danger. As though he could foresee it, he agilely vaulted over barbed wire, silently glided past infrared detectors, and deftly circumvented landmine traps. His fluid movements left Officer Liu in awe. "Boss, your skills are incredible," she whispered in astonishment. Ding Hao did not respond, merely gestured for silence as he pressed onward. At last, they arrived at the factory's main entrance. The doors stood firmly shut, with guards visible in the booths on either side. Ding Hao's expression hardened as he quietly instructed, "Team Liu, you and your team enter through the side door. Create a diversion to draw the guards' attention. Remember, do not engage in prolonged combat. Your mission is to disrupt the enemy's vision." "Understood," Officer Liu replied, leading her team stealthily into the night. Ding Hao took a deep breath, his form suddenly becoming a blur, vanishing like a flash of lightning. Inside the factory, the Black Tiger stood in the control room, watching Ding Hao's figure on the screen, a cold smile spreading across his face. "Ding Hao, you finally came. Let us see if you can make it out alive this time." Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the factory. Gunfire and explosions echoed chaotically. The Black Tiger's expression shifted. "What is going on?" A guard rushed in, panicked. "Boss, intruders have breached the premises." The Black Tiger roared furiously. "You inept fools. You can't even fend off a few people." He spun around, barking into the communicator. "Abow, what are you doing?" A chilling voice responded. "Heh, I'm entertaining guests." Ding Hao darted into the factory's interior, engulfed by the acrid stench of oil mingled with blood. Under the dim lights, various machines loomed like steel monsters, casting menacing shadows. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from afar. Ding Hao's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly concealed himself behind a stack of abandoned metal boxes. A patrol team appeared at the end of the corridor, armed and scanning the surroundings warily. "Boss, why is Black Tiger making us increase patrols at this hour?" A short, stout guard grumbled. "Who knows? Probably afraid of that Ding Hao kid causing trouble," another tall guard sneered. "With his skills, he dares to challenge Brother Tiger. He's just asking for death." Before he could finish, a shadow darted from behind the metal boxes. "Who goes there?" The patrol guards exclaimed in alarm, raising their weapons. "Someone here to send you to hell," Ding Hao retorted with a cold smirk, gliding seamlessly through the ranks of the patrol guards. Bang, bang. The sound of muffled thuds echoed as several guards fell to the ground. "This guy is too fast." The remaining patrol guards were filled with dread, finally realizing the magnitude of the threat they faced. Unperturbed, Ding Hao utilized the environment around him, playing with the remaining patrol guards as if they were mere mice. A scream pierced the air as one patrol guard was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing against the wall, unconscious. The remaining guards were now utterly panicked, scattering in all directions. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Ding Hao sneered, swiftly forming hand seals. Celestial Tiger subduing fist. A tremendous gust of energy erupted from Ding Hao, instantly sweeping through the entire corridor. Boom. With a resounding crash, the remaining patrol guards were flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered unable to fight. Ding Hao dusted off his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen guards. "With such meager skills, you dare to embarrass yourselves?" In the monitoring room, the Black Tiger watched the unfolding chaos with a face ashen with fury. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools," he bellowed, slamming his fist onto the table. A Bao's icy voice crackled through the communicator. "Black Tiger, it seems your underlings are not up to par." Through gritted teeth, the Black Tiger spat. "A Bao? You'd better pray that Ding Hao doesn't fall into my hands. Or else what?" Ding Hao's voice suddenly echoed from the doorway of the monitoring room. The Black Tiger whirled around in shock, seeing Ding Hao standing at the entrance, a cold smile playing on his lips. The Black Tiger's expression shifted dramatically as he leapt from his chair, pointing a trembling finger at Ding Hao. "Why you shouldn't be here?" Ding Hao chuckled softly, stepping into the monitoring room. "What? Am I not welcome?" His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the various devices in the room. "It seems this place harbors many secrets." The Black Tiger feigned calmness. "Ding Hao, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise what?" Ding Hao interrupted, his tone dripping with contempt. "With your band of incompetent fools." He gestured at the screen displaying the fallen patrol guards. "They don't even have the right to scratch my itch." The expression on Black Tiger's face was grim. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Ding Hao. However, he was not one to await his fate passively. He discreetly pressed a red button hidden beneath the table. Suddenly, the walls of the monitoring room began to shift, unveiling a concealed passage. With a sinister grin, Black Tiger declared, "Ding Hao, die," and promptly darted into the passage. Yet, Ding Hao would not allow him to escape so easily. In an instant, he appeared behind Black Tiger and delivered a precise strike to the back of his neck. Black Tiger let out a muffled groan and collapsed limply to the ground. Ignoring the unconscious figure of Black Tiger, Ding Hao approached the control panel and swiftly scanned the information displayed. His gaze abruptly fixed on an encrypted document. After exerting considerable effort, he finally cracked the password and opened the file. The contents of the document left Ding Hao astounded. It revealed that Black Tiger was merely a pawn in a far more sinister scheme orchestrated by a greater mastermind, one that even involved foreign forces. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ding Hao knew he had to relay this information without delay. He made a copy of the file and then destroyed the original. That moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the outside. Ding Hao turned to see a Bao bursting in with a group of men. Upon spotting the unconscious Black Tiger, a Bao's face contorted with rage. "Ding Hao, how dare you?" Ding Hao sneered. "With mere lackeys like you, you think you can stop me? Brothers, charge. Kill him," a Bao commanded, and his men rushed forward. Ding Hao's eyes turned cold as he weaved through the crowd like a specter, raining down punches and kicks upon them. Cries of agony rang out as a Bao's subordinates fell one after another. A Bao's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Ding Hao's formidable prowess. In a panic, he attempted to flee, only to be seized by Ding Hao. Trying to escape? Not so easily, Ding Hao scoffed, lifting a Bao off the ground. What do you want?" A Bao stammered, terror etched on his face. Ding Hao remained silent, tossing a Bao to the ground and pressing a foot against his chest. Speak. Who was your mastermind? A Bao's face turned pale, his lips quivering. I don't know. Ding Hao's gaze hardened as he increased the pressure of his foot. Ah, a Bao screamed. I'll tell you. It's… Meanwhile, outside the abandoned factory, Sun Qianqian anxiously awaited, fervently praying for Ding Hao's safe return. The distant wail of police sirens and the glow of flames filled her with a sense of foreboding. Her heart sank as an ominous premonition washed over her. Chapter 57. The End of Evil Black Tiger. Ding Hao emerged from the abandoned factory, clutching a blood-stained piece of paper, the evidence of Black Tiger's crimes. He raised his gaze toward the blazing flames, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. A Bao's confession had confirmed his earlier suspicions. The true mastermind lurking in the shadows was none other than the notorious crime lord Black Tiger, who had long dominated City A. Qianqian. Ding Hao spotted the worried Sun Qianqian and hurried over to envelop her in his arms. It's all over now. Everything is finished. Sun Qianqian clung tightly to Ding Hao, feeling the strength of his heartbeat, and her anxieties melted away. But now is not the time to relax, Ding Hao said gently, stroking her hair. We must act immediately to eradicate the malignant tumor that is Black Tiger. Ding Hao swiftly contacted Mayor Zhang, sharing crucial information and evidence obtained from a Bao. The mayor, incensed, pledged his full support for Ding Hao's mission. Shortly thereafter, Ding Hao reached out to reporter Bai, Councilman Li, and Officer Liu, summoning them for a crucial meeting. Everyone, Ding Hao's resolute gaze swept over the group. Black Tiger's crimes are countless. He not only controls the underground world of City A, but is also implicated in numerous murders. We must unite to bring this demon to justice. The group nodded in agreement, expressing their unwavering support for Ding Hao. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, Ding Hao marked several key locations on a map. Black Tiger's lair was located in an abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts of the city. He might have already sensed our movements and fortified his defenses, potentially taking hostages. The atmosphere turned somber. Taking a deep breath, Ding Hao continued, we need to devise a meticulous plan to ensure our success. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Mayor Zhang, you will mobilize the police and seal off the surrounding areas of Black Tiger's lair to prevent any escape. Reporter Bai, you will contact the media to expose Black Tiger's crimes to the public, garnering their support. Councilman Li, you will coordinate resources to ensure logistical support for our operation. Officer Liu, you will lead your team in the rescue of the hostages. Ding Hao methodically assigned tasks, his calm and decisive demeanor instilling confidence in everyone present. Once all arrangements were made, Ding Hao looked up at the night sky, his eyes filled with determination. Everyone, our success hinges on this moment. For the peace of City A, for justice, we must give it our all. Understood. The group responded in unison, their spirits soaring. Ding Hao took a deep breath, a glint of cold light in his eyes. Let us move. The wail of police sirens sliced through the night as flashing lights illuminated the darkness, transforming it into day. Armed officers formed a steel barrier, encircling the chemical factory. Action, with Mayor Zhang's command. The assault commenced. Officer Liu led the SWAT team in a swift breach, engaging in fierce combat with Black Tiger's men. Gunfire, explosions, and screams melded into a cacophony reminiscent of a thrilling action film. Meanwhile, Ding Hao infiltrated the factory like a phantom, heading straight for Black Tiger's location. He understood that to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Only by eliminating Black Tiger could this nefarious force be dismantled. Ding Hao, you finally arrived. Black Tiger stood atop a platform, surveying Ding Hao with a crazed glint in his eyes. Today, it's either you die or I do. Enough of your blabbering. Prepare to meet your demise. Ding Hao bellowed, charging forward like lightning, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a tremendous sound. Black Tiger was forced back several steps, his expression one of astonishment. He had not anticipated Ding Hao's formidable strength. It seems you've made significant progress during this time, Black Tiger sneered, lunging forward once more. In a moment of desperation, Black Tiger's abilities appeared to surge, each strike imbued with overwhelming force. Ding Hao remained vigilant, meeting him blow for blow in an intense exchange. Boom! Ding Hao landed a punch that sent Black Tiger crashing to the ground. Seeing their leader falter, Black Tiger's men were thrown into disarray. The boss is done for. We need to retreat. Don't panic. Hold your ground, Black Tiger roared, struggling to rise. But the tide had turned. His subordinates were already fleeing in all directions. Black Tiger, your end is nigh. Ding Hao advanced step by step, his eyes gleaming with icy malevolence. Black Tiger, gazing into Ding Hao's determined eyes, felt a flicker of despair. He knew he could no longer escape his fate. Even if I perish, I will take you down with me. Black Tiger suddenly roared like a beast, unleashing his final attack with a surge of energy. Ding Hao chuckled coldly, unwavering, and raised his own energy to its zenith. Heavenly Gang Fist. Ding Hao unleashed a punch, causing the air to crackle with explosive sounds. Black Tiger's assault shattered instantly, and he was hurled back with tremendous force, crashing into the wall. Cough. Black Tiger spat blood. His face as pale as a ghost. Ding Hao approached him, looking down with a cold gaze. It's over. Black Tiger lifted his head to meet Ding Hao's gaze, filled with bitterness and resentment. You will regret this, he managed to utter with his last ounce of strength. Ding Hao's expression hardened, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Regret? The only regret I have in this life is allowing you to live for so long. Before he finished speaking, a surge of energy erupted within Ding Hao, converging in his right fist, glowing like a miniature sun. Final form of Heavenly Gang Fist. Annihilation. A deafening explosion resonated as the golden light erupted, leaving Black Tiger no time to scream before he was obliterated into nothingness. With Black Tiger's demise, the remaining remnants of the evil force crumbled instantly. The police and various factions seized the moment to apprehend the fleeing criminals. The skies over City of finally welcomed long-awaited clarity. As the smoke cleared outside the abandoned factory, jubilant cheers erupted, overwhelming the air. Citizens gathered spontaneously to celebrate this hard-won victory, and Ding Hao's name resonated through the crowd. Sun Qianqian rushed into Ding Hao's embrace, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. Ding Hao, you were incredible. She held him tightly, feeling his warmth, her heart brimming with pride. The surrounding women cast envious glances. For he was indeed a true hero. Ding Hao held Sun Qianqian tightly, savoring the joy of victory, a faint smile gracing his lips. In recognition of Ding Hao's remarkable achievements, City bestowed upon him the esteemed title of Guardian of the City, along with the highest honors and rewards. His name was inscribed on the city's monument to heroes, destined to be forever remembered and revered by the people. Those who had once doubted and ridiculed him now found themselves in awe, wishing they could vanish into the ground in shame. Yet, amidst the collective euphoria of victory, Ding Hao gazed at the tranquil night sky in the distance, a slight furrow forming on his brow. He sensed that something important had escaped his notice. Ding Hao, what troubles you? Sun Qianqian inquired, her concern palpable. Ding Hao merely shook his head, forcing a smile as he replied, It's nothing. He paused momentarily, his gaze drawn to a peculiar black stone amidst the ruins. Exuding an eerie aura, I just feel that matters may not be concluded yet. Chapter 58. Crisis of Public Opinion. Turning the tide. Ding Hao's premonition proved accurate. The surface calm was merely the quiet before the storm. An undercurrent began to surge online, with anonymous accounts spreading insidious rumors, alleging that Ding Hao's eradication of the evil forces was a fade to conceal his own secrets. Some even claimed he was the mastermind behind the very forces he fought against, suggesting that the previous battles were mere theatrics. Isn't it chilling, brothers? This Ding Hao appeared out of nowhere, so powerful. Why hadn't we heard of him before? Could it be an act? The truth is unfolding. Perhaps this evil force is nothing but his own creation, all for fame and fortune. Guardian of the City? More like the harbinger of destruction. Who knows what ulterior motives lie behind him? These rumors, coupled with selectively edited battle footage, rapidly gained traction online, turning public sentiment against Ding Hao. Once filled with admiration, the citizens began to waver, a cloud of suspicion and doubt enveloping the city. Sun Qianqian, reading the online comments, trembled with rage. How can they be like this? It was Ding Hao who saved them, yet they repay him with malice. Ding Hao, however, remained remarkably composed, offering a faint smile. Those who walk upright need not fear shadows. The pure will remain pure, while the corrupt will reveal their own nature. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. At City Hall, the atmosphere was tense. Mayor Zhang, public discontent is boiling over. We must provide the citizens with answers, Councilman Li asserted, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Previously overshadowed by Ding Hao's rising fame, he now saw an opportunity. Mayor Zhang's face darkened, slamming his hand on the table. Councilman Li, what do you mean? Ding Hao has risked his life for this city, and you dare to cast doubt on him. I'm merely addressing the facts, in consideration of the city's stability and the safety of its citizens. Councilman Li retorted defiantly, enough, Mayor Zhang thundered. Without concrete evidence, no one shall tarnish Ding Hao's reputation. Evidence? How much do you need? Isn't the current public discourse enough? Li scoffed. In the conference room, supporters and detractors of Ding Hao erupted into a cacophony, each side unwilling to concede. Just then, a clear female voice rang out from the doorway. I have evidence. All eyes turned to see a young female reporter, microphone in hand, entering the room. She was Bai, a journalist closely following the events and a staunch supporter of Ding Hao. Ding Hao regarded Bai with a slight smile, his lips curving into a knowing grin. Let us begin, he murmured softly. Bai approached Mayor Zhang, handing him the microphone. Mayor Zhang, this recording is the result of my investigation. IT captures conversations among those spreading the rumors, revealing their intent to deliberately slander Ding Hao to disrupt city order for their own gain. The contents of the recording detonated in the conference room like a bombshell. Councilman Li's face turned ashen, unable to utter a word. Upon hearing the recording, Mayor Zhang erupted in fury. Arrest these individuals immediately. With the news breaking, public sentiment shifted dramatically. The online discourse pivoted 180 degrees, with those who had clamored for Ding Hao's punishment hastily deleting their posts and beginning to extol his heroic deeds. I knew it. How could the great Ding Hao commit any wrongdoing? Someone must have set him up. The backlash against the slanderers was swift and fierce. Ding Hao is a deity, forever a deity. Ding Hao observed the comments online, a subtle smile playing on his lips, yet he refrained from displaying excessive joy. He understood this was merely a temporary triumph. The true challenges lay ahead. Sun Qianqian looked at Ding Hao, her eyes brimming with admiration. Ding Hao, you're incredible. I knew you would resolve this. She gently handed him a cup of hot tea, her gaze filled with affection. Ding Hao accepted the cup, savoring the warmth and the kindness she offered. Thank you, Qianqian, he said softly, clasping her hand. While the tempest of public opinion temporarily subsided, Ding Hao understood this was just the calm before the storm. He needed to bolster his strength swiftly to face the forthcoming challenges. Rising, he walked to the window, surveying the vibrant cityscape, determination hardening in his gaze. Let the martial arts competition commence, he murmured, clenching his fists. Knock, knock, knock. There came a rapid series of knocks at the door. Come in. Ding Hao instructed, and the door swung open to reveal Officer Liu. Her expression grave. Mr. Ding, she began. We have just received alarming news. After a pause, her tone grew serious. There has been a disturbance at the martial arts competition venue. Ding Hao gently caressed Sun Qianqian's hand, signaling her to remain calm, though his eyes glinted with sharp intensity. Public opinion may shift rapidly, but the true battlefield has always been in the real world. He stood and made his way to a secluded training ground on the outskirts of the city, a place once occupied by evil forces but now transformed into Ding Hao's sanctuary for cultivation. With the wind howling around him, he executed his self-developed martial arts technique, the righteous Qi fist, with unprecedented fervor. The shadows of his fists danced through the air, creating shockwaves as if they could tear the very fabric of space. Oh, isn't that the guardian of the city? What? Hiding here to practice in secret, afraid someone might expose you as a mere facade. A group of unruly youths with dyed hair and outlandish attire had appeared outside the training ground. Their tone mocking. Ding Hao paused his training, casting a glance at them. Do the defeated dare to bark like dogs? If you wish to provoke, ensure you possess the means to back it up. Big words, brothers. Let us show him what we're made of. The leader commanded, and the gang surged forward. Ding Hao smirked, his form flickering before vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, it was behind the thugs. With effortless precision, he dispatched them with a few well-placed strikes, sending them sprawling like marionettes with severed strings, their cries of pain filling the air. The onlookers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, fell silent, their gazes filled with awe as they regarded Ding Hao. Meanwhile, within City Hall, Councilman Li's expression resembled someone who had just swallowed a fly. The evidence presented by Bai was irrefutable. He could no longer feign innocence. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he awkwardly addressed Mayor Zhang. Mayor Zhang, I misjudged Mr. Ding previously, and I apologize for my words and actions. Mayor Zhang snorted dismissively. Acknowledging one's errors and correcting them is the greatest virtue. As more evidence emerged, public trust in Ding Hao grew exponentially. Online, praise for him surged like a tidal wave. Ding Hao, the eternal deity. Anyone who speaks ill of Ding Hao, I shall be the first to object. Ding Hao, I want to bear your children. Ding Hao regarded the online comments with a subtle smile, fully aware that this was just the beginning. The true trials lay ahead. With the martial arts competition approaching, he knew he must prepare thoroughly. That night, Ding Hao sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground, feeling the surging energy within him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, their intensity piercing as he gazed into the distance. "It has begun," he murmured, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent series of knocks resounded. "Mr. Ding." Officer Lu entered, her expression serious. There's been an incident at the martial arts competition. Chapter 59. The martial arts tournament approaches. Officer Lu's grave demeanor brought news that felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Ding Hao's head. "There has been a breach at the martial arts competition," she stated heavily. "The list of participants has been leaked, and the entire city is in an uproar." Ding Hao furrowed his brow. This was certainly not good news. The roster was filled with formidable opponents, each a fierce contender, and now that the information was out, it introduced numerous uncertainties. "What are the specifics?" Ding Hao inquired steadily. Officer Lu handed him a tablet, displaying discussions from various forums that were trending with alarming intensity. "The martial arts competition boasts an extraordinary lineup. Can the great Ding Hao maintain control? I hear the legendary Old Wang from the neighboring city is also participating. It promises to be quite a spectacle." The myriad of sensational headlines left Ding Hao feeling overwhelmed. Indeed, the internet was brimming with talent. As Ding Hao perused the information about the competitors, a sense of despair began to envelop him. Lingwu realm late stage, Xuanwu realm early stage, and even a suspected master of the Tianwu realm. Good heavens, this was no mere martial arts competition. It was akin to a battleground for titans. In comparison to these formidable figures, his mid-stage strength in the initial martial realm seemed utterly insignificant. An inexplicable feeling of oppression loomed over Ding Hao, making him feel like a timid rabbit that had inadvertently wandered into a den of lions. Trembling in fear, alas, the revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Ding Hao sighed and rubbed his temples. Under immense pressure, he resolved to continue his cultivation. Cross-legged, he opened an ancient martial arts tome that documented a long-lost technique, the Nine Heavens Mysterious Thunder Formula. He had studied this text for quite some time without grasping its essence, yet tonight, he sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. As he delved deeper into the text, the true energy within him began to surge wildly, causing the air around him to become electric with agitation. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind like a bolt of lightning piercing the night sky. Revealing a path ahead, he had finally comprehended the quintessence of the Nine Heavens Mysterious Thunder Formula. Boom! A formidable force erupted from within Ding Hao, manifesting as a dazzling golden aura surrounding him. The furniture in the room began to tremble violently, and Officer Lu was forced to retreat repeatedly from the onslaught of energy. What on earth? Officer Lu gaped in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before her. Ding Hao slowly opened his eyes, which now sparkled with golden light, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. He gently raised his right hand, revealing a pulsating sphere of golden lightning that crackled with sound. A confident smile crept onto Ding Hao's lips. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed from the door, accompanied by an urgent voice from outside. "Mr. Ding, there's been an incident." The knocking intensified, nearly shattering Ding Hao's eardrums. "Mr. Ding, are you there?" Ding Hao quickly masked his energy, causing the golden lightning to vanish without a trace. He opened the door to find Mayor Zhang standing there, his face etched with anxiety and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Mr. Ding, you finally opened the door. We have a serious situation." "Calm down, old Zhang. Stay composed in a crisis," Ding Hao reassured him, patting the mayor's shoulder with a demeanor that suggested he had weathered many storms. "If the sky falls, a tall person will hold it up, and besides, I'm here." Mayor Zhang took a deep breath, attempting to steady his nerves. "Mr. Ding, you may not be aware, but for this martial arts competition, other cities have dispatched top-tier masters, including even those of the Tianwu realm. Our city's chances of victory are slim. Tianwu realm? Is that so? A dismissive smirk appeared on Ding Hao's lips, though internally he was incredulous. Goodness. There really are masters of the Tianwu realm. How on earth are we supposed to compete? Mayor Zhang, perceiving Ding Hao's confidence, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Mr. Ding, you truly are a master. On behalf of the entire city, I thank you. As he spoke, he produced an array of beautifully packaged boxes from behind him. These are specially prepared cultivation resources for you. I hope they prove beneficial. Ding Hao gazed at the towering pile of resources before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wow! So many treasures. Old Zhang, you've truly outdone yourself. Before Ding Hao could fully revel in his excitement, a gentle voice reached his ears. Ding Hao, this is a potion I've specially prepared for you. It will enhance your condition. Turning around, he saw Sun Qianqian standing behind him, holding a delicate vial. Her eyes shimmered with affection as she leaned closer, whispering tenderly in his ear. I hope you return safely and achieve great results. Feeling the warmth of Sun Qianqian's deep concern, Ding Hao's heart swelled with warmth as he grasped her hand and softly replied, Rest assured, I will return victorious. After bidding farewell to Mayor Zhang and Sun Qianqian, Ding Hao closed the door and eagerly opened the boxes. Inside lay a dazzling array of rare herbs, elixirs, and spirit stones. A veritable treasure trove. This is it. Now I can soar to new heights. Ding Hao rubbed his hands together in excitement, ready to absorb these cultivation resources. As he delved deeper into his training, Ding Hao felt his power magnifying, as if on the verge of breaking through a barrier. Just then, a mysterious figure clad in black appeared in his room, speaking in a low, raspy voice. Ding Hao? Someone wishes for you to vanish from the martial arts competition forever. Ding Hao is blissfully absorbing the cultivation resources, feeling as though he were on an unstoppable ascent. Just as he was reveling in his progress, a chilling breeze swept through the room, far colder than any air conditioning. Looking up, he was startled to see a figure swathed entirely in black, resembling a character from a horror film. Ding Hao? Someone wishes for you to disappear from the martial arts competition forever. The black-clad figure rasped, his voice grating on Ding Hao's ears. Ding Hao rolled his eyes, internally scoffing. Is there no creativity in villainous entrances these days? Can't they come up with a fresh line? Who do they think they are, to regard me with such disdain? Let them come speak to me directly. Without uttering another word, the figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Faster than a rabbit, Ding Hao shrugged disdainfully. Humph, what a show. The next day, Ding Hao set off for the martial arts competition. Along the way, he felt a lingering sensation of being followed, akin to a game of hide and seek. He smirked inwardly. You think you can stalk me? You're still too inexperienced. Sure enough, in a secluded alley, a group of knife-wielding assassins emerged, surrounding Ding Hao. Kid, your time is up. Ding Hao stretched his limbs, displaying an air of nonchalance. You lot? You're barely enough to floss my teeth. The assassins, infuriated by his words, charged at him en masse. Ding Hao sneered, unleashing the newly comprehended Nine Heavens mysterious thunder formula. Instantly, golden lightning danced in his hands, resembling golden dragons, swiftly incapacitating the assassins and leaving them writhing on the ground in agony. Bystanders witnessed the scene in awe, erupting into applause. Bravo! Well done! Ding Hao clapped his hands together. Maintaining his composure, just basic skills, nothing to fuss over. After dispatching the thugs, Ding Hao continued on his way to the martial arts competition, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges awaited him. Upon arriving at the venue, Ding Hao took a deep breath and strode inside. As he stepped through the entrance, he felt countless hostile gazes fixate upon him, as though they wished to devour him whole. Chilling voice echoed from the corner. So, this is Ding Hao. He doesn't seem all that impressive. Inside the venue, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, the crowd animated. The moment Ding Hao entered, he felt as though he were a thorn in the side of all those present. As numerous, unfriendly eyes bore down on him, among these gazes were jealousy, disdain, and outright hostility. He smiled serenely, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, and made his way directly to his designated competition area. His first opponent was a burly man named Zhang Biao, a late-stage initial martial realm practitioner with some renown in the circle. As the match commenced, Zhang Biao unleashed a powerful offensive, his fists slicing through the air like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. each strike aimed squarely at Ding Hao's vitals. Ding Hao, however, appeared unfazed, effortlessly evading the attacks and occasionally retaliating with measured strikes. This it. With such skills, you dare to join the martial arts competition? You should go home and tend to pigs. Zhang Biao, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, lashed out with insults. Ding Hao merely smiled. Patience, the main event is yet to come. Just then, Zhang Biao suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. "Ah, my heart aches. He poisoned me." Gasps filled the arena. A referee rushed forward to assess the situation, his expression grave as he announced, "Zhang Biao has tested positive for banned substances." Ding Hao, what do you have to say for yourself? Banned substances? Are you joking? Ding Hao scoffed. I never even touched him. This is clearly a frame-up. The venue erupted into chaos, with some bribed spectators beginning to chant, "Disqualify him. Throw him out. A cheater has no place in the martial arts competition." Ding Hao surveyed the crowd, his gaze icy, as a powerful aura emanated from him, leaving many gasping for breath. He took a deep breath and addressed the referee. "I demand a blood test to prove my innocence." The referee hesitated but ultimately consented. The results of the blood test arrived swiftly, confirming that Ding Hao had no traces of banned substances in his system. "Now, what do you have to say?" Ding Hao fixed a cold stare on Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao's face turned pale, his eyes flickering as he stammered, unable to find the words. Just then, a chilling voice rang out from the crowd. "Even if you didn't poison him, it doesn't change the fact that you're a cheater." Ding Hao spun around, spotting a sinister figure in black attire slowly advancing toward him. The man was Zhao Kuan, the young master of the Zhao family and Ding Hao's greatest rival in this martial arts competition. He smirked coldly. "Ding Hao, do you really think this will absolve you of suspicion? Don't be naive. I witnessed you poisoning Zhang Biao with my own eyes. You're talking nonsense." Ding Hao shot back angrily. "You're the one who instigated Zhang Biao to frame me." Zhao Kuan shrugged, feigning innocence. "Where's your evidence? Do you have any proof?" Ding Hao found himself momentarily speechless, for he indeed lacked any evidence. At that moment, Lu, the female officer who had been standing beside him, stepped forward. She produced a video recording, which was promptly displayed on the large screen. The footage clearly documented the entire conspiracy between Zhao Kuan and Zhang Biao to frame Ding Hao. "What do you have to say now?" Lu fixed Zhao Kuan with a cold stare. Zhao Kuan's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched in anger, yet he was powerless to refute her. With a fierce glare directed at Ding Hao, he stormed away. The crowd erupted in an uproar, collectively condemning Zhao Kuan's despicable actions. Ding Hao let out a sigh of relief, secretly grateful for the turn of events. "Ding Hao, are you all right?" Sun Qianqian inquired with genuine concern. Ding Hao shook his head and managed a faint smile. "I'm fine. Just a little trickery." He returned to the arena, his gaze filled with determination. He transformed his internal fury into strength, triumphing over each opponent in the ensuing matches. Every punch and kick he delivered was imbued with formidable power, as if he aimed to utterly crush his adversaries. Each victory elicited thunderous applause from the audience, leaving those who had previously slandered him visibly embarrassed and ashamed. As he reached the semifinals, Ding Hao faced an opponent named Li Wei, a formidable contender at the initial stage of the spirit martial realm. Li Wei's techniques were bizarre and unpredictable, making him a challenging foe. However, Ding Hao felt no trepidation. Leveraging his unique martial arts insight, he swiftly discerned Li Wei's weaknesses and ultimately defeated him with a thunderous strike. "Ding Hao! Ding Hao! Ding Hao!" The crowd erupted in fervor, chanting his name, showering him with cheers and admiration. Ding Hao stood atop the stage, basking in the glory of victory, his heart swelling with ambition. "The finals are about to commence," a staff member whispered as they approached him. Ding Hao lifted his gaze toward the final stage, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. "Here it comes," he murmured to himself. On the final stage, the spotlight shone brightly. His opponent was none other than Zhao Tianba, the head of the Zhao family, an authentic powerhouse in the mid-stage of the spirit martial realm. "You dare to ruin my son's prospects? Today, you shall pay the price." Zhao Tianba's voice was icy, brimming with malevolence. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Tianba vanished and appeared before Ding Hao in a flash, delivering a powerful strike. The force of the blow was immense, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. As if it sought to cleave Ding Hao in two, Ding Hao's pupils dilated, and he swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping this lethal attack. "Goodness, this old man is serious." Ding Hao thought, his heart racing. Zhao Tianba's assaults came like a torrential storm, forcing Ding Hao into a defensive stance, and soon his body bore several new injuries. With such meager skills, you dare act so arrogantly? Truly delusional. Zhao Tianba scoffed, intensifying his offensive. The onlookers were on edge, and Sun Qianqian clenched her hands tightly, beads of sweat forming on her palms. Lu, the female officer, furrowed her brow, silently hoping for Ding Hao's safety. Just as the crowd assumed Ding Hao would soon be defeated, he took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with newfound intensity. Old man, the warm-up is over. Now it's my turn to be serious. A confident smile flickered on his lips. He pivoted gracefully, employing a set of intricate footwork to evade Zhao Tianba's assault and quickly close the distance between them. Thunderous strike! Ding Hao shouted, his internal energy surging violently, coalescing in his fist as he struck fiercely at Zhao Tianba's chest. With a resounding crash, Zhao Tianba was pushed back several steps, his complexion turning pallid as disbelief filled his eyes. Awash with shock and fear. How is this possible? Ding Hao offered him no respite, pressing forward with a relentless flurry of strikes that left Zhao Tianba defenseless. Ultimately, with a decisive kick, Ding Hao sent Zhao Tianba flying off the stage. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as everyone stood in stunned amazement. A mere novice in the martial realm had defeated a mid-stage powerhouse. It was nothing short of a miracle. After a brief period of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Ding Hao, Ding Hao, Ding Hao, they chanted his name, revering him as a hero and a legend. Standing on the podium, Ding Hao held the trophy symbolizing his victory, reveling in the adulation and respect of the masses. He had become a legendary figure in the city, his name destined to be remembered forever. However, amidst his elation, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak stood in the crowd, silently observing him. A strange glimmer sparkled in his eyes, and a chilling smile crept across his lips. Interesting, truly interesting. He murmured to himself before vanishing quietly into the throng as Ding Hao exited the martial arts venue. Intending to celebrate with Sun Qianqian, he unexpectedly encountered the stern visage of Zhao Wuzuan. Ding Hao, congratulations on your victory, but Zhao Wuzuan hesitated, instilling a sense of foreboding within Ding Hao. Indeed, the next moment, an elderly man with a youthful appearance, dressed in a brocade robe, approached. It was elder son of the Sun family. His gaze was piercing and his tone frosty. Ding Hao, someone has reported that you used concealed weapons during the competition. Are you aware of your crime? Concealed weapons? Ding Hao was taken aback. He had fought with bare hands. What concealed weapons could he possibly have? He glanced around, noticing the crowd whispering and pointing, their suspicious gazes once again fixated on him. The glory of his previous triumph felt fleeting. At that moment, Ding Hao was once more under scrutiny. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress his rising agitation. Elder son, I have never used concealed weapons. This is pure slander. Slander? Humph. The evidence is irrefutable. Elder son retorted coldly, producing a small silver needle from his sleeve. This was extracted from Zhao Tianba's body, and it still bears your aura. Ding Hao examined the silver needle closely, recognizing its exquisite craftsmanship, yet he had never seen it before and certainly had not wielded it. This needle is not mine. I do not recognize it. Sun Qianqian stepped forward to defend Ding Hao. I trust Ding Hao. He would never resort to such actions. Qianqian, you are too naive, elder son replied with a weighty tone. The human heart is treacherous. How can you be certain he is not merely pretending? Zhao Wuzuan seemed conflicted as well. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Ding Hao surveyed the gathering crowd. Noting the increasing number of doubtful glances cast in his direction, he forced himself to remain calm, understanding that panic would only exacerbate the situation. Elder son, since you firmly accuse me of using concealed weapons, I am willing to undergo a thorough examination. He paused, his gaze piercing as it swept over the crowd before settling on Elder Sunday. However, if no issues arise from this examination, I expect a reasonable explanation and a public apology. Elder son scoffed. Very well, I shall see what tricks you have left. He gestured for his subordinates to commence the inspection. The atmosphere grew tense, the air seemingly thickening with anticipation. Everyone held their breath. Awaiting the final verdict, Ding Hao stood resolute, unwavering as a mountain, his eyes radiating determination. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. Wait! A somewhat frail figure pushed through the crowd. It was Zhao Tianba, the very one who had been defeated by Ding Hao. His face was pale, yet his eyes shone with resolve as he approached Zhao Wuzuan. Elder Zhao, the matter of the concealed weapons has nothing to do with Ding Hao. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Elder Sun's expression darkened as he barked, Zhao Tianba, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Tianba took a deep breath, standing firm against Elder Sun's pressure. I was feigning injury from a concealed weapon to frame Ding Hao. What? The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, the unexpected twist catching everyone off guard. Zhao Tianba continued, it was young Master Qian who paid me to deliberately lose to Ding Hao in the competition. Then frame him for using concealed weapons. He trembled as he pointed toward Qian in the crowd, whose complexion turned ashen as he attempted to slip away, only to be intercepted by Zhao Wuzuan's aides. You, young Master Qian, dare to cause mischief at the martial arts competition? Zhao Wuzuan bellowed, ordering Qian's arrest. Elder Sun's face contorted in disbelief, akin to having swallowed a fly. He had anticipated leveraging this opportunity to suppress Ding Hao, only to be met with Zhao Tianba's unexpected counterattack. He glared at young Master Qian, inwardly cursing, incompetent fool. Ding Hao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. It seemed the puppet master behind this scheme had indeed gone to great lengths. He turned his gaze to Elder Sun, a hint of provocation in his eyes. Elder Sun, now that the truth is laid bare, do you have anything further to say? Elder Sun's face flushed crimson. Yet he was left speechless. With a cold huff, he turned and strode away. This farce had finally come to an end, and Ding Hao had once again proven his innocence. However, the martial arts competition was far from over. His next opponent was a formidable warrior named Li Xianfeng. A powerful practitioner at the late stage of the spirit martial realm, Li Xianfeng was tall and muscular, radiating a potent aura as he stepped onto the stage. His piercing gaze locked onto Ding Hao, a cold smile gracing his lips. Kid, you are fortunate to have escaped one calamity, but your luck ends here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Xianfeng lunged at Ding Hao like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, the fierce wind from his punches whistling through the air. Ding Hao dared not be careless. He quickly dodged to evade Li Xuanfeng's onslaught. Li Xuanfeng's attacks raged on like a torrential storm, leaving Ding Hao with no choice but to adopt a defensive posture while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Ding Hao, you can do it? Sun Qianqian watched anxiously from the sidelines, her hands clenched tightly as she silently prayed in her heart. The battle intensified, with Li Xuanfeng's strength and speed vastly surpassing Ding Hao's. Yet, he could never strike at Ding Hao's vital points. Ding Hao was as elusive as an eel, slipping away from danger at the last possible moment. Suddenly, Li Xianfeng missed a powerful punch, causing him to lose his balance slightly. Ding Hao seized this opportunity, swiftly appearing behind Li Xianfeng and delivering a palm strike to his back. Bang! The impact sent Li Xianfeng staggering, nearly toppling over. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, as he had not anticipated that Ding Hao would exploit his moment of vulnerability to retaliate. Ding Hao, emboldened by his success, launched another assault, his punches and kicks raining down upon Li Xianfeng like a torrential downpour. Li Xianfeng was driven back, barely managing to defend himself. The audience was captivated by this thrilling contest. Erupting in cheers, Ding Hao, go for it, defeat him. With each passing moment, Ding Hao grew bolder, gradually gaining the upper hand. His gaze was sharp, his aura formidable. Li Xianfeng, your era has come to an end. He unleashed a powerful punch. But suddenly, a deep voice rang out, stop! Sun Qianqian, her fists clenched in tension, stared intently at Ding Hao, her lips moving in a fervent chant. Brother Hao, be careful. Brother Hao, go for it. Brother Hao, you're the best. She resembled an ardent fan cheering for her idol. When Ding Hao successfully countered with a palm strike to Li Xuanfeng's back, she was so excited that she nearly leaped up, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow! Brother Hao is so cool. He's simply my idol. Ding Hao continued to fight fiercely, executing his self-created Wild Dragon 18 palms with remarkable vigor, while Li Xianfeng could only defend himself, utterly powerless to retaliate. Ultimately, Ding Hao executed a decisive move, the Great Dragon's Regret, sending Li Xianfeng crashing off the stage, securing a clean and swift victory. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, and those who had previously harbored doubts about Ding Hao now shifted their attitudes, applauding him. Well done. What a remarkable performance. This kid truly has hidden depths. It seems the championship of this martial arts competition is undoubtedly his. Praise flowed in abundance. Ding Hao cupped his fists in acknowledgement to the audience. A subtle smile gracing his lips, feeling a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Humph, you thought you could scheme against me? Not a chance. Although victorious, Ding Hao did not let triumph cloud his judgment. He understood that young Master Qian and elder son would not let the matter rest. This victory was merely temporary, and greater challenges lay ahead. He had to remain vigilant at all times to counter the forthcoming plots and schemes. Indeed, no sooner had the match concluded than Ding Hao received an anonymous message. Kid, do you think you've won just like that? In the next match, you'll know what true despair feels like. Upon reading the message, Ding Hao let out a cold laugh, pocketed his phone, and turned towards the resting area, leaving behind a figure shrouded in contemplation. Ding Hao, congratulations on another victory. Sun Qianqian exclaimed, excitedly rushing over to embrace his arm. Ding Hao gently patted her hand, but his gaze drifted toward a shadowy figure lurking in the distance, and he said calmly, Qianqian, it seems someone is eager to deliver a grand surprise. Chapter 62. The plot unfolds. The path to comeback upon returning to the resting area. Sun Qianqian immediately approached, her face etched with concern. Brother Hao, I heard that young Master Qian is spreading rumors again, claiming that you'll receive special treatment in the competition. People outside are quite upset with you. Ding Hao disdainfully snorted. A mere clown, not worth worrying about. Let them yap. I'll silence them with my strength. He reassured Sun Qianqian. Don't worry, my dear. I have it all under control. However, the situation was even more dire than Ding Hao had anticipated. When he stepped back onto the arena, he was met not with cheers, but with a chorus of boos. Various voices of doubt and insults erupted, with some shouting accusations of foul play and cheating. This kid must have bribed the judges. Exactly. Otherwise, how could he be this strong? Down with the corruption. We want a fair match. Faced with this overwhelming tide of hostility, Ding Hao remained calm. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the crowd, a confident smile forming on his lips. Striding to the center of the arena, he picked up the microphone and spoke clearly. I understand that many of you doubt me, believing that my victories stem from special treatment. Therefore, to prove my innocence, I have decided. He paused, his eyes locking onto young Master Qian in the audience. A glint of coldness flickering within them. I have decided to limit the use of certain techniques in my upcoming matches to increase the challenge. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. No one had anticipated Ding Hao would make such a decision. Even Sun Qianqian, who had always supported him, wore a look of astonishment. Brother Hao, what are you doing? She asked, concern etched across her face. Ding Hao met her anxious gaze with an assuring look before turning to the referee, speaking with unwavering determination. Referee, I'm ready. Let's begin. The referee was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded, signaling the start of the match. Ding Hao's opponent was a burly man named Li Tiniu, who had initially thought Ding Hao would falter under the pressure of public opinion and was secretly delighted at the prospect of seizing victory. However, upon seeing Ding Hao's confident smile, an ominous premonition arose within him. Kid, you're digging your own grave, Li Tiniu snarled. Ding Hao smirked slightly, casually retorting, Is that so? As the starting bell rang, Li Tiniu charged at Ding Hao like a rampaging bull. Delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Ding Hao's face, he presumed Ding Hao would be distracted by the public scrutiny, but to his astonishment, Ding Hao appeared unfazed, even wearing a hint of a mocking grin. Is that all you've got? Ding Hao scoffed, his form slipping away from Li Tiniu's attack like a wraith. What? Li Tiniu gasped in shock, bewildered by Ding Hao's increased speed. Before he could react, Ding Hao had swiftly maneuvered behind him and delivered a kick to his backside, sending him sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. With a resounding thud, Li Tiniu's hefty frame crashed onto the ground, eliciting uproarious laughter from the audience. In a way, that was incredible. 666, that move was blinding. This kid is playing the fool to defeat the tiger. The audience's sentiment shifted dramatically. The voices of doubt that had previously questioned Ding Hao faded into cheers and gasps of astonishment. Enraged and humiliated, Li Tiniu climbed back to his feet, bellowing, Kid, you dare to toy with me? And what if I do? Ding Hao shrugged nonchalantly. It's your own fault for being so weak. Fuming, Li Tiniu unleashed his signature move. Rampaging bull charge, transforming himself once again into a charging beast, barreling towards Ding Hao. This time, Ding Hao stood his ground, eyes slightly closed, as if attuned to something beyond the physical realm. Just as Li Teniyu was about to collide with him, Ding Hao suddenly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance igniting within them. He shifted his body slightly and delivered a palm strike to Li Teniyu's chest. Boom! A muffled thud echoed as Li Teniyu was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Crashing heavily against the edge of the platform, blood spewing forth, unable to rise for a considerable time. A hush fell over the arena, all present left in awe of Ding Hao's remarkable display of skill. What was that technique? Someone murmured in disbelief. Unbelievably powerful, simply astounding. Ding Hao leisurely approached Li Teniyu, looking down upon him from a height, and said nonchalantly, I just comprehended a new technique. I'll call it 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. The referee, momentarily stunned, soon regained his composure and announced, Ding Hao wins. As Ding Hao turned to head towards the resting area, a confident smile graced his lips. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Ding Hao, stop right there. Sun Xianqian rushed to the stage, throwing her arms around Ding Hao, clinging to him like a koala bear. Brother Hao, you're amazing. You're simply breathtaking. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with adoration. Feeling the softness in his embrace, Ding Hao couldn't help but smile, gently patting her back. Stay low-key, stay low-key. It's just standard procedure. The audience erupted in playful shouts, urging, kiss, kiss. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuzuan, observing this scene, stroked his chin, lost in thought. Ding Hao's performance was truly extraordinary. The previous rumors seemed unfounded. Could it be that he had misjudged him? He resolved to conduct a clandestine investigation into young Master Qian and Elder Sun, to uncover the secrets lurking behind their actions. In the subsequent matches, Ding Hao appeared as if he had been endowed with extraordinary abilities, triumphing over each opponent with unstoppable momentum, leaving the spectators utterly astonished. At times, he transformed into a swift gale, his movements ethereal and agile. At other moments, he exhibited the strength to uproot mountains, delivering powerful and forceful blows. A myriad of exquisite techniques unfolded before the eyes of the audience, leaving them dazzled. Goodness, could this fellow be a walking armory? His performance was so remarkable it sent shivers down my spine. The barrage of comments erupted online, with netizens flooding the screen with 666, expressing their admiration for Ding Hao. As Ding Hao's winning streak continued, his fame burgeoned, making him a frontrunner for the championship title. However, the remaining opponents grew increasingly formidable, each a battle-hardened expert. In his next match, Ding Hao was to face a mysterious master, rumored to possess unfathomable strength and never having appeared in public before. In the resting room, Ding Hao was meditating, focusing on his state of mind when suddenly, the doors swung open, and a figure clad in black, wearing a mask, entered. Ding Hao, the person spoke in a low, gravelly voice, you are indeed strong, and I hold you in high regard. However, in this match, you must lose. Chapter 63. At the pinnacle of glory, who can compete? The black-clad figure's tone was frigid, bearing an undeniable command. Ding Hao slowly opened his eyes, revealing no hint of fear. Instead, a cold smile played upon his lips. Make me lose? Who do you think you are? The black-clad figure seemed taken aback by Ding Hao's defiance, his tone growing even more chilling. Young man, do not provoke forces beyond your comprehension. The finals finally arrived, and the thunderous cheers nearly shook the arena to its foundations. Ding Hao's opponent, shrouded in a mask and dressed in black, was obscured from view, emanating a suffocating pressure. It was said that he hailed from an ancient hidden faction, his strength unfathomable, with some speculating he had already reached the late stage of the heavenly martial realm. Goodness, what an imposing aura! Can Hao Ji withstand this? Fans in the comments section were on edge, concerned for Ding Hao. As the starting whistle blew, the black-clad figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, Ding Hao felt an overwhelming force bearing down on him, as if a massive mountain were crashing down. Is this the legendary domain suppression? Terrifying indeed. The commentator's voice trembled with trepidation, yet Ding Hao remained undaunted by the overwhelming aura. He gritted his teeth, fists clenched, as his inner energy surged wildly. His unique martial arts comprehension reached its zenith at that moment, allowing him to discern a flaw in his opponent's aura in an instant. Now's the time. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ding Hao's eyes as he moved like lightning, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, The aura surrounding the black-clad figure shattered upon impact. Incredible! Hao Ji is magnificent! The audience erupted, captivated by Ding Hao's earth-shattering punch. The black-clad figure, clearly unprepared for Ding Hao's counter, exhibited a flicker of surprise. With a cold huff, he vanished once more, this time moving with greater speed and employing even more unpredictable techniques. Interesting, the black-clad figure's deep voice resonated from beneath the mask. Seems I underestimated you. He slowly raised his hand, a more formidable force beginning to coalesce. The arena fell silent, every breath held in anticipation of this pinnacle duel. The black-clad figure's assault came like a torrential storm, relentless and impenetrable. Ding Hao fought back, retreating amidst perilous moments. Goodness, who is this black-clad figure? He's astonishingly powerful. Is Hao Ji about to falter? Fans were on the edge of their seats, hearts racing. Suddenly, the black-clad figure executed a technique that created countless afterimages, leaving spectators bewildered as to which was real. Ding Hao, caught off guard, was struck in the chest, sent hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Hao Ji! Sun Qianqian gasped, leaping to her feet, her eyes filled with worry. The crowd gasped in shock. Was Ding Hao truly about to be defeated? Lying on the ground, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of Ding Hao's mouth. Yet no hint of fear was evident in his gaze. Instead, it burned with fierce battle intent. He slowly rose, wiped the blood from his lips, and smirked coldly as that all you've got. It seems I expected too much. The black-clad figure's tone remained icy. Bravado will not save you. You have already lost. Ding Hao inhaled deeply, his inner energy surging violently as a powerful aura exploded from him. His eyes gleamed like lightning as he locked onto the black-clad figure, enunciating each word with conviction. The outcome is not yet determined. Suddenly, Ding Hao surged forward, faster and stronger than before. He unleashed his most powerful self-created technique, the Righteous Chi Fist, the force of his punch howling like a tidal wave toward the black-clad figure. The black-clad figure's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Ding Hao would possess such a formidable trump card. In a moment of panic, he could only barely defend himself. Boom! With a deafening crash. Ding Hao's punch sent the black-clad figure flying, crashing against the edge of the arena, blood spewing forth, unable to rise again. The arena fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Then, a thunderous wave of cheers erupted throughout the venue. Hao Ji has won. Amazing! Standing in the center of the arena, bathed in the glow of victory, Ding Hao straightened his back, his gaze resolute and confident. He, Ding Hao, once mocked as a mere son-in-law, now stood atop the pinnacle of martial arts. He had vindicated all his grievances, proving his strength to everyone. Suddenly, a voice whispered in Ding Hao's ear, "Congratulations, Ding Hao. You have indeed not disappointed me." Sun Qianqian, like a jubilant bird, leaped into Ding Hao's embrace, tears glistening in her eyes, yet unable to suppress her radiant smile. "I knew it. I knew you could do it." She rose on her tiptoes and gently kissed Ding Hao on the cheek. This unexpected gesture of sweetness allowed Ding Hao's previously taut nerves to relax completely. He held Sun Qianqian tightly, savoring the hard-earned glory and the sweetness of love. The audience was momentarily caught off guard by this sudden display of affection, yet no one found it out of place. Instead, they applauded and cheered. Blessing the divine couple. At that moment, Zhao Wuzuan stepped onto the stage, announcing loudly, "After an intense and thrilling competition, the champion of this martial arts event is Ding Hao." His voice echoed through the speakers, igniting another round of cheers. Zhao Wuzuan approached Ding Hao, presenting him with the golden trophy symbolizing victory, patting him on the shoulder, and saying meaningfully, "Young man, your future is limitless." Just then, the plot took an unexpected turn. A staff member responsible for investigating the competition rushed onto the stage and whispered a few words into Zhao Wuzuan's ear. Zhao Wuzuan's expression shifted dramatically as he announced, "After investigation, we have discovered that young Master Qian and Elder Sun are suspected of manipulating the competition and slandering Master Wei for providing banned substances. They will now be expelled from the martial arts event." The faces of young Master Qian and Elder Sun turned ashen, resembling two frostbitten eggplants. They never imagined that their meticulously devised scheme would be exposed. Young Master Qian pointed at Ding Hao, his voice hoarse with disbelief. "This is impossible. It must be you who is pulling strings." Ding Hao chuckled coldly. Who is truly pulling strings is clear to everyone. What goes around comes around. It is merely a matter of time. The two were escorted away by the event's security, leaving the arena in disgrace, their former arrogance utterly vanquished. A wave of laughter erupted from the crowd, epitomizing the adage that one reaps what one sows. Master Wei's grievances were also vindicated as he excitedly grasped Ding Hao's hand, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, young man, thank you." Ding Hao smiled lightly. "It was but a small effort. No need for thanks, Master Wei." Standing on the podium, trophy in hand, Ding Hao gazed down at the cheering crowd, his heart brimming with ambition. He knew this was merely the beginning. Becoming the champion of the martial arts event was just the first step on his journey to the summit. A vast world awaited his conquest. He would stride into an even mightier realm, ready to embrace greater challenges. At that moment, the mysterious voice echoed in his ear once more. "Are you prepared to face the true challenges ahead, Ding Hao?" The voice was filled with mystery and allure, igniting anticipation for Ding Hao's future. Chapter 64. The Breaking Point. Reaching new heights, cheers surged like a tidal wave, deafening in their intensity. Ding Hao held the trophy, reveling in this fleeting moment of glory. Yet deep within, he remained remarkably composed. Indeed, upon returning to the resting room, Zhao Wuzuan entered with a grave expression. "Ding Hao, you must be cautious in your next match," he said solemnly. Ding Hao raised an eyebrow. "Oh? How should I exercise caution?" "Your opponent is Fang Yu, a favored disciple of Elder Sun." At the mid-stage of the Xuanwu realm, Zhao Wuzuan paused. "It is said that he is ruthless and possesses strength far exceeding that of his peers." "I suspect that someone is targeting me?" Ding Hao interjected, a cold smile gracing his lips. Zhao Wuzuan sighed. "That is precisely what I believe. Although young Master Qian has been expelled, Elder Sun's influence remains. They surely will not let this go." Ding Hao smiled lightly. "When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water flows, I shall damn it, I am eager to witness the tricks they can conjure." Yes, the competition is about to commence. Ding Hao stands in the waiting area, his eyes closed in contemplation. He appears tranquil, yet within, a tempest rages. He silently circulates the true energy within him, attuning himself to the surrounding fluctuations of power. Suddenly, he senses a formidable aura of killing intent locking onto him. He abruptly opens his eyes, directing his gaze towards his opponent's location, where a burly man with a stern countenance is coldly fixated on him. The powerful presence emanating from this man sends a shiver down Ding Hao's spine. Indeed, a mid-stage Xuanwu realm, as the reputation suggests. Ding Hao muses inwardly. Taking a deep breath, he casts aside all distractions. Meticulously observing every movement of his adversary, he discerns that although Fang Yu's aura is potent, his techniques appear somewhat rigid, seemingly overly reliant on brute strength. Moreover, his footwork is somewhat sluggish, lacking agility. Eureka! A surge of delight courses through Ding Hao. In this brief interlude before the match, he has managed to identify several weaknesses in Fang Yu. Thanks to his unique martial arts comprehension, it seems that this contest is not devoid of hope. A slight smile of confidence graces Ding Hao's lips as he slowly raises his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, pointing at Fang Yu, softly uttering, "Come, let me see how strong you truly are." Fang Yu snorts derisively, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He stretches his limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds akin to a beast poised to pounce. "Kid, I'll make you understand the consequences of offending Elder Sun." Fang Yu's voice is chilling, laced with menace. Ding Hao remains unfazed, his gaze steadfast as iron. "Then let it come. The outcome remains to be seen," he replies in a low voice. Just then, the gong signaling the start of the match reverberates. At the sound, Fang Yu launches himself at Ding Hao like an arrow released from a bow, initiating with a powerful mountain-splitting palm strike, the wind from his hand howling with a force akin to a landslide. Good heavens, is he aiming for an instant kill? Ding Hao thinks to himself, astonished by the ferocity of this old brute. What on earth is happening? He is going all out right from the start. Gasps an audience member. Ding Hao, refusing to be complacent, swiftly employs the Lingbo Weibu technique, narrowly evading this lethal attack. With Fang Yu's initial strike missing its mark, his anger and humiliation only intensify, leading him to unleash a flurry of relentless attacks. His fists and feet raining down like a storm, forcing Ding Hao to retreat continuously. Ding Hao is faltering, overwhelmed by the onslaught. Some spectators begin to lament. This is precarious. Fang Yu is indeed in the mid-stage of Xuanwu realm. It's impressive that Ding Hao has lasted this long. Sun Qianqian, in the audience, clenches her fists nervously, her heart racing in her throat. She yearns to rush in to assist, but is restrained by Zhou Girl. Sister Qianqian, do not fret. Brother Ding Hao will surely prevail. Zhou Girl reassures her, though she too feels uncertain. Upon the stage, though Ding Hao finds himself at a disadvantage, he remains remarkably composed. He evades Fang Yu's strikes while meticulously scrutinizing his opponent for weaknesses. This old brute may possess great strength, but his techniques are overly simplistic and his stance unstable. At last, the opportunity presents itself. Fang Yu delivers a powerful kick, yet due to excessive force, he loses his balance. Ding Hao, quick-witted, executes a sweeping leg kick that sends Fang Yu crashing to the ground. Bravo! The audience erupts in cheers. Enraged, Fang Yu scrambles to his feet and charges at Ding Hao once more. However, he has lost his momentum. His rhythm is disrupted, and he can no longer maintain his previous ferocity. Elder Sun, witnessing this turn of events, wears a fearsomely dark expression. He discreetly signals to the referee, who, understanding the cue, begins to show implicit favoritism towards Fang Yu. Ding Hao's perfectly legitimate attack is unjustly ruled a foul. Referee, are you blind? That was clearly a legitimate strike. Someone in the audience protests. Ding Hao too senses something amiss. He halts his movements and looks towards the referee. What is the meaning of this? The referee coldly retorts, you committed a foul. 1 point deducted. I committed a foul? Which eye of yours saw me commit a foul? Ding Hao's fury ignites. My eyes see nothing but the truth. The referee stubbornly asserts. You, Ding Hao, point accusatorily at the referee, your anger boiling over. You are nothing but a corrupt official. How much bribe did you take to act so blatantly biased? Do you think the audience is a bunch of fools? His words resonate with the crowd, inciting an uproar as many chant. Corrupt official, unfair. We demand justice. The clamor grows louder, nearly overwhelming the entire arena. Startled by this sudden outcry, the referee pales. He had not anticipated Ding Hao's audacity to expose him so directly, nor the audience's fervent reaction. Wiping sweat from his brow, he forces a calm demeanor, declaring, silence. The match continues. Continue my foot. A burly man leaps down from the stands. If you don't clarify this matter, don't expect the match to proceed. Others in the audience join in, and chaos ensues. Zhao Wuzuan, seeing the situation escalate, quickly steps to the center of the stage, raising his voice, everyone, please remain calm. We will investigate this matter to ensure the integrity of the competition. His words temporarily quell the crowd's anger. The referee, under the scrutiny of the masses, dares not show blatant favoritism towards Fang Yu any longer. Observing this, a cold smile creeps onto Ding Hao's face. It seems the pressure of public opinion holds substantial weight. As the match resumes, Ding Hao refrains from holding back any longer, unleashing his self-created Guanglong 8 styles with fervor. This set of techniques is fierce and domineering, each strike carrying a cutting wind that leaves Fang Yu utterly defenseless. Goodness, what kind of martial art is this? It's astonishing. The audience erupts once more in a frenzy. Fang Yu, battered and bruised, finds himself retreating steadily, a mixture of fear and rage brewing within him, yet he is powerless to counter. He realizes today has not been his day. Ultimately, Ding Hao delivers a Guanglong tail sweep, propelling Fang Yu off the stage and securing victory. Ding Hao, Ding Hao, Ding Hao. The entire audience chants his name, celebrating his triumph. Ding Hao stands upon the stage, relishing the joy of victory, yet his heart remains taut with tension. He understands this is merely the beginning. Greater challenges lie ahead. Approaching Sun Qianqian and Zhou Girl, he offers a reassuring smile. Do not worry. I am unscathed. Sun Qianqian, overwhelmed with excitement, embraces Ding Hao, her eyes filled with concern. Ding Hao, you were incredible, but please, be cautious. I have this nagging feeling. Ding Hao gently pats Sun Qianqian's shoulder, comforting her. I understand. I will be careful. His gaze scans the crowd, abruptly stopping in a corner where a figure flits by, causing Ding Hao's expression to darken. Wait a moment, he suddenly exclaims. Something feels off. Chapter 65. Breaking through the clouds, proving my innocence. Ding Hao keenly detects an unusual undercurrent in the air, whispers mingling with the cheers. Cold and serpentine. This kid, Could he have taken drugs? Why is he suddenly so formidable? Indeed, I've never seen him this powerful before. Could he be using some prohibited substance? These rumors spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of Sun Qianqian and Zhou Girl. Sun Qianqian's eyes widened in shock, her face flushed with anger. Nonsense. Ding Hao would never resort to such things. Zhou Girl furrows her brow, anxiously gazing at Ding Hao. Ding Hao feels a weight in his heart. He takes a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and strides towards Zhao Wuzuan. Elder Zhao, I implore you to thoroughly investigate this matter and clear my name. Zhao Wuzuan's expression grows solemn. Ding Hao, this matter is serious. I will ensure a thorough investigation. Ding Hao nods, realizing that merely relying on Zhao Wuzuan's inquiry will not suffice. He must take the initiative. Recalling his encounter with young Master Qian and the sinister glint in his eyes, a suspicion arises within him. Young Master Qian, he must be the one orchestrating this behind the scenes. Ding Hao's mind races, and suddenly a realization strikes him. He recalls that young Master Qian had handed him a bottle of water before the match, which he had initially brushed off. Reflecting now, the issue likely lies within that bottle. Qianqian, we must leave. Ding Hao seizes Sun Qianqian's hand, hastily departing the arena. Along the way, he shares his suspicions with her. What? Young Master Qian is so despicable. Sun Qianqian exclaims indignantly, Ding Hao, we must gather evidence to expose his scheme. Ding Hao's gaze sharpens with determination. Rest assured, I will uncover the truth. The direction in which young Master Qian departed flashes in his mind, and a cold smile forms on his lips. Young Master Qian, do you think this will be enough to defeat me? The game has only just begun. Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian relentlessly pursued the whereabouts of young Master Qian, arriving at an opulent lounge with its door slightly ajar. Gently pushing it open, they beheld young Master Qian engaged in a conspiratorial discussion with an elderly man. Elder son, we must ensure Ding Hao is eliminated this time. I will offer 1,000,000 spirit stones, young Master Qian declared, his teeth clenched in determination. Rest assured, young Master Qian, I have already made the necessary arrangements. This time, Ding Hao will find it impossible to escape. The old man replied with a sinister chuckle. A glint of coldness flashed in Ding Hao's eyes as he clenched his fists. Suddenly, a melodious voice resounded from behind. Ding Hao, do you need assistance? The voice of Miss Zhou, akin to celestial music, shattered the tense atmosphere within the room. Turning to face her, Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian saw Miss Zhou standing at the entrance, a stack of documents in her hands. Miss Zhou, what brings you here? Ding Hao inquired, astonished. I caught wind of some troubling news and thought it prudent to come and investigate, Miss Zhou explained, waving the documents. These might prove beneficial to you. The trio exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending each other's intent. They swiftly vacated young Master Qian's lounge and found a secluded spot to examine the materials Miss Zhou had brought. The documents detailed recent rumors regarding the illicit drug trade in the city, with one name recurring throughout, Wei Yaoshi. Wei Yaoshi. Ding Hao furrowed his brow. His memory stirred. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He recalled hearing of a highly skilled physician named Wei Yaoshi during his training at the Martial Arts Academy. Reputed for his mastery in alchemy yet known for his reclusive nature, I know where Wei Yaoshi resides, Ding Hao exclaimed, springing to his feet. Let us go find him. The trio hurried towards Wei Yaoshi's abode. Along the way, Miss Zhou accidentally stumbled over a stone, nearly falling to the ground, but Ding Hao swiftly caught her. Their eyes met, and Miss Zhou's cheeks flushed slightly, an air of subtle intimacy enveloping them. Thank you, she stammered, flustered as she extricated herself from his grasp. Ding Hao, realizing his own lapse in decorum, cleared his throat awkwardly at him. No problem, we should hasten our search for Wei Yaoshi. Wei Yaoshi's residence was a modest thatched cottage, filled with an array of herbs and alchemical apparatus. The old man, with a kind demeanor, appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing Ding Hao and his companions. Without preamble, Ding Hao divulged their purpose upon hearing their plight. Wei Yaoshi's expression turned grave. I have indeed concocted a pill that enhances a warrior's abilities, yet it poses no harm to the body, and I have not produced it in quite some time. He sighed. It seems someone is deliberately framing me, and by extension, you as well. Ding Hao's heart stirred with curiosity. Do you recall the last time you crafted this pill? And to whom you sold it? Wei Yaoshi pondered for a moment before responding. Approximately a month ago. I sold it to a young man. I remember he bore a distinctive birthmark. Ding Hao immediately thought of the flame-shaped birthmark on young Master Qian's hand. To confirm his suspicion, Ding Hao, leveraging his unique martial insights, discovered an ancient text in Wei Yaoshi's old academy, detailing a rare herb that was the key ingredient in the pill. This herb was exclusively possessed by the Qian family. The evidence was irrefutable. Clutching the proof, Ding Hao turned to Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou, declaring, "Let us seek out Zhao Wuzuan." His eyes sparkled with confidence. Consuming this, Ding Hao would be restored to his peak condition for the next match. Grateful to Wei Yaoshi, the trio made their way to Zhao Wuzuan's residence. Upon hearing Ding Hao's account and examining the definitive evidence, Zhao Wuzuan's face flushed with indignation. He had been outsmarted by that brat. "Young Master Qian, bring young Master Qian before me," he bellowed. Young Master Qian was summoned to Zhao Wuzuan's presence, and upon sighting Ding Hao and the others, his complexion drained of color. Faced with irrefutable evidence, he was rendered speechless, akin to a wilted flower. "Considering your father's standing, I shall merely revoke your qualification to compete and expel you from the venue this time. Should you engage in such underhanded antics again, do not expect my leniency," Zhao Wuzuan thundered. Young Master Qian, dejected and humiliated, was escorted away, casting a venomous glare at Ding Hao as he departed. After consuming the antidote provided by Wei Yaoshi, Ding Hao felt an invigorating wave coursing through him. The strength previously suppressed by the drug surging back, even exceeding its prior state. The next match approached swiftly, and upon witnessing Ding Hao's formidable presence, his opponent was paralyzed by fear from the recent drug scandal. Already outmatched, he was further daunted by the prospect of facing Ding Hao. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Hao unleashed his self-created technique, the 18 slashes of the Wild Dragon, flowing seamlessly and rendering his opponent powerless, ultimately sending him crashing off the stage. KO. The referee announced with enthusiasm. Ding Hao continued his winning streak, now only a step away from the top 3 in the martial arts competition. Standing upon the stage, he reveled in the thunderous applause of the audience, his heart swelling with pride. Yet amidst the jubilation, Elder Sun's expression darkened ominously as he glared at the spirited Ding Hao, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. "Ding Hao, do you truly believe this is victory? The best is yet to come," he whispered menacingly, vanishing into the crowd. The following morning, an anonymous letter arrived in Zhao Wuzuan's hands. Bearing a single, damning phrase, "Ding Hao colludes with the demonic sect, plotting nefariously." Chapter 66. Strength enters the rankings at 3. Embarking on a new journey, Ding Hao effortlessly triumphed over his opponent, advancing into the top 3 of the martial arts competition, and the news spread like wildfire throughout the arena. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off. "Incredible! Brother Ding is nothing short of divine. This maneuver is legendary, truly my idol." Internet memes surged, perfectly harmonizing with the atmosphere. Standing atop the stage, basking in the glory of his achievements, Ding Hao maintained a stoic expression, as though all of this were detached from him. Slightly turning his head, he glanced towards Sun Qianqian in the audience, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Sun Qianqian waved her hands excitedly, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. "Ding Hao, you are amazing." Miss Zhou chimed in, also cheering exuberantly, her gaze towards Ding Hao laced with appreciation. However, behind the cacophony of cheers, a chilling aura began to spread silently. Elder Sun's face was a shade of deep fury, his fists cracking ominously. "Damn that Ding Hao, he actually made it to the top 3, he muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes glinting with malice. Elder Sun was no ordinary adversary. To thwart Ding Hao's ascent, he resolved to personally manipulate the upcoming matches. A mysterious figure materialized at his side, bowing respectfully. "Are the arrangements complete?" Elder Sun inquired coldly. "Everything is prepared, Elder," the shadowy figure responded in a hushed tone. The next opponent for the upcoming match was soon announced, and the arena erupted with astonished murmurs. Even Zhao Wuzuan exhibited a look of surprise. "It's him. This young man has concealed himself remarkably well." Upon hearing the name, Ding Hao felt no trepidation. Rather, a fierce fire ignited within his eyes. He sensed the adrenaline surging through his veins, a powerful force stirring within him. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived, he thought, a hint of excitement curling the corners of his mouth. "Ding Hao, be cautious. This person is exceedingly dangerous," Sun Qianqian warned anxiously. Ding Hao gently patted her hand, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, I will be fine." On the stage, Ding Hao faced his opponent, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if the air itself had solidified. Clad in a black uniform, the opponent's stern visage radiated a formidable presence that sent shivers down the spine. "You are Ding Hao?" His voice was deep and gravelly, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. "Indeed, that is I," Ding Hao replied calmly, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "I have heard of your prowess. I hope you do not disappoint me." A cold smile crept across his opponent's face, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Likewise, Ding Hao responded nonchalantly, tightening his fists. "Humph! Let me see what skills you possess." Without further ado, the opponent vanished from sight. His form flickering like a specter in an instant, the opponent reappeared behind Ding Hao, executing a swift and fierce kick aimed at his back. "What the? This speed is unreal," gasped a spectator in disbelief. Anticipating the assault, Ding Hao sidestepped deftly, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at his opponent's face. "Child's play." His adversary scoffed, effortlessly blocking Ding Hao's strike and seizing his wrist, executing a shoulder throw that sent Ding Hao crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Boom! The impact resonated, causing the platform to tremble slightly. "What an impressive display!" The audience cheered, clearly recognizing that the opponent's strength far surpassed Ding Hao's. Though momentarily dazed from the fall, Ding Hao quickly regained his composure and sprang back to his feet with a nimble leap. "This is getting interesting." He brushed off the dust from his body, and the fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. His opponent clearly did not expect Ding Hao to be so resilient. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze before he launched another attack. In the ensuing match, Ding Hao found himself completely overwhelmed by his adversary, who unleashed a series of increasingly complex maneuvers that left the audience in a daze. Ding Hao swayed like a punching bag, precariously teetering as he was battered. "This is too brutal." Sun Qianqian covered her mouth, too anxious to watch. "Ding Hao, keep it up." Miss Zhou also felt her heart race for him. Just when everyone thought Ding Hao was on the brink of defeat, he suddenly erupted. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he deftly evaded his opponent's strikes, seizing on a fleeting opening and delivering a fierce jab to his opponent's chest. Thud! His opponent spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling back in disbelief. What a comeback! The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Rather than pressing the advantage, Ding Hao remained still, observing his opponent's reaction. He understood that this was merely the beginning. His opponent wiped the blood from his lips, a glint of ruthless intent flickering in his eyes. "I never anticipated you possessed such skill. It seems I underestimated you." Taking a deep breath, he felt his aura swell, a powerful presence enveloping the arena. "Soon, you shall witness true strength." A slight smile curled at the corners of Ding Hao's mouth, excitement shimmering in his gaze. "Just as I hoped." He slowly raised his right hand, a strange energy coalescing in his palm, forming a swirling sphere of light. "What is this technique?" The audience held their breath, captivated by the luminous orb in Ding Hao's hand. "Heavenly break," Ding Hao bellowed, forcefully hurling the sphere at his opponent. The latter's pupils dilated, sensing an unprecedented wave of danger. The light sphere sliced through the air like a meteor, crashing down upon his opponent with devastating force. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, sending tremors through the arena, shrouding it in a cloud of dust. Incredible! This visual effect rivals that of a Hollywood blockbuster. Some in the audience gasped, hastily pulling out their phones to capture the stunning spectacle. As the dust settled, the figure of the opponent emerged, disheveled and bloodied, collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Victory by knockout. "Ding Hao, you're phenomenal." This maneuver was nothing short of miraculous. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou watched anxiously from the sidelines, their eyes filled with trust and admiration for Ding Hao, their support fueling his strength. Standing in the spotlight of glory, Ding Hao maintained a stoic expression, seemingly detached from the moment. He subtly turned his head to glance at Sun Qianqian in the audience, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Elder Sun, witnessing the failure of his scheme, turned pale with rage, his fists clenching tightly, producing a crackling sound. "That damn Ding Hao has managed to win again," he muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes glinting with malice. Zhao Wuzuan stepped onto the stage to announce the results. "Ding Hao is the victor. Congratulations on securing a place among the top 3 in the martial arts competition. The crowd erupted once more in enthusiastic applause and cheers, Ding Hao's name resonating throughout the venue. He walked calmly down from the stage, approaching Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou. How was that? Did I perform well? He asked with a smile. Absolutely fantastic, Ding Hao. You're my idol, Miss Zhou exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration. Yes, you were impressive, Sun Qianqian added, her face lighting up with affection. Ding Hao gently ruffled Sun Qianqian's hair, softly assuring her, don't worry, I will surely claim ultimate victory. With the top 3 now determined, the final match awaited. Ding Hao stood in the resting room, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts and regulate his state. He knew that the forthcoming battle would be even more brutal and intense. Suddenly, an unusual aura caught his attention, and he opened his eyes with a start. Glancing towards the door, a shadow flitted past, vanishing at the corridor's end. Hemph, is it you again? Elder Sunday, a cold smile crept across Ding Hao's lips, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Chapter 67. The Turnaround. A desperate counterattack. Ding Hao keenly sensed the air in the resting room grow thick, a faint medicinal aroma mingling with the scent of conspiracy. He scoffed, indeed, that old fox has returned. Before he could push the door open to investigate, Zhao Wuzuan entered with a serious expression, followed by the smug young Master Qian and the sullen Elder Sunday. Ding Hao, due to special circumstances, the rules for the finals have been altered. Zhao Wuzuan's tone was grave, seemingly resigned to the sudden changes. Young Master Qian eagerly added, right? To better test the contestants' comprehensive abilities, the finals will now be changed to. He paused dramatically, looking at Ding Hao with a taunting glint in his eye. A best-of-3 format. The first round will test pharmacological knowledge. The second will assess acupuncture techniques, and only in the third round will there be actual combat. Ding Hao chuckled inwardly. This is not a test of comprehensive ability, but a deliberate ploy against him. Who doesn't he know he hails from humble beginnings as a martial artist, utterly ignorant of pharmacology and acupuncture? Elder Sun and young Master Qian have truly gone to great lengths, even altering the competition rules to thwart his victory. Elder Sun feigned a sigh. Alas, this is also for fairness and justice. Ding Hao, young man, you must understand the importance of well-rounded development. Merely excelling in combat is insufficient. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou both felt a wave of concern for Ding Hao. It was blatantly a trap aimed at him. Sun Qianqian tightly grasped Ding Hao's hand. Worry etched across her face. However, Ding Hao did not respond with the anger or panic they anticipated. Instead, he smiled and nodded. Very well, I accept. The audience gasped in astonishment. Even Zhao Wuzuan was taken aback, wondering what this lad was up to. Young Master Qian and Elder Sun exchanged bewildered glances, silently questioning. Does this fellow have some hidden strategy? Ding Hao's smile grew brighter as he surveyed the crowd, speaking casually. However, since we are to compete in pharmacology and acupuncture, there should be a judge, right? I propose we invite Master Wei to serve as the judge. What do you think? He emphasized Master Wei's name, his gaze locking onto Elder Sun, his eyes glimmering with provocation. Elder Sun's expression shifted, his eyes flickering as if feeling a twinge of unease. Young Master Qian was utterly confused. Unable to grasp Ding Hao's intentions, Zhao Wuzuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, Master Wei is esteemed and possesses unparalleled medical expertise. It is most fitting for him to serve as the judge. Ding Hao's lips curled into a knowing smile. Then it is settled. Let us commence. His tone was calm, yet laced with an undeniable authority. As Zhao Wuzuan began to announce the first round of pharmacological knowledge. Ding Hao suddenly interrupted. Hold on, he smirked at young Master Qian. I just thought of a more thrilling game. I wonder if you dare to play. A thrilling game? Young Master Qian scoffed. Do you think you're worthy to challenge me? Pray, enlighten me on this so-called game. Just make sure you don't wet yourself in fear. Ding Hao's lips curled into a devilish grin. Quite simply, we each write down a recipe for a poison and its antidote. Then exchange and consume them, and see who falls first. How does that sound? Dare you? The room fell silent in shock. This was a game of life and death. Young Master Qian's face paled instantly. Though he was a rake, he understood the potency of poison. He stammered. This doesn't seem right. Ding Hao scoffed dismissively. What, are you scared? Didn't you claim I wouldn't dare? Now I'm offering you a chance. Yet you hesitate. He deliberately raised his voice so all could hear. Young Master Qian's competitive spirit flared, gritting his teeth. Who said I was afraid? If we play, we play. Who is afraid of whom? Elder Sun's expression darkened, wishing to intervene, but Zhao Wuzuan stopped him. Since both contestants have agreed, let us proceed. Zhao Wuzuan felt a twinge of concern but understood that he could not backtrack now. Ding Hao and young Master Qian each pinned their recipes and exchanged their concoctions. After consuming Ding Hao's potion, young Master Qian's face turned a ghastly shade of gray, foam escaping his mouth as he collapsed. Convulsing on the ground, meanwhile, after ingesting young Master Qian's potion, Ding Hao appeared utterly unfazed, engaging in cheerful conversation as if nothing had happened. You cheated! Young Master Qian gasped out hoarsely. Ding Hao chuckled coldly. Cheated? The rules of the competition did not state that using poison was prohibited. Besides, if your medical skills were lacking, who could you blame? Young Master Qian fumed in frustration, unable to retort. Zhao Wuzuan announced Ding Hao as the victor. In the second round, the focus shifted to acupuncture techniques. As Zhao Wuzuan finished his announcement, Ding Hao pointed at young Master Qian. He seems deeply poisoned. Let me administer acupuncture to detoxify him. Before anyone could react, Ding Hao swiftly produced silver needles and began to deftly pierce young Master Qian's body. Young Master Qian's previously agonized expression gradually relaxed, his breathing becoming steadier. How is this even possible? Elder Sun's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding events before him. Ding Hao sheathed his silver needles and remarked nonchalantly, a mere trifling skill, hardly worth mentioning. Elder Sun, enraged, found himself at a loss for words. As the third round commenced, Zhao Wuzuan inhaled deeply and announced the beginning of the final match. Although young Master Qian had neutralized the poison, his frail condition rendered him no match for Ding Hao. In a single move, Ding Hao triumphed over him. Standing atop the stage, he cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd, finally resting his eyes on Elder Sun. Elder Sun, do you have anything to say? Elder Sun's face turned ashen, remaining silent. Since you have nothing to say, Ding Hao paused, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then it is my turn. Below the stage, Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou were nervously sweating, their eyes sparkling with admiration for the charismatic Ding Hao. This man is simply too cool, Miss Zhou thought, her heart racing. Qianqian, your boyfriend is incredibly handsome. He is my dream lover, she exclaimed, gripping Sun Qianqian's hand, yearning to rush onto the stage and embrace Ding Hao. Though Sun Qianqian felt the tension as well, a small sense of pride swelled within her. Of course, just look at who it is. On stage, the battle between Ding Hao and Elder Sun had entered a fierce climax. Elder Sun, a formidable mid-stage Xuanwu realm master, unleashed ruthless attacks that left Ding Hao momentarily struggling to counter. You think defeating young Master Qian guarantees your victory over me? How naive, Elder Sun sneered, suddenly producing a gleaming dagger aimed directly at Ding Hao's chest. With a swift contraction of his pupils, Ding Hao sidestepped, but Elder Sun's speed was startlingly quick, the dagger grazing his sleeve and leaving a shallow crimson mark on his arm. Ding Hao inhaled sharply, this old fellow is truly merciless. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Elder Sun taunted, reveling in his perceived advantage. It's not too late to concede, or else, before he could finish, Ding Hao suddenly laughed. Or else what? Or else you wish for me to call you father? Elder Sun was momentarily stunned, then fury flared within him. You seek death, boy. Ding Hao, however, ceased his banter, his gaze sharpening as he seized the opportunity during Elder Sun's moment of breath. In a flash, he darted behind Elder Sun, executing his self-created technique, Konglong Yuhui, delivering a powerful strike to Elder Sun's back. Elder Sun coughed up blood, staggering precariously close to the ground. Wow, impressive. The audience erupted into cheers, their excitement palpable. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou leapt to their feet, desperate to rush onto the stage and embrace Ding Hao. Well done. This kid is absolutely amazing, Elder Sun. You have your comeuppance today. However, just when the crowd believed Ding Hao had secured his victory, his expression suddenly shifted, and he staggered back, clutching his chest as he erupted into a violent coughing fit. Ding Hao, Sun Qianqian gasped, rushing onto the stage to support him. What is wrong? Ding Hao's complexion was pallid, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead as he weakly replied. I'm fine. He raised his head to meet Elder Sun's gaze, a glint of icy resolve flickering in his eyes. Old man, you resorted to trickery. Elder Sun's face twisted into a sinister grin. Heh, boy, you are still too inexperienced. Chapter 68. The Power of Insight. Turning the tide. Elder Sun chuckled ominously, clearly feeling assured of his victory. "Do you truly believe you have one? How naive." He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the long sword in Ding Hao's grip. "Look at your sword." Ding Hao glanced down, noticing a fine crack marring the once sharp blade. Though the fissure was slight, it was significant enough to disrupt the weapon's balance and strength. In a duel of masters, even the minutest deviation could prove fatal. The violent coughing fit had been a concealed ploy. What a cunning old fox, manipulating the situation during a moment of respite. Despicable. Sun Qianqian seethed, her eyes brimming with concern. Miss Zhou clenched her fists tightly, anxious for Ding Hao's fate. The audience was in an uproar. What the hell? This old man is playing dirty. How disgusting to resort to such underhanded tactics. How can he continue fighting like this? Zhao Wuzen's brows knitted in worry. He too had discerned the underlying trickery, yet due to the tournament's regulations, he could not intervene. Ding Hao took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil within him. He understood that panic would only plunge him deeper into peril. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the changes in his sword, his mind racing. If you choose to employ underhanded tactics, then do not blame me for retaliating. Ding Hao smirked inwardly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a fierce determination igniting within them. "Old man, do you think such petty tricks can defeat me? You underestimate me." With a flick of his wrist, the sword emitted a melodious chime, the crack transforming into a unique pattern on the blade. As he shifted his stance, his previously steady swordplay morphed into something elusive and unpredictable. With each swing of the sword, it sliced through the air, producing a howling wind akin to a phantom. Challenging all attempts to grasp it, Ding Hao harnessed the sword's newfound imperfection as a distinctive advantage, utilizing the imbalance created by the crack to devise a peculiar rotating sword technique. The blade spun faster and faster, forming a miniature whirlwind that distorted the surrounding air. Elder Sun's expression changed drastically at the sight. What manner of swordplay is this? He had never encountered such an uncanny technique. Attempting to counter, he found his palm strikes effortlessly neutralized by the swirling sword energy, unable to approach Ding Hao by even a fraction. "This is impossible," Elder Sun gasped. Ding Hao's lips curled into a cold smirk. "This is just the beginning." With unwavering intensity, he locked his gaze on Elder Sun and pronounced, "Prepare to receive my technique." Rending the sky in a whirlwind. Ding Hao's rending the sky in a whirlwind swept across the entire arena like a tempest. Elder Sun's earlier confidence evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. He had never encountered such a bizarre swordplay. The crack had not rendered Ding Hao vulnerable, but rather transformed into a lethal weapon. What sorcery is this? This is incredible. The audience was in a frenzy, pulling out their phones to capture the breathtaking spectacle. This kid is truly a prodigy. Even Zhao Wuzen couldn't help but marvel, caught off guard by Ding Hao's extraordinary combat style. Elder Sun could only struggle to defend himself. Each of Ding Hao's strikes was precise and ruthless, targeting crucial points, while Elder Sun could only evade helplessly, soon adorned with several shallow wounds. "Old man, weren't you quite formidable? Why do you only know how to dodge now?" Ding Hao taunted with disdain as he pressed the attack. Elder Sun's expression darkened, his anger boiling within. As a distinguished mid-stage Xuanwu realm master, being cornered by a mere novice was a humiliation he could not tolerate. Gradually adapting to Ding Hao's rhythm, Elder Sun began to counterattack. Drawing a deep breath, he mobilized his internal energy, unleashing a formidable technique known as Xianbing Palm. A bone-chilling aura enveloped the arena, as if the very air had solidified. Ding Hao felt an immense pressure, as if a mountain bore down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. "Boy, prepare to perish." Elder Sun roared, both palms thrusting forward, sending two massive ice-blue palm prints hurtling towards Ding Hao. Ding Hao understood he could not withstand this assault head-on. His mind raced, and in that critical moment, he discerned a slight flaw in the trajectory of the palm prints. They appeared somewhat rigid. Now, Ding Hao thought, evading the two palm strikes with a ghostly swiftness, and in an instant, he materialized before Elder Sun. His sword poised at the Elder's throat. Elder Sun's pupils constricted in terror as he beheld the blade mere inches from him. Ding Hao's lips curled into a chilling smile. "It is over." At that critical juncture, a booming voice rang out, "Halt!" Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou's hearts raced. their hands tightly clenched and slick with sweat. Witnessing Ding Hao's valor ignited a spark of excitement in their eyes, and the tension in their hearts finally subsided. "Hao Gu, you are so impressive." Miss Zhou couldn't help but murmur, her gaze filled with admiration. Sun Xianqian, too, felt a sense of relief, knowing that Ding Hao's apparent aloofness belied a strength far beyond the ordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Hao wielded his sword like a sinuous serpent, the blade's energy unfurling, forcing Elder Sun to retreat repeatedly. Rending the sky in a whirlwind, Ding Hao let out another furious roar. And at that moment, the minuscule crack on the blade seemed to transform into a divine stroke of genius, making his swordsmanship even more unpredictable. Elder Sun had initially believed that Ding Hao had merely escaped his Xinbing palm by sheer luck, but he never anticipated such a fierce counterattack from his opponent, which left him no opportunity to catch his breath. Caught off guard, he found himself increasingly wounded. "This is impossible." Elder Sun stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could a mere novice in the initial martial realm overpower a seasoned expert like him, who was in the mid-Xuanwu realm? The audience below erupted into a frenzy, with cheers and applause echoing throughout. 666. That counterattack was spectacular. Hao Gu is incredible. Truly the dark horse of our martial arts competition. This is a real man, delivering slaps to the face. Even the usually composed Zhao Wuzuan couldn't help but nod in admiration, stating, "This young man has boundless potential." Ding Hao pressed on relentlessly, while Elder Sun retreated step by step. The scales of victory now tipped decisively in Ding Hao's favor. Just as Ding Hao prepared to deliver the final blow to his opponent, a booming voice suddenly rang out, "Stop!" Immediately, a middle-aged man clad in referee attire leaped onto the stage, his expression grave as he approached the two combatants. He glanced at the disheveled Elder Sun and then at the imposing Ding Hao, solemnly declaring, "In this match, Elder Sun." He paused, his gaze falling upon the long sword in Ding Hao's hand. Due to the weapon of contestant Ding Hao being non-compliant, thus, Elder Sun is the victor. The referee announced the result with great reluctance. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as dissatisfaction erupted, with viewers voicing their objections, and the barrage of comments exploded. "What nonsense is this? How can this be judged? This is rigged. There must be foul play. Where is Hao Ge's sword non-compliant? Is this referee blind?" Ding Hao chuckled coldly, familiar with this tactic, having anticipated Elder Sun's desperate measures. "Oh? Where is my sword non-compliant? I kindly ask the referee to clarify." His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The referee stammered, unable to articulate his reasoning, his eyes flickering nervously toward Elder Sun below. Elder Sun's face turned ashen, glaring at Ding Hao with a vengeful intensity, wishing he could devour him whole. "Since the referee cannot explain, allow me to clarify." Ding Hao produced a stack of documents from his robe, holding them aloft. "This is evidence of Elder Sun instructing others to tamper with the rules before the match and repeatedly using hidden weapons during the competition. Furthermore, I have evidence of him coercing physician Wei to drug Miss Zhou. Both eyewitnesses and physical evidence are present." The arena fell into a stunned silence, everyone astonished by this sudden turn of events. Zhao Wuzuan took the documents from Ding Hao, scrutinizing them closely, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Elder Sun, do you have anything to say?" Zhao Wuzuan's voice was deep and full of authority, booming like thunder in everyone's ears. Elder Sun's complexion turned pale, his lips trembled, yet he could not utter a single word. He had never expected Ding Hao to be so well prepared and to gather such irrefutable evidence. Zhao Wuzuan bellowed, "Seize Elder Sun." Several enforcement officers immediately rushed onto the stage, restraining Elder Sun. In this match, Ding Hao is the victor. Zhao Wuzuan reaffirmed the result. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, celebrating Ding Hao's wit and bravery. Sun Xianqian and Miss Zhou embraced each other in excitement, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Ding Hao sheathed his long sword, turning to face the referee with a slight smile. "Referee, is my sword still non-compliant?" The referee was left speechless, his face resembling one who had swallowed a fly. He had no idea that this young man possessed such a card up his sleeve, and now he had failed miserably. The cheers from the audience were deafening, with shouts of "Hao Gu is amazing!" and "Hao Gu 666!" resounding, and some even began to chant "Hao Gu is forever a god." Ding Hao returned to the arena, where his opponent was left dazed and disoriented from the earlier upheaval. Having initially thought to seize an opportunity, He now found himself on the receiving end of Ding Hao's prowess. Without wasting time, Ding Hao activated his Berserker mode, unleashing a self-created dragon soaring 9 heavens boxing technique that poured forth like a torrential storm. Wow, what a miraculous display! This boxing technique is simply breathtaking. The audience erupted once more. The barrage of comments scrolling wildly, filled with 666, amazing, and invincible. Before his opponent could react, Ding Hao struck him with a powerful punch, sending him crashing against the edge of the arena, blood spewing forth and stars dancing before his eyes, leaving him unable to rise for a considerable time. The referee hurried forward to assess the situation and declared Ding Hao the winner. The joy of victory surged like a tidal wave, and Ding Hao took a deep breath, savoring this glorious moment. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou rushed onto the stage, their eyes glistening with tears. Sun Qianqian leaped into Ding Hao's embrace, choking back her emotions as she said, "I knew you could do it." Miss Zhou stood nearby, gazing at Ding Hao with admiration and affection. She gently said, "Congratulations, Ding Hao." The look in her eyes, the tone of her voice, and the atmosphere spoke volumes to those who understood. Ding Hao tenderly stroked Sun Qianqian's hair, soothingly assuring her, "Don't worry. It's all over now." He then turned to Miss Zhou, offering a grateful smile. At that moment, a mysterious figure cloaked in black, who had been observing from the shadows, wore a chilling expression. Originally planning to eliminate Ding Hao through Elder Sun, he now found Ding Hao unexpectedly formidable, not only defusing the crisis but also turning the tide against him. Clenching his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, he thought darkly, "This young man truly has a strong fate. It seems I must devise another strategy." He turned and melted away into the crowd, leaving behind a cold silhouette. Clearly, this matter was far from over. Ding Hao observed the direction in which the mysterious figure had departed, remarking meaningfully. The black-clad figure glared at Ding Hao, who was surrounded by flowers and applause, his expression more sour than one who had swallowed a fly. He had initially thought to use a knife in the dark to eliminate Ding Hao, hoping to reap the benefits, but Ding Hao proved to be resilient. Not only surviving but thriving, emerging as the champion of the martial arts competition. How could he swallow this bitterness? Damn it. This fellow truly has had the luck of the devil. The figure ground his teeth in frustration, knowing the tide had turned against him. Remaining would only serve to humiliate himself, so he left the martial arts event in disgrace. Meanwhile, Ding Hao reveled in the cheers and adoration of the crowd, akin to a rising star shining with dazzling brilliance. This dramatic turn of events had skyrocketed his popularity, with his fan base growing exponentially. The top 3 trending topics on Weibo were all about him: Ding Hao's victory, Ding Hao's miraculous maneuvers, and Ding Hao is forever a god. Those who had previously doubted and ridiculed him now transformed into fervent admirers, showering him with compliments galore, proclaiming Hao Ge's might and dominance, declaring him the greatest under heaven, and elevating him to divine status. Hao Gu, from now on, you shall be my idol. Please, I beg for your autograph. I wish for a photo. Hao Gu, take me as your disciple. I want to learn your dragon soaring 9 heavens boxing technique. Hao Gu, do you need a girlfriend? Someone fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. Faced with his enthusiastic fans, Ding Hao merely smiled slightly, maintaining his aloof demeanor, while internally reveling in the delight of his newfound acclaim. Heh? My charm indeed knows no bounds. He turned to Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou, gazing at them with profound affection. Thank you for your unwavering support. This championship belongs to us. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou were moved to tears, tightly embracing Ding Hao, feeling an unprecedented sense of happiness and sweetness in that moment. Yet, just as Ding Hao basked in the joy of victory, a mysterious figure cloaked in black silently appeared in the corner of the martial arts venue. His cold gaze fixed on Ding Hao, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "The game has only just begun." The figure slowly extended his hand, revealing an ancient jade pendant intricately carved with a lifelike dragon, emanating a faint chill. Chapter 70. A new invitation to the martial arts gathering, Glory returns. As the clamorous cheers gradually subsided, Ding Hao finally escaped the throng of fervent fans. Returning to the resting area, he was about to celebrate with Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou when Zhao Wuzuan, one of the organizers of the martial arts event, approached him. "Young friend Ding, congratulations on your championship." Zhao Wuzuan stroked his beard, a smile plastered across his face. though there was an unmistakable peculiarity to it. Ding Hao's internal alarm bells rang. Something is amiss. What scheme is this old fox concocting? Maintaining a composed facade, he humbly replied, "You flatter me, Zhao Wuzuan. It was merely luck, pure luck. No need to be so modest, young friend." Zhao Wuzuan chuckled. "Your prowess is evident to all. Our organizing committee has decided to invite the champion to participate in a special event aimed at further enhancing martial arts cultivation and bringing glory to our nation." Ding Hao's heart sank at the mention of enhancing cultivation and bringing glory to the nation. This sounded alarmingly like a pyramid scheme. Surely, he wouldn't be duped again. Zhao Wuzuan continued, "This event gathers top experts from across the country, with rules that are even more complex and stringent. Of course, the rewards are equally substantial. It is said that the legendary Tianyuan Dan will be offered." Tianyuan Dan? Ding Hao's heart jolted. This was indeed the legendary treasure that could enable one to break through their bottleneck and ascend to the realm of celestial martial arts. He felt a surge of excitement. And although he harbored some doubts regarding Zhao Wuzuan's words, the prospect of obtaining the Tianyuan Dan was too enticing to resist. "What say you, young friend? Are you interested in participating?" Zhao Wuzuan inquired. A smile gracing his features, his eyes glinting with a barely perceptible cunning. Ding Hao pondered the pros and cons. Throughout the martial arts competition, he had encountered numerous schemes and deceptions, yet he had relied on his prowess to counter every challenge and had fought his way to victory. When faced with an adversary, he would meet them head-on, unfazed. "I shall participate, of course, I will," Ding Hao replied with enthusiasm. Zhao Wuzuan nodded in satisfaction and handed him a golden invitation. "Splendid. The evening after tomorrow at 8 o'clock by the Quiet Heart Lake. We shall meet without fail." Ding Hao grasped the invitation. Its icy touch sent shivers down his spine. It was intricately carved with a lifelike golden dragon, its mouth slightly agape, as if it were poised to devour. Quiet Heart Lake, Ding Hao murmured to himself, feeling an unsettling chill at the name. Suddenly, he sensed a cold gaze fixed upon him from behind. He spun around, only to find the corridor empty, with the flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows on the walls. "Was that just my imagination?" Ding Hao muttered. "What's wrong?" Sun Qianqian inquired with concern. Ding Hao shook his head. "Nothing, let us be on our way." He wrapped his arms around Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou. Turning to leave, a confident smile playing on his lips. However, after their departure, a shadow emerged from the dimness of the corridor. It was the mysterious figure clad in black from before. He observed Ding Hao's retreating silhouette, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Quiet Heart Lake shall be your tomb," eye in his hand. The ancient jade pendant emitted a ghostly luminescence. "This time, you shall not escape." The night enveloped Quiet Heart Lake like ink, the surface shimmering with reflections of the sparse starlight above, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Yet beneath this stillness lurked peril. The subsequent special event of the martial arts competition was even more extraordinary than Ding Hao had anticipated. Rather than a means to enhance martial prowess, it resembled a brutal elimination tournament. The rules were straightforward and ruthless. Victors advanced, while the vanquished were eliminated, with life and death hanging in the balance. In the first match, Ding Hao faced a diminutive man with a sinister gaze, known as Ghost Shadow. True to his name, Ghost Shadow excelled in the use of hidden weapons, rumored to possess an unparalleled mastery that left one defenseless against his strikes. "Prepare to meet your end, brat," Ghost Shadow screeched, raising his hands as a multitude of tiny flying darts rained down upon Ding Hao like a torrential storm. "What treachery is this?" Ding Hao exclaimed in disbelief, swiftly employing evasive maneuvers. These darts were laced with venom. Even a mere scratch could be fatal. In the audience, Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou watched the unfolding drama with bated breath, their palms slick with perspiration. "Ding Hao, be careful," Sun Qianqian urged. As Ding Hao dodged, he keenly observed Ghost Shadow's movements, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Despite the formidable nature of Ghost Shadow's projectiles, Ding Hao discerned a pattern in their launches. "Heh, little do they know. I am no ordinary opponent," Ding Hao smirked, deliberately feigning a vulnerability. Ghost Shadow, perceiving this as an opening, seized the moment to launch a poison dart aimed directly at Ding Hao's throat. "I've got you now," he thought triumphantly. Yet, at the crucial instant before impact, Ding Hao deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. "Is that all you've got?" Ding Hao taunted, his form materializing before Ghost Shadow like a specter. Before Ghost Shadow could react, Ding Hao's fist connected forcefully with his face. Resounding crack echoed, and Ghost Shadow's nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth. Ah! He screamed as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Consciousness lost. Incredible, bravo! The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou gazed at Ding Hao, admiration gleaming in their eyes. I knew you could do it, Sun Qianqian exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Ding Hao brushed off the dust from his attire, his demeanor relaxed. A trivial matter. To think they dared challenge me with such petty skills. Yet, at that moment, a chilling voice pierced through the air. You are quite arrogant. Young man. Sun Qianqian, filled with exhilaration, tightly grasped Miss Zhou's hand, whispering in excitement, I knew he would prevail. So impressive. Meanwhile, Miss Zhou's face flushed crimson as she gazed at Ding Hao, her heart racing with infatuation. Having effortlessly dispatched Ghost Shadow, Ding Hao nonchalantly brushed off the dust, exuding an air of casual confidence. The upcoming adversaries, though stronger, would merely serve as a change of pace for him. His unique comprehension of martial arts felt almost as though he were operating under an enhanced ability, rendering his opponent's techniques sluggish and predictable in his eyes, and no matter the skill. Iron Sand Palm, Diamond Leg, or Flying Escape Claw, Ding Hao adeptly countered each move, often turning the opponent's own techniques against them. The audience's cheers reached a fever pitch, and Ding Hao became the undeniable focus of the event, embodying the essence of a martial arts champion. Match after match, Ding Hao fought with the ferocity of a deity, unstoppable in his momentum. Not only did he showcase extraordinary strength, but he also interjected moments of humor that sent the crowd into fits of laughter. For instance, when a hulking brute unleashed a move dubbed Mount Tai Presses Down, Ding Hao evaded effortlessly and quipped, My good sir, with that weight, are you not here to collapse the arena? The brute, humiliated, retaliated, only to find himself grounded by Ding Hao's swift counterattack, howling in pain. Just as Ding Hao was on the verge of entering the finals after a series of victories, he suddenly sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. The air around him grew heavy, enveloped by a sense of impending danger. He scanned the audience, noticing several unfamiliar faces, their cold gazes fixated upon him with ill intent. Ding Hao's instinct screamed. Were they plotting something? At that moment, Zhao Wuzuan approached him, a subtle tension evident on his face as he whispered, Ding Hao, dear friend, you must exercise caution in the upcoming finals. Before Zhao Wuzuan could finish his warning, a shadow descended from above, hurtling towards Ding Hao. Chapter 71. The Journey to Break the Deadlock. Conspiracies shattered. Zhao Wuzuan's warning had barely left his lips when the shadow lunged forward. A flash of cold steel glinted as a sharp dagger thrust towards Ding Hao's throat. In an instant, Ding Hao swayed, evading like a specter, the dagger grazing his ear and severing a lock of hair. What audacity! Are they serious? Ding Hao touched his ear, relieved at his quick reflexes. Otherwise, he would have resembled a hedgehog. The assailant, missing their strike, retreated swiftly to join several other figures clad in black, encircling Ding Hao. Who are you? What do you want? Ding Hao demanded sternly, his gaze alert as it swept across his surroundings. Humph! We are here to take your life. The leader of the black-clad figures rasped, their voice dripping with malice. What have I done to deserve this? Ding Hao feigned innocence. Enough with the pleasantries. Prepare to die. The leader commanded, and without hesitation, the group surged forward, blades flashing, intent on murder. Ding Hao, refusing to be caught off guard, summoned all his strength, engaging in a fierce battle with the assailants. His movements were agile, his strikes lethal, each blow aimed to incapacitate. Despite their numerical advantage, the black-clad fighters quickly found themselves at a disadvantage against Ding Hao's superior skill. These clowns are rather pathetic, Ding Hao remarked amidst the fray. With such a level of skill, do they really think they can ambush me? Go home and practice for a few more years. Just as Ding Hao gained the upper hand and prepared to subdue the attackers, he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him, and he began to plummet. No. A trap. Ding Hao realized, instinctively channeling his vital energy to stabilize himself. However, the pit seemed custom-made for him, deep and lined with razor-sharp blades. This is far too ruthless, Ding Hao lamented while rapidly formulating a plan. In a moment of desperation, he recalled a rule from the competition. Contestants could request the judges to inspect the safety of the arena. Judge, halt the match. I require a safety inspection, Ding Hao shouted, The black-clad figure's expressions shifted dramatically. Their plot relied on the trap remaining concealed, and if discovered, their scheme would be foiled. "Stop him!" the leader of the black-clad figures barked. They charged at Ding Hao once more, attempting to thwart his plea to the judges. Yet, Ding Hao had anticipated this. He dodged their attacks while continuing to shout, "Judge, there's a trap. Someone is trying to harm me." His voice echoed throughout the arena, capturing everyone's attention. Zhao Wuzuan, hearing Ding Hao's cries, immediately ordered a halt to the competition and dispatched personnel to investigate the area. The staff soon discovered the trap where Ding Hao had fallen and dismantled it. "What is the meaning of this? How could there be a trap here?" Zhao Wuzuan thundered. The black-clad figures, realizing their conspiracy had unraveled, began to flee in haste. "Think you can escape? Not a chance," Ding Hao scoffed, his demeanor icy. "Today, none of you shall leave." With a swift motion, he darted toward the fleeing figures like a leopard on the hunt. "Wait!" A crisp voice suddenly resonated through the air, prompting the crowd to turn and gaze in its direction. Approaching gracefully was a woman clad in white, none other than the recently acquainted Miss Zhou. She stepped before Zhao Wuzuan and softly declared, "Zhao Wuzuan, I am aware of the one who orchestrated this trap." Upon realizing that their scheme had been unveiled, the enemy was thrown into utter chaos, akin to ants scurrying on a hot pan. The black-clad assailants, who had initially besieged Ding Hao, were now frantically contemplating their escape. Meanwhile, Ding Hao, already formidable in combat, now appeared as if a divine being had descended, his fists and feet creating a tempest of lethal strikes. His adversaries, already struggling, were now utterly petrified by this unforeseen turn of events. Their mental fortitude shattered. Previously flawed techniques now revealed numerous vulnerabilities, rendering them mere targets. Ding Hao seized the moment with enthusiasm, unleashing a torrent of ferocious assaults. Left and right, each blow struck at his opponent's vital points, leaving them wailing in despair, utterly defenseless. "Wow! Hao Gu is incredible. This performance is truly breathtaking." The audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers, screams, and whistles, the atmosphere more vibrant than a festival. As Ding Hao's foes found themselves dazed and disoriented. On the verge of meeting their demise, they attempted to counterattack with all their might, only to have their efforts effortlessly thwarted by him. Ding Hao stood like an unyielding mountain, impervious to the winds and rains. "Is this all you've got? You dare challenge me with such feeble skills? Go home and train for another decade or so." His taunts incited fury in his opponents, who felt like mere playthings at his mercy. At that moment, Ding Hao abruptly ceased his assault, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly proclaimed, "The game is over." Like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, he was unstoppable. The black-clad figures crumpled before him as if made of paper. "Is this it? Did you think you could plot against me?" He brushed off the dust from his attire with disdain. In the audience, Sun Xianqian and Miss Zhou leapt up in excitement, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Hao Gu, you are so handsome." Sun Xianqian longed to rush forward and envelop Ding Hao in a warm embrace. Envying gazes were cast her way as she proudly puffed out her chest, as if to announce, "See, this man is mine." Miss Zhou stood bashfully beside her, her cheeks flushed, stealing glances at Ding Hao, her heart racing with delight. Ding Hao concluded with the self-created ultimate technique, the furious dragon shattering fist, the golden fist shadow resembling a magnificent dragon roaring forth towards the last black-clad assailant. The foe, overwhelmed with terror, had no time to react before being struck, flying off the stage and crashing to the ground, frothing at the mouth, unconscious. "Knockout!" The referee excitedly announced the match's outcome. The venue erupted with deafening cheers. Ding Hao's name resonating throughout the martial arts gathering, he had undoubtedly become the hero of the moment. Those who had schemed in the shadows wore expressions of fury, their fists clenched, powerless to do anything but watch as Ding Hao embraced victory. Standing upon the podium, reveling in the applause and admiration of the crowd, Ding Hao felt an unusual calm within. He understood that this was merely the beginning, with greater challenges awaiting him. The ultimate triumph in the special event was drawing nearer, yet he was acutely aware that the closer he approached the finish line, the greater the peril became. At that moment, a mysterious figure emerged at the martial arts gathering. Dressed in a black cloak that obscured his visage, he emanated an aura of chill. He approached a corner and whispered to another, "The plan has failed. It appears we must activate the backup scheme." The other nodded, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. The mysterious figure continued, spread the rumor that Ding Hao has been injured and cannot participate in the final showdown. Chapter 72. Pinnacle Glory, a martial arts legend. The mysterious rumor spread like wildfire. Have you heard? Ding Hao has been injured. He probably won't be able to compete in the final battle. Is that true? Does this mean the championship will change hands? What a pity. I was looking forward to seeing him achieve greatness once more. Various speculations and discussions swirled among the crowd, growing larger like a snowball. This news undoubtedly reached Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou. Sun Qianqian, frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof, exclaimed, "Is Brother Ding really injured? How could this happen?" Though Miss Zhou had known Ding Hao for only a short time, she too felt anxious, hoping it was merely a rumor, for otherwise, it would be a tremendous loss. The rumor also reached Zhao Wuzuan, who furrowed his brow, pondering, is Ding Hao truly injured? If so, how will the final showdown proceed? Although he sensed something amiss, he could only wait and observe. Ding Hao's opponent, a burly man named Li Xuanba, wore a derisive smile upon hearing the news. "Humph, Ding Hao, I thought you were formidable, but it seems you are utterly weak, unable to participate in the final battle. What a waste!" His lackeys chimed in, mocking Ding Hao's perceived cowardice. As the rumors reached a fever pitch, Ding Hao made his entrance. Clad in a fitted outfit, he strode confidently to the center of the stage, exuding vitality. "I hear some say I am injured." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear, with a smirk of self-assurance. He declared, "I, Ding Hao, stand here today. Who claims I am injured? Step forward." The venue fell silent, all present awed by Ding Hao's formidable presence. Li Xuanba and his entourage stood frozen in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. "How is this possible?" Li Xuanba stammered. "Wasn't the rumor about you?" Ignoring him, Ding Hao scanned the crowd, his gaze piercing. "Rumors cease with the wise. I, Ding Hao, stand tall and unwavering. What need have I to fear slander?" With that, he struck the nearby testing stone tablet with a powerful fist. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the tablet shattered into fragments, debris flying everywhere. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, chanting his name, "Ding Hao! Ding Hao! Ding Hao!" The audience was completely captivated by Ding Hao's commanding presence, cheering with uncontainable enthusiasm. Ding Hao smiled slightly, turning to Li Xuanba. "Now, shall we begin?" Li Xuanba's face drained of color, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Zhao Wuzuan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. It seemed a remarkable spectacle was about to unfold. Li Xuanba swallowed hard, feigning composure as he assumed a fighting stance. "Come, I, Li Xuanba, am no pushover." He bellowed, launching himself at Ding Hao like a cannonball, a heavy punch propelled by fierce winds aimed directly at Ding Hao's face. Unperturbed, Ding Hao sidestepped and simultaneously struck Li Xuanba's shoulder with a palm. Li Xuanba felt an overwhelming force surge through him, stumbling backward involuntarily. "Is this all you've got?" Ding Hao smirked disdainfully. Enraged, Li Xuanba roared and charged at Ding Hao once more, employing all his might in a flurry of fierce punches and kicks. Ding Hao, however, countered with effortless grace, neutralizing every attack. The clash between them was intense, with the audience caught in a whirlwind of cheers and gasps, the atmosphere charged with tension. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou clenched their fists tightly, their hearts in their throats. Li Xuanba truly possesses skill. Can Ding Hao prevail? One murmured that it's hard to say. While Ding Hao is impressive, Li Xuanba's experience is formidable, another agreed. Just then, Ding Hao abruptly shifted tactics. He flickered into motion, appearing like a specter behind Li Xuanba, delivering a swift hand strike to the back of his neck. Li Xuanba, caught off guard, was struck squarely and collapsed, his vision fading to black. Was that a one-hit knockout? The audience stood in stunned silence, astonished by the scene before them. Ding Hao calmly dusted off his hands and walked to the center of the stage, bowing respectfully to Zhao Wuzuan. "I concede." Zhao Wuzuan regarded Ding Hao with a complex expression, his eyes reflecting an acknowledgement. "Ding Hao, you are indeed a rare martial arts prodigy." After a pause, he continued, "Congratulations on winning this martial arts gathering." The venue erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, Ding Hao's name echoing throughout the hall. Amidst the accolades, Ding Hao remained composed, devoid of any semblance of pride. He recognized this as merely a minor milestone on his martial arts journey. With a longer path ahead and even more formidable foes to confront, His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting upon Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou. He smiled gently and began to stride towards them. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the celebratory atmosphere, disrupting the harmony. A mysterious figure clad in black, wearing a conical hat, had appeared at the edge of the stage. He slowly raised his head, revealing piercing, icy eyes, and ominously declared, "The true battle has only just begun." Sun Qianqian, filled with excitement, waved her small fists, yearning to leap onto the stage and give Ding Hao a grand embrace. "Brother Ding, you are amazing. I knew you could do it." Miss Zhou, though somewhat reserved, could not conceal her excitement as a spark of brilliance danced in her beautiful eyes. She mused inwardly, "This man truly possesses a certain charm." Li Xuanba was effortlessly defeated by Ding Hao in a single move, collapsing onto the arena like a withered piece of wood, struggling to rise for quite some time. The onlookers erupted into a frenzy, exclaiming, "Wow, this is simply incredible. A total annihilation. Ding Hao is amazing." Various trending phrases and expressions of admiration echoed, creating an atmosphere more vibrant than that of a festival. Zhao Wuzuan personally presented Ding Hao with the trophy symbolizing victory, a resplendent golden Hercules cup, colloquially known as the Golden Hercules. Accepting the trophy, Ding Hao calmly remarked, "Please refrain from excessive praise," nearly causing Zhao Wuzuan to choke. However, being an experienced figure, Zhao Wuzuan quickly regained his composure, affectionately patting Ding Hao's shoulder, and said, "Young man, the future holds great promise for you." Amidst the crowd's adulation, Ding Hao descended from the stage and made his way directly to Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou. Sun Qianqian, brimming with excitement, leaped into Ding Hao's embrace, clinging to him like a koala, her words tumbling out in a flurry. "Ding Hao Gige, you are incredible. I admire you so much." Miss Zhou, with poise, extended her congratulations, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Ding Hao, your victory is well deserved." After savoring a moment of glory and tenderness, Ding Hao prepared to return to the Sun residence. However, upon stepping through the threshold, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The air was thick with tension. Servants hurried about, their expressions grave, as if a significant event were imminent. A sense of unease crept into Ding Hao's heart. Had something happened within the Sun family? At that moment, an elderly man clad in a gray robe and sporting a goatee appeared before Ding Hao. He was the grand elder of the Sun family. Known for his stern demeanor and commanding presence, he gazed at Ding Hao, his voice low and somber. "Ding Hao, the family head summons you." Chapter 73, Family Turmoil. The beginning of conflict within the Sun family's ancestral home. The atmosphere was as tense as a pot about to boil over. Ding Hao followed the grand elder through a long corridor, where servants hurried past with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe, a stark contrast to the previous revelry. This only reinforced Ding Hao's conviction that something significant had transpired within the Sun family. In the conference hall, the family head, Old Master Sun, sat in a position of authority, his expression dark enough to draw water. Several family elders were seated on either side, their faces grave, and the atmosphere was stifling. "Ding Hao, you have arrived," Old Master Sun spoke in a low tone, devoid of any detectable emotion. Ding Hao nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. This old fellow, having just secured the championship at the martial arts conference, returned only to find no words of congratulations, instead being summoned to this courtroom-like gathering. "What on earth is going on? I have called you here to discuss a matter of great importance." Old Master Sun paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over Ding Hao. "A battle for family resources is about to commence, and you shall represent the Sun family in this endeavor." A battle for family resources? Ding Hao felt a jolt of anxiety. The mere name suggested it would not be a trivial affair. The Grand Elder interjected, "In this contest, other branches are watching closely, particularly young Master Sun Heir, who has allied with external forces and is coming on strong." External forces? Ding Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was more intricate than he had anticipated. Young Master Sun Heir was indeed not to be underestimated. "I understand," Ding Hao replied calmly, though turmoil raged within him. Although he typically shunned involvement in family disputes, he would not shrink from the challenge now that it lay before him. Besides, he held confidence in his current abilities. "You are surprisingly composed," Old Master Sun remarked, a flicker of admiration in his eyes, yet his tone remained serious. "This contest is of utmost significance, impacting the future of the Sun family. You must give it your all." "Without fail," Ding Hao nodded, his gaze resolute. I comprehend. Beside him, Zhao Tangzhu observed Ding Hao with admiration. While the family head and elders wore frowns of concern, this young man remained unfazed, truly deserving of the title of champion of the martial arts conference. This is what a real man embodies. After the meeting concluded, as Ding Hao turned to leave, he felt a piercing gaze fixed upon him. He looked back to find Sun Qianqian standing at the doorway, her eyes filled with worry. Ding Hao, after the meeting, Sun Qianqian stealthily approached Ding Hao, her large, watery eyes brimming with concern, stirring a warmth in Ding Hao's heart. She gently grasped his hand, delicate as a piece of warm jade. Igniting a comforting sensation within him, I will always support you. Sun Qianqian's voice was soft, yet her tone was unwavering. This intimate atmosphere filled Ding Hao with a surge of strength, almost compelling him to perform a feat of strength right there. On the other side, young Master Sun Heir had initially thought that Ding Hao, the grassroots son-in-law, would be frightened by the term battle for family resources and would beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, the young man not only accepted the challenge but also began discreetly investigating the distribution of family resources, leaving young Master Sun Heir astonished. This young man possesses some depth, he thought, stroking his chin, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Seems I must teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Ding Hao's investigation progressed smoothly. He discovered that most family resources were concentrated in the family treasury, which was surprisingly lightly guarded. This prompted him to ponder. Was the Sun family intentionally lax, or was there a deeper scheme at play? As he contemplated, a commotion erupted outside. He pushed open the door to find a crowd gathered, led by young Master Sun Heir's lackeys, all looking menacing as if they were collecting debts. Ding Hao, if you have guts, come out, one lackey bellowed. Don't hide inside like a turtle. Ding Hao let out a cold laugh. Young Master Sun Heir was indeed eager to stir trouble. He stretched his limbs, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Since you are so enthusiastic, I shall oblige. He strode out confidently, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on young Master Sun Heir's lackey. State your intentions clearly. Heh, our boss wants to have a chat near the treasury, the lackey sneered, his tone laced with provocation. Upon his appearance, Ding Hao radiated an aura of a battle god descending from the heavens. The lackeys of young Master Sun Heir instantly shrank back, yet emboldened by their numbers, they persisted. Kid, don't get too cocky. Our boss. Before he could finish, Ding Hao sprang into action. Quick as lightning, he unleashed a series of strikes that sent several of the most boisterous lackeys flying. The remaining few barely had time to react before Ding Hao dispatched them with swift kicks, leaving them searching for their teeth and crying out in distress. The entire encounter was swift and decisive. Concluding in under a minute, Zhao Tangzhu watched with rising fervor, unable to contain his cheers. Well done. Outstanding. Truly worthy of being our Sun family's son-in-law. In stark contrast, young Master Sun Heir's gang appeared pale, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Ding Hao dusted off his hands, his demeanor relaxed, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. He approached young Master Sun Heir, a smirk playing on his lips. Is this what you call a chat? Young Master Sun Heir's face was ashen, utterly speechless. He had intended to test Ding Hao's strength, only to be met with such ferocity, leaving him feeling a twinge of fear. However, just as Ding Hao was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something troubling. Young Master Sun Heir's gang seemed to have a precise grasp of his movements and were aware of his recent inquiries regarding the distribution of family resources. This raised alarm bells in his mind. Could there be a traitor within the family? Once the thought took root, it proved difficult to dismiss. Ding Hao understood that if there truly was a traitor, the situation could spiral into chaos. He needed to identify this traitor swiftly, or the consequences could be dire. Back in his room, Ding Hao meticulously pondered the recent events, searching for any clues. Suddenly, he recalled the furtive behavior of Wang the maid a few days prior. She had seemingly interacted with young Master Sun Heir's associates. Could it be her? Ding Hao resolved to test Wang the maid. He casually mentioned the matter of family resources, observing her reaction closely. Sure enough, her eyes flickered, and her demeanor betrayed unease. Wang the maid, have you seen any suspicious individuals recently? Ding Hao inquired nonchalantly. Wang the maid stammered in no, I've been in the ancestral home, not seen anyone suspicious. Ding Hao smirked inwardly. Wang the maid was indeed hiding something. It appeared that young Master Sun Heir's conspiracy with external forces was even more intricate than he had imagined. He needed to exercise greater caution to navigate this looming crisis. As night fell, Ding Hao stood by the window, gazing at the distant lights, his mind swirling with thoughts. He understood that young Master Sun Air and the external forces would not relent. They certainly harbored even greater schemes ahead.